You are but a mundane being devoid of refinement. Yet there are 9 female disciples of the great emperor realm. They not only serve you tea and water daily, but even vie to warm your bed, for you are the destined child of this realm, achieving unparalleled heights in just a few short years. However, following your confrontation with the demon emperor, severely injured, resulting in the complete loss of one's cultivation. At this moment, the lord of the Xinming sect, filled with rage, inquired, "Who is it?" He was on the verge of success, yet someone had the audacity to thwart him. Then, a youthful voice belonging to Chen Xuan resonated through the sky, proclaiming, "Do not taint Sister Mu Yun with your filthy hands." You gradually emerge from the embrace of the night, inhaling the scent of the air. Indeed, it is a trap. No wonder I failed to detect the fragrance of the spiritual or Yi Muyun gazed at your silhouette emerging from the night, her heart racing with exhilaration. "Esteemed lord, I beseech you, please save the Jade Maiden sect. If you would only lend your hand, I am willing to do anything you command." The Grand Elder, upon hearing her words, burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly. "Did you all hear that? Yi Muyun dares to indulge in sweet dreams at such a moment. To be honest, before I met you, I harbored some doubts. However, after today's encounter, my reservations have been completely dispelled." The reactions of the 3 sovereigns were similarly aligned. The master of the Xinjian sect gazed upon you with eyes gleaming with excitement. "Chen Xuanyi, never did I anticipate that you would come seeking me. Today is indeed a double blessing. Do not compete with me for the title of the world's foremost genius in slaying. It rightfully belongs to me." As he spoke, the master of the Xinjian sect swiftly unsheathed the long sword at his waist, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through his entire being. The chilling blade swiftly fixed its gaze upon you, before rapidly lunging forth, as if fearing that its own life would be snatched away by another. The master of Sun Bian also unleashed his spiritual energy, gathering it upon his own claws. "This matter is entrusted to you. Dear friend, simply leave it to me." As he spoke, he swiftly charged towards you. In that fleeting moment, both were apprehensive that their heads might be snatched away by the other. The venerable master of the Buddhist sect likewise brandished the staff in his hand. "May the Buddha's compassion prevail. Matters of salvation should be entrusted to the faithful." 3 cultivators at the 5th level of the transformation stage unleashed their power simultaneously. In an instant, the surrounding mountains trembled under the immense pressure, leading to their complete collapse. Yet you show no intention of retaliating against the 3 assailants, merely standing your ground as if rendered speechless by fear. The Grand Elder teased Yi Muyun, saying, "Do you see? Your esteemed master has been utterly stunned. In the presence of the 3 lords, you are utterly powerless. You will come to realize the futility of your devoted attentions." How amusing it is! Yi Muyun paid her no heed, her grip tightening around her delicate fists. The reason she refrained from seizing this opportunity to flee was to ascertain whether you truly possessed the capability to vanquish 3 cultivators at the transformation stage. Should you fall short, she would not hesitate to self-destruct on the spot, dedicating her life to her master, an ultimate act of loyalty from a servant. Yet, under her watchful gaze, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the end, you made no attempt to resist 3 consecutive strikes landed upon your form. The overwhelming assault stirred a mystical haze in the air, as if you had been reduced to a mere specter of 7 blood mists. After the 3 patriarchs made their move, they immediately found themselves ensnared in a scene of fierce competition. It was my attack that struck first. Thus the achievement rightfully belongs to me, as my Xinming claw was the one to land the initial blow. The Grand Elder laughed heartily below. How amusing indeed. It is utterly beyond the point of no return. It appears that you truly lack any cultivation, relying solely on the physical strength of the Qi refining stage. You were swiftly subdued by the attack of someone at the God transformation stage, which is entirely to be expected. Yi Muyun, do you now comprehend the depths of your foolishness? As she beheld this scene, Yi Muyun's heart sank into despair. Thus, she was left with no choice but to take her own life. Speaking of which, had I not embarked on the quest to uncover your whereabouts, choosing instead to journey first to Tianling Mountain to inspect the mineral veins. I fear she has long been ensnared by the Elder's treachery, for her unwavering resolve to seek you miraculously afforded her a temporary reprieve from the conspiracy. In a certain sense, it could be deemed that you extended her life for a few more days. Just as she extended her hand, intending to unleash her spiritual energy for self-detonation, a sudden cough emerged from the mist above. Fighting is merely fighting. But how does one raise the dust? The sound is not particularly loud, yet it is sufficient to reach the ears of everyone present. Yi Muyun's hand, poised for self-detonation, paused immediately upon hearing this sound. All gazes turned towards the misty shroud. As the mist gradually dissipated, it slowly revealed 3 figures, including yourself, all of whom remained entirely unscathed. Chen Xuan, astonished, gestured in front of herself. Master, how did you accomplish that just now? So many attacks struck us, yet we emerged unscathed. The occurrence of this situation is entirely due to the efforts of the second disciple. When you sought to retrieve Chen Xuan, you acquire the ability to unleash an invincible strike once each day. The ability bestowed upon you by Hu'er is to resist a singular attack each day with invincibility. This resistance is not confined solely to your own assaults, rather, it extends to a broader scope. Upon witnessing your arrival, Yi Muyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, trembling with joy. Your Excellency, you are unharmed. This is truly splendid. Yet in stark contrast, the 3 sect leaders beheld this scene with expressions of utter disbelief. How can this be? Just moments ago, our combined assault undoubtedly struck you. The master of the Xianjian sect gazed at you, his expression filled with astonishment as he conjectured. To withstand the assaults of the 3 of us solely with one's physical form. Such prowess is only possessed by those at the pinnacle of cultivation. It is over for us. Chen Xuanyi's cultivation has not diminished at all. What we witnessed earlier was merely an act he orchestrated. As soon as the words fell, all present were rendered speechless. The elder's legs trembled uncontrollably, torn between the instinct to flee and the paralyzing fear that held him in place. Confronted by a practitioner of such formidable caliber, they found themselves utterly devoid of any means to resist. Just as the crowd was engulfed in anxiety, the master of Xianming's sect suddenly spoke, "Wait, do not panic. It is possible that Chen Xuanyi has unleashed the magical artifacts upon himself, thereby withstanding our assault. Such a formidable artifact could undoubtedly never be wielded a second time. Let us proceed with our actions." Upon hearing his words, the emotions of the crowd began to settle somewhat, as they couldn't help but acknowledge the validity of his conjecture in their hearts. After all, you are merely a practitioner in the qi refinement stage. This is evident to all. Moreover, even if you were to employ secret techniques to conceal your cultivation, it should be impossible to deceive those 3 divine transformation experts. At this moment, the 3 sect masters appear to have rediscovered their core resolve, regaining their confidence anew. This esteemed one is unaware of the number of treasures you possess. However, should you possess any sense of prudence, I advise you to surrender them without delay. The master of the Xianming sect threatened. At this moment, he remains oblivious to the nature of the predicament in which he finds himself. You remain silent, instead turning your gaze towards Hu'er beside you. Yaya, I shall now demonstrate the most formidable technique from the 9 Heavens Demon God record. Pay close attention, for this move is named the Descent of the Divine Fox. With that, you raise one hand towards the sky as boundless spiritual energy gradually converged above. The Lord of the Xianming sect, upon noticing your indifference, becomes increasingly enraged. He will unleash a treasured artifact, truly believing himself to be a figure of significance. Let us join forces and swiftly subdue him. Having spoken, Elder Xianming was the first to charge forward. The other 2, regardless of what they may have sensed at that moment, found it to be too late. It is no longer an option to refrain. Under the intense gaze of Hu'er, a phantasmal figure gradually materializes above your palm. This apparition bears an uncanny resemblance to her, yet it is adorned with 9 ethereal tails behind it, representing the pinnacle form of a fox spirit. Moreover, the power emanating from this figure is rapidly expanding. Gazing at that figure, Hu'er felt as though she were witnessing her future self. The profound mysteries of the martial arts embodied in that silhouette imparted a sense of enlightenment upon her. With merely a casual display of skill, she could effortlessly absorb the depths of understanding it offered. The ethereal visage of the 9-tailed fox above your head gradually solidifies into a tangible form. Converging into a dynamic statue, you then extend a hand forward, directly confronting the three approaching sect masters. Although these masters do not sense any palpable pressure emanating from your palm, an overwhelming sense of unease arises within them. Simultaneously, the hands of the divine fox above your head also rise to the same position. It is there, within the palms of the fox, that an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy begins to surge forth. This demonic energy, unlike ordinary spiritual power, possesses an exceptionally terrifying corrosive force. Any wound it touches will inflict excruciating pain, siphoning away both the spiritual energy and vitality of the afflicted, ultimately leaving them as mere husks. The mystical fox concentrated the energy from its hands to the utmost limit. Subsequently, a beam of violet light shot forth, heading directly towards the three individuals. This time, you did not suppress your power excessively. In this desolate and uninhabited place, you can unleash your abilities freely. Thus, when this attack manifested, it seemed as though a shooting star streaked across the firmament. The most formidable pressure in the world instantly emerged, and the colossal mountains, stretching for thousands of miles, were abruptly shattered. Countless flying demon beasts shrieked as they soared into the sky. The earth was fractured, splitting open with deep crevices. It was as though the world had plunged into the apocalyptic abyss. At the moment the three individuals beheld the emergence of the violet radiance, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped them. The leader of the Xianbin sect, witnessing this scene, displayed an expression of utter disbelief and astonishment. How could this be? How could this transpire? Was he not devoid of cultivation? How was it accomplished? Run swiftly, he shouted the loudest, and ran the fastest. In the face of such an assault, all they can do is lament their insignificance and marvel at their own folly for having underestimated your strength. However, just as he turned around, before he could make any move, the violet aura beam suddenly pierced through and struck his back. He let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, he quickly lost all his vitality and was utterly dissolved. The two individuals trailing behind him witnessed this scene, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. They felt utterly frightened. No, I still do not wish to perish. I should never have accepted this task from the very beginning. Damn it! The two individuals gasped in shock as they recoiled. Before they could take even 2 steps, they were entirely engulfed. All their previous bravado was extinguished with their demise, leaving behind only the echoes of their mournful cries reverberating through the mountains. Upon witnessing the demise of the 3 esteemed sect leaders, the Grand Elder stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. In that moment, all conjectures and doubts dissipated like mist. The revered one has indeed returned. Yet, alas, it is too late. Had I known, I would have continued the charade. The elder whispered in terror, her face etched with regret. Yet, despite her remorse, the reality of her rebellion remained unchanged. All she could do now was flee. She swiftly vanished into the depths of the valley, followed by the majority of the elders. Do not abandon us. Listen to the sounds below, as if one were attuned to the buzzing of mosquitoes. With a casual flick of the hand, I directed my aim towards the direction in which they fled. What followed was the startled, anguished cries of the mosquitoes. Under such a level of assault, they found even fleeing to be futile. However, among the elders, there was one whose reflexes were remarkably swift. While the others fled in one direction, he chose to escape in the opposite direction. You cast a glance at the 2 disciples beside you, simultaneously retracting your own attack. Ultimately, this individual is a newly ascended cultivator, having just broken through to the first layer of the transformation stage. It is now entrusted to the 2 of you for practice. Hu'er and Jiang Mingxuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Mingxuan clenched her fists before her body, brimming with confidence as she declared, "Rest assured, Master, you can leave it to us." With that, the 2 swiftly pursued their task. You watched the 2 depart. Then you fell downwards at the speed of free fall. Alas, my master is yet to learn the art of flight. As the disciples left, no one was there to carry you aloft. Thus, you were indeed in free fall. Perhaps one should reserve a modicum of spiritual energy to levitate before proceeding. Yimuyun gazed at you as you plummeted swiftly downward. Ignoring the doubts that stirred within her heart, she hurriedly rushed forward to catch you in a princess embrace. "Your Excellency, are you unharmed?" Surely, it must be due to the excessive energy expended moments ago. I will lead you down. Despite your ability to effortlessly slay even those at the divine transformation stage, you are unable to achieve flight. She can only attribute this limitation to the excessive expenditure of energy required to unleash her techniques. Thus, she gently lowered you to the ground. After steadying you, Yimu Yun lifted her gaze to meet yours, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, as if she yearned to articulate her thoughts. Yet, words eluded her grasp. She longed to express her gratitude, but felt that no matter how she tried to convey her thanks, it would never adequately encapsulate the depth of her appreciation, nor could she repay your kindness. She was truly terrified that she might perish there, even more so by the thought of her mother's legacy, the Jade Maiden sect, vanishing entirely. Now, as the tension in her heart begins to dissipate, she feels an overwhelming urge to weep. She exchanged a fleeting glance with you, merely a brief moment of eye contact. For reasons unknown to her, an unprecedented feeling began to blossom within her heart. In the past, she gazed into your eyes, her heart filled solely with reverence. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she feels a tinge of shyness within her. Her heartbeat quickens uncontrollably, and her complexion flushes with a bashful hue. Her skin, illuminated by the moonlight, possesses a chilling whiteness that is utterly breathtaking. The gentle flush of her cheeks, a result of her shyness, serves as a highlight, accentuating her vibrant beauty to an exquisite degree. Unable to meet your gaze, due to her bashfulness, she diverts her eyes to your chest. In a serendipitous moment, she takes a couple of steps forward and swiftly reaches out, enveloping you in her embrace. At the same time, she nestled her head against your chest. Her voice, tinged with a sob, spoke in a somewhat indistinct manner. "Esteemed Lord, I am filled with fear. I thought that I would be tainted. It is truly wonderful that you have regained your strength. My ascension to the position of sect leader and my survival thus far have all depended on you. You are simply perfect. It is an honor to serve as your subordinate. I cherish you dearly." When it comes to affection, Yimuyun suddenly realized that she had misspoken and hurriedly retracted her words. She cautiously lifted her gaze towards you, eager to discern your reaction. Emotions had surged within her moments ago, and in a moment of careless abandon, her heartfelt confessions had escaped her lips. Clinging to you was already a significant breach of decorum. Should you harbor any resentment towards her declaration, the repercussions would be dire. Under her watchful eyes, you did not display anger. Instead, a tender expression graced your features. Slowly, you extended your hands and naturally encircled her waist in return. With such a devoted subordinate by your side, you felt a profound sense of joy and gently replied to her. In your eyes, Yimiyun is merely a young girl, a child who seeks comfort by cuddling close and displaying her affection. There is nothing much to it. Yimuyun, noticing that you did not contemplate other matters, silently exhaled in relief. It seems that the esteemed lord only regards herself as a mere young girl. Although she felt a sense of relief within, she couldn't shake off an inexplicable tinge of disappointment. You gently caress her soft back, attempting to soothe her emotions. Regarding Yin Muyun's character, throughout our interactions along this journey, you have likely discerned her somewhat obstinate nature. Yin Muyun is a person who holds great respect for contracts and bonds of friendship. Although there is no intent to offend, she truly does not seem suited to assume the role of a leader. Compared to a sovereign, she is far more suited to be a subordinate, destined to be an exceptionally outstanding and loyal subordinate. Over the past decade, Yi Miyun has indeed fulfilled the role of a subordinate with unwavering dedication and impeccable diligence, leaving no room for criticism. However, everything transformed once you vanished from sight. Nevertheless, this is quite favorable. You are making a remarkable comeback, and having such a subordinate to assist you in managing various affairs is truly fitting. Compared to those scheming subordinates, you undoubtedly prefer to engage with Yi Muyun. Her virtues can be fully realized under your guidance. Yi Muyun. Currently, all three great sect masters have perished. The various minds under their factions shall henceforth be entrusted to the management of a Yunu sect. Do remember to gather all the spirit minds when the time comes. Remember to gather all the spiritual minerals upon your return. After today's events, it is likely that the remaining factions will no longer dare to act recklessly. Seeing that Yimuyun shows no intention of loosening her grip, but instead holds on even tighter, you find yourself feeling somewhat embarrassed and can only divert the conversation. After all, being embraced by such an exquisite beauty inevitably brings a touch of warmth over time. Not to mention that he had recently sent his disciples away for training, leaving only the two of them here. Rest assured, leave it to me, Yimu Yun replied respectfully, showing no sign of relinquishing her hold. Although the great ore veins of Lingshu Mountain are fictitious, the mineral deposits under the three major sects are undeniably authentic. If all were to be gathered, it would undoubtedly amount to an exceedingly formidable figure. The two individuals were in close proximity, so close that one could even perceive the faint fragrance emanating from Yi Muyun. You gently inquired, Muyun, are you comfortable in that embrace? Yi Muyun responded with a sweet smile. Indeed, I am. Very comfortable. Comfortable, you say? Can't you see that I am quite constrained? I am reminding you to release your grip. You truly are a natural fool, aren't you? Seeing the other party embracing with fervor, you have no choice but to temporarily allow her to hold you. You inquire why one does not break free. Currently, all daily capabilities have been exhausted. How can a cultivator in the Qi refining stage possibly embrace the divine transformation stage? Should one fail to transcend, what a disgrace it would be. Thus, one can only choose to quietly savor the moment. On the other side, the elder of the Jade Maiden sect, fleeing in haste, has unleashed the swiftest speed of his life, dashing towards a singular direction with fervent urgency. Damn it! Isn't it said that Chen Xuanyi possesses no cultivation? What a fool the Grand Elder is. The information is utterly inaccurate. She nearly caused her demise. Just when she believed she had narrowly escaped a calamity, she suddenly heard a sound emanating from behind her. Turning around, she discovered it was your disciple, Jiang Ningxuan. How could this be? Although I've only recently transcended to the transformation stage, my speed in fleeing is certainly not something an ordinary elixir stage cultivator could hope to match. In her mind, she envisioned Jiang Ningxuan engulfed in a blazing inferno, with flames dancing around her. Beneath her feet, she stood upon the very essence of the sun, and the fire enveloping her transformed into a force of propulsion, propelling her speed to astonishing heights. At such a tender age, the adept utilization of the fire's spiritual root is truly remarkable. This is the innate red flame, celestial body. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Ningxuan swiftly positioned herself in front of her, obstructing her path of retreat. Dare to bully Sister Muyin? I shall ensure your demise. The great sun blazed fist. A ring of searing flames manifested around Jiang Ningxuan's delicate, tender fist, rendering it as immense as a sandbag. The artillery from the great sun's fiery technique appears to be even more searing than the sun itself, enveloping the defenseless cultivator in an overwhelming pressure. Without uttering a word, Jiang Ningxuan raised a fist and struck fiercely forward. The elder raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy into a palm. With a swift motion, he struck forth, and the imprint of his spiritual palm collided with the fiery fist, producing a sound reminiscent of crackling and hissing. Before long, the imprint was engulfed by the edges. Elder Xing had no choice but to strike again with several blows. It is astonishing that a practitioner at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage could contend with me. What manner of cultivation technique have you mastered? Indeed, you are a disciple of Chen Xuanyi. It is not surprising that there are remarkable treasures on you, Xing. However, to think that you could slay me solely with your Golden Core strength is rather fanciful. Elder Xing remarked. The elder spoke as the spiritual energy circulating around him gradually transformed into a deep brown hue. Each strand of energy slowly morphed into the shape of a head. The bones weep, she cried out with a piercing voice. Subsequently, countless heads exuding an aura of death surrounded Jiang Ningxuan, their sharp teeth bared as they lunged towards her. Jiang Ningxuan found herself powerless against the overwhelming number of hands. At that moment, countless pink ribbons emerged from an unknown source, slithering towards her with the swiftness of serpents. With each strike of the ribbon, a skull would succumb, bursting into a mist of crimson. Soon, streams of blood mist filled the entire hall. Yaya, you have finally arrived, Jiang Ningxuan said, addressing Huyaya, who stood behind the elder. Huyaya is adorned in a flowing pink gauze robe, gracefully draped over her shoulders, complemented by a pair of ribbons. These ribbons, once bestowed upon her as a weapon, now transform at her whim, reflecting the essence of her heart's desires. This transformed the two ribbons into countless offensive techniques, embodying the first layer of the celestial demon record that she had comprehended, the myriad strands of the heavenly threads. The first layer of comprehension is intricate and multifaceted. Elder Xing discovered that another person had appeared behind him. The calm expression he had only just regained abruptly transformed into one of panic. Another one? This disciple of Chen Xuanyi, what sort of aberrations are these? Yaya, ensnare her. Chen gradually channeled her spiritual energy into her right fist, and a colossal fire dragon began to take shape. Elder Xing sensed the impending danger and swiftly resolved to abandon the battle. Though being relentlessly pursued and assaulted by two younger adversaries filled her with humiliation, nothing was more paramount than preserving her own life. Cursed be the circumstances. Elder Xing retrieved two life-preserving talismans from her bosom and affixed them to her feet, preparing to flee. Yet, after just a few steps, a circle of ribbons, like a wall, obstructed her path. As she turned her head, she discovered that there were more behind her as well. Elder Xing swiftly unleashed his technique, directing it towards the ribbon. The ribbon was indeed struck. Creating a breach, however, it quickly mended itself once more. Damn it! What sorcery is this? The ribbons gradually enveloped her surroundings, and then bound her completely. Under her terrified gaze, Chen Xuan unleashed a fire dragon from her clenched fist, rushing forth to engulf her. Chen Xuan shouted, and in an instant, the colossal flame dragon swiftly consumed her. The elder, ensnared by ribbons, had nowhere to escape, and a chilling wail echoed through the air as she was burned alive. To my astonishment, I have managed to vanquish a cultivator at the transformation stage. How remarkable! Yaya, let us celebrate with a high five. Chen Xuan, brimming with excitement, leaped into the air and then approached Hu'er, gesturing for a celebratory clap. Hu'er looked at her with affectionate indulgence, raising her hand to clap with her 7 times. She then reminded her, do not be overly proud. If we join forces, it is indeed possible for us to vanquish a first-layer cultivator in the transformation god stage. However, it is precisely due to the elder's outdated cultivation technique and the instability following his recent breakthrough that we find ourselves in this predicament. Should we encounter a more formidable opponent, we might not stand chance. Let us depart and return to seek guidance from our master. Chen Xuan playfully grasped Hu'er's shoulder and remarked with a mischievous smile, "Oh dear, must you be such a spoil sport? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge your own excellence?" As she spoke, it seemed she suddenly recalled something. Ah yes, it appears that her master is currently spending time alone with that Yimuyun. One wonders if they might be engaging in any peculiar activities. Hu'er wore a helpless expression and replied, "What do you take my master for?" Just a short moment has passed. They would not. After completing their tasks, the two engaged in conversation. As they soared towards their master's direction, before long, the two of them arrived. The junior sister had misjudged you. Your insights were remarkably accurate. Such is the nature of our master. Hu'er gazed at you, who were embracing Yimuyun, and spoke to the senior sister beside her. Chen Xuan gazed upon this scene, her frustration mounting as she stamped her foot in anger. Hu'er pointed at you with her finger. She gestured towards you from the side, the hand resting on Yimuyun's back. I believe it is not solely her fault. Do you not see that even the master is embracing her? Chen Xuan clasped her hands across her chest, seemingly indifferent. That doesn't count. My master is such an honest man, he would never take the initiative to entice a girl. Listening to her words, his brows involuntarily quivered. Is this how well you understand your teacher? Yimuyun felt an unparalleled sense of security while holding you, which has led her to realize only now that someone is approaching. Realizing that she had incurred Chen Xuan's displeasure, she hurriedly explained, "I am truly sorry. I was just so frightened. Please, allow me to embrace you once more just for a moment." Listening to Yimuyun's apology, a wave of guilt surged within Chen Xuan. In truth, she was not as furious as she pretended to be. The humility of such a contrite gesture made her feel almost inhumane. That was not my intention. Chen Xuan's heart softened. Instead, it seemed that Yimuyun had once again been deceived. Hu'er, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her forehead in exasperation. This senior sister, truly. Sister Muyun, shouldn't we be heading back? Hu'er suggested. After hearing this, Yi Muyun reluctantly released you. Indeed, my esteemed lord, let us return home. Because you held her for too long. Her lingering fragrance remains upon your chest. Upon hearing Yi Muyun mention returning home, you inquired with a hint of confusion. Are we not returning to the sect? Laughing to death. Where does he have a home now? Yi Muyun embraced your arm, lifting him into the sky. As long as the esteemed one desires, the Jade Maiden sect shall forever be your abode. Originally, this home is quite pleasant, as you ponder within your heart. Jiang Ningxuan gazed at the two individuals who were slowly departing, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "Hey, wait for me. I was merely being polite a moment ago, and you truly took my master away. You hardly regard me as an outsider at all." Jiang Ningxuan called out and swiftly gave chase. Hu'er followed closely behind her. In the blink of an eye, they all returned to the Jade Maiden sect once more. Upon arriving at the Jade Maiden sect, a disciple stationed at the gate swiftly approached to pay their respects. Noticing that only 4 individuals had returned, the disciple in charge of the gate, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Respected sect leader, where are the elders?" Yi Muyun spoke expressionlessly, commanding the continuation of a message. The 6 elders of the Jade Maiden sect have been executed by the esteemed master due to their treachery. In the future, the Jade Maiden sect shall not have the position of elders. The primary function of elders is not to govern the sect, but rather to safeguard it. Due to the protection granted by the esteemed one, the elder's existence has become superfluous. The surplus resources are perfectly devoted to the cultivation of the revered being. The female disciples, responsible for guarding the gate under Xing Ming's supervision, were momentarily taken aback, failing to respond immediately. The elders have all perished. She joined the sect merely 5 years ago. In comparison to those senior sisters who entered the sect much earlier, she is entirely unaware of the existence of the revered deity worshipped by the Jade Maiden sect. She was entirely unaware of the existence of the esteemed deity worshipped by the sect. Meanwhile, the other disciples gradually began to forget this position. Although she harbored numerous questions within her heart, she felt compelled to obey the commands of the sect leader. She showed not the slightest hint of negligence, promptly bowing and stating, "Disciple understands. I shall attend to it immediately. Esteemed master, I shall refrain from further disturbing you regarding the matter of the spiritual mind." Upon returning to the Jade Maiden sect, Yi Muyun commenced her endeavors concerning the spiritual mind. You nodded. You nodded 7 times. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Jiang Ningxuan danced and waved her hand at Yi Muyun. Goodbye, Sister Muyun. Hu'er offered a polite smile towards Yi Muyun. A farewell. The 3 of them temporarily parted ways with Yi Muyun and returned to their abode on the mountaintop. As soon as they arrived home, Jiang Ningxian stretched lazily, stifling a yawn, yearning to retreat to her chamber for a restful slumber, eager to catch up on much-needed sleep after their endeavors. As she was about to take a step forward, you grasped her by the nape of her neck. "Dear disciple, where do you think you are going? Such a splendid time, and instead of dedicating it to your cultivation, you wish to squander it on slumber?" Jiang Ningxuan offered an awkward smile. "How time flies, I nearly forgot. It has been so long since we were together. In your absence, I have grown accustomed to waking naturally from sleep, only recalling my cultivation when the thought strikes me. The remaining time must be devoted to seeking my esteemed master, despite her possessing an extraordinary talent that defies the heavens. Nevertheless, her cultivation has only reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. However, her cultivation is merely at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Although this realm is not insignificant and even ranks her among the outstanding practitioners within the prestigious Tianda, it remains insufficient for her aspirations. Not exceptional. Yet Hu'er showed no inclination to evade her cultivation. On the contrary, she expressed her enthusiasm, saying, "It would be splendid to cultivate together. It's been quite some time since I've felt this way. Master, where shall we commence?" With a single hand, you swept aside Hu'er's pink bangs, unveiling her fair and exquisite forehead. Subsequently, you placed your hand upon it, as if to gauge the progress of her cultivation over these past years. As you spoke, you delved your spiritual energy into Hu'er's body. She felt a warm current flowing within her, accompanied by a soothing and pleasant sensation. Realizing that her spiritual energy was flowing through her meridians, she could not help but gently grasp your wrist with her delicate hand. She breathed in the fragrant air, her complexion slightly flushed as she softly spoke. "Master, please take your time. The pace is too swift, I cannot endure it." Upon hearing her, the head that floated upon her forehead involuntarily trembled. The gaze directed towards Hu'er inexplicably transformed, growing somewhat bashful. "Very well. Master, please take your time." In order to avert the sight of Hu'er's alluring and enchanting beauty, you anxiously closed your eyes. Hu'er squinted her eyes as she gazed at her master, noticing the tension reflected in his eyes. The smile between her brows nearly curved into a crescent shape. "Alas, I never anticipated that my esteemed master would possess such innocence." Merely 2 sentences were exchanged, and yet she blushed profoundly. Within her heart, she pouted. Everything that just transpired was clearly intentional. In her eyes, having the opportunity to cultivate alongside her master was too precious to pass up, and she naturally sought every chance to tease him. You failed to perceive the cunning of the second disciple, yet Chen Xuan, standing nearby, discerned it with clarity. As a fellow disciple of our esteemed master, how could she possibly be oblivious to her junior sister's subtle machinations? How cunning! Chen Xuan bit her collar, jealousy almost bubbling forth. Isn't it merely a matter of uttering 2 sentences? Who cannot accomplish that? She contemplated within herself, anticipating her forthcoming display of excellence. Soon, you concluded the test. He pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin, reflecting that a solid foundation had resulted in little change over the past decade, though the purity of the spiritual energy within him was insufficient. It may also be due to the insufficient spiritual energy cultivated through your daily practices. How about this? I shall draw a gathering spirit formation for you. By replenishing your spiritual energy in this manner, your cultivation will yield greater results with half the effort. Although it has been a decade since I last saw my disciples, during the time you guided them in their cultivation, you instilled a solid foundation in each of them. Consequently, even in the absence of your assistance in their subsequent practices, they would not be burdened by any hidden ailments. However, Hu'er and Chen Xuan both possess extraordinary 6th-grade spiritual roots. One is endowed with an innate, enchanting demon body, while the other boasts the fiery, celestial physique. As if possessing the finest spiritual roots were not enough, their remarkable constitutions further amplify their innate talents. Such a level of celestial pursuit, if one lacks sufficient resources to cultivate, merely relying on the inhalation of spiritual energy from the air, is utterly inadequate. Over time, the purity of one's internal spiritual energy may diminish, adversely affecting the progress of cultivation. In truth, given the talents of the 2 individuals, they would undoubtedly receive ample offerings in any faction they chose to join, and a scarcity of resources should not arise. However, Chen Xuan is wholeheartedly searching for you, while Hu'er, in an effort to preserve her own unblemished integrity, dares not engage with outsiders. Over the years, these 2 individuals have found themselves in such dire straits, not to mention the elixirs essential for their cultivation. Even the spirit stones in their possession are exceedingly scarce. In your opinion, the unfortunate fate of the 2 disciples is entirely a consequence of your actions. Now, reunited once more, he must devise a way to restore all that his disciples have lost over the years. Come forth, for I shall inscribe the formation for you. You beckoned to the 2 disciples. Chen Xuan had fully prepared herself for the impending assessment. However, upon noticing your intention to depart, she was instantly taken aback. "Aren't you going to test Xianer?" she exclaimed, hastily rushing over to take your hand, her voice laced with a playful charm. Yet, you merely shook your head in response. Chen Xuan expressed her disappointment. "Why is that?" You shyly pressed your lips together and murmured, "I watched it last night. The residence left to you by Yi Muyun for your cultivation spans a vast area. In another part of the square, an indoor hot spring has been established. The hot spring water emanates from the convergence of spiritual energy atop the dry mountain peak. Every 6 months, it swells in abundance. Ordinary cultivators can elevate several realms simply by indulging in a single soak here. You have brought your disciples to an indoor hot spring, a treasure most precious due to the rarity of its waters. Consequently, there exists but a single pool, unsegregated by gender. The hot spring is enveloped in a delicate veil of mist, not merely ordinary steam, but rather a vibrant essence of spiritual energy, suspended in the surrounding atmosphere. You endeavored to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The concentration is commendable, yet it still falls short. Please wait a moment while I draw a spirit-gathering array. Chen Xuan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Master, are you still capable of drawing it now? If it is merely a rudimentary gathering formation, the results should be rather mediocre, wouldn't they? Your current cultivation is merely at the first level of qi refinement, a fact she is well aware of. She truly cannot fathom how you would be able to inscribe such a complex formation with such limited prowess. You broke into a smile, waving your hand gracefully in the air, as spiritual energy gradually coalesced into the intricate patterns of runes suspended in midair. This was a feat achievable only after attaining a profound understanding of the formation to the utmost degree, an art of drawing in the air with bare hands, without the aid of any magical instrument. Dare to question the esteemed master? Just wait and see. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, formation, alchemy, and swordsmanship. There is not a single skill among the 18 arts that you cannot master. Moreover, each aspect has reached a state of great accomplishment. This is also the reason why you dare to accept 9 disciples who cultivate in entirely different paths. Since the emergence of the system, it seems as though your innate talent has experienced yet another elevation. Indeed, even practitioners in the qi refinement stage are capable of crafting rudimentary spirit-gathering formations. However, a top-tier spirit-gathering formation is not something that can be mastered easily. Not only cultivators at the core formation stage, but even those at the grand completion stage would find it nearly impossible to achieve within a mere 10 to 15 days. Yet you rely on your comprehension of the formations, enhancing and refining as you sketch. Fill in your understanding of the formation. Soon, a spirit-gathering array, intricately inscribed with countless runes, gradually materializes in midair. You then press your hand downward, causing the formation to seamlessly integrate into the ground, subsequently initiating its operation. Before the naked eye, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred miles begins to converge en masse towards this location, continuously flowing in an unending stream. Chen Xuan gazed in astonishment at the hot spring water before her, which gradually transformed into a viscous spiritual liquid. Master, you are truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, you smiled with a sense of pride. Of course. Yet, before long, that pride was abruptly overshadowed as darkness suddenly enveloped your vision. Suddenly, he fell backward. Hu'er was taken aback by the sight and quickly rushed to support her master from behind. Your earlier arrogance has vanished without a trace. It seems that the spiritual energy expended for the formation was excessive, leading to exhaustion. Indeed, the cultivation at the first level of qi refinement is somewhat challenging. I am fine, you may continue your practice. I shall take my leave for a moment. As I spoke, I began to rise and depart. Hu'er hurriedly embraced you from behind. Master, the reason you have become like this is to facilitate our cultivation. Now that you too have exhausted your spiritual energy, let us remain together and cultivate side by side. Stay and cultivate together. This is a hot spring. Bathing as a form of cultivation requires shedding one's garments. As this thought crossed your mind, you could not help but envision the scene of soaking in the bath alongside 2 exquisite disciples, your face flushed, akin to a progress bar, suddenly turning a vibrant shade of red. Stepping upon it has caused it to turn crimson. You gestured dismissively at the cabinet. How can this be acceptable? It is exceedingly inconvenient. Upon seeing her master in such a reserved demeanor, Hu'er felt an overwhelming sense of affection, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She leaned in close, whispering softly in your ear, her voice laced with allure. There is nothing inconvenient about this after all. We are still clothed. Hu'er exudes an enchanting fragrance that captivates the senses, possessing an innate allure that uniquely attracts the opposite sex. Even if she merely stands there, doing nothing at all, countless admirers of the opposite sex will be captivated by her presence. At present, she is actively unleashing her alluring charms upon a member of the opposite sex. The potency of her seduction seems to have multiplied exponentially. Even someone as formidable as yourself finds it difficult to remain composed. How unfortunate! The beguiling aura emanating from the second disciple is extraordinarily potent. Is it due to the depletion of spiritual energy within me that I am unable to resist? If this continues, trouble will surely ensue. Indeed, it is imperative to promptly replenish one's spiritual energy. If everyone is clad in garments, there should be no cause for concern, should there? You pondered within your heart. Only then did he turn his head. Very well, I shall accompany you for a while. Once my spiritual energy is restored, I will take my leave. You arrive at the edge of the hot spring, gently lifting a small amount of water with your hand. The water swiftly evaporates upon your fingertips, and an abundance of spiritual energy surges fervently into your being. The concentration is commendable. Please do enter quickly. The finest opportunity for cultivation should undoubtedly be bestowed upon the disciples. You chose not to be the first to enter the hot spring pool for your practice, but rather intended to allow the disciples to go first. Yet, as you lifted your gaze toward your two disciples, you were met with a scene that was utterly astonishing. The delicate pink chiffon dress adorning Hu'er upper body gracefully slipped down her fair shoulders, revealing the cool undergarment she wore beneath. Her enchanting figure was now tantalizingly obscured, captivatingly elusive. You could no longer contain yourself. A sudden warmth surged through your nasal passages as a rush of fervor enveloped you. With a quiver in your voice, you gasped in disbelief. Did you not say you would not disrobe? Hu'er approached the edge of the pool, her delicate, fair feet dancing upon the water's surface, sending droplets cascading. She feigned an explanation. I am still wearing New York after all. She speaks those words, yet her heart harbors an entirely different sentiment. The master has been deceived into entering. Do you wish to escape? Ultimately, it is she who holds the authority. I find her words to be quite reasonable. I simply turn my head away, indulging in a leisurely practice of self-cultivation. Chen Xuan stood beside the water pool, gazing at her junior sister's intricately woven schemes, utterly astounded. Goodness, you truly do not regard your master as a stranger. I shudder to think what you might do in my absence. The sullen fox. Know your limits, she admonished. Chen Xuan gazed at her teasing master, jealously directing her ire towards her junior sister. Hu'er was not only unperturbed by the insinuation of being a vixen, but instead, she took pride in it, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands and responding with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Xuan, who has sung your praises? This cannot continue. If this goes on, the master will belong to her. I must take action. This is what she contemplated. Realizing that she could never surpass her junior apprentice, she reluctantly chose to take an alternate path. If she could not defeat her, she would instead join her. Chen Xuan untied the belt around her waist with a graceful motion and then plunged directly into the water. Subsequently, she embraced her master's right hand. In my childhood, it was you who assisted me with my baths. The disciple reflects. You sit idly, your gaze steady, your posture upright, with a visage reminiscent of a monk. Upon reaching adulthood, one must learn to be self-sufficient. Hu'er extended a hand before her master, fidgeting slightly as she spoke. The hands of the disciple are exquisitely soft, nurtured by your care. Do you not wish to caress them? You responded with calm composure. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. As a man, I possess a certain level of self-discipline. Such temptations are utterly powerless to hinder my pursuit of mastery. The master has completed the restoration of his cultivation. You urge them to continue their practice. Subsequently, you rose immediately, dragging your damp garments, and exited. The two women called out reluctantly, Chen Xuan, are you leaving already? Hu'er, master, wait a moment. Listening to the pleading voices of the two enchanting ladies, you feign indifference and walk directly to the door, subsequently leaning against it with your back. As soon as he stepped outside, the long simmering malevolence at the tip of his nose erupted forth in an instant. It was merely a jest he had been feigning moments ago. These two disciples truly are a source of constant concern. You pouted, using your spiritual energy to cleanse the blood from your nose. Subsequently, you made your way to the square. Beneath a tree at the edge of the square stood a wooden bench. In order to await the emergence of your disciples, and finding yourself with nothing to occupy your time, you took a seat upon it, relishing the cool breeze wafting beneath the tree. Only then did you feel significantly more at peace. His thoughts gradually became clearer regarding the matter involving Ganta and Jiang Xuan. He had originally intended to confess to his second disciple early on. After all, he must take responsibility for his actions towards Jiang Xuan. However, Jiang Xuan interrupted him at that moment, preventing him from expressing his thoughts. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to inquire privately with Jiang Xuan about her true perceptions of him. Does she regard him as a master or as a companion? As for Hu'er's feelings towards him, he dared not draw any hasty conclusions, for after all, this girl had never been straightforward since childhood. When Hu'er was still a child, perhaps due to being slightly older than her fellow disciples, she often took delight in mischievously stealing their undergarments and scattering them about. Each time, it leaves you blushing with embarrassment. Hu'er is delighted. Now that we have grown up, we no longer steal lingerie, but have resorted to other means. This is precisely why you cannot fathom whether Hu'er is merely toying with herself or if there lies a deeper significance. Regardless of Hu'er's thoughts, as her master, he should not take the initiative to impose actions upon her. This ought to be the fundamental boundary for a mentor. It is not appropriate to be both a participant and an observer. As you ponder this, time gradually slips away. Uncertain of how much longer the disciple will remain absent, he sits here, slowly succumbing to slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, faint sounds of chatter emanated from the direction of the bathroom. It was Jiang Xuan and Hu'er who emerged from within. Jiang Xuan, perhaps owing to the nurturing of the spiritual liquid, appeared resplendent, having remarkably transcended through 7 realms in succession, ultimately attaining the 8th level of the 7th golden core stage. Soaking in a bath truly is an exquisite pleasure. If only I could indulge in this daily, Hu'er remarked with a hint of irritation. Your thoughts are indeed beautiful. The spirit-gathering array absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy, requiring an extensive amount of time for replenishment. Furthermore, do not be deceived by the seemingly effortless manner in which the master draws the formations. In truth, such a meticulously crafted formation demands considerable mental fortitude. You did not even mention reserving some spiritual liquid for our esteemed master. It has all been consumed. In a vast expanse of a grand pond, the ethereal essence contained within has been entirely absorbed by 2 individuals. Even though the spiritual energy required for their cultivation is exceedingly substantial, they have nonetheless transcended multiple realms. Hu'er has also reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul realm. Jiang Xuan expressed her dissatisfaction towards Hu'er. How dare you speak to me like that? Was it not you who frightened master away? And wearing such revealing lingerie, one wonders who it is intended for. She concluded her remark with a tone laced with disdain. Hu'er, equally unyielding, asserts her position. You too are not to be underestimated. You have certainly seized every advantage available to you. Master, your disciple lacks the knowledge of bathing. Please impart this wisdom to me. She mimicked Jiang Xuan's tone in retort. The atmosphere between the two instantly became charged with tension. At that moment, Jiang Xuan suddenly pointed to the base of a tree and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. What do you see there?" A wild master resting upon a chair. What a peculiar description. The master has yet to succumb to slumber. Though he remains in a state of wakefulness, his eyes remain closed, as he wishes to witness the intriguing antics his disciples may conjure. Chapter 28. Teaching Disciples in Cultivation. News of the 3rd disciple. Jiang Xuan noticed her master was still asleep and hurriedly approached his side. She then pressed her soft lips against his cheek. Hu'er exclaimed, "What boldness is this? I want to join." Saying this, she too placed her delicate lips on the other side of their master's cheek. Chen Xuanyi found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Had he foreseen this, he would not have feigned sleep. Now, he was caught in a dilemma of whether to awaken or remain still. After Jiang Xuan had her fill of kisses, she stood up and whispered to Hu'er, "Yaya, let us engage in that little game." Hu'er, puzzled, asked which game. Realizing her forgetfulness, Jiang Xuan reminded her, "Do you not recall? When we were little, you stole our master's underwear while he was asleep." Hu'er wrinkled her nose in disdain and retorted, "How can you accuse me? Did you not draw a turtle on our master's face?" Chen Xuanyi interjected, "So it was you who drew that turtle." Though Hu'er initially rejected Jiang Xuan's playful suggestion, she pondered, perhaps it is time to try something new after growing weary of our previous games. With that, She produced a set of lipstick and applied it to her lips. Let us leave 2 lip prints on our master's face and claim it was Yi Muyun who did it. Let us see how he reacts. Chen Xuanyi cautioned. Do not go too far. I cannot afford to sleep any longer. If I do, something disastrous may occur. With this thought, he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, Hu'er's exquisitely beautiful face was mere inches from his own, her enticing red lips poised to make contact. Upon realizing her master had awakened, Hu'er froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Chen Xuanyi awkwardly said, "Have you 2 completed your cultivation?" The 2 disciples replied in unison, "Yes, master." Chen Xuan sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared that cultivation was about to commence. Stretching her limbs, she turned to head back to her room. "Oh dear. After my bath, I simply wished for a lovely nap." Chen Xuanyi's voice turned stern. "Come back." Chen Xuan, with a sorrowful expression, halted her escape. Chen Xuanyi continued, "For the remainder of our time together, I shall instruct you in cultivation techniques, beginning with you, Xianer. Please demonstrate the great sun flame fist for me." With a reluctant sigh, Chen Xuan acquiesced to her master's command. Moving to the center of the square, she began to channel her spiritual energy, flames erupting around her. Amidst the blazing fire, her crimson hair appeared even more formidable, her demeanor radiating an air of gallant confidence. She concentrated the flames above her clenched fists, gradually transforming the fire into a serpentine dragon that coiled around her arms and shoulders. This was the Sunfire Fist, the Flame Dragon, the Crimson Blaze, all under her command. Upon reaching the pinnacle of her power, she struck the ground with a punch, scorching the surface into a pitch-black expanse. After unleashing her skill, she placed her hands on her hips and gazed at her master, a look of pride evident on her face. "Master, what do you think?" Although Chen Xuanyi was still at a nascent stage in his cultivation, he possessed an in-depth understanding of each technique. His theoretical knowledge was impeccable, enabling him to impart wisdom to his disciples with ease. While the power was commendable, the flow of spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, and her posture required refinement. "Allow me to offer some guidance," he said, approaching Chen Xuan to elucidate her areas for improvement. Despite her tendency to be lazy, Chen Xuan was capable of focusing on the essentials during serious training sessions. As she absorbed her master's teachings, she quickly grasped the nuances of the technique. After providing her with instruction, Chen Xuanyi turned his attention to Hu'er. The ribbon was an ideal weapon for women, as it allowed them to maximize their inherent grace and agility. "Your physique is perfectly suited for it," he noted. Hu'er interjected, "Master, you haven't explored this area. It possesses even greater resilience." Chen Xuanyi's face flushed. "Please, maintain decorum. The Thousand Threads technique emphasizes the utilization of demonic energy, so pay close attention." Though demons could also harness and absorb spiritual energy, once it entered their bodies, it transformed into a different form of energy known as demonic power or demonic aura. This energy was significantly more formidable and aggressive than spiritual energy, yet it lacked some of the unpredictable qualities of the latter. In combat, demons excelled, but they were somewhat deficient in alchemy and formations. Each type of demon possessed unique innate abilities. Hu'er's fox demon power was not only alluring but also possessed a potent corrosive effect. Any wound tainted by the fox demon's energy would fester and potentially prove fatal. Akin to a venom, mastery of demonic aura could substantially enhance one's strength. Chen Xuanyi diligently instructed both disciples as time swiftly passed. Before long, both Chen Xuan and Hu'er advanced from the basics of their respective techniques to a level of small mastery. They practiced diligently until the afternoon when a female voice echoed from outside the estate. "Master, I seek an audience." It was the voice of Yi Muyun. Upon hearing her arrival, Chen Xuanyi allowed his disciples to take a break. "Come in," he called out. Yi Muyun, clad in azure robes, gracefully descended before him. "Master, the transition of the spiritual mind operations of the 3 major sects has been completed without a hitch. We have prepared the spiritual minds for your reverence in the council hall, providing a perfect opportunity for the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect to become acquainted with you. Additionally, we have discovered news regarding your 3rd disciple. Would you care to hear it?" Chen Xuanyi listened quietly, initially devoid of any emotional fluctuations. After all, having slain the leaders of the 3 major sects, the remaining individuals dared not stir the waters. However, upon hearing news of the 3rd disciple, he immediately rose from his seat. "News of the 3rd disciple?" Chapter 29, I protest. How could one possibly neglect the esteemed presence of the Honorable One? Have you located the whereabouts of Su Danru? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Su Danru was the name of his third disciple. Yi Muyun nodded in response. Indeed. The disciple has just relayed the news, and I hastened here at the earliest opportunity. I humbly request the Honorable One to proceed to the council hall to hear the report from the messenger disciple regarding the specific circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan did not delay. He immediately instructed his two disciples, Hu'er and Yi, let us depart. The two women also wore expressions of surprise and quickly ascended into the air alongside their master. The council hall was not far from the mountaintop, and soon everyone arrived. Inside the council hall, the seats once occupied by the elders had been dismantled, leaving the space filled with disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, who were engaged in puzzled discussions while waiting. Why have we been summoned by the sect master? I'm not sure. Gathering everyone must indicate some significant matter to discuss. Have you heard? There is a man residing atop our Jade Maiden sect's mountain. What? Such a thing exists. Nonsense. It is said that he is the Honorable One. The disciples evidently had no understanding of the reason for their summons, and even regarding the Honorable One, only a few were aware, with some expressing astonishment and discontent. Before long, the doors of the council hall swung open. The Honorable One, please. Yi Muyun gestured for Chen Xuan to enter. Chen Xuan, preoccupied with thoughts of his third disciple, wasted no time in seeking clarity. Upon reaching the innermost part of the council hall, Yi Muyun invited him to take the seat of honor. She then produced a storage ring, presenting it to Chen Xuan with both hands. Honorable One, within this ring are 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, all collected from the three major sections. Chen Xuan accepted it, discovering the ring densely packed with spirit stones. These stones were sufficient for her to break through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Just as he put the ring on and was about to inquire about his third disciple's news, Yi Muyun produced another ring. Honorable One, this contains 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, also acquired from our efforts. Please accept it. Chen Xuan took it again and adorned himself with it. Only to have Yi Muyun add, there are also 500 high-grade spirit stones, all yours, Honorable One. These were taken from the bodies of the elder you defeated in the transformation stage. Additionally, I have purchased a breakthrough pill for you, and there is this. In an instant, Yi Muyun seemed to transform into a grand repository, eagerly pouring forth treasures. Amidst the shower of gifts, she wore an exceptionally radiant smile. Hee. All the good things are for the Honorable One. The Honorable One will surely regard her with newfound admiration. It was akin to witnessing a beloved savor the delicacies one has prepared. Before long, Chen Xuan found himself nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures filling his arms. Here it all is, Honorable One. Having delivered all the gifts, Yi Muyun joyfully embraced Chen Xuanyi's hand, resting her cheek against it. To her, bestowing treasures upon the esteemed one was the epitome of happiness. Chen Xuanyi, cradling a collection of precious items, felt a warm glow in his heart and arms. Yi Muyun genuinely cared for him, evoking a sense of delightful astonishment within him. However, noticing the incredulous expressions of the disciples before him, he promptly cleared his throat as a subtle reminder. Upon hearing the esteemed one's cue, Yi Muyun became aware of the gaze of the entire sect upon her. Blushing with shyness, she straightened her posture, striving to reclaim the dignity of her position as the sect leader. The disciples, witnessing this scene, erupted into fervent discussions. Is this person truly the partner of our sect leader? Such kindness from the leader. Even the leader himself would hesitate to use these treasures. They exclaimed, our leader has clearly been moved. Even a fool can see that. Amidst the rising chatter, a loud voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Sect leader, how can you allow a man to sit in the seat of our Jade Maiden sect? A disciple had the audacity to openly question the leader, drawing the attention of all to her. This disciple, Chen Xuan, was well known among the sect's members, being an exceptionally talented senior sister who had achieved the 4th level of the Golden Core stage at a young age and held considerable esteem among her peers. Chen Xuan continued, the Jade Maiden sect has always been female-led. The leader's open defiance of this rule is unacceptable. Moreover, before she could finish, Chen Xuanyi tossed an item in her direction. Instinctively, she caught it, discovering it to be a high-quality spirit stone of exceptional grade. Even a disciple of her caliber might not acquire such a stone in a year. And yet, such significant matters were not communicated to us in advance for a proper reception. Is this not an affront to the esteemed one? She charged. Other disciples, hearing her words, were momentarily taken aback. What an unexpected turn of phrase. How can you be so easily swayed by a spirit stone? They murmured in disbelief. Witnessing the unfolding scenario, another disciple quickly voiced, "Sect leader, I protest. The resources at the peak of Jade Maiden sect are the most abundant, and you would cede them to a man? This is too much." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xuanyi tossed another high-quality spirit stone. This is truly neglecting the esteemed one. How can the esteemed one and the disciples reside without servants to attend to them? I propose that we serve the esteemed one day and night at the peak, exclaimed another disciple, leaving the rest in stunned silence. With the speed at which Chen Xuanyi dispensed spirit stones, the atmosphere became electric with excitement. Those with something to say and those without began to express their protests in their own ways. Observing the lively disciples, Chen Xuanyi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He waved gently at his disciples and said, "Do not rush. Each person has their own share. In the future, I will rely on everyone's care." Chen Xuanyi's amiability towards his disciples was largely due to the invaluable information he had received regarding his second and third disciples, which he owed to them. To Chen Xuanyi, the news of his disciples was a treasure beyond measure. He was a man who valued gratitude and reciprocity, and regardless of the vast differences in status, he would not neglect anyone who worked for him. Therefore, he seized the opportunity today to bestow rewards upon each disciple. In the future, when he entrusted them with the task of locating the whereabouts of other disciples, they would undoubtedly exert themselves even more. Naturally, he regarded these young ladies as endearing juniors and could not possibly allow trivial matters to incite anger. Yi Muyun had initially prepared herself to witness the punishment of disobedient disciples by the esteemed one. After all, the esteemed one would be residing here, and the disciples must show him the utmost respect. However, to her surprise, the anticipated turbulence did not materialize. Instead, the esteemed one interacted harmoniously with the disciples. Indeed, the esteemed one would forever remain a figure of distinction, an enigma whose methods she could never comprehend. How fortunate it was that the man she served was so exceptional. No, the man she served. Chapter 30. Discovering the whereabouts of the third disciple. Departing for the capital of the southern town after successfully managing the disciples of the Yunhu sect, Chen Xuan hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of his third disciple. "What news do we have regarding Su Danru?" Upon hearing the subject turn serious, Yi Muyin gestured for Qian Rongrong to step forward, seemingly the one who had discovered the whereabouts of the third disciple. With a cheerful smile, Qian Rongrong approached, cradling the high-grade spirit stones that Chen Xuan had gifted her. Clearly enamored, returning to the esteemed master. "I recently traveled to the capital of the southern town for training and coincidentally learned that the Danding Pavilion is hosting an alchemy conference. Having a slight interest in alchemy, I went to investigate and found Su Danru's name on the registration list. I hurried back to report this as soon as I discovered it. So, it was merely the sight of her name." Chen Xuan listened to her report, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. It is inevitable for individuals to share names in this world. Relying solely on a name is not definitive. However, if her name was indeed seen at the alchemy conference, the credibility of this information is considerably higher. After all, his third disciple is a remarkably talented alchemist, and it is entirely plausible that she would be present at such an event. "That is excellent news. I appreciate your efforts." Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Qian Rongrong made no move to leave, raising her hands above her head with a fawning expression. It was no trouble at all, not at all. Seeing her antics, Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle, tossing her another medium-grade spirit stone. This girl certainly has a penchant for wealth. After receiving the spirit stone, Qian Rongrong examined it and murmured softly, "Just a medium-grade spirit stone. Still quite good, heh." As she spoke, she playfully bit the stone as if it were a silver ingot. Having learned the whereabouts of his third disciple, Chen Xuan felt no desire to delay further and decided to set off immediately. "I shall take my leave now. Once I locate my third disciple, I will bring her back with me." Seeing the esteemed master prepare to depart, Yi Muyun quickly expressed her concern, "Allow me to accompany you." Chen Xuan shook his head in response. "There is no need. You are responsible for managing the mineral veins of the three major sects, and I am certain you have ample work to attend to. This time, I shall go with Xin'er and Yi." Having spent most of her time with Chen Xuan recently, Yi Muyun felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting. "In the mortal cities, I suppose you are not accustomed to visiting them frequently, esteemed master. I have a map for you. Please keep it safe." Previously, whenever Chen Xuan needed to reach a mortal city, he was always invited by someone. with divine beasts guiding the way, or he could simply leap there with ease. Now, relying on himself to navigate, even if he could fly, would pose some difficulties without familiar routes. It must be said that Yi Muyun's considerations were indeed meticulous, always thinking of him. Very well, as expected of you. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Shinner, Yi, let us depart at once. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan joyfully embraced her companion Hu'er. At last, we shall meet Sister Su. It has been far too long since I savored the sweet beans she provided. In her childhood, Chen Xuanyi presented Chen Xuan with a breakthrough elixir, which she found distasteful and would sometimes secretly spit out. This breakthrough elixir was a treasure of immense value in the outside world. One can only imagine the thoughts of those from humble backgrounds upon witnessing it. To ensure Chen Xuan would consume the elixir quietly, Chen Xuanyi frequently requested Su Danru to sweeten it, transforming it into a candy-like shape to deceive Chen Xuan into taking it. Meanwhile, Hu Yao, holding her rambunctious senior sister, politely bid farewell to Yi Muyun. Sister Muyun, farewell. As she spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the council hall. Yi Muyun gazed longingly at the retreating figure of the esteemed elder, her reluctance evident. Esteemed elder, please return soon. Stay safe, she called out anxiously to the soaring Chen Xuanyi. In response, Chen Xuanyi waved back from the air. The disciples, observing the sect leader's distracted demeanor, could not help but comment, the sect leader is so smitten. I wonder if he can win over the esteemed elder. Have you noticed? I think the sect leader's infatuation is rather handsome. Indeed, Yi Muyun continued to watch Chen Xuanyi until his figure vanished from sight, after which she regained her composure. Turning to the disciples, she reprimanded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Get back to your training. Each of you must break through at least 3 minor realms this year. Any shortfall will be dealt with according to sect rules." Upon hearing this, the disciples' spirits plummeted, their faces filled with despair and their legs trembling. They were well aware of the sect leader's strict adherence to rules. Failure to meet expectations would indeed result in punishment. However, given that the Yunnu sect monopolized the spiritual or resources of the 3 major sects and had expelled all elders, the distribution of the remaining spiritual stones to the disciples made the goal of breaking through 3 minor realms within a year not entirely impossible. Although the disciples grumbled outwardly, inwardly they were all grateful to their sole esteemed elder. Chen Xuanyi and his 2 companions set forth on their journey to the southern town royal capital, a trip that would take approximately a day. The southern town royal capital is the most prosperous city in the southern region of Danxiu continent, home to the southern town king. The royal residence is a palace constructed to the specifications of the Danxiu imperial palace, with every building within the complex gleaming with opulence. It is astounding to contemplate how many resources were expended by the southern populace to erect such a magnificent palace. Within a certain room of the royal residence, the decor exuded an antique charm. Elegant screens surrounded the space, and the graceful sound of a guzheng reverberated throughout. At the center of the room stood a colossal golden alchemical furnace, emitting billowing steam. Typically, operating such a high-level furnace would require dozens of alchemists. However, at this moment, only a young woman in white sat cross-legged before it, her hands raised as she utilized her spiritual energy to control the furnace's operation. Chapter 31. The Purple-Haired Maiden. Su Danru. This young lady possesses a cascade of silken, lustrous purple hair that flows like a blooming violet, exuding grace and beauty. Her features are exquisite, with captivating eyes that shimmer like misted glass, contrasting sharply with the half-rimmed glasses perched upon her elegantly sculpted nose. Her tall and statuesque figure is complemented by a natural poise, and though her visage bears the innocence of youth, there is an air of solemnity in her expression, reminiscent of an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. This serene beauty evokes a profound admiration. The purple-haired maiden is none other than Su Danru, the 3rd disciple of Chen Xuanyi. At this moment, she is wholly engrossed in the alchemical process. Soon, the lid of the alchemical furnace is lifted by a gentle, ethereal breeze, releasing a fragrant aroma that envelopes the space. 2 steaming 5th-grade blood vitality pills soar out and land gracefully in a box beside her. As the alchemical endeavor concludes, applause resonates from behind a nearby screen, and a portly middle-aged man emerges, a smile illuminating his face. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You are indeed the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in all of Danxiu, capable of crafting 2 5th-grade blood vitality pills within such a brief span, he praises. I shudder to think of the heights you will achieve in a few years. Despite the man's attempts to project a genial demeanor, an undeniable aura of authority emanates from him. For this man is none other than the reigning king of Southern Town, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the fifth layer of the Great Ascension stage. Wielding immense power, ordinary folk would have long since knelt in reverence upon encountering the king, yet Su Danru remained seated, casting him but a fleeting glance, silent and composed. Even when confronted with the disdain of a junior at the Golden Course stage, the king displays no sign of displeasure as he approaches her, a sycophantic smile upon his lips. "Have you been comfortable residing here these past few days?" he inquires. Su Danru replies coldly, "Not comfortable. I wish to leave." The king feigns concern, extending a hand towards hers, only to have her withdraw. "A talent like yours is far too precious to risk in the outside world. I do not intend to keep you against your will. My primary concern is for your safety. It would be far better for you to remain here and assist me in alchemy. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." Such seemingly solicitous words mask the reality of her confinement. Alchemists are ranked from 1 to 10, with the 10th grade being the highest and the first the lowest. And the quality of the elixirs produced reflects this hierarchy. In Sangzhou, 5th grade alchemists are not particularly rare. However, the pills crafted by Su Danru are exceptional, each imbued with astonishing capabilities. For instance, when a practitioner at the Golden Core stage seeks to advance, they must consume a specific breakthrough pill. Using a foundational pill would yield no results. Yet, the foundational breakthrough pills she concocts are effective even for Golden Core practitioners. This signifies that she can utilize simpler materials to create extraordinary elixirs, be they breakthrough pills, blood vitality pills that enhance strength, or potent restorative elixirs, all of which exhibit remarkable efficacy. It is no exaggeration to say that her concocted elixirs could rival those of a 7th grade alchemist, perhaps even surpassing them. "Should I participate in tomorrow's alchemy conference, I shall contemplate it," Su Danru responded coolly. The prince of Southern Town nodded with a smile, though his mind was calculating other matters. "This is naturally no issue. I have already registered you. Since you are unwilling to assist me, I shall not insist. After such prolonged alchemical endeavors, you must be parched. Bring forth the finest tea." With a clap of his hands, a maid swiftly approached, bearing a teapot, pouring a cup for both of them. The prince took a sip first, then quietly regarded Su Danru, gesturing for her to drink. A mere glance at the liquid in the cup revealed its lethal nature to her. As an innate Yuan Chu divine body, she could commune with the cosmos, merging with the laws and discerning the pharmacology of the world. Having grown up under the guidance of her master, she was well versed in all toxins. The poison in this cup, while not fatal, was insidious. Known as the bewitching powder, prolonged consumption would lead one to lose their reason, ultimately becoming a puppet to the poisoner. This explained why it was deemed highly toxic despite not endangering one's life. Losing autonomy over one's own body, compelled to act against one's will, was far more terrifying than any lethal poison. She perceived not only the poison in the cup but also the incense wafting throughout the room, laced with the same toxin. Fortunately, her unique constitution allowed her to identify poisons and afforded her immunity to them. However, over time, she could not escape its detrimental effects. The prince of Southern Town smiled at Su Danru, an insidious glimmer unconsciously revealing itself at the corners of his mouth. Aware that she had no choice, she reluctantly consumed the tea. As the prince observed her drink, he picked up the 2 elixirs she had just crafted, finally rising to depart. "I shall not intrude any further. I look forward to your performance at tomorrow's alchemy conference." With that, the prince exited. The moment he pushed the door open, his affable smile vanished entirely. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. "Once I seize control of your body, let us see how cool and composed you remain. At that point, it will be far more than mere alchemy for me." Inside the room, Su Danru, seeing the prince leave, hastily clutched her throat, retching violently toward the ground. She managed to expel some of the tea. Her appearance was quite disheveled, cold sweat trickling down her delicate face, her hair in disarray against her beautiful forehead. Trembling, she held tightly to a mid-grade chi blood pill concealed within her sleeve. It turned out she had not only crafted 2 chi blood pills but had hidden a third. Perhaps due to overwhelming longing, she clutched the pill in her hand, murmuring to herself, "This one is for my master. No one shall take it. Master, I yearn for you dearly. All I wish is to refine elixirs for you. After much effort, I finally discovered your whereabouts, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. Alas, master, I fear I may never see you again." Just as tears threatened to spill from my eyes, illusions begin to cloud my vision. I have ingested far too many toxins these past days. Even someone as resilient as I am nearing my limit. Were it not for the unwavering belief in my heart, I would have succumbed long ago. This means I must not abandon my faith, nor allow myself to envision the horrors that may unfold, and certainly, I cannot afford the luxury of tears. I will surely find my master. I must. Then, I shall live alongside you, cultivate together, and share each day in harmony. I wonder if my master appreciates the person I have become. If so, we could. Master, tomorrow marks the alchemy conference. I will not give up. In my heart, I fantasize about the life I will share with you upon our reunion, seeking to alleviate the pressure within. I have been confined by the Prince of Southern Town for over a week, during which I have attempted to escape. Yet, the guards outside are cultivators of the fifth realm of the Golden Core stage. Despite my talent in alchemy, I would struggle to contend with even one in battle. Though my attempts at escape have repeatedly failed, my naturally calm and rational disposition has led me to devise a new plan. Tomorrow's alchemy conference presents my sole opportunity for escape. Chapter 32. The Alchemy Conference Master. We are approaching the capital of the Southern King, Chen Xuan remarked. Examining the map given by Yi Muyun, it appears the alchemy conference is being held at the Danding Pavilion, which should be right here. The grandeur of the Southern King's capital was overwhelming. From above, it stretched endlessly, far surpassing the previously visited Tianshui city. Wait a moment, Hu Yaoyao interjected, taking the map from her senior sister and flipping it over. Sister, you've got it upside down again. This is the 6th time you've made a mistake on this journey. Chen Xuan stuck out her little pink tongue and playfully shook Master S' hand. Oh, come now. Let us not fuss over trivial matters. We've arrived, haven't we? Master, let us hurry. I am eager to see junior sister Su. Chen Xuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Although it was a bit of a detour, we've made it. Let us go. I wonder how our third disciple is faring. The day's travel sparked a significant concern in his mind. Lacking cultivation, relying solely on flight had left him somewhat fatigued. He contemplated the necessity of acquiring a divine beast mount. With these thoughts, the group soared toward the Danding Pavilion. The Danding Pavilion was a towering structure, reaching several hundred meters into the sky, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens. This was no mere metaphor. In the southern region of Zhangzhou, the Danding Pavilion was renowned for its substantial economic contributions. It attracted not only masters from Zhangzhou, but also talented alchemists from distant continents, making it a sacred place in the hearts of countless alchemists. At this moment, alchemists were entering the Danding Pavilion in a steady stream. Two young men were chatting jovially as they approached the main entrance. Soon after, a young woman dressed in the pavilion's uniform approached them, bowing politely. Young masters, may I kindly ask you to present your invitation letters? The two young men frowned, clearly offended by the request. What did you say? Are you asking us for an invitation? Are you new here? Do you not know who we are? The woman appeared somewhat flustered but maintained her composure. Young masters, this is the regulation. If we allow entry without checking the invitation, we will face penalties. The two young men waved their hands with impatience, as if they feared becoming the subject of ridicule. Begone, go somewhere cooler. Do you know who stands beside me? Master Yi, the esteemed 7th-grade alchemist and direct disciple of Master He. I am Hong Yunfei, a 6th-grade alchemist and direct disciple of Master Hong. How dare you impede our passage? Before he could finish, a middle-aged man responsible for the pavilion's affairs approached, hearing the commotion. He quickly smiled at the two young men, saying, Young Master Yi. Young Master Hong, this young lady is new and unaware of the protocols, so please excuse her audacity. As she spoke, the steward, a middle-aged man, struck the young woman across the face with a resounding slap. You inconsiderate fool, Xiao Qing quickly apologized to the two young masters. The woman's name was Xiao Qing. She covered her reddened cheek and hurriedly bowed her head in contrition. It was the steward who had summoned her to the front to receive the invitation, and also the one who had struck her. Deep down, she understood that her only offense was rejecting the steward's unwelcome advances, which had led to her unjust treatment. Yet in this world, power reigned supreme. As a frail woman, what could she do? The two young men, Yi Lingyun and Hong Yunfei, felt somewhat appeased by Xiao Qing's apology and prepared to turn away. After only a few steps, Hong Yunfei noticed Yi Lingyun lagging behind and asked in confusion, Brother, are you still aggrieved? Would you like me to give that girl a few more slaps on your behalf? He assumed that Yi Lingyun was simply upset with Xiao Qing and intended to teach her a lesson. Startled, Xiao Qing fell to the ground in fright and quickly retreated. Fortunately, Yi Lingyun's gaze was not fixed on her, but rather on a distant point in the sky. In a trance-like state, he murmured, "Is it possible for such a stunning beauty to exist in this world?" At that moment, Chen Xuanyi descended from the heavens, accompanied by 2 disciples. Yi Lingyun's attention was drawn to Hu'er, who followed closely behind Chen Xuanyi. Seeing someone approach, Xiaoqing dared not be negligent. She hastily scrambled to her feet and bowed to Chen Xuanyi as he arrived. "Are you here to attend the alchemy conference, young master?" Chen Xuanyi nodded. "Indeed." After speaking, he suddenly recalled something and asked uncertainly, "You wouldn't happen to need an invitation, would you?" In the past, Chen Xuanyi had always been accompanied by someone responsible for his reception and itinerary, so he had never dealt with invitations. Now that he frequently traversed the mortal realm, such formalities had become rather burdensome. Upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's words, Xiaoqing's heart sank. It seemed yet another young master was upset over the invitation, and she feared he would intentionally make her life difficult. In her eyes, receiving a slap from the steward was trivial compared to the wrath of a powerful young noble. Even her life could be at stake. Though trembling with fear inside, she maintained her composure and replied, "Yes, I do require it. I kindly ask you to present the invitation, young master." Chen Xuanyi realized he did not have it on him and thought that perhaps Yu Muqing had entrusted it to his 2 disciples. He glanced at them. Jiang Ningxuan, noticing her master's gaze, quickly shook her head. "I didn't bring it either." Hu'er similarly nodded in agreement. Did Yu Muqing not prepare it?" Chen Xuanyi pondered. Logically, for a major sect like the Yunus sect, obtaining an invitation to the alchemy conference should not have been difficult. Yi Muqing, with her meticulous nature, surely should have considered this. At that moment, within the Yunus sect, Yi Muqing, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes as if recalling something. "The invitation to the alchemy conference has been placed within the first ring for the esteemed one, who should surely be aware of it. However, I, unfortunately, did not bring the invitation. May I inquire as to how one might obtain such a document?" Chen Xuan smiled awkwardly and politely asked Xiaoqing. His purpose for attending the alchemy conference was markedly different from his previous attendance at the Lord's wedding. One was a quest for conflict, while the other was a search for a person. Thus he had no intention of making things difficult for an ordinary individual. The youthful, breezy smile of the young man was remarkably infectious, leaving even Xiaoqing, who had hosted numerous talented youths, utterly astounded. Although Chen Xuan's inquiry might have seemed rather naive to others, Xiaoqing exhibited no signs of impatience and slowly explained. Any 6th-grade alchemist or a disciple from a prestigious lineage can obtain an invitation. Upon learning that there was a way to acquire the invitation, Chen Xuan ceased his distress, breaking into a hearty smile as he proclaimed, "Very well. I shall concoct a 7th-grade elixir right here on the spot." The simplest means to attain certification as an alchemist is to present one's own crafted elixir, which will earn a certificate issued by the Alchemist Guild. However, Chen Xuan's seemingly casual remark stirred an uproar among the onlookers. Xiaoqing, in charge of hospitality, was taken aback and incredulously asked, "You mean, right here, on the spot? Young master, are you serious?" It is important to note that only a handful within the Alchemist Guild can produce 7th-grade elixirs, while the ability to create 8th-grade elixirs is reserved solely for the guild master. Both 7th and 8th-grade concoctions require extensive preparation, often taking days and nights of toil before one dares to ignite the furnace. To assert one could do so on sight, who would believe such a claim? Ha ha! Who is this fool who dares to stand before the sacred ground of alchemists and speak such boastful words? The one who mocked him was none other than Hong Yunfei, who had recently sought trouble. Chapter 33, Chen Xuanyi's Alchemy, Fool or Genius? Upon hearing her master insulted, Jiang Ningxuan could hardly contain her temper. "Who do you think you are to disrespect my master? Your incompetence and narrow-mindedness are evident." In response to Jiang Ningxuan's retort, Hong Yunfei not only remained unperturbed but burst into laughter. "Did you hear what she just said? She called me short-sighted. This girl is quite lovely, but alas, she is a fool. Let's set aside belief for a moment. Is there anyone here who truly believes he can concoct a 7th-grade elixir on the spot?" As his words fell, the other cultivators attending the alchemy conference erupted into laughter, echoing his sentiment. That young man is merely at the first level of qi refining. A qi refining cultivator attempting to produce a 7th-grade elixir? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. I suspect he is merely here for amusement. Someone, please, escort him out. The middle-aged steward responsible for organizing the event soon noticed the commotion. After understanding the situation, He immediately sought to expel Chen Xuanyi. Where did this fool come from? Hurry up and leave. Don't delay today's proceedings. He pushed Chen Xuanyi a couple of times, only to find that his efforts were in vain. Despite being a foundation establishment cultivator, he was unable to budge a qi refining practitioner. While doubts lingered in his mind, the presence of so many people gave him confidence that nothing untoward would occur. If you don't leave, I'll call for assistance. Who knows where this idiot came from? If you disrupt the alchemy conference, you won't have enough lives to atone for it. Faced with the crowd's scorn, even Chen Xuanyi's expression grew solemn. I stated my intention to refine elixirs, and you refused to provide me with a furnace. Is this truly the attitude of your Danding pavilion towards an alchemist? At that moment, Yi Lingyun approached Chen Xuanyi, carrying a pitch-black alchemy furnace. This furnace was the one he had destroyed during a failed alchemical attempt the previous day, its surface marred by cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. He casually tossed the furnace onto the ground and obstructed the steward, declaring, "Everyone, listen well. As alchemists, we hold etiquette in high regard. Since he claims he will refine elixirs, I shall bestow upon him a furnace. I am curious to see what he can produce." Upon hearing his words, the steward became subservient, grinning like a lapdog. "Young master, Yi speaks wisely, indeed." The furnace that Yi Lingyun carelessly threw was hardly suitable for alchemy. It was a miracle it hadn't broken on the spot. The crowd, fully aware of his mockery towards Chen Xuanyi, chose not to call him out. "Hey, fool. The furnace is yours. Hurry and refine something for us to see. Come on, don't just stand there." The attendant, Xiaoqing, observed the scene with growing concern for Chen Xuanyi. She had initially thought he shared her passion for alchemy, which was why he sought to join the alchemy conference. Now, witnessing the torment he faced, she feared he might suffer a fate similar to her own, where even being beaten would be a mild consequence. Moreover, it is of little consequence for a girl to lose face. But for a man of Chen Xuanyi's stature to endure such humiliation must surely be a source of profound discomfort. He must have uttered those peculiar words about refining alchemy in public out of a desire to reclaim his dignity. Considering that Chen Xuanyi may share her unfortunate fate, she gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "My lord, perhaps it would be best if you returned for now. I can find a way to procure an invitation for you." Chen Xuanyi shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but it is of no concern. I shall proceed with this alchemy instead. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in such an endeavor, and it will be enjoyable." Just as he was about to commence his alchemical work, he suddenly realized a critical issue. He lacked the necessary materials. He turned his gaze to the young girl beside him, Xiaoqing. "As a member of the Danding Pavilion, do you possess any alchemical materials? Could you possibly sell me some?" From a rational perspective, it seemed impossible for Chen Xuanyi to concoct a 7th-grade elixir, let alone have the funds to pay Xiaoqing. Yet, inexplicably, she produced some alchemical materials and handed them to him. Perhaps it was because, among all those she had attended to, only Chen Xuanyi had offered her a gentle smile. "I only have materials for healing elixirs, and they can only produce 5th-grade potions." Chen Xuanyi gladly accepted them. "That will suffice." With the materials in hand, he wasted no time and immediately directed his spiritual energy into the dark alchemical furnace. The gathered cultivators watched this scene unfold, too weary to voice their skepticism. It seemed that whatever folly this fool committed was entirely understandable, given his nature. Look, he is actually attempting to refine elixirs. It's a miracle if he can even produce a 1st-grade potion with that furnace. They collectively decided to refrain from interrupting, curious to see what he might conjure. All eyes were now fixed on Chen Xuanyi as he engaged in alchemy. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyun discreetly positioned himself behind Chen Xuanyi and struck up a conversation with Hu'er. "Your appearance is quite remarkable, and your spiritual energy is abundant. You must hail from a prestigious lineage. May I inquire about your relationship with this young man?" The demon race does not belong to the human societal framework. They possess their own realm situated in the northern part of the Zhangzhou continent, known as the demon state. Historically, relations between humans and demons were severely strained, almost reaching a breaking point. However, in recent years, under the governance of the Empress of Zhangzhou, efforts have been made to foster trade and alleviate tensions, leading to a gradual thaw, albeit with lingering misunderstandings. Despite Hu'er's unique status, her astonishing beauty caused Yi Lingyun to overlook these disparities, prompting him to approach her with flattery. However, Hu'er did not meet his gaze, her attention steadfastly directed towards her master. "He is my master, no, he is my Dao companion," she corrected herself with a sly smile, changing her address before the onlookers. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Damn it, it truly is a case of a flower blooming amidst dung. He found himself captivated by the casual smile of Hu'er, which ensnared his heart and left him enraptured. With a sycophantic grin, he remarked, "Such beauty and extraordinary talent. Dear friend, why associate with this worthless individual, thus jeopardizing your future? Instead, why not visit my residence? I have prepared the finest elixirs as a token of my esteem." In his eyes, Hu'er was merely momentarily distracted by the handsome Chen Xuanyi. He believed that by revealing his substantial wealth, he could effortlessly win her over. The thought of cohabiting with such an enchanting woman was beyond imagination, promising unparalleled delight. "Leave. My man is concocting potions, and I do not wish to interrupt. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Hu'er, who rarely uttered impolite words, found herself unable to restrain her irritation in this instance. She felt repulsed by the men outside of her master, who were all of the same ilk, merely desiring her body. "What? You say my master desires me too? If my master finds me desirable, that is my honor. It speaks to his charm and elegance." Humph, how hypocritical. Chapter 34. Chen Xuanyi publicly refines a 7th-rank pill. The pavilion master reveals himself in this realm of alchemy, despite the generally low combat capabilities of alchemists. They are revered for their unique status and identity. Yi Lingyun, though youthful, enjoys considerable respect due to his prodigious talent as an alchemist. Previously, the patriarchs of families he admired would eagerly offer their daughters to him. However, now, publicly insulted by Hu'er, he finds himself grappling with an unprecedented humiliation. Yet, the more unattainable something seems, the more it beckons to him. Women should refrain from incessant calls for conflict. "Surely, you do not genuinely believe your man can concoct a pill?" Yi Lingyun proposed with a smirk. "Why not wager? If your man fails to produce a pill, you might as well come to my residence for a chat. What say you? Why are you still here? If you wish to wager, so be it. Should my man truly create a 7th-rank pill, you will kneel and apologize," Hu'er retorted impatiently. Seeing his scheme succeed, Yi Lingyun readily agreed. "Very well, it is settled. Not only if he produces a 7th-rank pill, but even a 1st-rank pill, I shall consider him the victor." With that, he instructed his servants to prepare a banquet at his estate to welcome esteemed guests. In his view, Chen Xuanyi, the fool, had somehow gathered these beautiful yet simple-minded female cultivators. It was one thing for Chen Xuanyi to believe in his abilities, but for his partner to do the same was astonishing. Yet, foolishness could be advantageous. Once Hu'er was lured to his residence, he would have ample opportunity to deceive her. Though such exquisite individuals may not be entirely virtuous, the chance to be with them was well worth it. "Hey, why are you taking so long? Hurry up," Yi Lingyun urged Chen Xuanyi, his anticipation mounting. The sooner the fool completed his task, the sooner he could embrace beauty. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Xuanyi muttered incantations in terms unfamiliar to all. 1 meter of millennium spiritual fungus, 3 grams, 10 grams of vermilion fruit, ground into powder, 2.5 grams of cypress grass, 3 liters of spiritual water, heat the fire. The gathered alchemists listened, utterly bewildered. They were not perplexed by the materials he mentioned, but rather by his methods of concoction. "Rice? Is that the same as edible rice? Grams? What unit is that? Liters? What on earth is that?" The terms he uttered seemed entirely foreign to their world. Even more absurd was that Chen Xuanyi's method of combining materials was entirely distinct from conventional practices, seemingly a creation of his own invention. Observing his steps, the crowd ceased their mockery. It was not that Chen Xuanyi's technique was particularly remarkable, but rather that they had never witnessed such an approach. Each person was captivated, eager to see what he would ultimately produce. Meanwhile, within the Danxiu pavilion, an observation platform overlooked the unfolding spectacle. A woman clad in a resplendent golden qipao stood by the window, observing the commotion unfolding at the entrance of the Danxiu pavilion. Her hair, a crown of white, was elegantly styled atop her head, while her golden-hued eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her fair complexion and statuesque figure radiated an air of nobility. This woman was none other than the pavilion master, Danxiu, the sole 8th-grade alchemist in the kingdom of Danxiu. She had been watching since the onset of the tumult. The man before her seemed vaguely familiar. Kelvin degree? Such units of measurement. And this extraordinary alchemical technique. It dawned upon her. A century ago, she had the privilege of witnessing him in the art of alchemy. Her attendant, upon hearing the word privilege, wore a look of astonishment. The pavilion master, renowned as the finest alchemist in Danxiu, Using the term privilege indicated the man's exceptional prowess. "Who is he, my lady?" the attendant inquired. Danxiu smiled softly in response. "Chen Xuanyi." The attendant's expression grew even more incredulous. "Chen Xuanyi? The one who recently annihilated the entire Sikong clan and subdued the leaders of the three major sects yesterday single-handedly? How could such a figure be present here in this manner? Even more outrageous, how dare anyone speak so insolently to him?" As she spoke, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the attendant's back. If those individuals only knew they were insulting a formidable powerhouse, they could only imagine their shock. Danxiu's gaze fell upon the alchemical furnace before Chen Xuanyi, which trembled violently, radiating a dazzling golden light, as if a precious elixir were about to emerge from within. She hastily descended the stairs, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. How many have had the honor of meeting Chen Xuanyi in person? Even I, by the grace of my mother, was fortunate enough to observe him. In his earlier days, although he had yet to reach the celestial realm, he stood on equal footing with immortals. What right did we mere mortals have to approach him? I am curious as to why he has graced us with his presence. Let us descend, for a splendid performance awaits. Outside the Danxiu pavilion, the ebony alchemical furnace before Chen Xuanyi quaked violently, exuding a brilliant golden light. Even from 100 meters away, the rich fragrance of herbs could be sensed. The gathered alchemists, all of exceptional caliber, could easily discern the quality within. The sudden burst of golden light and the lingering aroma suggested that this was at least a 7th-grade elixir. Could he truly have concocted it? Surely, this must be an illusion. It has to be a ruse. Do not be deceived by appearances. Let us see if he can actually produce the elixir. Despite witnessing the extraordinary phenomena and numerous indicators, they stubbornly clung to their disbelief. Yi Lingyun watched in trepidation as the seemingly obsolete furnace actually appeared poised to yield an elixir, his palms sweating with anxiety. It's fake. It must be fake. This furnace, let alone producing 7th-grade elixirs, couldn't he even manage a 1st-grade one? What are you still hesitating for? If you cannot refine the elixir, so be it. Don't attempt to obscure the truth with secret techniques, for you are bringing disgrace upon our sect. He directed his accusations towards Chen Xuanyi, as if fearing that the latter might concoct a pill. Meanwhile, as the crowd mocked Chen Xuanyi for fabricating an illusion, the alchemical furnace suddenly emitted a thunderous roar. Boom! The furnace, which had been precariously holding together, erupted with a deafening explosion. A dazzling golden light erupted at the sight, its brilliance far surpassing any alchemical phenomenon witnessed by those present. Such a remarkable display could only signify the presence of an 8th-grade elixir. In response to the blinding radiance, the onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes. After a considerable time, as the light faded, the crowd gradually opened their eyes, eager to discern whether a 7th-grade elixir had indeed materialized. What had once been the site of the furnace was now reduced to a charred remnant. The destruction of the furnace signified a catastrophic failure in the alchemical endeavor. Chapter 35. The 8th-rank elixir revealed. The worldview of alchemists shattered as the onlookers gazed upon the shattered remnants of the alchemical furnace strewn across the ground. They could not suppress their lamentations. Oh, what a pity! We were so close to witnessing the emergence of an 8th-rank elixir. Their disappointment was palpable, as they attributed the misfortune to the inferior quality of the furnace. Had we employed a top-tier furnace, success would have surely been ours. Hong Yunfei, his eyes stung by the brilliant radiance that had just flickered, finally opened them to behold the debris. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Could it be that this individual had truly come so perilously close to concocting an 8th-rank elixir? Yet, upon reflection, he mused, despite the authenticity of that dazzling light, it could very well have been an illusion. Crafting a false display of elixir manifestation through secretive techniques is hardly a formidable task. Did you truly believe that with this subpar furnace and these inferior ingredients, one could achieve an 8th-rank elixir? It is nothing short of absurd. The surrounding alchemists, upon hearing his words, fell into contemplation before nodding in agreement, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. Indeed, we have been so engrossed in the art of alchemy that we neglected the possibility of such deception. Yi Lingyun, too, after a moment of astonishment, regained his composure. For an instant, he genuinely feared he had lost the wager. It appears not. Approaching Huyaya, he teased, "Did you see? Your man has lost. According to our agreement, you shall visit my abode tonight. As a practitioner of the demon race, I trust you will not renege on your word?" Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. With Chun Xian's failure in alchemy, He had managed to win the heart of the fair maiden. To ensure Hu'er honored the agreement, he deliberately invoked her pride in her heritage, binding her to her racial dignity. At that moment, Chen Xuan squatted before the remnants of the furnace, her face a mask of panic and confusion. How could this be? My master has never failed in alchemy. Was it my failure to control the flames? It cannot be my master's fault. It must be my own inadequacy, she murmured, a look of profound guilt etched upon her features, tears nearly spilling forth. The thought of her master being disgraced due to her mistake filled her with a desire to atone, even unto death. In stark contrast to the fervent reactions of those around her, Hu'er remained unfazed by Yi Lingyun's mockery, mirroring her master's calm demeanor. Observing her master's impassive countenance, she had already surmised the truth. She delicately sniffed the air with her pert nose, soon revealing an expression of delight. The olfactory senses of a fox demon are exponentially sharper than those of ordinary humans, allowing her to detect the masked fragrance that eluded others. The alluring scent of medicinal herbs wafting through the air was unmistakable. With a playful smile, Hu'er pointed towards the remnants of the furnace. Who says my man has lost? Yi Lingyun furrowed his brow, contemplating the tenacity of this woman, who refused to concede. Very well, he thought. Let us see what other tricks she might unveil. At the same moment, Chen Xuanyi directed his fingers upward towards the remnants of the alchemical furnace. Beneath the layer of ashes, a verdant elixir, radiating golden light, gradually emerged, soaring into the air. The pill was a natural shade of green, untouched by any impurities, and its rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating all within 100 meters. In terms of quality and fragrance, it bore the hallmarks of an 8th-grade elixir. As this miraculous potion made its debut, all the cultivators engaged in discussion fell silent. For those devoted exclusively to the art of alchemy, nothing was more alluring than a supreme elixir. 8th-grade pills were a rarity that they might scarcely encounter in their lifetimes, let alone witness the crafting of such a masterpiece. This was an achievement worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Indeed, it was truly an 8th-grade elixir. He had genuinely concocted an 8th-grade elixir. The fragrance was intoxicating, surpassing even the finest perfumes. The hue of this elixir was purer than any healing potion I had ever seen. I could only imagine the astonishing effects it possessed. Recently, my father acquired a 7th-grade elixir, spending nearly the entirety of our family fortune. This 8th-grade elixir would cost the lives of my entire family. The onlookers gazed at the elixir, unable to suppress their astonishment, eager to observe it up close, yet hesitant to approach, fearing they might inadvertently ruin it and bear the consequences. An 8th-grade healing elixir could save a near-death cultivator of the Void Return realm, a level of existence second only to the formidable king of Southern Town. Such a status was immensely precious. It is no exaggeration to say that this elixir was worth more than the lives of any present. Yi Lingyun observed the 8th-grade elixir hovering in midair. While he was astonished, the fury within him clenched his fists tighter. Moments ago, he had been on the verge of acquiring this extraordinary beauty. How could he have failed? No, this elixir must be a counterfeit. He surely hid the pill in advance. Look at this wretched furnace. How could it possibly produce such an elixir? Do not be deceived by his facade. Though he intended to claim that Chen Xuanyi's 8th-grade elixir was fake, its appearance and aroma were undeniably genuine. Thus, he resorted to questioning the origins of the elixir. The gazes of the alchemists were already captured by the pill, yet a small fraction still believed his words. This scene infuriated Chen Xuan, who, fists ablaze with indignation, prepared to strike him. Are you never satisfied? What business do you have with my master crafting an elixir? I heard your bet just now. You ought to kneel and apologize to my master. Yi Lingyun, emboldened by his esteemed identity as an alchemist, remained unafraid. Even though he was no match for Chen Xuan, I refuse to accept this unless he presents evidence that he crafted the elixir himself. As the two quarreled, Chen Xuanyi guided the elixir toward him. However, instead of taking it into his own hands, he allowed it to rest in the hands of the petite Qing beside him. Take it, he said. This is a gift from me to you, a means of repaying a debt. The materials for alchemy were provided by her, and Chen Xuanyi would never forget them. Shaoqing held the elixir in her hands, appearing utterly bewildered, her mouth moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. After a moment, her face filled with panic as she raised the elixir above her head. My lord, this elixir is far too precious. I cannot accept it. To her, she was nothing more than a mere servant. Though she harbored a passion for alchemy, she lacked the resources and talent to pursue it. Destined to remain a servant her entire life, she had thought Chen Xuanyi was akin to her, only to discover that he was a true master of alchemy. The 8th grade elixir he offered her was not merely a matter of worthiness. Even to touch it was a stroke of fortune she could scarcely comprehend. How could she dare to accept it? Chen Xuanyi chuckled softly and, with 2 fingers, gestured towards the remnants in the alchemical furnace. Soon, 2 more 8th grade healing elixirs emerged, their quality no less exquisite than the previous ones. It's not a rare treasure. Look, there are still 2 more, Chen Xuanyi remarked with a smile. 2 more? The surrounding alchemists gazed at the 2 8th grade healing elixirs, their astonishment transcending mere surprise. It felt as though their entire worldview was crumbling in that very moment. Chapter 36. Danxiu steps in to save the day. Chen Xuanyi becomes a bandit in broad daylight. What Chen Xuanyi was doing felt akin to shattering the worldviews of all present alchemists, trampling them, and ultimately discarding them in the rubbish bin. Many alchemists, unable to believe their eyes, began to align with Yi Lingyun's conjecture. I find his reasoning compelling. How could anyone possibly refine an 8th grade elixir with such a dilapidated alchemical furnace? Moreover, he produced 3 at once. I too suspect this fellow is engaging in deception. He must have concealed the elixirs beforehand. To resort to such base tactics to hoodwink us is utterly disgraceful. The crowd voiced their accusations against Chen Xuanyi, steadfast in their disbelief of the reality before them. In the face of their derision, Chen Xuanyi chose silence, biding his time for a particular individual. Just then, the person he awaited made an entrance. The bustling crowd gradually fell into silence, parting to create a spacious clearing. A woman adorned in a resplendent golden qipao, her beauty unparalleled, gracefully approached from the opposite side of the throng. With silvery hair elegantly coiled atop her head, her eyes sparkled like golden stars. Her skin as fair as snow, and her tall, voluptuous figure exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Beneath her exquisite attire, her long, supple legs were clad in golden white gradient stockings, accentuating her form to perfection. Enough. Silence. The woman commanded sharply. The self-proclaimed noble alchemists, upon encountering this qipao-clad figure, found themselves rendered speechless. Greetings, esteemed pavilion master, they all bowed respectfully. This woman was none other than Danxiu, the master of the Danding Pavilion. Without a moment's hesitation upon her arrival, she addressed the assembly with a stern voice. To dare accuse someone of fabrication while publicly refining 8th grade elixirs? Have the alchemists of Danxiu lost their minds? Allow me to inquire, who among you possesses the ability to refine 8th grade elixirs in the entire Danxiu continent? Upon hearing this, several voices quickly responded. Only the pavilion master can refine 8th grade elixirs. It can only be her. With a grave expression, Danxiu continued, let me clarify. I have never refined 3 8th grade healing elixirs. As for foreign alchemists, how precious can 8th grade elixirs be? It is rare even within the royal family, let alone in the hands of outsiders. Do any of you believe these elixirs could simply have materialized out of thin air? As the alchemists processed the pavilion master's words, they exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying profound shock. If even the pavilion master had never refined 3 8th grade healing elixirs, then the 3 before them must undoubtedly be genuine. Contemplating this, a chilling realization dawned upon them. To accomplish what even the pavilion master could not, how formidable must this young man be? Moreover, the fact that the pavilion master was willing to speak on his behalf indicated his extraordinary status. Could it be that this young man was an 8th grade alchemist? How could he possibly be anything less? The young man was capable of refining 3 8th grade elixirs in one breath, which suggests he is at least a mythical being of 9th grade caliber. What are you thinking? Such an extraordinary alchemist cannot merely be a youth. He must be a reclusive master. Quickly, summon the elder. The crowd began to speculate about Chen Xuanyi's true identity, with some even bowing and apologizing. I pay my respects to the elder. It is our ignorance that has led to this rudeness. Please forgive us, esteemed one. I am willing to offer this millennium ginseng as a token of contrition. It is our honor to witness your alchemy. I too have treasures to present. So please pardon my offense. Realizing their earlier missteps, the cultivators grew anxious about Chen Xuanyi's potential wrath, altering their demeanor drastically as they bowed and offered gifts. Chen Xuanyi, faced with the offerings, accepted them without hesitation, storing them in his spatial pouch. Who knows when they might prove useful? Not only did he accept, but he also boldly requested more. Hey, you. Yes, you with that necklace, hand it over. Chen Xuanyi addressed one alchemist directly. The alchemist immediately grasped the necklace around his neck. Esteemed one, This belonged to my ancestors. Without a moment's pause, Chen Xuanyi snatched it away. Hand it over. What do you mean your thing? This is clearly mine. The alchemist wore a look of despair. Esteemed one, my family's name is inscribed on it. Chen Xuanyi, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Begone! How dare you inscribe your family name on my property? Truly audacious. The alchemist, overwhelmed, felt tears welling up. This was not an act of reparation. It was outright robbery and humiliation. Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not voice his objections before Chen Xuanyi. The fact that the elder chose not to punish him was a stroke of luck. Faced with a reclusive master capable of casually refining 8th-grade elixirs, he could only dread the consequences of any slight. He bowed deeply to Chen Xuanyi and then quietly withdrew. Chen Xuanyi, delighting in his newfound treasures, continued his spree. Oh, that bracelet looks splendid. Hand it over. This earring is lovely too. Give it to me. Hey, that inner armor is of excellent quality. Take it off and present it. The female alchemist clutched her chest, pleading, Esteemed one, I am a female cultivator. This is rather inappropriate. Chen Xuanyi nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, Indeed, it does seem rather unsuitable. The female alchemist, momentarily relieved, prepared to express her gratitude, only to be utterly stunned by Chen Xuanyi's next command. Xian'er, go and remove her inner armor. Right away. Jiang Ningxian responded eagerly. The female alchemist was left speechless. Thank you. In no time, Chen Xuanyi had thoroughly relieved every onlooker of their possessions. Whether the alchemists of the Dan clan acted out of volition remains uncertain. Nonetheless, none dared to defy the circumstances. They willingly relinquished their treasures, albeit with gritted teeth. Chen Xuanyi had amassed such a trove that his storage ring was nearly at capacity, and only then did he grant them leave with a sense of satisfaction. Dan Ningguang, with her delicate hand covering her lips, smiled at Chen Xuanyi. I never anticipated that the esteemed one possessed such an intriguing side, she mused. However, it is indeed gratifying. These alchemists truly deserve a lesson. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself exhilarated by Chen Xuanyi's actions. After he had concluded his affairs, Dan Ningguang approached him gracefully and performed a respectful bow. Junior pays her respects to the esteemed one. Chen Xuanyi, observing Dan Ningguang before him, furrowed his brow in confusion. He had awaited the presence of the Dan Ding Pavilion's master, yet this woman was not the individual he anticipated, despite some resemblance. Who are you? Where is the master of the Dan Ding Pavilion? Chen Xuan had a slight acquaintance with the previous master, and, given the commotion he had caused at the entrance, he presumed the master would soon arrive. Upon hearing his words, Dan Ningguang's expression momentarily faltered. But she quickly regained her composure and respectfully replied, Esteemed one, the former master was my mother. She departed from this world a century ago following a failed breakthrough. The Dan Ding Pavilion is now under my stewardship. You may call me Ningguang. Realizing his misstep, Chen Xuanyi's face flushed with remorse as he responded. I apologize. I did not expect this. Your mother was an exceptional alchemist. I had the fortune to engage with her in discussions on alchemy. The realm of cultivators is fraught with sudden departures, and to Chen Xuanyi, it felt as though only a short time had elapsed since his last visit to the Dan Ding Pavilion. Yet, he was confronted with the stark reality that everything had changed. Chapter 37. Dan Ningguang's submission and the search for the third disciple. Dan Ningguang shook her head, responding with utmost humility, Esteemed sir, there is no need for your apology. Were it not for your guidance, my mother would not have attained the legendary status of a 9th-grade alchemist. Having spoken, she bowed again to Chen Xuanyi, her face filled with regret as she continued. It is a grave offense that I was unaware of your esteemed visit to the Dan Ding Pavilion and failed to provide adequate hospitality. I kindly request that you allow me to host you in the guest room for further discussion. Chen Xuanyi, not one to be overly formal, nodded in agreement. However, before departing, he had matters to attend to. The young man who had insulted his second disciple could not be let off so easily. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that Yi Lingyun and Hong Yunfei had vanished without a trace. Dan Ningguang had long been aware of Chen Xuanyi's fierce protectiveness over his disciples. The actions of those two youths had undoubtedly crossed a line. Seeing Chen Xuanyi searching, she whispered to him, Esteemed sir, would you like me to? Given her special status, she refrained from being explicit, yet her implication was unmistakable. While Chen Xuanyi did not outwardly express his anger, a cold glint in his eyes betrayed his displeasure. There is no need. I shall handle it myself shortly. They cannot escape. He paused, then added, by the way, Xiao Qing is a commendable young lady. Please ensure she is not subjected to further indignities. With that, he tossed the 8th-grade healing pill he held to her. Xiaoqing had lent him alchemical materials and had promised to assist him in obtaining an invitation during a perilous time. Her genuine concern had not gone unnoticed by him. Though Dan Ningguang could also concoct 8th-grade pills, the process was always a grand affair, requiring years of preparation. Thus, this pill was a rare treasure even for her. Furthermore, she was more than willing to cultivate a good relationship with the esteemed sir. Thank you, esteemed sir. I shall not be remiss. She replied. I was just troubled over the prizes for the Dan Dao conference, and it seems I have found a solution. Such a prestigious competition warranted exceptional prizes. Yet her stock of 8th-grade pills was limited, and suitable offerings were even scarcer. The pill gifted by Chen Xuanyi was perfectly suited as a prize, alleviating her immediate concerns. Without delay, Dan Ningguang summoned the steward she had earlier dispatched. The steward hurried over, stumbling and bowing repeatedly before Chen Xuanyi and Xiaoqing. My lord, I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for not recognizing your stature. I humbly beg your forgiveness for my disrespectful words. It was my folly. I implore you to show mercy. My entire family depends on me. As he bowed his head and slapped his own face in remorse, Dan Ningguang remained unperturbed. Her expression cold as she declared, From this day forth, you are forbidden from setting foot in the Dan Ding Pavilion. Your position will henceforth be assumed by Xiaoqing. Depart now. The former steward, acutely aware of his inability to change his fate, trembled as he accepted the command and quietly withdrew. The young one understood. After walking a distance, Dan Ningguang whispered to the maid by her side. Once he exits the city, claim that bandits ambushed him and arrange for his burial. The esteemed lord does not favor him, and thus he cannot survive. The maid nodded respectfully before gradually vanishing from the scene. At this moment, Xiaoqing, upon learning of her new role as steward, was utterly astonished. Her hands trembled with excitement, and she wished to return the precious elixir she held. Being appointed as steward was already a stroke of fortune bestowed upon her by Chen Xuanyi, and she felt unworthy of such a valuable item. Chen Xuanyi, discerning her thoughts instantly, gently ruffled her hair and smiled. This is a gift for you. Rest assured and accept it. Now that you have been promoted, dedicate yourself to your duties. You are deserving of this position. As for the other troublesome matters, there will be someone to handle them for you. Xiaoqing lowered her gaze, her eyes yearning to steal glances at Chen Xuanyi's handsome visage, yet lacking the courage to do so. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Xiaoqing understood. Thank you, my lord. Faced with Chen Xuanyi's sincere offering, to refuse would be a display of disrespect. Thus, she ultimately chose to accept it, carefully tucking the elixir into her bosom for safekeeping. Little did she know, her destiny would begin to undergo a monumental transformation from this very day. At this moment, all she felt was immense gratitude towards Chen Xuanyi, vowing to remember his visage forever in her heart. If possible, she would sacrifice everything for this man. As this matter reached a conclusion, the scene shifted, and Chen Xuanyi, accompanied by 2 disciples, entered the interior of the Dan Ding Pavilion. The pavilion, a magnificent structure of 100 levels, was interconnected, allowing a view from the first floor to the pinnacle. Along the sides of the tower lay various chambers and living quarters. The venue for the alchemy competition was situated in the grand hall on the first floor. With time still before the commencement, the talented young alchemists were preparing their tools at their respective stations. Chen Xuanyi swiftly scanned the assembly of youthful alchemists but did not spot Su Danru among them. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, however. It was not yet time for the competition to begin, and perhaps she was elsewhere. Esteemed lord, this is the VIP guest room. With some time before the competition starts, may I invite you in for a discussion? Dan Ningguang said with utmost respect, appearing to have a request. Chen Xuanyi replied, retracting his gaze and entering with his disciples. Once inside the guest room, Dan Ningguang dismissed the maid and personally poured tea for Chen Xuanyi. May I inquire, esteemed lord, is your visit to the Dan Ding Pavilion for a particular purpose? If it is to participate in the alchemy competition, then surely claiming the first prize is unnecessary. Ha ha ha, Dan Ningguang jested, his smile poised and graceful, exuding charm and confidence. Chen Xuanyi picked up a pastry from the table and offered it to Jiang Ningxuan's lips, knowing well that his eldest disciple had a penchant for sweets. You spoil her, he replied afterward. He was not present to compete today. At the alchemical conference, is there a participant by the name of Su Danru? Dan Ningguang, with no hesitation, answered confidently, well versed in the affairs of the Dan Ding Pavilion. Indeed, this young woman is participating. Might I inquire about her relationship with you? This rather personal question was one she ought not to have posed to the esteemed elder. However, the elder's direct inquiry regarding a young female alchemist stirred her curiosity. As the head of the Danding Pavilion, she was privy to a wealth of information, often approached by those willing to part with extravagant sums just to glean insights from her. Over time, this had cultivated within her a rather inquisitive nature. Chen Xuanyi had no intention of concealing the truth from her and responded candidly. She is my disciple, and I have come specifically to seek her. Have you seen her? The true identities of Chen Xuanyi's 9 disciples, including their names, were known to but a handful in the world. This was a deliberate measure to protect them. Yet, despite his careful concealment, deceiving the true immortals posed a considerable challenge. Now that he had attained unparalleled strength, he no longer felt the need for secrecy. On the contrary, allowing more individuals to be aware of his power would serve to better safeguard his disciples, instilling a sense of caution in those with ill intentions, dissuading them from targeting his students. In response to the esteemed elder, I have indeed not encountered her. I shall promptly dispatch someone to gather information regarding her, to ascertain if she is indeed your disciple. However, esteemed elder, I have one more request. Danxiu shifted her focus to the matter at hand. Speak. Chen Xuanyi replied leisurely as he sipped his tea. Danxiu set down the teapot, her previously solemn demeanor transforming as she half knelt before Chen Xuanyi, beseeching him. Once, during my mother's lifetime, you regarded our past connection and safeguarded the Danding Pavilion, allowing it to flourish into a sanctuary for countless alchemists. Now that my mother has passed, I hope you will accept the role of honorary elder of the Danding Pavilion. We shall duly present the finest alchemical materials. I implore you to grant us your patronage. Chapter 38. Chen Xuanyi and the former pavilion master. Is Danxiu an illegitimate daughter? It is requested that the esteemed master take her in. Speaking of the connection between Chen Xuanyi and her mother, it dates back several centuries. Chen Xuanyi is widely recognized as the world's foremost genius, a master of all trades, and naturally adept in the art of alchemy. While foraging for herbs in a secluded forest, he fortuitously encountered the mother of Danxiu, who at that time was merely a young girl, injured by a ferocious beast and trapped beneath a tree. By chance, Chen Xuanyi came across her and rescued her, generously gifting her a healing elixir. This very potion altered the trajectory of her mother's future, ultimately leading to the establishment of the Danding Pavilion. Remembering the kindness from years past, her mother, upon founding the Danding Pavilion, the modest in scale, frequently bestowed rare materials upon Chen Xuanyi for his alchemical pursuits. As Chen Xuanyi began to take on disciples, his time for herb gathering diminished, and the resources provided by the Danding Pavilion became his primary source for alchemical materials. Gradually, their relationship deepened. To ensure a steady supply of materials, Chen Xuanyi naturally took it upon himself to protect the Danding Pavilion. A few inadvertent words of guidance he offered her mother transformed her into a master of alchemy, creating a relationship that, while rooted in mutual benefit, was also intricately nuanced. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xuanyi drained his cup of tea and chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the daughter of an old acquaintance of mine, therefore, I shall consent. He smiled, gesturing for her to rise. His agreement to the allegiance of the Danding Pavilion was partly motivated by his third disciple. After all, once he retrieves her, the resources of the Jade Maiden sect alone would be insufficient for her alchemical education. The patronage of the Danding Pavilion would perfectly fill that void. Upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's consent, Danxiu's anxious heart finally found solace. Although the Danding Pavilion wields considerable influence, it ultimately lacks combat capability, making it susceptible to the predations of powerful adversaries, such as the king of Hu'er. Since her mother's passing, the king had repeatedly tested the limits of the Danding Pavilion, seeking to incorporate it into his domain. Now, with the direct protection of the esteemed master, she could confidently manage the legacy left by her mother. Previously, Chen Xuanyi had regarded the Danding Pavilion merely as a friend. Now, a formal master-servant relationship had been established. Danxiu, beaming with joy, crawled toward Chen Xuanyi, her delicate, fair hand playfully tapping on his thigh, adorned with a beseeching expression. Esteemed master, since we are now akin to family, may I pose a question? Chen Xuanyi, observing her obsequious demeanor, felt an unsettling premonition. What is it? He inquired. Danxiu licked her lips, her expression one of curiosity. Esteemed master, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with my mother? To be frank, I have never seen my father since birth, and my mother has never mentioned him. Could it be that I am your daughter? At her words, Chen Xuanyi nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped. The two disciples, who had been lethargically dozing moments before, were suddenly jolted awake. A gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the master was fixed intently upon him. Jiang Ningxuan found herself so consumed by the moment that the thought of indulging in sweets slipped her mind, and she set them aside. What? Could it be that the master had once had a companion? What then was her standing? Was she not the first to arrive? Chen Xuan hurriedly wiped his mouth, responding with a grave demeanor. Rest assured, my relationship with your mother is merely that of friends. Do not overthink it. Yet, Dan Ningguang remained unconvinced, her enchanting eyes brimming with insatiable curiosity as she pressed further. While sorting through my mother's belongings, I stumbled upon this diary. It contains numerous entries regarding you. Moreover, it states that our family is destined to serve Chen Xuan for generations to repay the life-saving grace. Surely, it must be more than just a debt of life, right? Goodness, to visit Danding Pavilion and almost return with a daughter. Who could withstand such a revelation? Chen Xuan, under the piercing gazes of the three young women, felt increasingly uneasy. Fearing that further explanations would only muddle the situation, he promptly rose, adjusting his robes as he spoke. Ahem, it seems the alchemy conference is about to commence. We cannot delay the search for the third disciple. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave with my disciples. With that, Chen Xuan exited through the door without a backward glance. Wait, esteemed master. I still wish to inquire about your relationship with the disciples. Dan Ningguang called out from behind, her voice reflecting a keen desire to uncover the mysteries surrounding him. To her, the gossip surrounding the esteemed master was worth its weight in gold. Ahem, we shall have the opportunity for a more thorough discussion later. Chen Xuan coughed lightly twice and hurriedly departed with his disciples. Dan Ningguang observed the esteemed master's hasty exit, a subtle smile gracing her lips. One could not deny the charm of the esteemed master. She began to comprehend why her mother held him in such high regard. A man who was not only handsome and capable, but also possessed an intriguing personality. Who could resist such allure? Yet, she pondered what could have caused the young master to flee so hastily. Clearly, she would need to seek an opportunity to extract more information. After all, as the servant of the esteemed master, there would be ample chances to meet again. The alchemy conference was a contest of the alchemical prowess of young practitioners, as well as an opportunity for them to seek mentors. Renowned alchemists from across the land would gather on this day to observe the budding talents, hoping to take under their wings the most promising disciples. Under the guidance of a maidservant, Chen Xuan made his way to the VIP viewing platform. This platform was exclusively reserved for 6th-grade alchemists and above, those qualified to accept disciples. Having gained the approval of the pavilion master, Chen Xuan too was granted entry to the viewing area, waiting patiently. In his quest to spot his third disciple, he chose a seat towards the front. No sooner had he settled in than his eldest disciple approached eagerly. Her exquisite and enthusiastic visage, now mere inches away, inquired, Master, Master, you have yet to disclose your relationship with Dan Ningguang's mother, inquired Chen Xuanyi, turning his head aside. I have already stated, we are merely friends. Jiang Ningxuan persisted, her determination unyielding. Oh, what is this? I am, after all, the rightful consort of our master. You must speak the truth. Chen Xuanyi playfully flicked his fingers together, beckoning her closer. Unaware of the impending crisis, Jiang Ningxuan obediently leaned in. Chen Xuanyi tensed his fingers and abruptly flicked her forehead. You dare to command the master? How audacious! Jiang Ningxuan shielded her forehead and scampered over to Hu Yayao to lodge a complaint. Junior sister, the master is bullying me. Hu Yayao chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. I believe the master's reprimand was warranted. Besides, he did not exert much force. Do cease your pretense. Realizing her act had been unmasked, Jiang Ningxuan stuck out her tongue playfully and returned to cling to their master. Hu Yayao observed the master, feigning impatience as he dismissed the noisy senior sister, yet inwardly reveling in the scene, a smile of affection gracing her lips. Only in the presence of the master does laughter and joy abound, instilling within her a sense of happiness and belonging. May the junior sister Su return soon. Chapter 39, Sedanru's Escape Plan. The lost 3 Chen Xuanyi and his disciples awaited the commencement of the alchemy conference from the viewing platform. Meanwhile, in the preparation room for the participating alchemists, a purple-haired girl clad in a violet robe, bearing a tense expression, engaged in conversation with a stranger of similar stature. This is the agreed compensation. Once they announce my name during the competition, you must make your exit swiftly. It is imperative that you delay until the very end. The purple-haired girl was none other than Danxiu. The stranger, who matched her build, was the insider she had bribed with medicinal pills. When the competition commenced, she intended to utilize her as a cover to escape the Danding Pavilion alone, thereafter embarking on a quest to locate her master. She pondered the whereabouts of her mentor, uncertain of their current location. The stranger nodded appreciatively. Had it not been for the healing elixir you provided, my mother would have long since passed. Rest assured, I will not betray you. Danxiu embraced her gratefully. Just as the voice of the conference host resonated from outside the door, the alchemy conference officially begins. Contestants, please step forward as your names are called. Feng Yishui, Mu Jishi, Hong Yunfei, Danxiu. Danxiu exchanged a final glance with the stranger, both nodding in unison before donning their veils and hoods. They each proceeded in opposite directions. Not long ago, at the alchemy conference's VIP viewing platform, Chen Xuanyi occupied the foremost seat. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe approached from behind. This alchemist, having passed rigorous assessments, wore attire that indicated his rank. The blue robe signified he was a 7th-grade alchemist. Each color corresponded to a different tier. The blue-clad man, known as Master He, was the mentor of Yilingyan. He scrutinized Chen Xuanyi, noting his casual attire and unfamiliar visage, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Who are you to sit in Elder Hua's position? Do you not even know your own rank? The cultivators present at the VIP platform were all esteemed guests, having access to the Danding Pavilion through a distinct route. In other words, they were unaware of the commotion that had transpired at the main entrance of the pavilion moments earlier. Chen Xuanyi had no intention of rising. This was the optimal vantage point to seek out his missing disciple, and he would not yield. Anyone who obstructed his search for his disciples was his greatest adversary. Elder Hua? I have not heard of him. Let him come and speak with me directly. Chen Xuanyi's gaze remained fixed on the competition area, his voice cold and unwavering. Upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's words, Master He's expression turned grave, regarding him as someone who clearly lacked any knowledge of alchemy. Elder Hua is a master alchemist, second only to the pavilion master, renowned in the alchemy realm with countless disciples. You dare to claim ignorance of Elder Hua? I suspect you do not understand alchemy at all. It is quite strange, isn't it? How did someone like you manage to infiltrate this gathering? The other masters of alchemy present began to murmur among themselves, discussing the presence of an impostor among such esteemed guests. Chen Xuanyi chose to disregard their comments, for his attention was drawn to the competitors' area, where young cultivators were gradually making their entrance. It appeared that Danxiu was also about to enter. Master He, feeling snubbed, grew increasingly irate and reached out to grab Chen Xuanyi. Just at that critical moment, an aged voice echoed from a distance. Enough, enough. It is merely a seat. The speaker, with his graying temples and aged visage, emanated a commanding presence and vitality. It was none other than Elder Hua. Upon his arrival, numerous alchemists approached him to exchange pleasantries. Greetings, Elder Hua. We heard you recently attempted to refine an 8th-grade elixir in pursuit of becoming an 8th-grade alchemist. How did it fare? Elder Hua shook his head in disappointment. The endeavor to refine 8th-grade elixirs is indeed challenging. Halfway through, my furnace exploded. Rather than ridicule him, the gathered alchemists offered their congratulations, for prior to him, only the guild master had managed to even reach the halfway mark before failure. Witnessing Elder Hua's presence, Master He first donned a sycophantic smile, then redirected his ire toward Chen Xuanyi. Hey, why are you still seated? Elder Hua just granted you his favor. And you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? If you delay Elder Hua's rest, your life would not suffice to make amends. Move along now. If you do not leave, I shall be compelled to take action. His eagerness to curry favor with Elder Hua stemmed from a desire to leave a favorable impression, perhaps for future benefits. Elder Hua observed the scene from a distance, shaking his head silently, choosing not to intervene, as he continued engaging in conversation with the other alchemists. To him, it seemed that discussions beyond the art of alchemy were of little significance. At that moment, Chen Xuan heard the name Danxiu called by the officiating judge. He focused intently on the entrance to the preparation room, where a woman clad in a purple robe emerged. She walked directly to the designated position of Danxiu. Is she the 3rd disciple? Chen Xuanyi's heart raced in apprehension. Should he have misidentified her, all his efforts would have been in vain. Who knows when he would next learn of the 3rd disciple's whereabouts? At this moment, Hu Yi clenched her fists anxiously, while Jiang Ningxian stood in silent prayer. Due to the tournament's regulations, To prevent any impersonation during the examination, the staff approached the woman, who was wearing a hood and veil, and commanded her to remove her coverings. After a prolonged delay, under pressure, she slowly unveiled her face. Upon seeing her countenance, Chen Xuanyi slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, causing it to splinter with a resounding crack that drew the attention of everyone present. Startling even a middle-aged man who was poised to unleash an attack, Chen Xuan rose to his feet, disregarding the gazes of those around him. His expression steeped in despondency as he turned away. "Xianer, yeah, let us depart. It seems our journey has been in vain." Jiang Ningxuan and Hu Yaya could not suppress their own feelings of disappointment, letting out a sigh. It appeared that the opportunity to encounter the third disciple was uncertain and distant. Although Chen Xuan himself was engulfed in sorrow, he gently ruffled the heads of the two disciples, mustering a faint smile as he tenderly reassured them, "Do not be disheartened. No matter where Danro may be, I would traverse the entirety of Cangzhou to find her." In an effort to be prudent, he suggested, "Let us first step outside and confirm with Dan Ningguang." In his heart, he clung to a flicker of hope, yearning to ascertain whether that individual was indeed named Su Danru. Perhaps, just perhaps, there had been a misunderstanding. Chapter 40. Su Danru's Escape. The difficult reunion of master and disciple Chen Xuanyi departed from the viewing platform, seeking to confirm matters with Dan Ningguang. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the competition arena, several cloaked figures were startled by the revelation of Su Danru's identity. "This is bad. We've followed the wrong person. She is not Su Danru. If the king of southern Zhao learns that we allowed her to escape, none of us will survive. Quick, pursue her." These shadowy figures were sent by the king of southern Zhao to clandestinely monitor Su Danru's movements and prevent her from fleeing. However, the astute Su Danru cleverly exploited the blind spots within the venue and executed a deft substitution. At this moment, she had already made her way outside the Danding pavilion, clutching several prepared blood essence pills, which she consumed in quick succession to maintain her optimal escape velocity. "At last, I have evaded them, master. I have come to find you," she exclaimed, despite not knowing his whereabouts, feeling certain that he was near. The king of southern Zhao regarded the entire royal capital as his stronghold, rife with surveillance. Upon learning of her escape, the black-clad observers were quick to initiate a city-wide manhunt. To avoid drawing attention, Su Danru chose to stay low to the ground as she sprinted. Before long, she sensed numerous pursuers closing in behind her. Those engaged in this line of work had honed their tracking skills, and few matched Su Danru's unique stature and demeanor. Moreover, with her face obscured, she felt a pang of guilt, which soon led to her discovery. "How could they find me so quickly?" she pondered. Indeed, escaping under the watchful eyes of the king of southern Zhao is no simple feat. With that thought, she silently accelerated her pace. Yet, shortly thereafter, several of her pursuers blocked her path. "Identify yourself. Remove your mask." The cloaked figures encircled Su Danru. Although events were unfolding contrary to her expectations, she had prepared contingencies. With a resigned sigh, she produced a crimson explosion pill and swallowed it whole. An unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted within her. She soared into the air, achieving astonishing speed. The pursuers, all cultivators at the nascent soul stage, found themselves unable to keep pace with a mere golden core practitioner. Soon, Su Danru was nearing the city sh. Once outside, devoid of the city's surveillance, she could conceal her true cultivation, making it unlikely for even the king of southern Zhao to apprehend her. Filled with exhilaration, she made her final dash to escape the city. However, suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped her, rendering her powerless. "Were you not to participate in the alchemy conference? Where do you think you are going?" The voice of the king of southern Zhao resonated from above, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Danru. Though she was merely a golden core practitioner in his eyes, she was an invaluable treasure, a crucial asset in his struggle against the Empress. No matter the cost, he was determined not to let her slip away. Su Danru gazed at the city beyond. Her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally succumbed to despair. Yearning for freedom, she longed to return to her esteemed mentor, yet fate seemed to conspire against her. "I refuse to partake in the alchemy conference any longer. Allow me to leave," Su Danru declared coldly. Confronted with her attempt to flee, the Prince of Zhen then shed his facade of benevolence, revealing his true nature as he bellowed, "That is not your choice. After today's alchemy conference, the world shall know you as my disciple. From that moment, we will be inextricably linked. You shall not escape." His insistence on her participation in the conference was a calculated move to dispel any suspicion of her confinement, orchestrating a spectacle of apprenticeship in the public eye. Should anyone later witness her within his palace, they would only regard her as the prince's disciple, oblivious to the truth of her imprisonment. Henceforth, no one would come to her aid, and the empress would believe her to be aligned with the prince, effectively binding them together. At that juncture, Su Danru would find it impossible to defy him. What a masterful scheme it was. The astute Su Danru was acutely aware of his machinations, yet felt powerless to alter her fate. The thought of being confined within a chamber, reduced to a mere alchemical machine, forever separated from her mentor, filled her with an unparalleled sense of hopelessness. Gradually, she withdrew a purple pill from her pocket, its noxious aura emanating a terrifying presence. Should she consume this pill, she could eternally escape this torment. Clutching it tightly, her palm grew clammy with sweat, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, she finally crushed the pill into powder. It was not yet time to surrender. As long as she drew breath, hope remained. Very well, I shall go, Su Danru declared, dismissively waving her sleeve, disregarding the prince's demeanor, and turning to soar towards the alchemical pavilion. The prince of Jinnan watched her retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although Su Danru was clad in loose robes that concealed her exquisite form, the subtle curves betrayed an allure that was impossible to ignore. Even a man of his experience, having encountered countless women, found himself captivated by her uniquely proud beauty and indomitable spirit, yearning to possess her. He longed to strip away her stubborn, icy demeanor and transform her into a worldly seductress. I have never encountered such a resolute woman before. However, once the enchantment is unleashed, she shall be at my mercy, he murmured to himself, before slowly vanishing into the ether. At the alchemy conference, Su Danru returned to the venue, heading straight back to her designated competition spot. The arena was a vast trapezoidal platform, with each contestant seated in their respective positions, ascending from the bottom to the top. The woman who had taken her place gasped upon seeing Su Danru's return. Miss you. How have you returned? Su Danru sighed deeply. You have failed. Now leave, and I shall handle the rest. Upon hearing this, the woman sighed with regret, bid farewell, and slowly withdrew from the scene. The gazes of the crowd were fixated on the talented alchemists, oblivious to the subtle shift occurring nearby. The rules of the alchemy conference were quite straightforward. The one who concocted the finest elixir on the spot would claim victory. Su Danru returned to her seat, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she instinctively directed her gaze towards the VIP viewing platform. It felt as though, not long ago, a familiar figure had observed her from there. It was as if a long-desired silhouette had recently occupied that spot, only to depart moments before. Su Danru shook her head, fearing that the effects of the hallucinogenic powder were once again taking hold, leading her to conjure illusions of her master. Chapter 41. The Emergence of a Miniature Chen Xuanyi. The first alchemy prodigy Su Danru withdrew her gaze, just as she was about to commence her alchemical endeavors, when an exuberant laugh erupted from the vicinity before her. Ha ha! A fourth-grade healing elixir. In this competition, I shall undoubtedly secure a top position. The source of this jubilant laughter was none other than Yi Lingyun, who had recently been engaged in a wager with Hu Yaya. Perhaps upon learning of Chen Xuanyi's esteemed background, he felt a pang of trepidation and hastened to the competition venue. In this crowded setting, with numerous onlookers and the support of his master, Chen Xuanyi would be unable to act against him without consequence. Moreover, once he concocted an exceptional elixir and garnered the attention of the masses, countless esteemed alchemists would vie for his favor. Anyone daring to act against him, or even speak disrespectfully, would need to tread cautiously. As Yi Lingyun brandished his fourth-grade elixir, the surrounding young alchemists felt an immediate surge of pressure. His friend, Hong Yunfei, who was also present and had just produced a third-grade elixir, approached to offer his congratulations. Congratulations! Having crafted a fourth-grade elixir, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the first place may well be yours. Yi Lingyun chuckled heartily in response. Haha. You flatter me. Your third-grade elixir is sure to earn you a commendable position as well. The attention of the esteemed alchemist seated in the VIP viewing area had also been captivated by this young man. This lad is extraordinary, if I recall correctly. He is a disciple of Master He, is he not? Master He, congratulations on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Your legacy is indeed secure. One suggested, perhaps you should take on another mentor. Having two masters could be quite advantageous. Such a youthful fourth-grade alchemist was indeed in high demand. with some alchemists even willing to become his second mentor, eager to guide this remarkable talent. The seventh-grade alchemist under Master He, hearing the praises, beamed with pride. Stroking his beard as he remarked, "Yi Lingyun is my most cherished direct disciple. His accomplishments are only to be expected. However, there is no rush. Given the time that has elapsed, the young ones must be nearing the completion of their elixirs, and it would not be too late to make decisions thereafter." No sooner had he spoken than, as anticipated, elixirs began to emerge from the alchemical furnaces within the competition venue. Most of the produced elixirs were second grade, with a few third grade, while none had yet reached the fourth grade. As Su Danru had arrived later, she was just beginning her preparations for refining her elixirs. Observing others conclude their alchemical work, she felt no sense of urgency, methodically preparing her materials. 5 grams of Millennium Blood Spirit Fungus, 10 grams of Foxtail, powdered Everlasting Tortoise Shell, 1 liter of Saber-Tooth Demon Blood, essence of medium-grade Spirit Stone. She murmured to herself, employing the tools she had meticulously prepared to grind the materials into powder. Her alchemical process was distinct from that of every other practitioner present, yet bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xuanyi's methods, as if they had been cast from the same mold. Before long, apart from Su Danru's elixirs still in the process of refinement, all others had completed their concoctions. "They've all finished. Why hasn't the end been announced?" one murmured. "Indeed, I am awaiting my opportunity to take on a mentor, who is so tedious, unable to concoct elixirs, yet still attends the alchemy conference." The crowd engaged in lively discussions, each seeking to identify the individual who was wasting time. Due to her proximity to Su Danru, Yi Lingyun caught snippets of her muttering. Upon hearing the words ku and xing, he was instantly jolted to his feet, turning around in haste. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that such a unit of measurement was solely employed by that particular individual. Initially, he feared that Chen Xuanyi had come to seek vengeance. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the one engaged in alchemy was a woman. This woman, could she be that fellow's disciple? He pondered, daring to embarrass me. Let's see how I deal with you. As he observed Su Danru's alchemical techniques, he surmised that she was indeed likely a disciple of Chen Xuanyi. The humiliation he suffered before the public I could not go unaccounted for. Since he could not retaliate against Chen Xuanyi, he would target his disciple instead. It was she who could not produce the elixir and was merely prolonging the proceedings. I suspect she is utterly inept at alchemy. The judges should expel her forthwith to avoid wasting our precious time. As the onlookers heard the commotion, their gazes converged upon Su Danru. Witnessing her initial attempts at alchemy, everyone, without exception, began to criticize her. She hasn't even ignited the spirit flame yet. Clearly, she has no idea how to concoct elixirs. Wasting time is futile. A fool is a fool. Indeed, don't waste everyone's time. Just leave. Distraction is the greatest taboo in alchemy. And the crowd's taunts easily threatened to divert her focus. Su Danru's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She endeavored to ignore the noise and placed all the alchemical ingredients into the furnace. The spectators were baffled by the materials she had combined. What was this? She ground the millennium-old blood spirit mushroom into powder? Who taught her such a method? It is truly a waste. Moreover, regarding the order in which she added the materials, if she was indeed attempting to produce a chi blood pill, why did she add the blood spirit mushroom first? As the crowd continued their discussions, the furnace before her began to emit the spirit flame. She channeled her own spiritual energy into it, and the fragrance of the concoction gradually filled the air, wafting around, reaching the cultivators within 100 meters. How could the aroma be so potent? How did she achieve this? Curious, this alchemical technique had never been witnessed before. In assessing the elixir, one must consider its appearance, aroma, and efficacy. The once disparaging crowd, upon catching a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her concoction, fell silent one by one. Yi Lingyun, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, realized that if this continued, Su Danru might indeed succeed in creating a commendable elixir, perhaps even surpassing him. In a moment of desperation, he discreetly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his sleeve, attempting to disrupt her control over the furnace. Noticing the disturbance, Su Danru's cold gaze immediately fixed upon the source of the spiritual energy, Yi Lingyun. He feigned ignorance. If you must blame someone, blame your master for his lack of appreciation. Today, you shall not attain fame, he thought to himself. The alchemical process of Su Danru had reached a critical juncture, and such an interruption was bound to compromise its quality. Fortunately, due to his foresight, Yi Lingyun's disruption failed to have lasting effects. Soon after, The alchemical furnace began to emanate a rich crimson mist. The appearance of this mist was a harbinger of the Qi blood pill's emergence. Upon witnessing this dense vapor, regardless of their distance, everyone fell silent. The sheer intensity of the red mist was a clear indication that a fifth-grade Qi blood pill was about to be born. Chapter 42. A surprise for the third disciple. Master, he feels the threat of death. The scene of Su Danru preparing to concoct a fifth-grade blood essence pill unfolded before the eyes of all the alchemy masters seated in the distinguished viewing platform. This violet-haired maiden is the most exceptional prodigy I have ever encountered. Observing the signs from the alchemical furnace, it is undoubtedly a fifth-grade elixir. Quickly send word. I wish to take her as my direct disciple. Do not harbor such thoughts. A talent of her caliber will surely be taken under the wing of Elder Hua. Do we still have any hope? Wait, let us be fair. Why not each write a note and present it to the young lady, allowing her to make her own choice? Upon hearing this proposal, the alchemy masters nodded in agreement, recognizing its merit. If we continue to compete amongst ourselves, we shall never reach a conclusion. It is better to let her choose her own mentor. Elder Hua promptly took up a brush and, as he wrote, stated, I shall not be modest. I will write first out of respect. Outside the distinguished viewing platform, Chen Xuanyi was leisurely making his way toward his guest quarters. Having distanced himself considerably, he was oblivious to the discussions taking place in the distance. However, beside him, Hu'er, with her fox ears perked up, perceptively detected some movement. She hastily stopped her master, saying, Master, I believe I heard something. The violet-haired maiden capable of crafting a fifth-grade elixir, the miraculous alchemical technique master. Why do these descriptions sound so much like Junior Sister Su? The unique structure of the fox demon's ears was not merely ornamental. They retained some abilities characteristic of magical beasts, endowing her with extraordinary senses, beyond the ordinary human capacity. Her acute sense of smell and hearing were distinctive traits of the fox demon. Jiang Ningxuan reached out to touch Hu'er's fluffy ears, incredulously exclaiming, Ya. What sort of talent do you possess? I can hear nothing at all. Master, should we not return to investigate? Chen Xuanyi paused, turning to face the approaching direction. Although he could hear nothing, an inexplicable intuition urged him that if he turned away now, he would regret it for a lifetime. Let us go back and have a look. After all, it cannot hurt to take a moment. They must not relinquish even the slightest possibility. The two disciples nodded in agreement and hurried alongside Chen Xuanyi toward the distinguished viewing platform. The reason they had come here was that this location offered the best vantage point to clearly observe all the competing disciples below. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Chen Xuanyi navigated through the crowd, arriving once more at the front, eagerly gazing at the participants below. Chen Xuanyi, a man who had lived for over 1,000 years, had witnessed countless storms in life, yet he had never felt such a sense of anticipation. His disciples were everything to him, and he could hardly wait to see them, particularly the long-lost third disciple. His gaze swept across all the alchemists present, noticing that everyone's attention was focused in one direction. Following their gaze, he gradually discerned a cauldron enveloped in swirling crimson mist. Seated behind the alchemical furnace was a young girl with violet hair, her exquisite features slightly marred by fatigue. At that moment, she caught his eye, and upon seeing her, Chen Xian's brow arched, his eyes suddenly brightened, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The girl was none other than Su Danru. Jiang Ningxuan also recognized her at that instant. It truly was Su Danru. How I have longed to see you. Junior Sister Su. Jiang Ningxuan called out to her from below, but the distance rendered her words inaudible. Noticing that Su Danru did not hear her, she prepared to leap down. Hu'er reached out to catch her, smiling as she said, Since we have found Junior Sister Su, there is no need to rush. She is currently refining pills, and we are at a critical moment. If we descend now, we would surely disturb her. We can wait until she finishes. Having successfully located his third disciple, Chen Xuan felt elated. Observing the surrounding masters of alchemy discussing their intentions to take Su Danru as their disciple, he took out his brush and ink with a sense of purpose. Let me give her a surprise, he declared, writing his name, Chen Xuan, on a piece of paper before placing it among a stack that contained the heartfelt offers of various alchemy masters wishing to take Su Danru as their apprentice, to be presented to her by the judges for her selection. Not long ago, when Chen Xuan had left his seat in disappointment, Master He, who had been antagonizing him, assumed he was intimidated. Now, with Chen Xian's return and his intention to accept disciples, Master He was taken aback. You dare return? How audacious to wish to take the most talented of the younger generation as your disciple. Do you truly believe you are worthy? As he spoke, He reached for Chen Xian's paper from the stack. Chen Xian swiftly seized his wrist, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Having lived for many years, he had cultivated a tranquil heart and preferred to avoid conflict. However, this man had repeatedly insulted him and intended to thwart his good intentions, prompting a surge of wrath within him. Nevertheless, this was the domain of his subordinate, Danxiu, and any confrontation here could lead to chaos. Moreover, he could only unleash his full power once a day. To waste it here would be unwise. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to reason with him. How is it that, having spoken of fair competition, you would deny me participation? Are you fearful that I might eclipse your glory? Master He, a cultivator of the transformation stage, despite the general weakness of alchemists in combat, was more than capable of dealing with golden core and foundation establishment practitioners. Yet, as he faced Chen Xuan, he felt an unparalleled sense of crisis emanating from the latter's gaze, as if he would have met his demise had Chen Xuan so wished. Suppressing his fear, he slowly returned the paper to the stack. Am I to fear you? He muttered, before gradually retreating from the scene, remaining silent. His back already drenched in cold sweat. The esteemed masters of alchemy gathered together, awaiting the completion of the elixir by Su Danru while engaging in discussions regarding the ultimate prize of today's alchemical conference. During the organization of the conference, Danxiu had proposed a suggestion to all the alchemical masters. Each participant was to submit their finest concoction, with the best among them to be awarded as the prize, accompanied by a promise of compensation. The masters perceived this proposal as a golden opportunity for fame, eagerly submitting their potions in a flurry of competition. I wonder if my 7th grade Peiyuan pill will secure the top position in this contest. Yet, one cannot help but consider that the 7th grade Lingdong pill crafted by Master Hua is undoubtedly superior and destined to be the prize of this event. I submitted a longevity pill. I am uncertain of its potential success. The crowd conversed animatedly about their submissions, boasting of the exceptional quality of their elixirs. Master He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xuanyi and inquired loudly, "May I ask, esteemed sir, what potion have you submitted?" He deliberately raised his voice, seemingly intent on humiliating Chen Xuanyi. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi recalled Danxiu's words about her lack of potions for the conference's prizes, and it appeared that the elixir she gifted would be considered for the top reward. An 8th grade healing pill, Chen Xuanyi replied with an unwavering demeanor, while observing Su Danru's alchemical process below. Chapter 43. Su Danru refines a 5th rank pill. Chen Xuanyi takes a disciple upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's words. The crowd present could not help but widen their eyes and exchange glances. Old Hua stood up in disbelief and approached Chen Xuanyi, questioning him with skepticism. Are you aware that in present-day Zhangzhou, only the master of the pill furnace pavilion possesses the capability to refine an 8th rank pill? Your claim of being able to refine such a pill is simply unbelievable. Chen Xuanyi was intently observing his beloved disciple refining pills when this group of individuals interrupted him repeatedly, inevitably causing a stir of annoyance within him. He curtly replied, "Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me." The crowd was taken aback by Chen Xuanyi's disrespectful retort towards Old Hua, and a wave of indignation surged through them. You, an unknown junior, dare to speak so arrogantly and even insult Old Hua. Who would believe you can refine an 8th rank pill? Apologize to Old Hua at once. Old Hua, observing Chen Xuanyi's disregard for authority, shook his head in resignation. Enough. It is not unusual for the young to be proud. Let us disregard him and continue our discussion. Clearly, Old Hua had never entertained the possibility that the youthful exterior of Chen Xuanyi could conceal the ability to produce an 8th rank pill. Amidst the ongoing conversation, the competition venue suddenly erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Su Danru struck the top of the pill furnace, and a blood-red chi blood pill surged forth, enveloped in swirling crimson mist. All the cultivators present at the alchemy conference gazed in awe at the emerging pill, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is a 5th rank chi blood pill. How could she refine a 5th rank pill at such a rapid pace? We have never heard of such a prodigy before. She must be a disciple of some hidden master. We truly underestimated her. It appears the first place will undoubtedly belong to her." As Su Danru caught the flying pill, she merely sighed quietly, seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around her. Only a single pill was produced. What a pity. Witnessing the pill's emergence, Yilin felt as though his shattered worldview, previously crushed by Chen Xuanyi, was being pulverized anew. He had considered himself a genius, believing that producing a 4th rank pill at his age was already an extraordinary feat, How could a fifth-rank pill even be possible? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat, he collapsed to the ground. A fifth-rank pill? You are just like your master, a freak of nature. He spat at Su Danru through gritted teeth. First, Chen Xuanyi had humiliated him, and now his disciple had stolen his chance at first place. His resentment towards anyone associated with Chen Xuanyi had reached a boiling point. Su Danru had initially intended to expose Yi Lingyun's underhanded tactics to the judges, but upon hearing his words, she suddenly froze. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly rushed over, disregarding the precious fifth-rank pill that had fallen from her grasp. What did you just say? You have met my master? Su Danru grasped his collar, demanding answers with a fierce intensity. Yi Lingyun, intimidated by her demeanor, stammered, Why should I tell you? As soon as Yi Lingyun's voice fell, an unprecedented aura of pressure erupted from Su Danru's slender form, enveloping him in a formidable wave of anger. Yi Lingyun had never witnessed a seemingly delicate female alchemist unleash such formidable strength. Su Danru concentrated her spiritual energy, gathering it in her right palm, prepared to incapacitate her opponent with a single strike. Although both were practitioners of the same realm, the confrontation was decidedly one-sided. This disparity arose from Su Danru's upbringing alongside exceptional senior sisters, where she absorbed the knowledge of combat through observation and practice. While facing true combat practitioners posed some challenges, dealing with an ordinary alchemist of the same level was well within her capabilities. Faced with this daunting demeanor, Yi Lingyun felt his body weaken, and he hastily waved his hands in surrender. Please, don't make a move. I will speak. When I entered, I saw a remarkably handsome young man whose alchemical methods closely resembled yours. He must be your master, right? Upon hearing this, Su Danru finally relented, casting him aside. She understood that if her master had not taken on other alchemical disciples, then the individual utilizing this unique alchemical method could only be her and her master. Based on Yi Lingyun's description, her master was likely nearby. The thought that her beloved master, whom she had long yearned for, might be watching her from close by sent waves of exhilaration through her heart. She swiftly scanned the crowd, seeking any sign of her master. At that moment, the judge responsible for organizing the alchemical assembly approached her, a stack of white papers in hand, wearing a broad smile. My dear girl, congratulations. Today marks the most grandiose disciple recruitment ceremony since the inception of the alchemical conference. Several esteemed masters wish to take you as their disciple, a spectacle unprecedented throughout history. Allow me to read you the names of these masters. Yet, Su Danru's gaze remained fixed on the crowd, entirely dismissive of him, as if she had not heard a word. In her mind, there was no room for anything other than the search for her master. The pursuits of cultivation and alchemy paled in comparison to her longing for her master. The judge, undeterred by Su Danru's indifference, continued to read. The first master, Master He, has noted on paper, I observe that the young lady possesses both beauty and talent, a true prodigy in alchemy. Should you enter my tutelage, I will bestow upon you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and offer my personal guidance in your cultivation. After pausing for a moment, he looked to see if Su Danru showed any inclination to accept his offer. Yet, she remained unresponsive. The judge, seeing this, shook his head and continued with the next. The second master, Master L, promises that should you join his ranks, he would dismiss all other disciples, focusing solely on your education. My dear girl, I dare say, such sincerity in recruitment has never been witnessed since the establishment of the alchemical conference. Do not let this opportunity slip away. To forsake all other disciples for the sake of a single apprentice is a sincerity that is truly unparalleled. The young alchemists gradually gathering around, captivated by the enticing conditions laid forth by the esteemed masters in their quest to take Su Danru as their disciple, could hardly contain their envy, their mouths practically watering at the prospect. Alas, they lacked such extraordinary talent, relegated to mere admiration from the sidelines. Yet, Su Danru maintained her indifferent demeanor, showing no reaction to the alluring offers, as if no amount of enticing terms could capture her attention. The surrounding young alchemists, witnessing her unyielding stance in the face of such generous proposals, could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Master L, a seventh-tier alchemist, was willing to dissolve his entire cadre of disciples for her. Such earnestness, and yet she remained unmoved? Could it be that she aspired to learn from the venerable sect leader instead? Such lofty ambitions seemed almost excessive. Oh, it is only natural for a prodigy to hold their own convictions, Were I to achieve fifth-tier pills at such a tender age, I too would be selective among the masters. Although Su Danru's demeanor appeared exceedingly proud to outsiders, the majority chose to respect and understand her, none daring to utter slander. In this world, talent and strength are paramount. Those gifted possess the right to their pride. The judge, having waited in vain for Su Danru to express any inclination towards apprenticeship, resumed his announcement of the next candidate. Since the young lady remains dissatisfied, I shall proceed. The third candidate is Chen Da. Wait, I've not heard of this individual before. The conditions for apprenticeship are not listed, only a name inscribed. Very well, I shall move on to the next. In the realm of alchemy, prominent figures are few and far between. Having never encountered the name on the parchment nor any stipulations for apprenticeship, he intended to bypass it entirely. After all, if even Master L's enticing conditions were not enough to sway Su Danru, what merit could the person bearing the surname Chen possibly hold to capture her attention? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, upon hearing the name Chen, Su Danru's previously indifferent expression suddenly flickered with life. She eagerly inquired, "Please, repeat that." Chapter 44. Can the Chen surname accept disciples? Even a mother demon pig can climb a tree. Repeat that. Tell me the full name of that individual. The referee had initially intended to disregard the name associated with the Chen surname, but upon hearing Su Danru's impassioned voice, he reluctantly retrieved the paper. Puzzled, he inquired, "My dear lady, I must confess I have never heard of this alchemist with the surname Chen. Your insistence on him seems a waste of your precious time, especially with so many esteemed masters available for selection." Before he could finish his conciliatory remarks, Su Danru interrupted him, her urgency palpable. "Enough with the trifles. Just tell me." Faced with her fervent tone, the referee, instead of displaying annoyance, wore a fawning smile, as if he had erred in some way. A talent of Su Danru's caliber, though currently lacking a robust background, could very well ascend to prominence in the future. Thus, this humble practitioner dared not neglect such a prodigy. Recognizing her eagerness, he recited the 3 characters inscribed on the paper with great care: Chen Xuanyi. Upon hearing the name Chen Xuanyi, the pent-up excitement within Su Danru erupted. Her heart raced, for this was a name known only to her revered master. "Master, where is he? Please, take me to him," she implored urgently. The referee, upon hearing her words, began to exhibit signs of anxiety. He quickly gestured for silence and cautioned her, "Shh. Until you have formally apprenticed, you must not call him master. What if others hear you? How will you approach other masters then?" Su Danru was hardly concerned with such warnings. Her singular desire was to meet her master. Nothing else mattered to her. "He is my only master, and will forever remain so. Please, take me to him." The surrounding young alchemists gasped in astonishment upon hearing Su Danru refer to Chen Xuanyi as her master. Who is this alchemical master Chen Xuanyi? I have never heard of him. How can this girl, so gifted, choose him as her mentor without jeopardizing her future? I recall my grandmother mentioning this name, claiming he was the world's greatest prodigy, achieving ascendance to the great ascension stage in a mere millennium. Who would believe such tales? Mere fabrications to amuse children. For all we know, it may not even refer to a single individual. I, too, find it hard to believe. Why would she forego masters like Master L or Master He in favor of someone entirely unknown? I wonder what she is thinking. Hey, young lady, do reconsider. This decision could shape your future. Tread carefully. Amidst the spectators' discussions, some cultivators, unable to bear witness to such a promising talent potentially squandering her future, began to voice their concerns. Even Su Danru herself, upon hearing the multitude of warnings, started to feel a flicker of doubt. In this world, there are indeed individuals who share the same name. But is this Chen Xuanyi truly her master? Despite harboring some concerns, she remains resolute, unwilling to retract her decision. For whether the truth be revealed or concealed, she must witness it with her own eyes. She cannot relinquish even the faintest hope of encountering her mentor. Observing Su Danru's unwavering determination, the judge dared not delay and guided her toward the VIP viewing platform. Alas, what a remarkable talent to potentially lose. "Come, my dear. This way, please." At the VIP viewing platform, all the esteemed masters of alchemy had gathered at the entrance, engaging in lively discussions about who Su Danru would choose as her mentor. "Congratulations, Elder Hua. You have once again acquired an exceptional disciple, evoking envy among us all." Elder Hua humbly replied, In my opinion, Master He is more likely to receive this disciple. After all, the youth of today prefer to apprentice under younger mentors. No one wishes to align themselves with an old fellow like me." Master He, in a display of modesty, responded, Elder Hua, you jest. Choosing a mentor should be based on genuine talent and skill. It cannot solely rely on appearance. However, among us, there is indeed one shameless individual who believes he can transcend all through mere looks. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Chen Xuanyi not far off. His teasing words clearly directed at him. Given Chen Xuanyi's temperament, he typically would disdain entangling himself with such petty individuals. Yet, anticipating his imminent reunion with his third disciple, he felt buoyed and found the leisure to retort. Do you truly doubt my ability to acquire a disciple? He said with a smile, infused with a hint of arrogance. The dismissive expression on Chen Xuanyi's face only fueled Master He's ire further. If you can take on a disciple, then even a mother demon pig could climb a tree. Lacking any rank, how dare you entertain such grandiose dreams? The alchemical masters present wore robes corresponding to their ranks, while Chen Xuanyi's attire was entirely unrelated, leading to the swift conclusion that he was not an accredited alchemist. He was likely some sort of mixed practitioner who had found his way in through dubious means. Just as the two were embroiled in their spirited exchange, the door to the VIP viewing platform swung open. The event's judge stepped in first, bowing respectfully to all the alchemical masters present, and then, with deference, announced, Esteemed masters, the talented young lady has arrived. With that, Su Danru strode swiftly through the entrance. Chapter 45, The Meeting of Master and Apprentice. The most adored elixirs of the master. As Su Danru entered, the numerous masters of alchemy present could not help but express their astonishment. However, their admiration was not directed towards her remarkable talent in the art of alchemy, but rather her breathtakingly exquisite beauty. From a distance, her features were obscured, but now, in close proximity, it was evident that she possessed an extraordinary allure. Indeed, any master fortunate enough to take her as a disciple would be truly blessed. Merely gazing upon her was a feast for the eyes. Look, she is approaching Master He, someone exclaimed. Master He stood not far from Chen Xuanyi, and under the scrutiny and whispers of the crowd, everyone assumed that Su Danru was making her way towards him. The other masters, lamenting their lack of opportunity to claim such a remarkable disciple, sighed inwardly, while simultaneously envying Master He's good fortune. Not only did he have a prodigiously gifted female disciple, but her beauty was equally striking. During the course of alchemical practice, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental physical contact. As Master He observed Su Danru striding confidently towards him, he adjusted his hair and straightened his collar, adopting an air befitting a revered master, ready to receive her homage. Ahem, it seems my reputation has spread far and wide, he mused. Since you wish to take me as your mentor, I have 3 conditions. With a beaming smile, he spoke, eager for all to witness that this exceptional disciple had chosen him above all others. After all, it was a matter of immense pride that a talent so luminous had bypassed all other masters to select him. What delighted him even more was the prospect of finally having a female disciple of such stunning beauty amidst his previously all-male cadre. Throughout history, there had been instances of romantic entanglements between masters and their disciples. The thought of being cared for and cherished by a disciple brought a broader smile to his face. Yet, just as he was about to articulate his 3 conditions, to his utter astonishment, Su Danru did not kneel before him. In fact, she did not even pause in his presence, but rather breezed past him, completely disregarding his existence. Perhaps driven by impatience, she sprinted forward without a moment's hesitation. Master He, who had been posturing with great intent, found his faade shattered as she ignored him completely, causing his pride to plummet to the depths. Now he stood awkwardly, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The assembly of alchemy masters could not suppress their amusement at his misfortune. It appeared that the talented young lady's true objective was not Master He at all, but rather the esteemed Master Hua. Look, she is indeed heading towards Master Hua, someone pointed out. Master Hua had long been a respected figure in the realm of alchemy, and it was only natural for such an exceptional disciple to gravitate towards him. We could only envy from the sidelines. Master Hua stood nearby, at the side of Chen Xuanyi. As the crowd observed Su Danru's target in her sprint, they swiftly deduced the likely person occupying her thoughts. After all, following the departure of Master He, the only alchemy master resting in the innermost chamber was none other than Elder Hua. No one even entertained the notion that Chen Xuanyi could possibly receive a disciple. When each individual inscribed their names on paper, they all offered Su Danru generous terms. Yet Chen Xuanyi merely inscribed 3 characters, his own name. If he could indeed accept Su Danru as his disciple under such circumstances, where would that leave the others? They would merely be left as doormats. Elder Hua, devoted to the pursuit of alchemical mastery throughout his life, yearned to pass down his lifelong knowledge to a worthy and exceptional disciple. Su Danru's innate talent perfectly aligned with his aspirations. As he stroked his grizzled beard, a warm smile graced his visage as he approached Su Danru. My dear girl, the alchemical scripture I have uniquely developed remains unlearned by anyone until now. From this day forth, I shall impart it to you as a token of our master-disciple bond. With that, Elder Hua produced an entire tome of techniques from his sleeve. The alchemists present gazed upon the scripture with palpable envy. This alchemical scripture, a creation of Elder Hua, represented the pinnacle of high-level alchemical techniques. Should one acquire such a treasure, their prowess in the realm of alchemy would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The sincerity with which Elder Hua bestowed such a precious and private manuscript upon a newly met disciple was undeniably profound. Any normal alchemist, upon witnessing such goodwill, would reconsider their choice of master, even if they had other candidates in mind. However, Su Danru's heart remained steadfast. No external circumstances could sway her resolve. Since entering the room, her gaze had not wavered from Chen Xuanyi. Regardless of the obstacles before her, she had not cast a glance at anyone else. Though the crowd could sense her intentions, none would dare believe that her ultimate goal could be Chen Xuanyi. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Su Danru nimbly leaped forward, directly launching herself toward Chen Xuanyi. With arms outstretched, Chen Xuanyi beamed a radiant smile at the approaching disciple. Master, Su Danru exclaimed as she dove into his embrace. Clinging tightly to him, she buried her head into his chest, inhaling the familiar and comforting scent that enveloped him, finally finding solace in his presence. Chen Xuanyi gently tousled her hair, instinctively wrapping his arms around her slender waist. There was a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs mixed with the unique essence of a youthful girl, creating a delightful aroma that was refreshing to the senses. Master, I have finally found you. I have missed you dearly and never ceased my search for you. There were moments when I feared I would never see you again, and I nearly surrendered hope. Yet, here we are, and for that, I am eternally grateful. As Su Danru gazed up at the familiar visage of her master, her heart swelled with a profound sense of grievance, causing her voice to tremble. She had inhaled an excessive amount of the hallucinogenic powder, to the point where she was beginning to lose her grip on reality, unable to discern the boundary between the tangible and the illusory. A flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Was the figure she clung to truly her master, or merely a figment conjured by her poisoned imagination? After all, in such a desolate place, how could she possibly encounter the master she longed for most? Just as her doubts threatened to overwhelm her, her master's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Rua, I have caused you undue suffering. Open your mouth. Upon hearing her master's concerned words, Su Danru felt as though all the grievances and sorrows she had harbored over the years dissipated into nothingness. Since her master's disappearance, she had never once held any resentment towards him. Instead, she had constantly reflected on whether she had erred in some way, questioning if she was to blame for her master's abandonment. Should she be granted another opportunity to accompany her master, she vowed to dedicate everything, her heart, her soul, her very essence, to serve him. Obediently, she parted her supple lips. Almost immediately, she felt a smooth object enter her mouth. Chen Xuanyi had placed a medicinal pill within her lips, smiling as he spoke. You carry the scent of the hallucinogenic powder, fortuitously. I possess a healing elixir that will adequately counteract the poison. Consume it, and then tell me who was responsible. Chen Xuanyi's senses were exceptionally keen, easily detecting the toxic aura surrounding his third disciple. He had recently concocted an 8th-grade healing pill, which would restore her health upon ingestion. Fortunately, her condition was not dire. However, it was inconceivable that his beloved third disciple had ingested such a potent poison without cause. Understanding her unique constitution and talents, he knew she would never unwittingly consume a toxin. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Someone must have coerced her. Anyone bold enough to threaten his disciple would face his wrath without exception. Su Danru held the pill in her mouth, a momentous occasion as it was her first time consuming a medicinal pill from her master in 10 years. In their time together, her master had frequently provided her with such pills. Since their separation, she had preserved every pill he had given her, cherishing them for the familiar essence they bore. A bittersweet reminder of her master's presence. It was this faint trace of his aura that had sustained her through countless days devoid of his companionship. days filled with yearning for him. The precious pills, once a source of immense value, now rested on her tongue. This realization made it difficult for her to swallow it whole. With utmost care, she allowed the pill to linger in her mouth, her rosy tongue repeatedly savoring its flavor. Her Master-S elixir was so fragrant how she adored her Master-S pills. It was simply unbearable to think of swallowing it, she murmured softly to herself, her youthful breath moistening the corners of her rose petal-like lips. Chapter 46. No, my friend. What gives you the right, Chen Xuanyi? Observing Su Danru's playful demeanor, Chen Xuanyi could not help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling her hair as he admonished, "Do not be mischievous. You are no longer a child playing with elixirs." Upon hearing her Master-S words, Su Danru reluctantly consumed the pill, for she certainly did not wish to be misconstrued by him as a deranged disciple with an inappropriate infatuation for her teacher. The moment the elixir entered her body, she felt an unprecedented lightness within her. All previous discomfort and disorientation vanished completely in that instant. Even her complexion and appearance had improved remarkably. Chen Xuan, witnessing Su Danru's transformation, approached in astonishment and pinched her cheek. "Su Junior sister, it has been ages since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful." Seeing her long-absent senior sister, Su Danru was flooded with countless cherished memories, reminiscent of her feelings when reunited with her master. She beamed sweetly and embraced Chen Xuan warmly. "Sister, you remain as lively as ever." Hu'er, who had not seen Su Danru in a long while, also shared a heartfelt hug with her. Su Danru felt her cheeks enveloped in warmth, slightly bashful, as she murmured, "Yaya, your transformation is quite significant." Hu'er beamed radiantly, and upon noticing Su Danru's rosy cheeks and shy demeanor, she could not help but squeeze her tighter. "Do you think your senior sister does not understand your playful puns? Honestly, you are just as adorable as you were in childhood." The four of them, master and disciples, reunited, filled the air with joyous laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, all the alchemical masters present gazed in astonishment at the heartwarming interaction between Chen Xuanyi and his disciples, their expressions a mix of disbelief and incredulity. Did Chen Xuanyi truly take on disciples? And three at that? They even embraced upon meeting? What an extraordinary privilege! What gives him the right? Master he, who had not taken on any disciples, initially believed he had succumbed to old Hua, but accepted it with grace. However, to lose to Chen Xuanyi was simply unacceptable. "Miss, why would you do this? He is merely a worthless individual incapable of refining elixirs. By choosing him as your master, are you not jeopardizing your future?" Master he abandoned his previous authoritative demeanor, imploring Su Danru earnestly. The other alchemical masters around him were equally indignant. "Indeed, this young man does not even possess a blue robe. He likely isn't even a fifth-tier alchemist. Miss, please reconsider. Do not be deceived by this charade. According to the rules of the alchemical realm, one cannot take on disciples unless they are a fifth-tier alchemist or higher. He lacks the qualifications." As the crowd voiced their concerns, some even cited the regulations of the alchemical community in an effort to separate the two. Su Danru clung tightly to her master, and it was only then that she realized her Master-S cultivation had indeed fallen to the qi refining stage. As a cultivator of the qi refining stage, it was true that he could no longer refine high-tier elixirs. The 8th-tier healing elixir he had given her must have been a treasured relic from long ago. If the master can no longer refine advanced elixirs, it would be truly delightful for her. She would finally have the opportunity to have her master consume the elixirs she concocted for cultivation, and even assist her master in alchemy, just as her master once guided her. "Silence. To be my master does not necessitate the ability to refine elixirs. I can handle that." Su Danru admonished the assembly of alchemy masters. The esteemed alchemists present were deeply touched by her unwavering loyalty. What a divine disciple she is. One should take on apprentices like Su Danru. Chen Xuanyi must have saved the world in his past life to be graced with such a gentle disciple. This is simply unbearable. The envy is overwhelming. I can no longer stand idly by. I shall report to Lord Dan Ningguang and demand that Chen Xuanyi be stripped of his alchemy qualifications, ensuring he is forever unfit to take on disciples. Well said. Let us go together. I refuse to believe that, bereft of his alchemical qualifications, he can still become a master alchemist. The assembly of alchemy masters brimmed with jealousy, determined to tarnish Chen Xuanyi's reputation. Just as the crowd was preparing to leave the viewing platform, the very Dan Ningguang they sought stood at the entrance, adorned in resplendent golden attire. Her tall and striking figure was complemented by an exquisitely crafted jade box she held. Having overheard the commotion from outside, she glared and admonished. As alchemists and mentors to others, how can you display such unruliness? Her features, taking on an authoritative elegance, radiated a unique allure when she was incensed. However, in the presence of her breathtaking beauty, the alchemists could not harbor any ill intentions. They respectfully apologized or bowed in reverence. Danxiu, the only 8th-tier alchemist in Sangzhou, held a position that none could rival. Even the esteemed Elder Hua could not claim equality with her. Observing the exquisite jade box in Danxiu's hands, Elder Hua stepped forward to inquire, "Might I ask if the item you hold is the championship prize for this alchemical conference?" Danxiu nodded, stating, "I have come to award this prize to Su Danru." Upon hearing that the box contained the championship prize, the alchemist's excitement surged. The quality of the elixirs crafted by the victor would signify their prowess in the alchemical realm, thereby enhancing their prestige. "Master," he urged eagerly, "in that case, let us open it and see." This time, he had refined an outstanding 7th-tier elixir, and he believed he had a significant chance of securing first place. With such thoughts in mind, his anticipation was palpable. The other alchemists jested, "Why the rush? Do you truly believe you can surpass Elder Hua? The master certainly won't compete personally. The first place is undoubtedly his, leaving us with no chance. Lord Master, please unveil it." As the one upon whom so many hopes rested, Elder Hua appeared remarkably composed. The elixir he presented was second only to 8th-tier elixirs, making him a clear contender for victory. Under the urging of the crowd, Danxiu did not hesitate and slowly opened the jade box. The elixir within gradually revealed itself, and all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 47. The Revelation of the Prize. Master Hua kneels in submission. Within the jade box lay a pill of striking emerald hue, its surface immaculate and devoid of any blemish or crack. A rich and fragrant aroma permeated the room, enchanting all who inhaled it with a refreshing sensation that invigorated the soul. Clearly, this was a healing elixir of an astonishingly high grade. Master Hua, observing the pill from such proximity, immediately discerned its classification. This is an 8th-grade healing pill, and the quality is exceptional. Who could have concocted this? Could it be that another 8th-grade alchemist has emerged in Sangzhou? Upon Master Hua's utterance, the numerous alchemists present exchanged glances, seemingly seeking to inquire about the origin of this remarkable concoction. The ascension from 7th to 8th grade is no trifling matter. When Danxiu first produced an 8th-grade pill, the Empress of Sangzhou herself had personally met with him, bestowing countless rewards and honors. It could easily be said to be a national treasure. After a brief silence, the murmurs began as no one stepped forward to claim the achievement. Surely, it must have been the esteemed master who participated in the competition. In such a case, we would accept our defeat with grace. It appears that Master S' alchemical skills have advanced further, as this pill's quality surpasses all previous creations. Many speculated that it was indeed Danxiu who was responsible. After all, there was no one else present capable of crafting an 8th-grade pill. However, Danxiu's subsequent pronouncement left everyone utterly astounded. If I had intended to refine the pill myself, there would have been no need to solicit contributions from others. This pill was not forged by me, not crafted by the master. The moment Danxiu spoke, the crowd was left bewildered. Before anyone could pose a question, she stepped forward to stand before Chen Xuanyi. With a polite smile, she raised the jade box. "Master, since your disciple has secured first place, this pill rightfully belongs to you." Rightfully belongs. The room fell into a profound silence, the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. This premier 8th-grade healing pill was indeed refined by Chen Xuanyi. How could a cultivator in the qi refining stage possess the capability to create an 8th-grade pill? It was inconceivable. There must be some mistake. Master He, incredulous, stepped forward to query Danxiu. "Master, are you certain there is no error? Did he truly refine this pill?" Danxiu's expression darkened as she solemnly replied, "Can the words of this master be false? I witnessed the esteemed master personally refine this pill. There is no possibility of deception. You witnessed it firsthand." The cultivators present, far from dispelling their doubts, found the situation even more incredulous. To forge an 8th-grade pill is no simple feat. Not only is it implausible to accomplish within such a brief time frame, but even with a year's preparation, one would not be able to achieve it. This is simply too far-fetched. Today, has the esteemed leader of the pavilion succumbed to a moment of folly, uttering such words? "Master Hua, A venerable figure in the realm of alchemy, was the first to voice his skepticism. Pavilion Master, to concoct an 8th-grade elixir, one must first prepare the requisite materials. Select a furnace that harmonizes with the 5 elements, seek a fortuitous location, and utilize the essence of jade liquid as the base. Even if all these steps are executed flawlessly, it is not a task that can be completed in an instant. What you suggest seems rather implausible, and any alchemist would find it difficult to believe. If the Pavilion Master desires to participate in the competition but is hesitant to express it directly, or perhaps wishes to promote someone dear to him, we could understand that. Why fabricate such a tale and treat us as fools? Rather than believing this elixir was forged by Chen Xuanyi, one might surmise that Danxiu has long harbored an affection for this dashing youth and wishes to elevate him in hopes of winning his favor. Regardless of her expertise in alchemy or commerce, in matters of the heart, she remains an innocent novice. Misunderstood in this manner, she could not help but blush with embarrassment. You must not speak carelessly, the esteemed one. Before she could finish her sentence, a throng of young alchemists entered from outside the door, having just concluded the alchemy conference and come to seek their master's guidance. Hong Yunfei was the first to rush in, and upon reaching his master, rather than discussing the conference, he immediately brought up another topic. Master, I just saw someone instantly concoct an 8th-grade elixir outside. It was utterly absurd. The other disciples who entered also recounted to their master the events that transpired at the entrance, detailing the process with clarity. If Danxiu had any reason to fabricate a story, the alchemy masters present could comprehend it. Yet, their disciples had no need to lie on behalf of Chen Xuanyi. Could it be that this 8th-grade elixir was indeed crafted by him? But how could that possibly be true? Among all present, Master Hua displayed the most intense reaction. Having devoted his life to the study of alchemy, he had never shown interest in other matters. Unraveling the truth behind this incident was of utmost importance to him. He produced a manuscript of his unique alchemical techniques from his sleeve and presented it to Chen Xuanyi. Young man, if you truly possess the ability to concoct an 8th-grade elixir, you will undoubtedly discern the flaws within this method. I implore you to identify its shortcomings, that we may be convinced. At that moment, Chen Xuanyi was lost in the joy of reuniting with his master and had no intention of addressing such trivialities. However, upon seeing Danxiu's flushed face due to the misunderstanding, he found it quite amusing. Very well, let this serve to clarify the misunderstanding for Danxiu. Chen Xuanyi accepted the manuscript, glanced over it briefly, and then casually made some alterations using his spiritual energy before returning it. Master Hua received the manuscript with both hands and examined the modified sections with rapt attention. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding, ultimately culminating in unparalleled astonishment. Chen Xuanyi casually modified a particular technique, which turned out to be the very conundrum he had spent his entire life trying to unravel. It became evident that this seemingly inconspicuous youth was, in fact, a true master of alchemy. Meanwhile, those self-important individuals had been woefully underestimating a genuine maestro, a notion that was simply ludicrous. What perplexed him the most was the fact that a master of alchemy of Chen Xuanyi's caliber had never crossed his radar. It appeared that Danxiu recognized him, referring to him as Lord Supreme. Wait a moment. Lord Supreme was a title reserved for the world's foremost genius, was it not? He vaguely recalled that the name associated with Lord Supreme was indeed Chen Xuanyi. In a fleeting moment, Hua Lao's mind conjured the 3 characters Chen Xuanyi had inscribed on a piece of paper, which seemed to be his own name. At the time, he had merely caught a glimpse and paid no heed, nor would he have ever connected it to that prodigy. Moreover, most of those present were entirely oblivious to the youth's name. Upon reflection, such striking handsomeness, coupled with extraordinary feats, could only belong to the legendary figure from myth. With this realization, he suddenly knelt before Chen Xuanyi, trembling as he spoke. So you are the Supreme One, the world's greatest genius. I have only heard tales of your exploits in mythological stories, never imagining they were true. I have devoted my life to the study of alchemy, believing myself to possess considerable knowledge, yet in your presence, I am but a speck of dust. For my past indiscretions, I am willing to spend my life atoning, forever serving as your subordinate. Hua Lao spoke with utmost gravity, bearing the weight of his perceived transgressions. The few strokes Chen Xuanyi had made to his technique would suffice to benefit him for a lifetime, if he could remain by Chen Xuanyi's side. Even as a mere servant, a few words of guidance from him would yield the fruits of a lifetime's cultivation. He was determined to seize this opportunity. The other masters of alchemy present did not respond with the same swiftness as Hua Lao. still grappling with the unfolding situation. They watched in disbelief as Hua Lao resolutely bowed before Chen Xuanyi, feeling as if their entire worldview had crumbled. The esteemed figure revered in the realm of alchemy, whom they had idolized, was now bowing in deference to this young man. What could possibly be happening? Chapter 48. 3 days without blinking. A punishment for all, Master. Why must you do this? Please, rise quickly. Master, why do you act in such a manner? Under the throng of disciples surrounding him, Hua Lao showed no intention of standing, instead proclaiming loudly, silence. He is the true #1 genius in the world, a transcendent being at the peak of the great ascension realm. To show any disrespect to such a venerable figure would cost you your very lives. Hua Lao's voice resonated powerfully, and everyone present in the room heard him clearly. After a long moment of hesitation, his disciples were struck with awe and subsequently followed their master in kneeling. Junior disciples pay their respects to the venerable one. He is a figure of legend, and today, he stands before us. Please, esteemed one, do not hold our transgressions against us. The atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily lively. Not only were Hua Lao's disciples now fully convinced, but even the alchemy masters who had previously looked down upon Chen Xuanyi found it difficult to remain standing. They had clearly heard Hua Lao's explanation, unveiling the true identity of the mysterious youth. The tales of the world's greatest genius in this realm were akin to the legendary Monkey King from the Journey to the West. However, unlike a mere tale, the venerable one was a tangible reality. The thought that should he harbor any ill will, they could be reduced to ashes in an instant sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, one by one, the alchemy masters began to kneel and plead for mercy. Those who hesitated, upon witnessing others capitulate first, grew increasingly anxious. What if they attracted the esteemed one's attention? Their fates could be far worse. In an instant, all those who had once scorned Chen Xuanyi now lay prostrate before him. Esteemed one, I was previously unaware of your name and acted with disrespect. Please, bestow your punishment. I repent and implore you not to exterminate my entire clan. Esteemed one, I will comply with any of your wishes. Just spare my wife and children. Chen Xuanyi's ruthless reputation for punishing adversaries by annihilating their entire lineage had become legendary, whispered from one person to another until it was universally known. Upon realizing their transgressions, the first instinct of those before the venerable one was to hastily seek forgiveness, hoping to preserve their families. Unmoved by their pleas, Chen Xuanyi appeared indifferent. He simply pushed the jade box held by Dan Ningguang back towards her, stating, I have retrieved my third disciple thanks in part to your efforts. Consider this elixir a gift from me. Had it not been for the gathering you organized, I might have waited an eternity to reunite with my disciple. Chen Xuanyi was known for his nature. He always repaid those who aided him manifold. Dan Ningguang shook her head in refusal. I have not rendered you any service. I cannot accept this. Furthermore, this elixir is a prize. If I were to accept it, it would violate the rules of the alchemy conference. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi pondered and realized she had a point. Using this as a gift indeed seemed somewhat inappropriate. Chen Xian had no choice but to allow Su Danru to accept the elixir. He then pondered what would make an appropriate gift for Dan Ningguang. At that moment, he finally noticed the numerous masters of alchemy present. These sycophantic individuals, who looked down upon others, truly deserved a lesson. If he were to expose them one by one and punish their entire clans, it would indeed be quite troublesome given their numbers. Moreover, their crimes were not so grievous as to warrant such extreme measures. With this in mind, he devised a fitting gift for Dan Ningguang. Clearing his throat, Chen Xian addressed the assembly of alchemists with a commanding voice. Once, when I was insulted, I traversed from the southern gate to the white jade capital without blinking for 3 days and nights. Today, in a moment of benevolence, I am granting you a chance to redeem yourselves. The pill pavilion is under my dominion, and you shall remain here to refine pills for a decade. His countenance was grave and cold, exuding an air of authority that sent shivers through those gathered. Jiang Ningxuan, standing behind him, leaned close and whispered, Master, did your eyes not dry after 3 days without blinking? Hu Yaya and Su Danru stifled their laughter at the senior sister's question, realizing that she was offering no respite to their master. Clearly, the master's words were embellished for effect. Chen Xian, somewhat speechless, replied quietly, I was merely intimidating them. I have dispatched far more than this. Hu Yaya, Su Danru. So there was no exaggeration at all. Jiang Ningxuan gazed at her master with admiration and exclaimed, Master, you are truly formidable. A master who kills without blinking is so impressive. Chen Xian, feeling a bit bashful at the praise from his disciple, scratched his head and replied, "It's not that impressive." Hiki, smiling broadly. The alchemical masters kneeling before Chen Xuan fell silent upon hearing his decree. The implication was clear. They were to refine pills for the pill pavilion for 10 years. Each pill they produced was worth a fortune. 10 years of such labor, especially with so many of them, represented an immense profit. Yet, fearing retribution from Chen Xuan, none dared to voice their dissent. One alchemist, gritting his teeth, managed to utter, "Fine. Living is better than dying," seeing someone take the lead. The rest of the assembly followed suit, bowing their heads in resignation. They would refine the pills, considering it a form of cultivation. Yes, they had families to support. They could not allow anything to happen to them. At least they were working for the pill pavilion. Though there would be no salary, it surely wouldn't be too dire. Upon witnessing the alchemical masters genuinely acquiescing, Danxiu was filled with immense joy. The gift bestowed upon her by the esteemed master was worth far more than any 8th grade pill. With so many individuals refining pills for her free of charge, in a few years, the pill pavilion might not just be one of the sacred grounds for alchemists, but the only one. Such a substantial gift. She could hardly bear to decline. Moreover, these individuals have brought this upon themselves. Thank you, esteemed Lord. Chapter 49. The Shattered Alchemy Pavilion. The Southern King slays Danxiu was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately preparing to bow to Chen Xuan. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders. "There is no need for such formalities between us. Simply tend to your family affairs, and that will suffice as your gratitude." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's sincere words, Danxiu was deeply moved, her dark golden eyes quivering with emotion. Since her mother's passing, Chen Xuan had been the only one who genuinely supported the alchemy pavilion and truly cared for her. Being in his presence allowed her to disregard the mercenary entanglements of business, providing a unique sense of relaxation and reliance. She was uncertain whether her feelings stemmed from love, but she cherished the moments spent with him. Nodding quietly, she etched all of Chen Xuan's kindness into her heart. At that moment, Master Hua, unwilling to relent, knelt beside Chen Xuan and earnestly pleaded, "Esteemed one, I wish to follow you. I am willing to do anything as long as I can remain by your side." Chen Xuan was taken aback by the old man's tenacity. He only wished to retain his disciples and had little interest in others. However, Hua's earnestness might indeed prove beneficial. The Jade Maiden sect had become his stronghold and could be developed further. He considered allowing Master Hua to temporarily reside on the outskirts of the sect, as a master alchemist of his caliber could provide a continuous supply of elixirs for the sect's cultivation. "If you truly wish to follow me, go to the Jade Maiden sect. However, know that the sect does not accommodate the opposite sex. You will have to live outside, which may be quite arduous." The conditions Chen Xuan offered were akin to asking a wealthy man to forsake all his riches and reside in a mere hut. He expected Hua to hesitate. Yet to his surprise, the old man immediately acquiesced. "At your command, I shall depart at once," Master Hua replied respectfully. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "You do not mind?" Hua replied earnestly, "No matter where I am, it is all part of the path of alchemy. It matters not." Chen Xuan could not help but give him a mental thumbs up. Truly, a master alchemist possessed a profound mindset. He realized he could never do the same. Cultivation was not for the sake of enjoyment. Enduring daily hardships was essential. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of one's efforts? "Captain Jia." Just as those present in the room were utterly convinced by Chen Xuan, a voice suddenly broke through the reverie, filled with resentment. "I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe it. Where is my direct disciple, Yi Lingyun? I would never believe it if he hadn't told me himself." This individual was Master He. While the other disciples had returned, his disciple remained missing. Having not heard his disciple recount the events, he adamantly refused to accept the truth. Observing Master He's search for his disciple, a young cultivator who had seen Yi Lingyun pointed towards the competition grounds, saying, "I saw him just as I arrived. It seems he is still at the competition site." Moreover, his demeanor appeared rather unsettling. Upon hearing this, Master He was instantly gripped by a foreboding sense of unease. Yi Lingyun, his most cherished disciple destined to inherit his legacy, could not afford any missteps. Otherwise, all his years of dedication would be rendered futile. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened into the arena to investigate. Su Danru had initially thought her master was merely a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. However, upon discovering that he could personally concoct 8th grade elixirs, and that even renowned alchemists bowed in reverence before him, she realized the true extent of his strength. She felt no sorrow upon learning of her master's perceived weakness, nor did she feel disheartened by his resurgence in power. Should her master be unable to cultivate, she would protect him and remain by his side. If he still possessed the brilliance of his former self, she would dutifully support him, alleviating his burdens and serving him for a lifetime. Gently clutching her master's arm, Danxiu whispered, "Master, concerning the matter of the illusion powder affecting me. It is the doing of the king of Southern Town. He has imprisoned me within the grand hall and constantly stationed guards to watch over me. It won't be long before he learns of the situation here and comes to eliminate us. If we cannot withstand him, it would be prudent for us to leave swiftly." Despite her master's ability to craft 8th-grade elixirs, she remained uncertain whether he could contend against the king of Southern Town, who had reached the great ascension stage. With many dark-clad figures trailing her, hesitation could lead to their capture. With a smile, Chen Xuan affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with unwavering confidence, "Do not worry, rower. Master is stronger now than ever before. Once I have dealt with the wretched foe, we shall return together." Danxiu nodded with delight, her mind already envisioning the days ahead when they would live together once more, filled with eager anticipation. Yet, what she looked forward to the most was the prospect of engaging in activities she could not comprehend or undertake in her childhood. As for what those activities might be, she kept that to herself. After speaking, Chen Xuan, along with his disciples, made his way to the venue of the recent alchemy conference. Even from a distance, he could see Master He cradling the vacant-eyed Yilingyun, a visage of profound anguish. Observing Yilingyun's condition, Chen Xuan quickly deduced that his heart was in turmoil. Struck by the blows of his own inadequacies and subsequently overshadowed by Danxiu, his self-image as a genius had completely shattered in that moment. Overwhelmed with disbelief and self-doubt, he faced an uncertain path in his future cultivation. Despite Yilingyun's current state, Chen Xuan had no intention of sparing him. The humiliation this individual had inflicted upon his second disciple warranted a fate far worse than death. As he approached the two, he began to channel his spiritual energy, intending to render Yilingyun powerless. The rationale behind sparing his life was simple. For a young cultivator, particularly one who had once been deemed a prodigy, becoming a complete waste was a fate far more despairing than death itself. He was no benevolent soul. He sought to inflict maximum suffering upon his enemies. Seeing Chen Xuan poised to strike his beloved disciple, Master He was consumed by fury and stepped protectively in front of him. "Stop! You are being utterly unreasonable. To have brought such calamity upon my disciple, and yet still dare to take action, do you truly believe me to be incapable?" Master He, as a 7th-tier alchemist, possesses the realm of returning to nothingness. However, when it comes to combat prowess, the strength of the transformation into divinity remains formidable. Typically, an alchemist would refrain from engaging in battle unless absolutely necessary, but now, with his beloved disciple suffering such emotional turmoil, he can no longer concern himself with the usual reservations. Upon hearing that the heartache of Yilingyun was caused by his own actions, Chen Xuan found it utterly amusing. From beginning to end, it was merely his own folly. The commotion attracted the attention of all alchemists present. Those masters of the alchemical arts who had previously been engrossed in Chen Xuan's capabilities now turned their full attention to the impending confrontation between the two. Although they harbored fear of Chen Xuan's strength, none had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Ultimately, some among them remained unconvinced. Furthermore, given that someone was willing to step forward, they were eager to observe the veracity of Chen Xuan's reputed invincibility. Should Chen Xuan prove to be no match for Master He, then they would be obliged to heed his authority. Just as Chen Xuan and Master He stood poised for confrontation, a tremendous sound erupted from the apex of the Danxiu pavilion. The entire structure began to tremble violently, and a massive hole was suddenly blasted open above, sending countless fragments of stone and wood crashing down. Simultaneously, a figure soared through the breach with lightning speed, clad in a robe of purple and gold. The figure was somewhat portly and bore a stern expression. Upon arriving at the scene, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the area, causing the spirits of all present to tense in response. The figure bellowed, "Chen Xuan, I should have anticipated this." The individual whom Danxiu had longed to meet turned out to be none other than the former world's #1 genius. That rotund figure was none other than the scheming king of the South, the ruler of the Southern Territories. Chapter 50, The Southern King Strikes. Dan Ningguang's affection for Chen Xuanyi, the Southern King, stormed in with great ferocity, breaking through the gates of the Danxiu pavilion as if it were of no consequence. Despite the formidable might of the Danding Pavilion and its reliance on resources to sustain numerous martial practitioners, none could stand against the Southern King. Should a battle ensue here, Danding Wang's only reliance would be on Chen Xuanyi. As the Southern King surveyed the scene below, he noted the presence of two disciples beside Chen Xuanyi. It was rumored that Chen Xuanyi's disciples possessed extraordinary abilities and exceptional talents. If he could recruit them, they would serve as invaluable allies against the Empress in the future. Chen Xuanyi, the reason Su Danru has yet to submit to me is your existence. Today, I shall eradicate you. You may depart in peace, and I shall ensure the care of your disciples, declared the Southern King, clenching his fists and spreading his arms like a monkey. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy gathered behind him, manifesting into a towering, deep purple divine apparition that loomed nearly 100 meters tall, threatening to collapse the very structure of the Danding Pavilion. This phantom bore 3 heads and 6 arms, its visage resembling a comical figure from a theatrical performance, with fangs bared and claws flailing in the air. An unparalleled oppressive force radiated from it, its strength approaching the 9th level of the Great Ascendant stage. The alchemists present, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated to safer vantage points to observe. They refrained from fleeing immediately, as witnessing a practitioner of the Southern King's caliber in action presented a rare opportunity for enlightenment, a precious chance for cultivation. I recall the Southern King being a practitioner of the 5th level of the Great Ascendants. How can this phantom he conjured be so close to the tribulation stage? Murmured one. Who doesn't he possess some hidden means? Moreover, the Southern King has always regarded the Empress as his rival. He must have been well prepared. As the Southern King launched his attack, Chen Xuanyi remained unmoved. Was it possible he was not even a worthy opponent? If so, what a boon for us. We would no longer have to labor for the Danding Pavilion. The onlookers eagerly anticipated Chen Xuanyi's demise in this battle, for it would grant them an opportunity to extricate themselves. Master, he had initially feared an outcome of mutual destruction with Chen Xuanyi. However, now that the Southern King had deemed Chen Xuanyi an enemy, he saw a perfect opportunity to ally himself with the king. My king, Chen Xuanyi has insulted me repeatedly and harmed my disciples. Allow me to assist you. With that, he soared to the side of the Southern King. The Southern King, accepting his offer, let out a triumphant roar. Ha ha ha, splendid. Once I reduce the Danding Pavilion to ruins, you shall become its new master. Dan Ningguang harbored deep animosity towards the Southern King, who understood that subjugating her was futile. Thus, he resolved to establish a new alchemist loyal to him within this territory. Master, he, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Thank you, my king. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service, obeying only your commands. Though he had once been a renowned master of alchemy, the notion of becoming the head of the Danding Pavilion had been beyond his wildest dreams. To occupy such a position would bring unimaginable benefits. At that moment, Dan Ningguang, having lost her position as the sect leader, might find herself humbling her proud demeanor, coming to him with a subservient attitude. The thought of such a scenario was indescribably delightful, just as he indulged in these fanciful dreams. Chen Xuanyi's voice unexpectedly resonated from below. King of the South, I recall the time when the Empress had yet to ascend the throne, and you sought an audience outside my residence, hoping I would enlighten you. I perceived your lack of sincerity and graciously declined. Once, you bowed your head in humility. How dare you now flaunt your might before me? Chen Xuanyi stood tall and imposing, his voice resonating powerfully, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if he were an immortal facing any adversary with ease. The King of the South regarded the formidable presence of Chen Xuanyi, seemingly unperturbed, yet inwardly speculated on his rival's true strength. No matter how he scrutinized, Chen Xuanyi appeared merely to be a practitioner of the qi refinement stage, with no hidden depth to his abilities. In contrast to Chen Xuanyi's prowess, he suspected that the latter merely relied on borrowed authority. Chen Xuanyi, I have heard of your treacherous dealings with the true immortal. Although you slaughtered the entire Sikong clan and subdued the leaders of the 3 major sects, such acts could be accomplished even by those at the integration stage, let alone a practitioner of the ascended stage. Setting aside your current capabilities, even at your peak, I am not one to be easily defeated. In his view, Chen Xuanyi had likely diminished from his former glory, perhaps descending to the integration stage or even lower. This level of power was sufficient to eliminate those sect leaders and city lords, yet far from adequate to confront him. Moreover, he had prepared extensively over the years to contend with the Empress, and even if Chen Xuanyi retained his original strength, he held no fear. Having concluded his remarks, He issued a final ultimatum to Chen Xuanyi. There is no need for further discourse with one who is destined to die. Divine law, true form. The ethereal figure behind the king of the south solidified, ultimately transforming into a towering giant with fearsome fangs, reaching a height of 100 meters. The overwhelming pressure of the ascended stage enveloped the surroundings, rendering all lower-tier practitioners within several kilometers powerless to act. In the face of such might, ordinary practitioners were akin to ants, easily slaughtered at will. Chen Xuanyi's figure appeared diminutive before this colossal apparition, resembling a child unable to lift even a feather. At that moment, Danxiu swiftly leaped to Chen Xuanyi's side, grasping his hand with urgency as her melodious voice rang out, "My lord, the king of the south must be employing some dark sorcery. His power has surged immensely compared to before. We must leave at once. We cannot afford to lose our lives. I possess some precious explosive pills here. Though they may harm our bodies, they will suffice for our escape." Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xuanyi's current strength was invincible. Chapter 51. The Astonishment of Danxiu and Chen Xuanyi's Mastery. Though Danxiu had pledged allegiance to Chen Xuanyi as her revered master to contend against the Southern King and safeguard the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, she never anticipated that they would engage in conflict so swiftly. She had intended to refine more healing elixirs in the coming days and devise other methods to alleviate Chen Xuanyi's affliction from the true immortal's venom before deliberating on further actions. Yet, witnessing the overwhelming might unleashed by the Southern King, she could scarcely fathom what means Chen Xuanyi, poisoned as he was, could employ to counter such a formidable force. Thus, her sole consideration was to urge her esteemed master to flee, as that was the only course of action she felt capable of undertaking for him. Chen Xuanyi, however, did not accept her elixirs. Faced with the colossal shadow and oppressive aura looming in the heavens, he displayed no trace of trepidation. Instead, he smiled gently and inquired, "If we both depart, what shall become of the Pill Cauldron Pavilion? Is it not your most cherished possession?" Upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's words, Danxiu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her initial instinct upon perceiving Chen Xuanyi's impending peril had been to utilize her abilities to hasten his escape. Strikingly, the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, which she held in such high regard, had not entered her considerations at all. All her actions had been instinctual. Logically, she ought to have prioritized the protection of the pavilion above all else. When did her perspective begin to shift? Was it when she witnessed Chen Xuanyi's inherent nobility, treating even the most unassuming individuals, like the lowly Qing, with equal respect? Or was it from the moment she acknowledged Chen Xuanyi as her master, captivated by his formidable prowess? Perhaps it was during her encounters with various merchants, all tugging at her for their own gain, that only Chen Xuanyi, through his unselfish commands to the alchemists for the benefit of the pavilion, stood apart. Or perhaps she had glimpsed in her mother's diary a unique admiration her mother held for Chen Xuanyi. Within those pages, there lay a poignant description. "He is unlike anyone else in this world, as though he were never meant to inhabit it. His thought processes and charismatic character compel me to devote my life in pursuit of him. If I were to choose a sovereign to rule this world, I would resolutely select Chen Xuanyi." These succinct words, first encountered by Danxiu in her childhood, ignited within her a profound curiosity about the man who warranted such admiration from her mother. Now, having encountered him in reality, she could assert with certainty that Chen Xuanyi deserved every bit of her mother's praise, perhaps even exceeding it. This elevated his standing in her heart to unparalleled heights. In that moment, she realized that her growing concern for Chen Xuanyi was not triggered by a singular event, but rather by the cumulative weight of all experiences that had ignited a profound regard for his existence, surpassing even her commitment to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion. This was no ordinary affection. It seemed she had unwittingly developed feelings for this man. With a newfound clarity about her emotions toward Chen Xuanyi, Danxiu felt an intensified urgency to escort him away from this perilous place. She had never had a partner in her journey, and this rare affinity must not be buried here. With great urgency, she addressed Chen Xuanyi, stating, "This is of no consequence. I wish for your survival. I implore you, do not be reckless." Before Chen Xuanyi could respond, Jiang Ningxuan, with a curious expression, interjected, "Oh, Sister Ningguang seems to care deeply for our master." Her countenance bore the marks of gossip, as if she had already discerned Ningguang's feelings. Huyaya, standing nearby, cleared her throat twice and said, "Ahem, senior sister, do not speak thoughtlessly. Such matters, even if perceived, must never be disclosed to our master. He is inherently passive, and to put it bluntly, somewhat dense. If our master were to learn of Ningguang's affections, would she still have a chance to be with him? It must remain a secret. Ningguang, noticing the seemingly relaxed demeanor of both Hu'er and Jiang Ningxuan, felt perplexed. Aren't you all worried? Jiang Ningxuan pondered, resting her finger on her chin, and replied, Indeed. There is some concern. Ningguang felt this response was more appropriate. Worry was warranted. They should hurry. Yet before she could finish, Jiang Ningxuan continued. I am concerned that our master might act here and cause the Danding Pavilion to be destroyed. Rebuilding would be quite troublesome. Ningguang, is there something amiss with your logic? Your master is the one at a disadvantage, isn't he? Do you have such unwavering faith in him? Hu'er observed Ningguang's expression, which seemed on the verge of unraveling, and elegantly covered her mouth with a smile, patting her back in consolation. I am jesting. Our master is quite formidable now. We have all witnessed it. Su Danru had never seen their master in action. Although she had heard of his promises, she could not shake her unease and quietly hid behind him. Regardless of the outcome, if death were to befall her, being with her master in that final moment would render her the happiest person in the world. The king of Zhennan observed that Chen Xuanyi and his companions showed no intention of fleeing, and he assumed they were exchanging last words. Watching the disciples clustered around Chen Xuanyi, he felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he wished to retain those three prodigies for his own purposes. Nevertheless, the situation had escalated, and since they were intent on death, he could not allow any to survive. If they were not to serve me, then they shall all perish. In the underworld, may you all meet again, sealing the immortal, exterminating the divine fist. The king of Zhennan bellowed. A pale glow began to emanate from the colossal fist of the immense shadow behind him. This luminescence, akin to the core of a tornado, drew in surrounding structures and columns, reducing them to rubble. The shadow moved in tandem with his actions, the immense fist infused with overwhelming pressure, causing a tremendous sonic boom as it surged toward Chen Xuanyi. In an instant, the ground beneath Chen Xuanyi became a web of spider-like cracks, as the pressure enveloped him entirely. In the realm of the void, the cultivators of Dan Ningguang faced a dire situation. Had it not been for her exertion of spiritual power and defense, Chen Xuanyi would have been compelled to deploy his daily invincible defense here, which would undoubtedly have entangled his disciples as well. Observing the tumultuous scene of earth and stones swirling around him, a look of distress crossed Chen Xuanyi's face. Engaging in battle here would surely result in utter devastation, and the hope of luring the king of Southern Town away seemed increasingly futile. As he pondered this predicament, an epiphany struck him. He recalled the technique of his third disciple. Upon reuniting with this disciple, Chen Xuanyi had also inherited their unique abilities and methods. The technique, known as the Starry Dan formula, was perfectly aligned with the characteristics of his primordial divine body. Remarkably, the final move of this technique possessed the power to vanquish foes without causing destruction to the surrounding structures. Turning to his companion, Su Danru, he declared, My dear rower, I have procured for you an exceptionally formidable technique. Upon our return, I shall impart it to you. For now, observe as I demonstrate its application. It may prove beneficial for you. Upon hearing this, Su Danru's spirits were lifted to their zenith. The technique she currently practiced had been meticulously crafted for her by Chen Xuanyi, and now her master was presenting her with a new one. Without further delay, Chen Xuanyi raised his right hand slowly into the air, as if to grasp the colossal fist hovering above. Yet, his intention diverged. From his palm emerged a pitch-black orb, exuding a dense aura of darkness. This orb seemed to embody the vengeful spirits of countless departed souls, emanating an unsettling energy. Rower, he continued, ordinary alchemical techniques typically lack combat efficacy. However, this new method I have acquired possesses both alchemical prowess and martial capability. Pay close attention to this move. It is called the Imperial Sovereign's Rebirth Banner. Chapter 52. Chen Xuanyi catches a punch with one hand. As the cultivation technique commenced, the dark energy within Chen Xuanyi's palm swelled ominously, spreading like a specter into the surrounding atmosphere. The ground and air became enshrouded in this unsettling black mist, as if it sought to obscure the very heavens. From Chen Xuanyi's position, an immense formation seemed to emerge, leaving onlookers puzzled about the terrifying events that might unfold within this domain. The distant masters of alchemy remained oblivious to Chen Xuanyi's actions, only witnessing him extend a single hand toward the sky, as if intending to catch the colossal punch barehanded. Observing this perplexing scene, they began to murmur amongst themselves. It is said that the king of southern Jin practices earth-tier techniques, which possess tremendous destructive power. Can Chen Xuanyi truly intend to catch it with one hand? Impossible. If he could accomplish such a feat, the entire cultivation system would have collapsed long ago. To withstand a strike from the great ascension phase during the qi refining stage? Absurd. Yes, he appears utterly dazed. Perhaps his demise would spare us the toil. Their chatter revealed a gleeful anticipation, as though they could already envision Chen Xuanyi being crushed into oblivion. In stark contrast to the alchemist's scornful demeanor stood the king of southern Jin. Upon witnessing Chen Xuanyi's impassive hand raised skyward, he sensed the anomaly. It was inconceivable for an ordinary qi refining cultivator, or even those in the combined body or great ascension phases, to remain stationary in the path of his descending fist. This was clearly beyond reason, an unexpected twist. Humph! What trickery is this? The king of southern Jin bellowed, exerting all his might to drive his fist downward. He could only harbor a singular thought, that Chen Xuanyi was merely feigning power. The idea of him genuinely remaining unaffected by such an assault was too terrifying to contemplate. In that moment, as the two forces collided, time seemed to stand still. Chen Xuanyi, with unwavering resolve, held his ground, while the massive purple fist descended, firmly grasped within his palm. The collision of such immense forces erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward in a grand spectacle. Danxiu utilized his spiritual energy to shield the surrounding structures, preventing the ground and buildings from collapsing. The king of southern Jin, straining every muscle in his body, felt as though an indomitable force was naturally undermining his authority. The alchemy masters, who had just moments ago been mocking Chen Xuanyi, now stared in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Even from a distance, without Danxiu's protective energy, the hills beneath them began to tremble violently under the impact of the shock waves. Some of the more timid cultivators were rendered paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. Is this really possible? He actually caught it. What unimaginable strength! Is this the chasm that separates the world's greatest prodigy from us? I am utterly astounded. The rumors they had previously heard paled in comparison to the sheer astonishment of witnessing Chen Xuanyi in action. From that moment on, regardless of the occasion, they dared not even lift their heads upon encountering him again. Beside Chen Xuanyi stood Su Danro and Danxiu, both gazing at him with faces full of admiration. Su Danro had once witnessed her former master in combat, but at that time, her master did not possess the strength to effortlessly withstand such a formidable attack. Over the course of the past decade, her master had grown even more powerful. Danxiu, unfamiliar with Chen Xuanyi's prior capabilities, believed he had always been this formidable. As she beheld his handsome profile, she felt a rush of admiration that nearly brought her to the brink of drooling. Her expression radiated an unparalleled longing. Women are naturally drawn to strength. And for someone like her, who practiced alchemy with limited combat prowess, the need for a powerful ally was even more pronounced. She felt her heart racing, utterly captivated and enchanted by this man. The reason Chen Xuanyi could effortlessly deflect the attack was not merely due to his martial prowess, but rather the unique ability bestowed upon him by his second disciple, granting him invulnerable defense once a day. Utilizing this ability was not an act of arrogance, rather, it was essential for the full release of the Emperor's rebirth banner, which required proximity. The current distance was just right. The Emperor shall not perish. The underworld shall not find peace. Emperor's rebirth banner. Activate. Chen Xuanyi murmured softly, as an array of dark energy began to surge from his palm. This dark energy resembled serpents or the very souls of men, slithering towards the violet fist he held. The might encapsulated within that fist began to diminish at an alarming rate, as if being absorbed. The king of Jin immediately sensed the shift and was struck with dread. What Chen Xuanyi was siphoning was not merely the strength of his phantom, but also his own cultivation. He could feel his power plummeting rapidly. What sorcery is this? The king of Jin exclaimed, eyes wide with terror. He had never encountered such a technique. It was utterly horrifying. Desperately, he attempted to retract the phantom's fist, but it was firmly grasped by Chen Xuanyi, making withdrawal impossible. He tried to unleash other attacks, yet his spiritual energy was being locked and absorbed by Chen Xuanyi, rendering him incapable of casting any spells. The sensation of losing control over himself was both distressing and alarming. Realizing that he might soon be drained entirely, he quickly devised a countermeasure. He produced a blood-red elixir from his robe. Chen Xuanyi, this exploding yuan pill can double my strength in a short span. Though it inflicts great harm upon my body, If it leads to your defeat, it will be worth it. By the way, this pill was crafted by your disciple. How does it feel to perish by the hands of your own disciple's creation? The exploding Yuan pill is renowned as a life-saving remedy, capable of unleashing a person's full potential in dire situations. However, one must rest for several years post-consumption before resuming cultivation. The materials for this elixir are exceedingly precious. During the time he kept Su Danru under house arrest, he commanded her to concoct it. Now, it has come in handy. Having said that, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Su Danru observed the Southern King consuming the potion she had prepared, her palms slowly clenching together, feelings of unease washing over her. The Southern King, after ingesting the elixir, let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, my strength. 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 Yet, he soon realized, where's my strength? After a prolonged wait, the overwhelming power he had envisioned failed to materialize. Instead, he felt a surge of blood rising within him. With a sudden cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of dark crimson blood. Damn it, the potion is poisoned. Chapter 53. The division of the Southern King's strength and reputation shakes the seas. The herbs are poisoned. Su Danru, when did you administer the poison? How could I have failed to notice? The Southern King's face was a mask of disbelief. He felt even more feeble now compared to before he ingested the elixir. Su Danru's earlier clenched fists and anxious demeanor were not due to concerns about the Southern King's potential surge in power after consuming the pill, but rather stemmed from her responsibility as an alchemist to produce impeccable elixirs. The thought of having poisoned the elixir during its refinement troubled her. Nonetheless, she hoped her master would understand her predicament. She truly did not wish to concoct elixirs for her enemies. She desired to reserve the finest for her master. Her extraordinary talent in alchemy allowed her to mask even the deadliest poison within the elixirs, rendering the Southern King, at the peak of his cultivation, utterly oblivious, an unparalleled feat that no one else could achieve. Beside the Southern King, master, he observed his deteriorating state with a growing sense of urgency that surpassed even the king's own anxiety. If the Southern King were to perish, his own fate would be grim. The Southern King was his sole pillar and source of support, and he could not afford to let anything happen to him. Without hesitation, he produced his finest explosive elixir, the best he had ever crafted. Despite its immense value, he understood that desperate times called for desperate measures. Your Majesty, please consume the elixir. Master, he urged. The Southern King hastily accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Gradually, the injuries within him began to mend, and his spiritual energy surged forth, expanding and erupting repeatedly. The resulting shockwaves of spiritual energy caused the surrounding structures to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were lamenting in fear. In this moment, he was stronger than he had ever been before the battle commenced. Such formidable power was now akin to being on the verge of transcending the tribulation stage. Chen Xuanyi, today you shall meet your demise. With that declaration, he swung his fist toward Chen Xuanyi, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force that seemed to herald an apocalyptic clash, visible from miles away. Concern etched across Su Danru's delicate features. She retrieved another elixir and inquired of her master, Master, I possess another explosive elixir here, which inflicts minimal harm on the body. Would you care to consume it? Danxiu, equally anxious, drew forth a substantial collection of elixirs, declaring, Esteemed Master, I too have numerous treasures, gathered over many years. The plethora of precious elixirs, each radiating its own unique luminescence, filled the air with a rich medley of medicinal aromas, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Su Danru's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, you have not been an ineffective leader. Each elixir she produced was of the highest caliber, with some even reaching the esteemed 8th grade. At that moment, Hu'er and Danxiu could not help but regard her with newfound respect. They say that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. At this critical juncture, Danxiu was genuinely willing to sacrifice her resources for their master. Those who cared for their master would earn their recognition, a principle they adhered to with steadfast loyalty. Chen Xuanyi shook his head with a smile. There is no need for that. Simply watch closely. The identity of the king of Southern Town is unlike any other. After he meets his demise at my hands today, any future adversaries will think twice before confronting me. This is an opportunity to establish my reputation, providing support for my scattered disciples around the world who have yet to be found, ensuring that those with ill intentions dare not harm my students. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuanyi became increasingly serious about the impending battle. The whereabouts of the other disciples were uncertain. Were they in danger? Or perhaps imprisoned by nefarious individuals? Today he must perform splendidly, making it known to the world that Chen Xuanyi has returned. Emperor's Ascension Banner. Second form, heaven and earth annihilation. All things return to the honorable. Chen Xuanyi shouted, and beneath his feet, as well as those of the women beside him, a circular formation emerged. The surrounding space dimmed, as if shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Absorb, Chen Xuanyi intoned, and a tremendous transformation ensued. The newly fallen fist of the king of southern town was pulled into the black mist from several meters away. This was not the result of his own strength, but rather an absorption that drew it in. The two ghostly fists swiftly vanished within the dark energy. The true body of the king of southern town was also being drawn toward this powerful force. What sorcery is this? No. All the power within him resisted the overwhelming pull, yet no matter how fervently he struggled, it was as futile as a duck floundering in water. The closer he drew to the black mist, the more rapidly his cultivation plummeted. In contrast, Chen Xuanyi's own strength surged upwards. From the second layer of qi refinement to the third layer, all the way to the ninth layer of qi refinement. He reached the pinnacle of the ninth layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the cultivation of the women beside him also soared. Jiang Ningxuan's cultivation skyrocketed from the eighth layer of golden core to the ninth layer, culminating in a moment of enlightenment that propelled her to the peak of the first layer of nascent soul. Su Danru moved from the seventh layer of golden core to the pinnacle of the ninth layer, and with her exceptional talent, she too broke through, ascending to the first layer of nascent soul. Hu'er's cultivation was distinct due to her different physique. Her method of training diverged as well. Within her, a monster stone housed all her spiritual power, which needed to be refined before she could elevate her realm. Although her advancement was considerably slower compared to humans, the benefit lay in her ability to store more spiritual energy for unforeseen circumstances. Among the four women, the one who benefited the most was undoubtedly Dan Ningguang. She ascended from the fifth layer of void return to the pinnacle of the ninth layer, a breakthrough velocity unimaginable for a high-ranking cultivator. This was largely due to Chen Xuanyi's utilization of his technique to siphon off more of the king's cultivation. Had he taken too much from his disciples, it could have severely harmed those with lesser realms. Together, Chen Xuanyi and the women harnessed the Emperor's Ascension Banner, dividing the king of southern town's cultivation nearly entirely. The king could only watch in despair as his years of hard-earned cultivation dissipated before him, his heart aching profoundly. The countless years of toil he had accumulated were gradually eroded before his very eyes. No one could bear witness to such a scene. After Chen Xuanyi had consumed his cultivation, he began to devour his flesh. The southern king, gazing at his own withered arm, was filled with profound regret as death approached. He never imagined that he would not perish at the hands of the empress, but rather succumb to Chen Xuanyi. If only he were granted another chance. Upon encountering Chen Xuanyi and his companions, he would flee as far as possible. But now, it was too late for such thoughts. No. The southern king cried out in despair, and then was utterly extinguished. Master, he observed the southern king's fate, as if he foresaw his own impending doom. Trembling with fear, his legs quaked, and he cursed inwardly countless times. He should never have waded into such murky waters. I have not yet enjoyed the glory and wealth that life has to offer. I cannot die yet, he muttered in trepidation, then turned and fled with utmost haste into the distance. Chapter 54. The demise of Master He and his devoted subordinates. Master He, without a glance back, turned and fled, as if pursued by a ferocious beast, bloodthirsty and relentless. The haunting image of the death of the southern king replayed in his mind, threatening to shatter his sanity. An unparalleled sense of despair engulfed his heart. Given another chance, he would never dare to provoke Chen Xuanyi again. Alas, there would be no second opportunity. Don't even think about escaping. Hu'er's voice rang out from a distance, her tone playful, yet commanding. Simultaneously, several ribbons shot forth from behind Master He. Vibrant pink and seemingly alive, swiftly ensnaring his ankles. Bound by the ribbons, no matter how he struggled, he found himself immobile. What in the world? Master He exclaimed in horror, striking out wildly, and the ribbons shattered upon impact. Yet, more ribbons emerged, countless in number, wrapping tightly around his ankles and calves. With a newfound reservoir of spiritual energy, Hu'er was now able to unleash her techniques without regard for energy consumption. Her power surging as if she had consumed a potent elixir, yet without harming her body, as the energy she wielded was drawn from the spirit stones within her. Master He unleashed a flurry of strikes against the ribbons encircling his legs. However, as soon as one was destroyed, another would swiftly regenerate, seemingly inexhaustible. "No, get away," he cried in desperation, unable to break free, as he was inexorably drawn back. Despite his repeated attempts to escape, he was ultimately consumed by the Emperor's life-returning banner. His panicked cries echoed for a time before the surroundings gradually fell silent. Su Danru gazed in astonishment at Hu'er's prowess, never having anticipated that her fellow disciple had grown so formidable. Dragging a cultivator of comparable strength to the transformation stage was akin to handling a mere chick. What had her senior sister experienced during her absence? With the fall of both the Southern King and Master He, Chen Xuan slowly retracted the Emperor's life-returning banner. In his palm, a deep violet pill materialized, exuding not the fragrance of medicine but an unsettling aura that sent chills down one's spine. The mere presence of this pill was enough to instill dread, its rank far surpassing anything he had encountered before, exponentially more terrifying than an 8th-grade substance. As the Emperor's life-returning banner dissipated, tranquility returned to the world, reminiscent of an apocalyptic silence. Yet only 2 lives had been erased. The 2 foes vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the remnants of the Danding Pavilion. With the ordeal concluded, Dan Ningguang's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found peace. The tension that had gripped her loosened, and an unprecedented sense of relief washed over her. She could not help but joyfully embrace Chen Xuanyi. "My lord, we have triumphed," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing with elation. Su Danru's reaction was exceedingly intense, as if she had been reborn, prepared to meet her demise alongside her master. She excitedly embraced the other side of her master, the 2 of them, one tall and one short, nearly clinging to Chen Xuanyi. The girl's delicate form exuded a unique fragrance, while Dan Ningguang emanated an aura of wisdom and agility, bestowing her with an enchanting beauty. In contrast, Su Danru embodied a rational, aloof beauty, her composed demeanor instilling a sense of reassurance. Isn't winning the norm? Why such excitement? Chen Xuanyi feigned calmness, though his heart raced uncontrollably. The spaces beside him, which should have been occupied by Hu'er and Jiang Ningxuan, were now claimed by another woman, causing both to pout in irritation. Hu'er's features were inherently alluring, and her cute, pouting lips only enhanced her charm. Behind her, a fluffy foxtail swayed eagerly in the air, as if yearning for something. Jiang Ningxuan's fiery red hair appeared as if it were truly ablaze, brimming with jealousy. At that moment, Dan Ningguang, noticing the purple elixir in Chen Xuanyi's hand, inquired with keen curiosity, "Master, where did that elixir come from?" The elixir in his possession was forged from the Emperor's rebirth banner, containing the unrefined essence of Master He and the Southern King. The power absorbed by Chen Xuanyi and his companions was merely a fraction of their true strength, as the energy refined by the Emperor's rebirth banner was immensely potent, preventing excessive absorption at once. Thus, the surplus spiritual energy was accumulated within this elixir. Naturally, the power within this purple elixir was exceptionally formidable, making it a challenge to absorb. It would be prudent to wait until one's cultivation level was higher before attempting to refine it. This elixir is called the Emperor's Pill, and its grade has undoubtedly reached the 10th tier. I have no use for it, so I shall leave it in your care, Chen Xuanyi explained as he handed it to Dan Ningguang. Given that he and his disciples were still at a nascent stage in their cultivation, they could not absorb the elixir at present. Keeping it would be futile. If it were to be displayed at the Danding Pavilion, it would undoubtedly attract cultivators from around the world, for a 10th grade pill could only be replicated within the realms of celestial beings. Many alchemy masters would travel great distances just to behold its true form. The economic benefits it would bring to the Danding Pavilion would surely suffice to repair any damaged structures. As the Danding Pavilion was now his own domain, Chen Xuanyi was exceedingly generous towards his people, never hesitating to share. Dan Ningguang cautiously accepted the elixir, feeling at a loss for how to repay her master. The protection he offered extended beyond merely safeguarding the Danding Pavilion. He had even gifted her such a precious elixir. She had already received numerous benefits from him, and the weight of his kindness was enough to warrant her life in return. At that moment, she was wholly devoted to Chen Xuanyi, ready to sacrifice anything, even her life, without a moment's hesitation. Chen Xuanyi saved the entire Danding Pavilion. This gratitude would suffice for her lifetime. However, rather than sacrificing her life for Chen Xuanyi, she yearned to devote herself entirely to him. Chapter 55. Chen Xuanyi takes revenge. Adding another century of labor at this moment, Chen Xuanyi remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions swirling within Danxiu. In his eyes, it was entirely reasonable to offer her a handful of gold coins, especially after being addressed as respectable one and having shared so many experiences together. Chen Xuanyi, a man of temperament, was also one who bore grudges. He meticulously remembered even the slightest kindness shown to him, yet he would never forget a slight against him, ensuring he returned the favor in kind. Even in the wake of Master He's demise, he did not forget to approach Yi Lingyun. You have insulted my disciple, thus you are destined for death. However, to allow you to die so easily would be too merciful. I shall strip you of all your cultivation, leaving you to live as a beggar for the rest of your days, Chen Xuanyi declared coldly. To render a genius completely powerless and incapable of cultivation was far more terrifying than death itself. Though this was undeniably cruel, Chen Xuanyi showed no mercy to his enemies. Had Hu Yaoyao not been his disciple, would Yi Lingyun not have resorted to force? Those potential events did not fail to transpire. Rather, they were altered solely because he had intervened. Anyone who harbored wicked thoughts would inevitably face retribution. Upon hearing Chen Xuanyi's words, Yi Lingyun, who had been lost in a daze, was instantly jolted back to reality. To rouse someone with an unstable heart was a skill worthy of a divine healer. No, don't do this. I apologize. I bow before you. I shall never dare again. Where's my master? Master, save me. He cried out, frantically crawling backward. Unbeknownst to him, during his moment of stupor, his master had already perished. Chen Xuanyi wasted no time. Without uttering another word, he struck with a palm. With his cultivation elevated to the 9th level of qi refinement, Chen Xuanyi experienced yet another qualitative leap in power. Yi Lingyun's combat prowess was akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, rendering him utterly defenseless before Chen Xuanyi. Even the attempt to flee was beyond his capability. Yi Lingyun was struck by Chen Xuanyi's palm, a dark current surging into his body, incinerating all of his meridians. Simultaneously, his bones shattered, leaving him akin to a vegetative state. Hu Yaoyao, observing this scene, seemingly unsatisfied, extended her silken ribbon to pierce his vulnerable spot. A corrosive demonic energy immediately infiltrated his body, completely obliterating one of his organs beyond repair. After completing her task, she quietly averted her gaze. When Yi Lingyun had dared to taunt her, this was the fate that awaited him. For reasons unknown, Chen Xuanyi instinctively tightened his legs, a reaction that any man would likely share. The anguished wails of Yi Lingyun were haunting, echoing even to the distant alchemists who had been spectating. They witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress their own instinctive responses. Gazing upon Yi Lingyun's tragic plight, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within them. After all, each of them had, to some degree, incurred Chen Xuanyi's ire. Should he decide to pursue retribution, their fates would indeed be dire. Now, they have completely submitted to Chen Xuanyi, and no one dares to question his prowess any longer. All the alchemy masters present, without exception, rushed to Chen Xuanyi's side at the swiftest speed. They slid to their knees, each adopting a posture more precise than the last. The prince of Southern Town, notorious for his debauchery, had long been a source of disdain for us. Truly, he is a paragon of virtue, eradicating tyranny and ensuring the welfare of the people, an exemplar for our generation. I am willing to bow down to the esteemed one 100 times. This group displayed unwavering loyalty, their admiration palpable. Among them, Master Hong, an alchemy expert, knelt before Chen Xuanyi with his son, Hong Yunfei. Master Hong pressed his son's head to the ground, fervently kowtowing as he pleaded, "Esteemed one, my son has previously offended you, and he deserves the gravest punishment. However, he has not spoken disrespectfully to your disciples. I implore you to show mercy." The father and son continued their desperate prostrations, with Hong Yunfei, in his fright, losing control of his bladder, perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of Yi Lingyun's descent. Chen Xuanyi, indifferent to others' opinions, took into account the sincerity of the Hong family, who had not fled but instead offered a heartfelt apology, and, having not provoked his ire, he was willing to exercise discretion in his judgment. "Very well," he said. "Given your sincerity, your son shall regress 3 major realms. As a father, you too bear responsibility for not guiding your son. Thus, let him serve 1,000 years refining pills at the Danding Pavilion. A millennium is no trivial matter, even for those with extended lifespans. It is exceedingly daunting." Yet, Master Hong dared not show any dissatisfaction, promptly bowing his head to accept the decree. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your mercy." With that, he struck his son, obediently reducing Han Yunfei by 3 major realms, returning him to the status of an ordinary person. This action would undoubtedly damage his meridians, but with diligent recovery, he might aspire to become a Qi refinement practitioner in the future, far better off than Yi Lingyun's fate. The assembly of alchemy masters, witnessing this spectacle, bowed their heads even lower, nearly burying their faces in the ground. It turned out that voluntarily admitting fault was indeed effective. The magnanimity of the esteemed one could indeed encompass a vessel. The noble character of the esteemed one commands our utmost respect. To refine pills for the esteemed one, we would willingly toil for another 100 years. This sentiment was initially mere flattery, yet upon reaching Chen Xuanyi's ears, he responded, "Excellent. In recognition of your sincerity, I shall grant each of you an additional 100 years. The alchemy masters were taken aback. "Wait, you truly mean it?" Now, those who had just spoken found themselves under the scrutiny of their peers, their murderous intent barely concealed. "Because of your words, we are now burdened with an extra 90 years of labor?" Despite their reluctance, how could they dare to defy Chen Xuanyi's command? They were genuinely fearful of incurring his wrath. A one dragon signifies the complete annihilation of one's meridians, rendering them incapable of cultivation, followed by the destruction of their bones, leaving them unable to function even as a normal person. Ultimately, it leads to the deprivation of joy, resulting in total castration. Who would not be terrified by such a fate? Chen Xuan observed the expressions of the gathered alchemical masters, who looked as if they had bitten into a sour fruit, and he felt an unusual sense of delight. In truth, even without provocation, he would have inflicted an additional 90 years of unearned labor upon them. He was acutely aware of their characters. They had likely been lurking in the shadows, relishing the prospect of his downfall. Naturally, Chen Xuan would not show them any mercy. His minor gesture inadvertently provided Dan Ningguang with an unexpected advantage. Once all matters were settled, Dan Ningguang turned to Chen Xuan and invited, "Esteemed master, after such diligent efforts, would you not stay for a meal? The chefs at Danding Pavilion are quite skilled." She understood that upon finding his third disciple, the esteemed master would likely depart swiftly to resume his cultivation or seek out other disciples. Her desire to keep the esteemed master for dinner was not merely a matter of polite formality. She genuinely wished to spend more time in his company. Reluctant to part ways, upon hearing of the delightful meal, Jiang Ningxuan eagerly jumped up, raising her hand, exclaiming, "Master, I want to eat." Hu'er, puzzled, remarked, "Senior sister, now that we have reached the nascent soul stage, shouldn't we learn to fast?" Jiang Ningxuan vehemently shook her head in refusal. "I want tea. I can never comprehend 2 types of cultivators: those who practice abstinence after achieving enlightenment and those who fast after their ascension. Why forego all the delicious food and fun? What is the point of cultivating at all?" Sudanru, listening to her words, found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, that makes a lot of sense. Chen Xuan had always favored his disciples, and since his eldest disciple had spoken, he was in no hurry to take his leave. This was fortuitous. It was a wonderful opportunity for everyone to gather and celebrate over a meal. Dan Ningguang, seeing that the esteemed master had agreed to stay, was as joyful as a child. Then let us proceed. Chapter 56. The Battle for the Chair. Chen Xuan's motives for accepting disciples in the Danding Pavilion. Within Dan Ningguang's chamber, exquisite and delectable dishes soon adorned the table, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The gathering took place in Dan Ningguang's room due to the unfortunate destruction of the original dining area during a recent skirmish. Chen Xuan took the lead, unreservedly claiming the seat of honor. The 4 young women exchanged glances, and an unspoken tension suddenly filled the room. All of them yearned to sit beside Chen Xuan. Yet only 2 could occupy the space adjacent to him. Jiang Ningxuan made the first move, boldly settling into the seat at Chen Xuan's right. However, unbeknownst to her, Hu'er had discreetly laid a ribbon on the chair. The moment Jiang Ningxuan sat down, she was swiftly and unexpectedly lifted and relocated to another chair by Hu'er's manipulation of the ribbon. Jiang Ningxuan exclaimed, "Yao, how could you be so excessive? How infuriating!" I was already seated. All she desired was to sit next to her esteemed master, to serve him dishes with her own chopsticks, allowing him to savor flavors imbued with her essence. The thought alone was exhilarating. Hu'er stifled a giggle, gracefully taking her place at Chen Xuan's right. Although Jiang Ningxuan held the title of senior sister, her wit was no match for Hu'er's cunning. As Hu'er reveled in her triumph, She suddenly felt the chair beneath her growing unbearably hot. Turning stiffly to glance at Jiang Ningxuan, she found her wearing a mischievous grin, her beautiful eyes flickering with a faint flame. Realization dawned upon Hu Yao. It was indeed her handiwork. Senior sister Yu. Despite her reluctance, Hu Yao could no longer endure the heat and rose from her seat. As she did, she noticed the specially crafted chair had charred from the intense temperature. Goodness! Her senior sister was quite ruthless. Just as Hu Yao stood, Dan Ningguang unceremoniously claimed the now vacant chair. Despite the residual warmth, Dan Ningguang appeared unfazed, sitting gracefully as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Ningxuan was taken aback, astonished that Dan Ningguang could remain so composed under the heat she had generated. After all, Dan Ningguang was a cultivator at the 9th level of the Void Return realm. Her modest abilities were hardly a threat. Resigned to her fate, Jiang Ningxuan noted that the seat to her master's left remained unoccupied. However, just as she shifted her focus there, she discovered Su Danru had already taken that spot. Jiang Ningxuan contemplated employing her previous strategy of using heat to displace her, but Su Danru suddenly regarded her with a delicate expression that rendered her momentarily speechless. With her semi-rimmed glasses framing her lustrous, pleading eyes, she appeared utterly pitiful, as if imploring for a moment of leniency, lamenting her prolonged separation from her revered master. Jiang Ningxuan's heart softened instantly. With a deep sigh, she reluctantly picked up the chopsticks from the table, sulking in silence. The battle for the chair concluded with Dan Ningguang and Su Danru emerging victorious. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanyi, the unwitting catalyst of this conflict, wore a bewildered expression. What were his disciples up to? Were the chairs uncomfortable? Why were they fidgeting about? He remained oblivious to the tempestuous undercurrents among the young women in that fleeting moment. Dan Ningguang seized the wine jug, pouring drinks for both Chen Xuanyi and herself, respectfully proclaiming, "Allow me to propose a toast," wishing the esteemed master a swift reunion with all his disciples. With that, she downed her drink in one gulp. Chen Xuanyi reciprocated, smiling as he drained his glass. "This blessing is indeed welcome. I appreciate your thoughtfulness." As Dan Ningguang observed her master finishing the drink, a triumphant smirk graced her lips. The wine she had chosen was the strongest celestial brew, potent enough to intoxicate even the most seasoned cultivator. Time was slipping away, and if she could entice her master to consume more, perhaps he would remain here for the night. Who knows what might transpire under the influence of wine? At this juncture, Su Danru licked the tip of her chopsticks and delicately lifted a dish, presenting it to her master's lips. "Master, do not merely indulge in wine. Savor this dish." Her face radiated bliss as she watched him partake of the food, their lips brushing against the chopsticks, leaving her with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Jiang Ningxuan observed this scene, her expression one of exasperated disbelief. Her junior sister, who appeared so earnest, was secretly quite audacious. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, it would be reserved. Yet, the actions Su Danru was undertaking were precisely those Jiang Ningxuan had intended for herself. How infuriating it was to have her ideas usurped. Watching the affectionate interactions between Su Danru and her master, Jiang Ningxuan couldn't help but ponder the future. If the other junior sisters returned, it would become a veritable uproar, one in which she would hardly have a place. How vexing it was that all of her master's disciples were female. If only she were the sole disciple, how splendid that would be. With this thought in mind, she turned to her master and inquired, "Master, I have long harbored a question. Why is it that all your disciples are girls?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi found himself roused from his reverie. Indeed, why had he chosen only female disciples? Reflecting carefully, he mused that part of it was destiny. The other part? During his years of cultivation, he had always been solitary. Surrounded by few members of the opposite sex, it was not that he could not find a partner. Rather, he had devoted himself to the path, sequestered in seclusion. Yet, even in such isolation, he frequently received visits from stunningly beautiful women, who subtly hinted at their desire to offer themselves in companionship. However, Chen Xuanyi remained oblivious to the subtle hints regarding the true nature of the situation, whether due to a lack of awareness or simply disinterest, and was thus unceremoniously pushed aside. In the realm of mysticism, the male is associated with yang and the female with yin, with a considerable emphasis placed on the harmony of feng shui. Subsequently, Chen Xuanyi, in an unexpected moment of enlightenment, decided he wished to take on disciples to inherit his legacy. Contemplating that the yang energy surrounding him was already sufficiently robust, he might as well accept female disciples. Moreover, Nurturing female disciples would certainly be aesthetically pleasing, wouldn't it? It would be preferable to avoid the raucous antics of a group of young men. Yet, little did he anticipate that these female disciples would also prove to be quite lively as they matured. Chen Xuanyi articulated his thoughts, asserting that this was the essence of his reasoning. Was there any issue with that? Upon hearing her master's predicament, Chen Xuan could not suppress a delicate laugh. Her amusement was not directed at her master, but rather at the stunningly beautiful women who had previously sought his attention. Based on her understanding of her master, there was no doubt whatsoever. He was either entirely uninterested in forming romantic connections with them, or simply oblivious to their affections. Pursuing her master, the subtlety of their advances would undoubtedly escape his notice. Hu'er also laughed with great delight, though she was less audacious than Chen Xuan, covering her lips delicately with her elegant hand. Accepting female disciples for their beauty, master, your initial motives for taking on disciples are rather impure. She teased with a mischievous smile. Chapter 57. Why wear glasses? Upon realizing that his motives were being questioned, Chen Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. How could that be? He protested. Hu'er observed her master's eagerness to clarify, yet sensed an inability to articulate his thoughts, which brought her immense satisfaction. Moreover, an exhilarating feeling stirred within her. However, she worried that if she continued to tease her master, he might truly suffer from internal distress. So she decided to relent for the time being. Indeed, master, you are absolutely right, Hu'er remarked with a smile that conveyed her understanding as a disciple. Once they returned home, in a tranquil atmosphere free from distractions, she would have ample time to playfully tease her master. Seeing her expression, Chen Xuan could not help but internally scoff. What is this inexplicable feeling? He wondered. Fine, if I can't explain it, then so be it. The truth will speak for itself. At this moment, he remained unaware that his current thoughts would soon come back to haunt him. As everyone indulged in their meal and drink, idly passing the time, Hu'er finally broached a question that had long lingered in her mind. Ro, why do you wear glasses? Isn't nearsightedness something only mortals suffer from? As cultivators, we have transcended ordinary limitations, and vision issues should never arise among us. It seems somewhat peculiar to see a golden core cultivator sporting glasses. Having never had the opportunity to inquire before, her curiosity was piqued now that they were at leisure. Su Danru smiled as she removed her glasses and placed them on Hu'er's face. Of course, they are merely an adornment. Do you not find them appealing? She replied. Master, who do you think looks better in glasses, the two of us? Chen Xuan, feeling a bit bashful, waved his hand in dismissal. We are teacher and disciple. Isn't it inappropriate to discuss such matters? You should be asking senior sister instead. Questions about attire are typically reserved for young couples, and it feels somewhat misplaced in our context. Confident in her own allure, Hu'er found herself ignited by a competitive spirit at Su Danru's question and pressed on earnestly. Come on, master, just tell us. She added playfully. If you refuse to answer, I shall simply sleep in your room every night. After all, you wouldn't be able to chase me away now, would you? With a mischievous grin, she revealed a rather scheming expression. Although her master had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, her own strength, having trained in the 9 heavens demon god record imparted by her master, far surpassed that of a golden core cultivator. If she were determined to stay by his side, it was likely he could not escape her clutches. Chen Xuan, as the master, would never yield to the threats of a disciple. Preposterous, how could he? Then let me examine this closely, he retorted. Ultimately taking a moment to observe both ladies adorned with glasses, Hu'er's enchanting eyes resembled those of a beguiling fox, alluring enough to ensnare the hearts of many. Upon donning spectacles, those enchanting eyes, which once sparkled with allure, seemed somewhat veiled, yet they possessed a charm of their own. In contrast, Su Danru's gaze, imbued with a cool detachment and a touch of solemnity, harmonized exquisitely with her glasses, creating an unparalleled aesthetic. It evoked the image of a woman who typically exudes seriousness and gravitas. However, it is precisely such a demeanor that, when engaging with you, reveals a striking contrast, rendering her unique charm utterly irresistible. Indeed, I must confess, I find Roer to be the more captivating. Upon hearing this, Su Danru beamed with a delightful smile, for nothing brought her greater joy than the affirmation of her esteemed master. Meanwhile, Hu'er felt a twinge of jealousy, silently resolving to seize an opportunity to have her master reassess her own beauty. Nevertheless, she conceded that her junior, Roer, indeed looked lovely in her glasses, and she accepted her defeat gracefully. Dan Ningguang observed the camaraderie between her disciple and Chen Xuanyi, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Her fondness for Chen Xuanyi transcended mere affection. His presence alone fostered a comforting ambience. How could one not wish to retain such a wonderful man? With this thought in mind, she took action once more, filling their cups with wine and respectfully stating, "Esteemed master, your assistance in safeguarding the Dan Ding Pavilion and your generous gifting of a 10th grade pill are exceedingly gracious. I am truly humbled. Should you desire anything from me, please do not hesitate to express it." With that, she emptied her cup once again. After the wine, Dan Ningguang gazed at Chen Xuanyi with a smile, her eyes brimming with implication. She believed he must surely comprehend her intentions by now. In response, Chen Xuanyi, having also indulged in the drink, teased, "What could I possibly desire from you? Once I have accumulated sufficient funds, I shall see to the proper restoration of the Dan Ding Pavilion. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could massage my back?" Seeing that he had not grasped her insinuations, Dan Ningguang stood up from her chair. She placed her hand on her slender waist, her long legs clad in golden white gradient stockings standing tall, showcasing her statuesque figure to its fullest before him. After striking an alluring pose, she blushed and inquired, "Do you only wish for a back rub?" Chen Xuanyi, taken aback by her sudden display, found himself perplexed. "Or perhaps you could massage my legs as well." Dan Ningguang thought to herself how challenging it was to win over the esteemed master. It seemed she must seize a more decisive opportunity. With her initial plan thwarted, she returned to her chair and downed 2 substantial gulps of wine. As the group dined and conversed, reminiscing about amusing past events, time slipped away unnoticed. After several rounds of drink and numerous dishes, the disciples, still inexperienced in their cultivation, succumbed to the effects of the fine wine and retreated to the room Dan Ningguang had prepared for them. At that moment, only Dan Ningguang and Chen Xuanyi remained in the chamber. Both of their cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, a testament to their inebriation. Chen Xuan was indeed formidable, yet his cultivation remained somewhat rudimentary. That he had persevered thus far was commendable. Dan Ningguang sensed that the moment had arrived, and she placed her hand gently upon Chen Xuan's arm. Her exquisite visage, flushed not merely from the wine but also tinged with a hint of shyness, betrayed her inner turmoil. However, she understood that if she did not take this step, she would likely regret it for the rest of her life. "Esteemed sir, I have something to express to you." As she spoke, she helped Chen Xuan to the nearby bed, which had been her abode. Still redolent of the opulent fragrance she wore, Chen Xuan replied, "There is no harm in discussing the nature of our relationship." He initially assumed she had some request to make. Yet, Dan Ningguang's subsequent words jolted him, clearing much of the intoxication from his mind. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Esteemed sir, although I am acutely aware that our statuses are worlds apart, the truth remains. I am infatuated with you. I adore you, and I cherish you. If you do not find me distasteful, I implore you to accept me. Even if it means being your subordinate, I would consider it an honor." She spoke earnestly, fearful that the esteemed sir might perceive her words as mere jest. Having consumed copious amounts of wine that evening, perhaps to bolster her courage, they sat in close proximity, allowing Chen Xuan to catch a whiff of the alcohol on her breath. The aroma was not unpleasant. After all, the celestial brew was of the highest quality, and when combined with the delicate fragrance exuded by the young lady, it became all the more alluring. Chapter 58. The Affection of Dan Ningguang. A scene of comedy, to speak candidly. Had Dan Ningguang not confessed her feelings to Chen Xuanyi, he would have remained oblivious to such emotions. However, as Dan Ningguang began to express her sincere affection, Chen Xuanyi found himself stirred within, compelled to contemplate the nature of his own feelings toward her. If his assistance toward Dan Ningguang stemmed solely from their master-servant relationship, then such support would indeed seem excessive. The truth is, his kindness toward the Dan Ding Pavilion is rooted in a genuine fondness for Dan Ningguang herself. For instance, when she first appeared and aided him at the entrance, Chen Xuanyi, though capable of resolving the situation himself, recognized that her intentions were heartfelt. Moreover, when Dan Ningguang revered him as her superior, despite the differences from Yimeyun's circumstances, his displayed capabilities at that time had not yet reached a level that could fully inspire confidence. Particularly during the final confrontation with the Southern King, Dan Ningguang selflessly came to his aid. Had she wished to retreat, she could have easily done so without incurring his displeasure. That would have been her prerogative. Yet, she chose not to. Dan Ningguang's situation differs from Jiang Ningxuan's. She is not his disciple, and should they indeed form a bond, it would carry a different essence, devoid of the guilt he might otherwise feel. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanyi still believed their progression was somewhat precipitous, perhaps a tad too abrupt. Ningguang, you are indeed strikingly beautiful, he admitted candidly. However, upon reflection, I believe we should refrain from advancing too swiftly. Though Dan Ningguang did not receive the answer she yearned for, the response she received was still quite commendable. The fact that her esteemed superior praised her indicated that he did not harbor any dislike for her. It is often said that a man's words are deceptive. Thus, her thoughts wandered, interpreting his reluctance to hasten their progression as an invitation for her to take the initiative. Perhaps due to having indulged a bit too much in drink, Dan Ningguang, in a hazy stupor, unexpectedly pressed her hands upon Chen Xuanyi's shoulders and, with a sudden force, pushed him down. Her long legs, adorned in golden white gradient stockings, pinned his knees, rendering him immobile. Chen Xuanyi was taken aback. Faced with her formidable strength, he had no means to resist. Yet, how did Dan Ningguang perceive his true circumstances? He initially assumed she was aware of his limitation of being invincible only once a day. In reality, she was entirely unaware. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, she had inadvertently toppled the once untouchable superior. Even she was astonished. When had her esteemed superior's strength become so diminished? Where was the formidable figure who had once effortlessly parried the blows of a combined realm master? Nevertheless, perhaps this was for the best. How delightful it would be to fully embrace her superior. Esteemed superior, I assure you, I am untainted. Even my first kiss was just given to you moments ago, so rest assured. For a considerable time, I have not taken a companion. Today, I shall wholly entrust this pristine form to you. With those words, she gracefully shed her golden embroidered qipao, revealing the alluring silhouette concealed beneath her undergarments. Without hesitation, she cradled the esteemed one's face, meticulously observing every feature. My lord, you are exceedingly handsome. Among all the men I have encountered, none compare to your perfection. With that, she pressed her lips against Chen Xuanyi's. At that moment, a wave of unparalleled softness and comfort enveloped him. Simultaneously, a unique and elegant fragrance wafted from her delicate form, tantalizing his senses. Chen Xuanyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he being forcefully kissed? He attempted to push her away, only to find that he could not budge Dan Ningguang in the slightest. In fact, his hand slipped, inadvertently wrapping around her slender waist. Dan Ningguang's gentle breath brushed against Chen Xuanyi's face, and he could feel her entire being radiating warmth. In this world, where purity is held in the highest regard, even the first kiss is considered a pivotal moment. Now that things had progressed to this stage, even if he initially had no such intentions, she had bestowed upon him her first kiss. Moreover, he harbored no aversion towards Dan Ningguang. On the contrary, he felt a deepening affection for her. Thus, regardless of how far they had come, he felt compelled to take responsibility. However, since they had reached this juncture, why not see it through to the end? Ningguang, you are a wonderful girl. I have previously been involved with Xian, but if you do not mind, I could. Chen Xuanyi believed it necessary to clarify his situation with Dan Ningguang, ensuring there were no misunderstandings as they moved forward. At the very least, he ought to inform her about Jiang Ningxian and allow her to make her own decision. After posing his question, he waited in silence. But only the sound of Dan Ningguang's even breathing filled the air. How peculiar! Was she contemplating his words, or had she rejected him? He gently patted her, hoping to gain clarity, yet discovered her breathing remained steady. Wait, was she asleep? Surely not. How comical. Upon reflection, Dan Ningguang had indeed consumed a considerable amount of celestial brew today, and after all the events they had experienced, she must be utterly exhausted. It was only natural to feel drowsy in such a comforting environment. However, he had already been intrigued by her. With Dan Ningguang asleep, what was he to do throughout this long night? Chen Xuanyi felt an inner turmoil. Nevertheless, what could he do? He sighed, contemplating rising and finding another place to rest. Yet he found Dan Ningguang still clinging to him, even tightening her embrace in her slumber, reluctant to let go. Chen Xuanyi, too, lacked the strength to extricate himself. This was dire. He shall not be required to maintain this posture. Let him simply slumber through the night. Chapter 59. Caught in the act as dawn broke, Chen Xuan was abruptly roused from his slumber by a cacophony of exclamations. Ah, master, surely after we departed yesterday, you did not succumb to your primal instincts and, with Sister Ningguang? How infuriating! Why does such fortune elude me? Jiang Ningxian exclaimed, her fiery eyes wide with shock, stomping her foot in a fit of regret. Awakened by the commotion, Chen Xuanyi slowly opened his eyes, appearing bewildered and disoriented. Upon doing so, he beheld 3 disciples, already dressed and standing by the bedside, seemingly there to urge him to rise and return home. Little did they anticipate that another lay beside their master, inciting this uproar. Hu'er gently patted Jiang Ningxian on the back, offering consolation. Sister, do not be too disheartened. Our master merely succumbed to the effects of alcohol, momentarily losing his composure. An all too human error, albeit one that is inexcusable and shameless. As she spoke, her sharp canines inadvertently clicked, a reminder of her own regrets for having left early the previous night. Wishing she had stayed longer to partake in the revelry. Su Danro, standing beside Hu'er, interjected with a hint of correction. Oh, surely our master is not that wicked. However, to neglect the beauty around him in favor of wildflowers is indeed a matter deserving of strong reproach. Uncharacteristically, she joined in the spirited conversation, though more reserved in her youth. The topic of their master's affections stirred her resolve. After fruitlessly struggling against his fate, Chen Xuan had succumbed to slumber not long after they had departed. Having indulged in some drink himself, he had been utterly fatigued. In truth, nothing untoward had transpired, at least not to its conclusion. He could not concede to such allegations. We are not as you presume. Allow me to clarify. Chen Xuan attempted to defend himself. Jiang Ningxian pointed at the golden undergarment clutched in his hand. What more is there to say? You are holding the evidence. Confused, he glanced down at the item, realizing it was indeed the undergarment that should have adorned Dan Ningguang. How peculiar! When had it slipped from her? Could it be that she had a penchant for slumbering in the nude? This is not what it seems. Chen Xuan stammered, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks. The situation appeared damning, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Dan Ningguang stirred, gradually awakening amidst the uproar. Her gentle morning groans were akin to the sweetest melodies, enchanting to the ears. As she sat up, her delicate fingers brushed against her eyelids. And the 3 disciples watching from the bedside were instantly flushed with embarrassment. The reason for this situation is that they all witnessed it. Previously, Dan Ningguang maintained her embrace of Chen Xuanyi, thus concealing her most vulnerable areas. Naturally, Chen Xuanyi was no exception. What should be seen and what should not be seen? Goodness, who can withstand such a lavish breakfast so early in the morning? Is it really this lively? Dan Ningguang observed the gathering and waved to greet everyone. The 3 disciples hurriedly attempted to alert her through various means. Jiang Ningxuan gestured with her hands, Su Danra made eye contact with a knowing expression, while Hu'er seemed eager to reach out and touch. Dan Ningguang was not a fool. She quickly discerned the source of the commotion. In a fluster, she snatched the blanket and wrapped herself within it. Hu'er, stroking her pointed chin, scrutinized the 2 with an inquisitive gaze. TSK. To see the usually composed sect master in such a fluster, I can hardly imagine what transpired last night. The more Chen Xuanyi listened, the more absurd it became. Your thoughts are rather wicked. Ningguang, now that you're awake, why not offer an explanation? With Dan Ningguang awake, a simple clarification should suffice for the disciples to grasp the truth. He feared that if the disciples mistakenly viewed him as a master capable of unrestrained behavior towards women, they might come to despise him. After all, which disciple would accept a master who could act in such a manner? Jiang Ningxuan was an exception, a solitary case. It couldn't be that all 9 of his disciples would be so accepting, could it? Thus, an explanation was indeed necessary to dispel any unwarranted misunderstandings. A cultivator of Dan Ningguang's caliber would not lose her senses merely from consuming a bit of alcohol. She still retained a clear memory of the events from the previous day. She recalled embracing the esteemed one, inhaling the uniquely pleasant fragrance that clung to him, and the unparalleled sense of security he provided, which lulled her into slumber. If it had ended there, indeed nothing untoward would have occurred. However, after she fell asleep, the details became murky. After all, she was not conscious. If the esteemed one took advantage of her slumber, that would be rather too wonderful. To be with the esteemed one was her most fervent desire. She immediately reached out with her spiritual energy to examine her internal meridians. For a cultivator, such self-exploration is quite effortless. However, upon completing her inspection, a look of sorrow quickly crossed her face. Jiang Ningxuan, witnessing this scene, was instantly furious. Seeing Sister Ningguang in such distress, could it be that the master had indeed been forceful? Hu'er clenched her delicate fists, exclaiming, Master, if you truly could not resist, you could have told me earlier. Su Danru, more flustered than before, positioned herself in front of the two. Wait a moment. Master is certainly not that kind of person. And Yaya, you are being rather too forward. Faced with these two rather unpredictable senior sisters, Su Danru was undoubtedly troubled. Chen Xuan held his head in dismay. Realizing that among the three disciples, only Ro was dependable. Dan Ningguang, noticing that Jiang Ningxuan and Hu Yaiyao had misunderstood the situation, hurriedly clarified, "You have misunderstood." The events of yesterday unfolded as follows. She recounted the previous day's occurrences in detail. After listening, the three disciples nodded in relief. Jiang Ningxuan remarked, "So that is how it is. Considering that Sister Ningguang treated me to a meal, I shall permit you to pursue my master." Hu Yaiyao looked at Jiang Ningxuan in disbelief, thinking how this person could be swayed by a mere feast. She scrutinized Dan Ningguang's appearance carefully, reflecting, "It's rather unfortunate that master does not exhibit a more primal nature. I had intended to employ a strategy of feigned pursuit. Well, given that Sister Ningguang is so beautiful, I shall agree as well," she concluded. With that, both disciples turned their gaze towards Su Danru, seemingly awaiting her opinion. Su Danru was left utterly bewildered. "Why are you all looking at me? By the way, are we not disciples of our master? What right do we have to interfere in their choice of partners?" "Ah, that seems to be a valid point." Jiang Ningxuan and Hu Yaiyao exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sudden realization. Somehow, they had unconsciously assumed the role of their master's future partners. Among the three disciples, only Su Danru remained truly aware. Chapter 60. Farewell to Dan Ningguang. Bestowing celestial techniques, Chen Xuanyi took a deep breath. "Shinner, Yaya, you both have been quite audacious this morning. Are you perhaps wishing to?" Just as Chen Xuanyi was about to utter some stern words to admonish his wayward disciples, he noticed that the two had already knelt by the bedside, awaiting his service. Jiang Ningxuan cheerfully exclaimed, "Hee, master, allow me to assist you with your shoes." Hu Yaya chimed in, "Master, let me wipe your face." Their quick responses stifled Chen Xuanyi's reprimand, for he had always been indulgent towards his disciples. "Now, that's more like it," he thought as he extended his feet. Jiang Ningxuan swiftly helped him put on his shoes, while Hu Yaya produced a fragrant handkerchief to wipe his face. Relishing the rare experience of being attended to by his disciples, Chen Xuanyi couldn't help but feel how delightful it was to have them. With everything in readiness, it was time for everyone to prepare for the journey home. Jiang Ningxuan called out, "Goodbye, Sister Ningguang." Hu Yaya added, "Until next time, Sister Ningguang." Su Danru expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ningguang, farewell." The disciples bid their farewells to Dan Ningguang in succession, their eagerness palpable as they gathered at the door, awaiting departure. It had been a long time since they last saw Yi Muyun, and both Jiang Ningxuan and Hu Yaya were filled with longing. "We shall take our leave now. We will meet again another day." Chen Xuanyi also bid farewell to Dan Ningguang. Just as he turned to leave, he felt her grasp his hand from behind. Chen Xuanyi gently inquired, "Is there something else?" Dan Ningguang's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze towards Chen Xuanyi infused with deep emotion. Esteemed master, although I had indulged in drink last night, my words were not merely a whim. I truly have feelings for you, and I hope you will give it thoughtful consideration. If you desire, I shall always be at Danding Pavilion, waiting for you." She worried that the esteemed master might think her declarations were spurred by intoxication, believing that the bond they shared was of utmost importance and must not falter. Thus, she felt it necessary to express her feelings candidly before his departure. Upon hearing her heartfelt confession, Chen Xuanyi felt a stir of emotions within him. He smiled and nodded, reciprocating her sentiments. "I will contemplate this sincerely. Regardless, we, at the very least, shared a kiss yesterday. I will take responsibility for you. No matter what challenges arise in the future, you can always turn to me for protection. By the way, I have left a gift for you beneath the pillow. You may open it shortly." Upon hearing the esteemed master's promise, Dan Ningguang's face illuminated with a radiant and enchanting smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Please do consider it carefully. Both I and Danding Pavilion will always be at your service." Thank you for your assistance, and for being such an admirable person, esteemed master." Dan Ningguang reluctantly waved her hand in farewell. "I, too, am delighted to have met you, Ningguang." Chen Xuanyi also waved goodbye before gradually catching up with his disciples. Inside the room, Dan Ningguang watched Chen Xuanyi depart until his figure vanished from sight. Without the presence of the esteemed one, she felt an emptiness within her heart. Suddenly, she recalled that the esteemed one had mentioned leaving her a gift, presumably beneath her pillow. She hurriedly lifted the pillow on her bed and discovered something indeed hidden there. It was a book, to be precise. It appeared to be a manual on cultivation. The esteemed one had left her a cultivation technique. However, this technique bore no name, and she had never seen it before. Unaware of its origins or the master who authored it, driven by curiosity, Dan Ningguang opened the manual. It was a technique for alchemy. Initially, her expression was merely one of intrigue, but as she delved into its contents, her astonishment quickly transformed into sheer disbelief. She hastily closed the manual and clutched it tightly to her chest, concealing it carefully. Then, she anxiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Once assured of her safety, she felt a tremor of excitement coursing through her. The manual contained the esteemed one's original alchemical secrets. What a precious gift to be bestowed upon her. The value of such a technique was immeasurable. Apart from herself, even the venerable Hua, who was closest to becoming an 8th-grade alchemist, had been left in awe after Chen Xuanyi had casually made a few annotations in the manual, bowing in reverence. Her own ascent to the 8th grade had been facilitated by insights gleaned from her mother's diary, which detailed Chen Xuanyi's alchemical practices. And now, she was holding an entire volume. What a treasure this was! If one were to categorize its worth, it could only be described as celestial-level technique. Even the Empress of Danxiu could not attain such a level of cultivation. With this manual in hand, not only could she aspire to become an 8th-grade alchemist, but the prospect of advancing to the 9th, 10th, or even the unprecedented 11th grade was within her reach. Yet, such a valuable technique must remain a secret. Moreover, why had the esteemed one chosen to conceal it beneath her pillow? Last night, Chen Xuanyi, confined to the bed, could only ponder that aside from hiding it there, he was unable to move at all. The esteemed one is truly captivating. Dan Ningguang held the manual close, her smile radiating joy. Although parting from the esteemed one left her slightly melancholic, he must have anticipated her feelings and thus left her this manual, both to soothe her heart and to encourage her focus on cultivation. How thoughtful of the esteemed one. To fall for such a considerate man was indeed her fortune. She must promptly commence her alchemical training, not to disappoint the esteemed one's hopes. Simultaneously, she yearned to catch up with his pace, to be worthy of him. With these thoughts in her heart, she felt an extraordinary surge of motivation. Chapter 61. The Empress receives the news. The 4th disciple, the national master, emerges after bidding farewell to Dan Ningguang. The 4 disciples resumed their journey homeward. As they traveled, Chen Xuanyi found himself reminiscing about the words Dan Ningguang had just spoken to him. In truth, he could have readily acquiesced to her confession before her departure. There was no need for deliberation, as he had already discerned his own sentiments. However, at present, he was burdened with more pressing matters. 6 disciples still awaited his guidance, and he needed to devote his leisure time to their cultivation. A multitude of troubles loomed ahead, leaving him no opportunity to engage earnestly in a romantic relationship. Thus, he employed the excuse of needing to contemplate as a means to gently decline Dan Ningguang's advances for the time being. Once he had fulfilled his responsibilities, he would seek her out without delay. By then, he would likely be single, as his interactions with women beyond his disciples had been quite infrequent. The notion of a romantic partner seemed far-fetched. Zhang Ningxuan was an exception, of course. It would be absurd for each of his disciples to harbor feelings for him. Such a scenario would be utterly comical. When the time came, he would ensure not to disappoint Ningguang's affections. Master, hold on tightly. Be careful not to fall, Zhang Ningxuan exclaimed, clinging to her master's arm as they soared through the skies. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Xuanyi replied, I have already ascended to the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. I can fly independently now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningxuan felt as though the heavens had collapsed. What? No, you can't. You are the master who relies on your disciples for flight. Quick, hold on to my waist. To soar alongside her master was the most anticipated aspect of every outing for her. She had even conceived numerous comfortable flying positions. And now, he was telling her he no longer required her assistance. Absolutely not. Noticing his eldest disciple's fervent insistence, Chen Xuanyi cautiously wrapped his arms around her slender waist. With the 3rd disciple recently returned, he felt a twinge of shyness. The personality of the 2nd disciple was manageable, but the 3rd disciple was rather serious-minded. How would he be perceived if she witnessed such intimacy between him and the eldest disciple? It was undeniably awkward. Zhang Ningxuan, witnessing her master's bashfulness, felt a surge of frustration. Master, I am a girl. Feeling shy is entirely normal. What on earth are you shy about? My hand is meant for you to hold. My waist is for you to embrace. and my lips are for you to kiss. Where is there any sign of resistance in me?" As she spoke, she tightened her embrace around her master's arm, almost hanging onto him completely. The softness of her youthful form pressed against him enveloped Chen Xuanyi in a cocoon of comfort. To support her, he instinctively tightened his hold around her waist. This child, indeed, was a source of constant concern, and she had become increasingly adept at eliciting such feelings. Observing their interaction, Su Danru quietly inquired of Hu Yayao. "Yayao, has the senior sister always been this forward?" Feigning exasperation, Hu Yayao replied, "Of course. It's not limited to her. I am the same." As she spoke, Hu Yayao also stepped forward to embrace her master's other arm. Su Danru. "So my late return has caused this, has it?" Amidst the joyful banter, the group continued their journey. The speed of the cultivator's flight is remarkably swift, with Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru both having ascended to the nascent soul stage. Their return journey would require no more than half a day, guided by two nascent soul cultivators. However, even swifter than the flight of the cultivators is the speed at which news travels among them. The news of the great king being slain on the spot at the Danding Pavilion was too significant to suppress. Within half a day, it had reached the imperial capital of Zhangzhou through various channels. At that moment, the imperial palace of Zhangzhou was in a state of fervor, having erupted in a very short time. In less than a day, a formidable being, second only to those in the tribulation stage, had fallen, intertwining the interests of countless individuals. Within the palace, there were already ministers secretly aligned with the king of southern Zhun, and with the fall of such a significant figure, panic spread rapidly. Many ministers loyal to the king of southern Zhun harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chen Xuanyi, as he had infringed upon their fundamental interests. Within the palace, while some were troubled, others reveled in delight. In the imperial garden, at the center of a clear lake stood an elegant pavilion where two women sat. One of them, clad in a majestic dark golden dragon robe, sat at the table, savoring tea and admiring the scenery. Despite being in a leisurely moment, she did not neglect her purple golden dragon crown, as if perpetually asserting her unassailable imperial might. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her striking red lips accentuated her noble and aloof demeanor. This woman, possessing such grace, was the only empress of Zhangzhou. At an uncertain moment, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand. It swiftly erupted in her grasp, delivering a message into her mind. Her delicate brows lifted slightly, and her red lips formed a contemplative smile. "The king of southern Zhun is dead," the empress remarked with a smile. The last time she heard news of Chen Xuanyi, he had merely slain a few minor cultivators of the transformation stage. She had intended to keep him there to continue causing trouble for the king of southern Zhun, but she never anticipated that it would lead to the king's demise. Chen Xuanyi had effortlessly eliminated her greatest source of concern, stabilizing the national situation, a truly monumental achievement. It would not be an exaggeration to say this news was the best she had heard since ascending the throne, and it was all thanks to Chen Xuanyi. She was at a loss as to how to express her gratitude towards him. If she did not take the initiative to summon him, it would be rather remiss. Moreover, there were others around her keen to meet Chen Xuanyi. "Who did this?" inquired a woman in white seated opposite the empress. Despite her youthful appearance, seemingly in her early 20s, the white-clad woman exuded an aura of mystery, leaving one with the sensation of viewing a flower through mist or gazing at the moon's reflection in water. She held a fan crafted from feathers, her naturally silver-white hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely defined and breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Tall and slender, her skin was as fair as snow, radiating a faint, holy glow under the sunlight. The empress remarked, "National master, it appears you have found the person you were seeking. It was indeed your esteemed mentor." As she spoke, her gaze lingered reluctantly on the silver-haired woman. "Now that you have located your desired individual, will you still proceed on my behalf to the demon realm?" This silver-haired woman was none other than the national master, the most favored attendant of the empress in recent times. At just over 20 years of age, she had been appointed as the national master of an entire nation, a feat unparalleled in any country or dynasty. Yet, if anyone were to learn of the silver-haired woman's extraordinary abilities, they would readily comprehend the empress's actions. Upon discovering her mentor's whereabouts from the empress, the woman's expression revealed a profound longing. The feather fan she had been idly waving came to a halt in midair, her long, white lashes quivering slightly, as if recalling some cherished memories. "Mentor, you are the one I have yearned for wholeheartedly for a decade." She wished she could abandon everything at that moment and traverse the entirety of Danxiu to find her mentor. However, due to certain circumstances, she could not act upon such desires. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again, taking a deep breath. Of course, I shall go. If my mentor arrives here one day, Your Highness, please remember to present this item to him. Thus, the calamity of the demons can be resolved and the nation secured. With that, the silver-haired maiden handed the Empress a compass of magical formations. In that case, I shall not delay further and will set off immediately for the demon realm. The sooner I depart, the sooner I can reunite with my mentor. With those words, the silver-haired maiden swiftly rose from her seat. The Empress hastily stood to see her off, watching until the National Master's figure faded into the distance. Although the National Master had only a few days remaining in the court, she had managed to foresee the future, assisting the Empress in resolving countless troubles, both great and small. The Empress truly felt reluctant to part with such a valued minister. She summoned a nearby maid and instructed, Chen Xuanyi has just emerged from battle and will likely need rest. 3 days hence, please send someone to Yunu's sect to invite him to the palace. Be sure to convey sincerity in your approach. Those who show disrespect to Chen Xuanyi shall face dire consequences. The maid promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. After issuing these orders, the Empress returned to the palace and immediately commenced her judicial duties. While the Southern King was alive, there were certain ministers she could not eliminate. Now that he was deceased, she would leave no one associated with him unscathed. Removing those who bore animosity toward Chen Xuanyi would also alleviate his concerns. Chen Xuanyi, how shall I ever express my gratitude to you? The Empress, while murmuring softly, marked each name on the list of ministers with a sign of death. Chapter 62. The comfort of home. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuanyi, a significant upheaval was occurring within the entirety of Danxiu, instigated by one of his actions. Countless souls would perish amidst this tempest of blood and chaos. However, even if Chen Xuanyi were to learn of these events, they would hardly concern him. He was currently engaged in laughter and conversation with his disciples as he returned to the abode of the Yunu sect. From a considerable distance, Chen Xuanyi could discern a thatched cottage standing several dozen miles away on the periphery of the sect's mountain peaks. In the fields nearby, an elderly man with white hair was diligently cultivating spiritual herbs. This elder was none other than Master Hua. Chen Xuanyi was somewhat taken aback to see that he had indeed followed him here, and he couldn't help but smile broadly at the sight. If he wished to come, so be it. With that thought, Chen Xuanyi shifted his gaze and made his way back to the Yunu sect. Upon reaching the boundaries of the sect, a group of female disciples rushed to greet him at the gates. Yet, it appeared they were not there to obstruct his path. Wow, the esteemed master has returned. Esteemed master, after your arduous journey, do you require assistance with your luggage? Assistance? I shall carry the esteemed master back myself. No, sister. I will massage the esteemed master's legs. Chen Xuanyi quickly found himself surrounded by a throng of eager female disciples, all vying to offer him shoulder rubs and back massages. He was utterly bewildered. When had he become such a figure of popularity? I must clarify. There are no spiritual stones to offer today, he remarked, presuming they were drawn by the allure of his modest treasury. After all, he needed those stones for his own cultivation. He could not afford to disperse them all. To his surprise, the disciples showed no intention of relinquishing their enthusiastic attentions. How disheartening. The esteemed master thinks so little of us. We are here solely out of admiration for you, wishing to serve you. Hearing their words warmed Chen Xuanyi's heart. Indeed, there was no place like home. Outside, he was met with cold disdain or threats to his very life. Yet within the sanctuary of his sect, he was surrounded by caring and affectionate disciples. As he reveled in these sentiments, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head. One of the female disciples, gleefully brandishing a strand of his hair, exclaimed, "Hee, the esteemed master's hair. This could fetch 1,000 spiritual stones on the market." Chen Xuanyi was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed a peculiar sensation at his fingertips. "Who has trimmed my nails?" he inquired, observing another disciple holding his clipped nails and laughing maniacally. Giggle. The esteemed master's relics. These could sell for 10,000. Wait, I am still alive. Why have you dismantled me? He protested, bewildered. Moreover, when had his bodily remnants become so valuable? Chen Xuanyi was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What he did not realize was that during his recent re-emergence into the world, every action he took was of monumental significance, propelling him further into the limelight he had long occupied. In the realm of martial arts, it is customary for nearly every household to enshrine a statue of the esteemed Chen Xuanyi, seeking blessings for prosperous martial fortunes and the birth of exceptionally gifted sons. Consequently, any artifact once touched by Chen Xuanyi commands exorbitant prices at auctions. The disciples residing in his abode have keenly sensed the commercial potential surrounding these relics. However, ordinary disciples like those at the mountain's peak could hardly venture into such enterprises. Yet, the prospect of encountering the revered master himself seemed a tantalizing opportunity. Suddenly, a voice resonated with authority and gravity from the crowd, admonishing, "What are you doing? Cease at once. You mischievous ones will be confined to your quarters tonight." Upon hearing this, the disciples promptly stood in a straight line. To their surprise, Yi Muyun had appeared, anxiously scanning the vicinity. "Master, you have returned," she called out excitedly, rushing towards him. "Indeed," Chen Xuanyi replied with a smile. "These endearing juniors are merely being playful. A little mischief is to be expected, so let us forego any punishment." He dismissed the earlier incident, for how could he hold such trivial matters against his beloved disciples? Yi Muyun had intended to embrace him immediately, but with so many onlookers, she restrained herself. Nevertheless, her eyes conveyed a longing to envelop him in a warm hug. Unfazed by the surroundings, Chen Xuanyi opened his arms and drew her into his embrace. "What is wrong with a hug between friends?" he inquired playfully, initially taken aback and a touch self-conscious. Yi Muyun quickly surrendered to the moment and reciprocated the embrace. "Master, have you found my third brother?" she asked softly, her cheeks flushed. After relishing the embrace, Chen Xuanyi gently released her and introduced her to Su Danru, who stepped forward with a polite smile and greeted, "Hello, sister." Yi Muyun's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing another female disciple, particularly one so striking and full of personality. Though the master's choice of female disciples was none of her concern, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "Hello," she replied with a smile. Following their introductions, Yi Muyun planned to arrange for everyone to rest. "Master, you must be weary from your journey. Allow me to escort you back." As they made their way, Chen Xuanyi inquired, "Have there been any updates on the other disciples during my absence?" Yi Muyun shook her head, indicating that no news had surfaced. However, she did have another piece of information to share. "While I have not located your disciple, I have uncovered something else. It appears that Lu Qingxian, perhaps intimidated by your recent prominence, is planning to relocate her entire family from Danxiu. Should she depart, finding her again may prove exceedingly difficult." Chapter 63, Imparting Techniques to the Third Disciple. Together we forge alchemical elixirs. Upon hearing her description, Chen Xuan couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly news travels. He had just slain the prince of southern town, and in no time at all, it seemed the entire nation was aware of it. Presumably, Lu Qingxian, upon realizing his formidable power, feared retribution and thus planned to flee with her kin. Such information would certainly be kept confidential by Lu Qingxian. It was likely that Yi Muyun had exerted considerable effort to uncover it. As for Lu Qingxian, the one who sought his demise and intended to take his disciples with her, Chen Xuan resolved that she must meet a fate worse than death. "I possess the means to locate her, yet if she has departed from Danxiu, it could indeed pose a challenge. Danxiu is vast, and with her family in tow, she could not have escaped in just a few days. Tomorrow, I shall deal with her." The disciples had traveled tirelessly. While they could continue their journey, Chen Xuan wished for them to rest a while. Furthermore, this venture to confront Lu Qingxian presented an excellent opportunity for his disciples to gain experience. As they conversed, the group made their way back to the mountaintop. Chen Xuan and his disciples recounted the various happenings during their time apart to Yi Muyun. Jiang Ningxuan spoke with great enthusiasm. "Sister Muyun, let me tell you, our master was so dashing at that moment." With a swift motion, the prince of southern town was left gasping, and then, poof, he was finished. Not a single word was comprehensible. The group continued to chat for a considerable time, until the sun began to set. Reluctantly, Yi Muyun took her leave, as she had sect affairs to attend to. Before departing, she presented Chen Xuan with 500 high-grade spiritual stones, the yield from the spiritual mines during her absence. One high-grade stone equates to 100 low-grade stones. Thus, these 500 stones could be converted to a staggering 50,000 low-grade stones, along with his previous reserves. This would be more than sufficient for him to break through to the next realm. After bidding farewell to Yi Muyun, Chen Xuan retrieved a tome from the system space. This tome contained the exclusive technique for his third disciple, Su Danru, known as the Starry Elixir Formula. To the eye, The cover seemed not to be made of paper, but rather enveloped in the essence of a starry night, exuding an air of profound mystery. The aura emanating from it surpassed all worldly techniques bestowed by the system. Nothing within was mundane. Su Danru's innate constitution, the Yuanshu divine body, was in perfect harmony with this technique. As the essence of the formula surfaced, it exerted a powerful allure upon her. Chen Xuan extended it towards her. The quality of this technique. Master, how did you acquire it? Thank you, Master. You are the best. Su Danru exclaimed with excitement as she received it. The moment the technique touched her skin, it transformed into a stream of light, flooding her mind with the entirety of its knowledge. The techniques gifted by the system could only be cultivated by the designated individual. No one else could harness them. As Su Danru felt a surge of countless alchemical recipes and new combat techniques filling her mind, she sensed as though she had unlocked an entirely new realm. She was utterly defenseless against the allure of newfound alchemical knowledge, and promptly resolved to summon her master to concoct a batch. Master, I yearn to cultivate now. Could you guide me? Extending her delicately boned jade hand, she grasped her master. Naturally, Chen Xuanyi would not refuse the request to instruct his most cherished disciple. Of course, as your master, who else could teach you if I do not? Bring forth the alchemical furnace. With a mere thought, Su Danru summoned an ethereal, yet palpably real, celestial alchemical furnace, which materialized in the center of the square. This was a manifestation of her abilities, allowing her to summon the finest furnace at any time and place. Master, you are on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. So I shall refine a foundation pill using the latest techniques I have acquired. As she spoke, Su Danru directed her spiritual energy into the furnace and commenced the alchemical process. Given her relative inexperience with this newly learned technique, she encountered some difficulties. Master, it seems my spiritual energy is stuck. What should I do? Su Danru inquired, her expression filled with confusion as she turned to her master. Chen Xuanyi sat beside her and provided her with guidance. After absorbing his teachings, Su Danru remarked, "It still seems off, Master. Could you teach me with your hands guiding mine?" Observing her predicament, Chen Xuanyi reluctantly positioned himself behind her, extending his hand to grasp her wrist in order to guide her spiritual energy. However, just as he was about to make contact, he hesitated. His disciple had grown up. Was it appropriate to be so close? After all, they belonged to different genders, and one must be mindful of such matters. Noticing her master's hand suspended in midair, Su Danru bit her lip in urgency. Please, I am a fifth-tier genius alchemist. Although I am employing a new method, how could I possibly commit such a fundamental error with my spiritual energy? I merely wish for my master to be close. How can he not see that? Desperation consumed her. Master, hurry. The furnace is about to explode. Seeing the impending failure of the alchemical process, Chen Xuanyi set aside his reservations and firmly grasped her slender wrist, leaning forward in close proximity. Su Danru felt a wave of warmth wash over her, accompanied by the unique fragrance of her master, which elicited an expression of profound happiness upon her face. Her smile was as radiant as the sun. Her pale legs intertwined slightly trembled. Yes, this was the sensation she craved, the feeling of cultivating alongside her master. After a decade, she had finally experienced it once more. She could no longer bear to be apart from him. Let us engage in alchemy together for eternity, she mused, her entire being surrendering to her master's embrace. Jiang Ningxuan crossed her arms, observing the duo refining pills, a vague yet unsettling feeling lingering within her. Although master and junior sister are engaged in alchemy, why do I feel a sense of discomfort? Hu'er mirrored her posture, feeling similarly. How could it be enjoyable? Have you seen how junior sister's smile is nearly touching the heavens? Today, it seems the opportunity for our cultivation has eluded us. I shall endeavor to meditate and break through on my own. With that thought, Hu'er gracefully settled down upon her own tail, commencing the refinement of the spiritual energy contained within the demon stone, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage at the earliest. Jiang Ningxuan, however, lacked her expansive heart and anxiously paced back and forth. Despite her urgency, she understood the importance of not disturbing her master during lessons with her disciples. This much she comprehended. As she pondered, an audacious idea suddenly struck her. What audacious idea, you ask? It was, indeed, a splendid notion. Jiang Ningxuan promptly made her way to her master's chamber. Surely, her master would return to rest at some point. Once her master returned, she would present a delightful surprise. Yet waiting idly was somewhat tedious. Inhaling the air of the room, saturated with her master's essence, filled her with immense joy. She approached her master's bed, embracing the blanket and taking a deep breath. How fragrant! The entire soft bed was imbued with her master's unique aroma, rendering her utterly helpless against it. She reclined upon it, draping her delicate, fair legs over the blanket, her supple, tender frame enveloped in her master's blanket. She listened to the sound of her master imparting knowledge to her junior sister outside, her mind conjuring images of the two of them cultivating side by side, causing her body temperature to rise rapidly. And so, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 64. Su Danru, I do not sell matches. Outside the dwelling. With the assistance of her master, Su Danru successfully produced a top-tier 8th-grade foundation establishment pill from the alchemical furnace. Though it was said to be her creation, she had collapsed into Chen Xuanyi's embrace halfway through the process, leaving him to complete the refinement. The 8th-grade foundation establishment pill emitted a rich aroma, surrounded by a faint celestial energy that enhanced its potency. Chen Xuanyi had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage and was poised to utilize this pill to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. After recovering his third disciple, he had acquired a remarkable new ability, distinct from his previous combat-oriented skills. This newfound capability was auxiliary in nature, allowing him to double his cultivation speed for a brief period. Moreover, the benefits derived from elixirs and spirit stones would also be doubled, and he would become immune to all toxins henceforth. This meant he could strive for higher realms with considerably fewer spirit stones, a truly exceptional advantage from any perspective. Noticing her master preparing for a breakthrough, Su Danru hastily rose from his embrace. Master, allow me to assist you, she offered, positioning herself behind him and placing a hand on his back to help open his meridians. She never imagined that one day she would aid her formidable master in elevating his cultivation level. It was indeed peculiar that someone capable of unleashing such formidable attacks had to begin anew from the qi refinement stage. Although she had long sensed the oddity of the situation, she refrained from questioning it, as such matters held little significance for her. All she desired was for her master to remain by her side. Watching him consume the pill she had crafted, fully engrossed in his breakthrough, filled her heart with immense joy. It was a true blessing to be able to assist her master in alchemy. Reflecting on her first encounter with her master when she was merely 8 years old, she recalled that the world of alchemy at that time was far less inclusive than it is today, with figures such as Dan Ningguang's mother and Dan Ningguang herself. Along with an increasing number of exceptional female alchemists, the dynamics of the alchemical community began to shift. In the past, female alchemists faced significant exclusion. This tradition likely stemmed from the limited number of women in the field and the prevailing belief that women were inherently more emotional, whereas alchemy demanded a high degree of rationality, leading many to conclude that women were ill-suited for the craft. Indeed, the number of female alchemists had been woefully scarce. However, with the emergence of outstanding female alchemists like Dan Ningguang, societal perceptions began to transform. To some extent, this shift could also be attributed to Chen Xuanyi's contributions. Su Danru hailed from a prestigious martial arts family, a prominent lineage in her locality. The prevailing custom of valuing males over females was widespread, but her status as a cultivator mitigated much of the bias. Due to her ability to cultivate, Su Danru was not cast out like Jiang Ningxuan. However, her fervent passion for alchemy overshadowed her interest in martial arts, and she often clandestinely practiced her craft. Her family believed that having a female alchemist would bring disgrace upon them, leading to frequent disputes and even physical reprimands. As a result, from a tender age, she bore numerous scars and was frail, far removed from the stunning beauty she would later become. Her inherent stubbornness, compounded by familial discord, propelled her to flee at the age of 8, never to return. Strangely, her relatives did not seek her out, allowing her to depart unchallenged. Unbeknownst to them, they had overlooked a prodigious talent in alchemy. After leaving her family, she endeavored to survive by selling her elixirs. Yet, true alchemical products require formal distribution channels. When she sought to sell her potions to alchemical institutions, they dismissed her, perceiving her as merely an 8-year-old girl. Consequently, she resorted to selling her wares on the streets, which rendered her little more than a child fraudster in the eyes of passers-by. Days passed, and hunger gnawed at her, but even in her dire state, the thought of returning home never crossed her mind. In her moments of despair, she recalled her grandmother, who had always cherished her and supported her passion for alchemy without reproach. Alas, her grandmother had passed away. One day, clutching a potion, She discerned a faint outline of her grandmother within it, yet the apparition swiftly dissipated. Just then, an unexpectedly cheerful voice interrupted her reverie. "Little girl, how much for a match?" It was a resonant male voice, one she would never forget. In irritation, she retorted, "I am selling potions." The man continued, undeterred, "I'll take a match." Frustrated, she exclaimed, "I already told you, I sell potions, not matches." As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the man before her, and her young heart was struck with profound awe. She had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome, as if he radiated a celestial glow. The onlookers regarded him with reverence, their expressions filled with admiration. Beside this divine figure were two young girls, seemingly of her age, exuding an otherworldly charm that starkly contrasted with her own appearance. One girl with crimson hair grasped the man's hand and remarked, "Master, she clearly looks like a fraud. You wouldn't want to buy her potions, would you?" The other, a slightly older girl with pink hair, similarly took hold of the man's other hand and asked, "Master, what brings us here? Surely, you do not wish to take on disciples, do you? Especially young girls, master." Chen Xuanyi, having mastered the most exquisite alchemical arts in the world, could discern the extraordinary nature of the pill in her hands at a mere glance. He inquired of the delicate Su Danru, "Is this pill truly crafted by your hand?" Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively retorted, "I have already stated that I do not sell matches." "Ah, wait, you were asking about the pill. Of course I made it. Who else could have crafted it if not I?" At that moment, her hunger rendered her vision blurred, and being toyed with by this man only heightened her irritation. Chen Xuanyi, unperturbed by her defiance, placed a hand atop her head to assess her aptitude. "Ah, a naturally gifted Yuanchu holy body, a prodigy in alchemy. What incredible fortune I have stumbled upon," he mused. "I shall purchase all your matches, and in return, you shall become my disciple. Are you willing?" Su Danru, filled with exasperation, corrected him. "I truly do not understand you. I do not sell matches. However, you mentioned taking me as your disciple. Do you not mind a female alchemist?" Chen Xuanyi waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to disdain? Just say whether you are willing to accompany me. If you become my master, I shall provide you with resources for your alchemy." And, before he could finish his sentence, merely the mention of alchemical resources caused Su Danru to nod vigorously, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. "You are truly a living immortal. I shall go. I shall go. Here, take the matches. If you say they are matches, then so be it." Su Danru chose to relent, no longer correcting him, but rather acquiescing to his words. After all, he was quite wealthy. Jiang Ningxuan approached with a smile, grasping Su Danru's hand and helping her to her feet. "From now on, we shall be like family. No need to be reserved. I was once a beggar myself." Su Danru. When did she ever become a beggar? She was merely a little girl selling matches. Ah, no, selling pills. Chapter 65. Chen Xuanyi's breakthrough and the astonishing celestial phenomenon. Subsequently, Chen Xuanyi brought Zhaosunru back to the Xianfu, where he imparted his self-developed alchemical techniques day and night. In this haven, she was not subjected to the cruel reprimands of her parents, nor to inexplicable discrimination. Instead, she enjoyed the company of two senior sisters who delighted in playful camaraderie with her. These years marked the most joyous period of her life since her earliest memories. She cherished the fact that all this beauty was a gift from her revered master. Her master had never owed her anything, yet selflessly nurtured and guided her in every aspect. Regardless of what the future held, she vowed to repay all the kindness her master had bestowed upon her. However, perhaps due to her profound affection for her master, she often found herself irresistibly drawn to seek closeness with him. Surely, this could be deemed normal contact, a means to foster the bond between teacher and disciple, could it not? When Su Danru regained her senses, she discovered that she had inadvertently leaned against Chen Xuanyi's back. He had already commenced the consumption of the medicinal pill necessary for his breakthrough. The effects of the top-tier 8th-grade foundation pill erupted within him, igniting a swift transformation. The arduous process typically required for ascending to a new realm was significantly alleviated. For ordinary cultivators, a mere 2nd-grade foundation pill sufficed for their breakthroughs. Yet, due to Chen Xuanyi's unique constitution, even the finest 8th-grade foundation pill proved somewhat inadequate. Consequently, he resorted to utilizing the abilities bestowed upon him by his 3rd disciple. With this, his cultivation speed doubled, along with the potency of the pill, albeit he could only employ it once each day. The immunity to toxins, however, was accessible at any time. As he harnessed this ability, the effectiveness of the pill surged dramatically. Chen Xuanyi began to absorb spirit stones in large quantities, initiating his breakthrough. The surge of spiritual energy coursed through his organs, flowing into his dantian and nourishing his entire being. The so-called foundation period entails transforming the spiritual energy reservoir within the dantian into a more concentrated liquid form. Yet, Chen Xuanyi had already achieved this during his qi refining stage. With a sound akin to the breaking of air, a vortex of spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Xuanyi, radiating outward like a shockwave. An unprecedented and formidable aura emanated from him, marking the extraordinary celestial phenomenon resulting from his advancement to the foundation stage. Chen Xuanyi projected his consciousness within, inspecting his energy reservoir. To his astonishment, the liquid energy reservoir within him could no longer be described merely as liquid. It resembled an infinite sea of energy, akin to the vast expanse of the heavens, as if the spiritual power contained within him was boundless, encompassing an entire cosmos. The strength he had cultivated anew was even more terrifying than before. Nonetheless, while his power had indeed increased, the cost of his recent breakthrough had drained a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, even with the enhancement of his doubled cultivation capability. Once his breakthrough concluded, and noticing the abundance of remaining spirit stones, Chen Xuanyi seized the opportunity to further press on toward higher realms. He voraciously absorbed the spirit stones from his storage ring, watching as his cultivation soared from the first to the second, third, and ultimately to the sixth level of the foundation stage. The shock waves of his energy reservoir and the celestial phenomena unfolded with increasing frequency atop the mountain. The clouds in the sky were tumultuously stirred, alternating between thick darkness and brilliant clarity, while the surrounding trees and grasses swayed wildly in the wind. Chen Xuanyi experienced a breakthrough, feeling as though he had drawn the very heavens and earth into his being. This was merely the phenomenon accompanying his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. After reaching the sixth level of the foundation establishment realm, he had utilized a significant portion of the spirit stones that Yi Mu Yun had provided. The demand for spirit stones escalated alarmingly as he progressed, initially requiring 20,000. The amount soon doubled. It was evident that he needed to gather more spirit stones. Chen Xuanyi murmured to himself. The extraordinary manifestation caused by his breakthrough had been witnessed by all the disciples of the Yunnu sect. Each disciple gazed skyward, utterly perplexed by the strange occurrences. Only Hu'er Niang and Su Danro had the privilege of witnessing Chen Xuanyi's breakthrough firsthand. The spectacle unfolding before them exceeded their wildest expectations. The awe-inspiring phenomenon resulting from a foundation establishment cultivator's advancement was beyond their imagination. Yet, it was undeniably occurring before their very eyes. In the presence of their master's foundation establishment prowess, they felt as insignificant as ants, mere talents dwarfed by his greatness. Truly, their master was an eternal deity. The thought of their master being so exceptional filled them with genuine joy. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, master," Su Danro exclaimed, seating herself opposite him and excitedly embracing him in celebration. As she lifted her gaze to his face, she noticed that he appeared even more handsome post-breakthrough. Though his features remained unchanged, there was an inexplicable allure about him now. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, her eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Perhaps in her eagerness to congratulate him, being a bit more forward wouldn't be inappropriate. Resolutely, she opened her arms, enveloping her master completely, and gradually leaned in closer. In the midst of his breakthrough, Chen Xuanyi was engrossed in assessing the state of his internal spiritual energy and did not pay much heed to what was happening beside him. He merely perceived Su Danro's joy in his achievement and her act of embracing him as a simple expression of happiness. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he was taken aback to see Su Danro, usually the most obedient of disciples, leaning toward him. Suddenly, an unparalleled warmth and softness graced his lips, accompanied by the unique fragrance of the young girl, leaving him momentarily dazed. Beyond the astonishment, he felt an overwhelming surprise. Had this most obedient disciple just kissed him? He had already developed a certain relationship with Jiang Ningxian, and now this furthermore, it was initiated by the dutiful disciple herself. How could this be permissible? Prior embraces had seemed like normal contact, but this was entirely different. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Xuanyi decided to extend his hand to gently push Su Danro away. Having attained the sixth level of the foundation establishment realm, his strength was now comparable to that of his disciples. In truth, his current prowess has reached a level where he can compete on equal footing with cultivators in the transformation stage. The reason he continues to draw comparisons with his disciples is solely due to their exceptional strength. However, when Chen Xuanyi's hands rested upon her soft, fragrant shoulders, any slight attempt to push her away only prompted Su Danru to hold on more tightly, as if relinquishing her grasp would mean losing something of utmost significance. As Chen Xuanyi exerted more force, his hands inadvertently slid down, one encircling her slender waist while the other caressed her exquisite back, drawing her even closer. In this intimate embrace, Su Danru, holding her esteemed master tightly, felt her beautiful eyes gradually becoming entranced. Chapter 66. The innocent disciple, breaking boundaries one by 1 minutes passed, and the two gradually separated. Su Danru, utterly content, rested her head against her master's chest, her heated form seemingly devoid of strength, languidly melting into his embrace. Her master was truly captivating to her. Being with him was the epitome of her happiness. At this moment, Chen Xuanyi also came to his senses. Observing the longing in Su Danru's eyes, he swiftly adopted a serious demeanor and said earnestly, "Ro, we are master and disciple. Such conduct is inappropriate." With her head nestled against her master, Su Danru let her small pink tongue peek out, inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped him. Realizing the gravity of her actions upon seeing his solemn expression, she understood she needed to devise a way to deflect the situation. The disciple is unaware. Unaware? Chen Xuanyi was momentarily taken aback by her words. It was true. Su Danru had been by his side since childhood, unlike the elder disciples who were more self-taught. If no one had taught her the nuances of male-female relations, she might genuinely be oblivious. She did not comprehend that such intimate gestures as kissing should not be taken lightly. If that were the case, the fault lay with him as her master. Oh, so it is my oversight. Ro, the boundaries between men and women must be respected. Such behaviors cannot continue. Furthermore, I must instruct you not to hold hands, kiss, or be overly close with men casually. Given your naivety in this instance, I shall overlook what transpired, but you must be vigilant in the future. Otherwise, he paused, you may find it difficult to marry. As her master, Chen Xuanyi felt it imperative to guide her appropriately. Moreover, he recognized that while he could restrain himself now, if Su Danru were to draw closer again, it might become too challenging to maintain his composure. Therefore, preemptive measures were necessary. After the lecture, concerned that he might have been too stern, Chen Xuanyi gently stroked Su Danru's hair, as he caressed her lustrous purple locks. Gazing at her innocent visage, his stern expression softened into one of tenderness. This obedient disciple was indeed remarkably innocent and endearing. How could such a sweet and compliant student ever harbor thoughts of rebellion against her master? As Su Danru felt his touch, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. It seemed her master truly had not discerned her deception. How could she be so naive? When he mentioned she might not find a husband, she thought to herself that apart from her master, she had no desire to entertain any other man. The notion of marrying anyone else was utterly unfathomable. What delighted her further was that she had sensed no overt resistance from her master. After all, with his capabilities, it would be effortless for him to extricate her if he truly wished to. Yet, after a mere symbolic push, he ceased any further movement. This indicated that he too harbored feelings for her, albeit restrained by the propriety of his position. In matters such as these, one must never rush. She should gradually initiate her advances towards her master, meticulously discerning his boundaries. Ultimately, everything will fall into place. Lost in these thoughts, a silly smile unconsciously crept across her face. Ro, are you still in a daze? There is ample time. Let us continue our alchemical pursuits. After his own breakthrough, Chen Xuanyi did not forget to guide his disciple in her cultivation, for the essence of cultivation remains paramount. The earlier events were merely incidental interludes. Su Danru obediently rose from her master's embrace, her reluctance palpable. Yet, she understood that toppling her master must be approached with discretion. If she were to act too rashly now, it could provoke undesirable repercussions. It was better to focus on alchemy for the time being to redirect her attention. Master, I am ready, she said with a sweet smile, and together they resumed their alchemical practice. Not far away, Hu'er, who was meditating to refine her own cultivation, sensed an unusual aura. She opened her enchanting eyes, glancing curiously at her master and junior sister engaged in their practice. Those two, they must be concocting elixirs. Right? I hope nothing untoward transpires while I am unaware. As a beguiling fox demon, her sensitivity to human emotions was remarkably acute. She had an inkling that something had just occurred, but having focused intently on her own cultivation, she had not witnessed it firsthand. Truly, none of her fellow disciples were ever a source of peace. Fair competition for their master is essential. No underhanded tactics allowed. Chen Xuanyi continued to instruct Su Dan in alchemy until the late hours of the night. As alchemical practices are immensely taxing on both spiritual and mental energies, he chose to rest in the latter part of the night. Yawning, he bid farewell to his disciple and returned to his chamber. He shed his garments, lifted the covers, and prepared to indulge in slumber. However, he soon discovered that, unbeknownst to him, someone had taken residence in his bed. Jiangning Xian. The young girl's form was incredibly soft, with her fiery red hair cascading freely across the bed. The moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating her exquisite features, and her rhythmic breathing starkly contrasted with her usual rambunctious demeanor. It must be said that at this moment, Jiangning Xian was the epitome of cuteness, to the extent that Chen Xuanyi felt hesitant to disturb her slumber. Yet, Jiangning Xian awakened, gazing at her master by the bedside. Initially dazed, she soon smiled and sat up cross-legged. "Master, you took too long to return. I fell asleep. I've warmed the blankets for you. Come in." Her fair, delicate hands patted the bed, urging her master to join her. Chen Xuanyi could hardly acquiesce. The notion of sharing a bed with his disciple felt utterly inappropriate. "What nonsense are you speaking? This is not permissible." Seeing her master still refusing, Jiangning Xian, unlike the more demure third junior sister, sprang up and dove into his embrace, pulling him onto the bed. "The master is hesitating, though have we not already crossed this threshold?" Perhaps Chen Xuanyi is affected by the earlier encounter with his third disciple. Furthermore, there was the provocation from Dan Ningguang that lingers in the air. He finds himself gripped by an inexplicable sense of obligation. Yet before addressing that, Chen Xuanyi has inquiries to pose. "Xianer, we have yet to clarify the matters of the past. Why have you concealed our relationship from the junior sisters? Do you not wish to become my Dao partner?" Chen Xuanyi seeks to elucidate the ambiguous nature of their bond, so that he may honor the affection he holds for his most beloved eldest disciple. Chapter 67. Maintaining the current relationship. As Chen Xuanyi sat on the bed, embraced by Jiangning Xian, he was greeted by her radiant smile. In a swift motion, she turned and nestled into his arms, their faces mere inches apart. Jiangning Xian's delicate, fair hands wrapped tightly around his neck, while her legs, clad in black stockings, entwined him completely. The overwhelming softness and fragrant breeze enveloped him, leaving Chen Xuanyi momentarily dazed. The initiative taken by his eldest disciple was increasingly captivating. Unable to resist, Chen Xuanyi's hands instinctively reached out to embrace her supple form. Jiangning Xian certainly cherished her master. How could she possibly refuse the notion of becoming a companion on the path of enlightenment? Yet, if they were to truly become partners in this journey, she would have to relinquish addressing him as her master. She yearned to preserve their mentor-student bond, unwilling to forego such a precious relationship. It felt as though only when she called him master could she attain a sense of inner fulfillment and solace. Thus, she had been avoiding the topic, reluctant to pierce through that fragile barrier. However, now that her master had broached the subject, she could no longer conceal her thoughts. "Master, could you enlighten me on the distinction between companions and disciples?" she inquired, her arms still encircling his neck. Chen Xuanyi, taken aback by her question, found it perplexing. Certainly, there existed a profound difference between companions and disciples. Companions could cultivate together, advancing mutually. The more skilled one could guide the lesser, hence the term companions. Moreover, they would undoubtedly share a life, facing dangers together and savoring the fruits of victory. With earnestness, he articulated his thoughts. Yet Jiangning Xian, still wrapped around him, displayed a blissful expression, a sweet smile unique to her youthful spirit. "Master, what you describe is precisely what we are experiencing now. While I desire to be your companion, I wish even more to continue calling you master. Regardless of the nature of our relationship, that title is merely a label. Our lives would remain unchanged. Thus, master, I believe it is best to maintain our current arrangement." As she spoke, she noticed, bathed in moonlight, how her master had become even more handsome in such a brief moment, rendering him utterly irresistible. With a gentle lick of her lips, her complexion flushed deeply, and her body began to radiate warmth. Her fiery eyes sparkled with a dreamy allure. "Master, if you truly feel uneasy, well, perhaps we could wait until everything stabilizes before hosting the grandest of weddings, inviting our junior sisters to be bridesmaids. But for now, master, I can no longer contain myself." Her breath, fragrant and warm, brushed against his face. With a forceful embrace, she leaned in closer. Chen Xuanyi, having anticipated her intentions, felt his confusion dissolve upon hearing her words, leaving no burdens in his heart. As she mentioned, there is nothing wrong with maintaining their current relationship. As long as one treats her sincerely and dedicates oneself to her protection, this holds greater significance than anything else. Once everything concludes, a grand wedding shall be bestowed upon her. Chen Xuanyi remained silent, tightening his embrace around her delicate back, and with a forceful motion, he laid her upon his bed. Subsequently, he once again demonstrated through his actions what he truly desired. In the depths of the night, Hu'er continued her meditative breakthrough. Suddenly, it seemed she sensed something and abruptly opened her eyes. Stealing a glance at her master's chamber, she thought, surely. Master has returned to rest, right? Why does it feel somewhat off? Damn it, how did I get distracted again? First, it was Su Dan Ro, and now I am inexplicably interrupted. At this rate, she feared she would never achieve the Hu'er Niang in her lifetime. Perhaps it would be best to seek her master's assistance tomorrow. Time moved to the following morning. In the early hours, Chen Xuanyi was awakened by the first rays of dawn. Realizing the time was not early, he gently patted his sleeping disciple beside him. Xuan'er, it's time to rise and cultivate. I have a task for you today. Jiang Ning Xian, nestled against him, breathed evenly, her exquisite face adorned with a blissful smile, as if cradling her most cherished treasure, lost in sweet slumber. After a brief moment of laziness, Jiang Ning Xian finally opened her beautiful eyes, still hazy from sleep. Gazing at her master, who also appeared freshly awakened, she found his handsome visage, tinged with a hint of morning languor, utterly captivating. She licked her delicate lips and, without a moment's hesitation, leaned in closer. Chen Xuanyi could only embrace her tender form, allowing her to indulge in her affection. This beloved disciple was simply enchanting, her just-awakened demeanor radiating an irresistible charm. The soft sound of her voice made his very bones feel as if they were melting. After a considerable time, Jiang Ning Xian reluctantly released her master, not because she wished to, but out of concern that she might be unable to restrain herself any longer. Master, I have done so much for you. Can't I skip cultivating today? She attempted to plead. Chen Xuanyi, however, resolutely denied her request. No, a promise is a promise. Get up quickly. Seeing her master's serious demeanor, Jiang Ning Xian realized that her hopes of evading cultivation through her charm were futile. Yet, it was precisely this devoted side of her master that resonated within her heart. If there ever came a day when her master ceased to care about her cultivation, that would indeed signify a grave issue. Hee, I adore my master just as he is, she declared. Very well then. The disciple dutifully assists the master in dressing. Jiang Ningxuan, brimming with enthusiasm, stands before Chen Xuanyi's wardrobe, eagerly helping him select his attire for the day. The thought of dressing her master in garments of her choosing fills her with uncontainable joy. Observing his eldest disciple's heartfelt devotion, Chen Xuanyi feels a sense of comfort and allows her to serve him, secretly appreciating the privilege of having a personal disciple. With her assistance, he quickly assembles his outfit, and soon the disciple is also attired. However, just as Chen Xuanyi intends to push open the door and step outside, he is unexpectedly halted by Jiang Ningxuan. With a cautious demeanor, she glances around and declares, Master, wait a moment. I shall exit through the window. Chen Xuanyi? Chapter 68. A Misunderstanding. Chen Xuanyi constructs a grand array. Chen Xuanyi? Why would you exit through the window when there is a door? Moreover, we are in our own home. Chen Xuanyi was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in the mind of his most inventive disciple. Why escape through a window in one's own abode? Whom was she trying to evade? Jiang Ning Xian hastily offered a rationale, saying, There is a reason for my actions, master. By the way, our relationship must remain a secret from the junior sisters. I shall see you shortly. With that, she leaped out of the window. Her choice to exit through the window was driven by her desire to conceal the fact that she had spent the night in her master's chamber. If her sisters were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly strip her of her skin. Furthermore, it was imperative that they did not discover how easily her master could be persuaded, especially Yiya. Given her character as a charming fox demon, if she were to find out, she would not wish to wait even a day. The junior sisters had refrained from making any overt advances, fearing that their master might develop an aversion to them, which is why they had been discreetly probing for opportunities. Although Jiang Ning Xian sometimes appeared somewhat daft, she was, in fact, remarkably astute. In any case, she intended to keep her secret for as long as possible, just as Jiang Ning Xian was reveling in her cleverness. Having barely escaped through the window, She collided with one of her junior sisters, Su Danro. Su Danro, seemingly intent on sneaking toward the window, was caught off guard and nearly dropped her glasses in shock. Senior sister? What are you doing here? Jiang Ningxian was momentarily at a loss. Oh no. She was about to be discovered. What on earth was Su Danro doing here? If the truth of her overnight stay in her master's room were to be exposed, it would be disastrous. She had to think of a way to conceal it. Ah, I was just... Jiang Ningxian stammered, completely at a loss for an excuse. Just as panic began to overwhelm her, Su Danro suddenly interjected. Ah, I understand. You came to sneak a peek at Master while he slept, didn't you? I've had that habit since I was little. I never expected that senior sister shares this peculiar fondness. It's wonderful. With a look of camaraderie and understanding, Su Danro spoke joyfully. Jiang Ningxian was even more bewildered. What peculiar fondness? Since when did you have such a hobby? You spend your mornings spying on Master instead of practicing? You seem so demure with your glasses, yet you indulge in such antics. Seeing Jiang Ningxian hesitate to affirm her claim, Su Danro took her hand and earnestly explained, I felt quite shy when I first discovered this penchant of mine. However, I eventually came to realize that having a little hobby is perfectly normal. There is no need for you to feel remorse. After all, Master is so perfect. Every time I behold the serene visage of the morning, I am invigorated. Over time, it becomes an irresistible habit. Senior sister, why are you silent? You are quite the honest one. Please, do refrain from speaking further. I truly do not share that interest. If you continue, you might unwittingly reveal your secrets. Jiang Ningxuan couldn't help but express her thoughts. However, at this juncture, she genuinely struggled to find a better rationale for her presence here. Ah ha ha ha. Indeed. I came for that reason as well. It's rather embarrassing. Thank you for your guidance, junior sister. Jiang Ningxuan awkwardly scratched her head. Su Danro nodded at her, displaying a gratifying smile reminiscent of an ant. Accepting one's own hobbies is no simple feat. It is truly wonderful that the senior sister can reach a compromise with herself. The peculiar misunderstanding only deepened. In the square, Chen Xuanyi sat before a stone table, upon which several portable array stone discs were arranged. He summoned his disciples to gather around the table. Curiously, Su Danro inquired, Master, what are we about to do? Chen Xuanyi casually picked up the tools required for drawing the array and slowly began to concentrate his spiritual energy into them. I intend to draw several arrays. You may observe and learn. Although the disciples did not specialize in the art of array formation, acquiring knowledge on the subject could only be beneficial. Chen Xuanyi's purpose in creating these arrays was primarily to confront Lu Qingxian. If he were to descend from the mountains to confront her directly, the complexities of array formation would indeed be unnecessary. However, this time, he wished to send his disciples forth. The disciples were now capable of battling against cultivators in the transformation stage, making this an exceptional opportunity for invaluable experience. Naturally, the cautious Chen Xuanyi would not risk his disciples. Thus, he planned to inscribe several potent arrays for their use. With that thought in mind, Chen Xuanyi commenced the drawing of the arrays. The ordinary array stone discs, due to considerations of portability, were generally of the yellow or profound tier. Such array discs could at most contend with cultivators of the nascent soul level. After all, more powerful arrays required the synchronization of time, place, and person, utilizing various intricate materials in suitable locations while also considering the aspects of geomancy. A portable array disc, aside from relying on the creator's abilities, lacked any additional advantages. Yet, what Chen Xuanyi possessed abundantly was precisely that capability. He was the world's most gifted cultivator, and his self-created array system was unparalleled. Let us inscribe an opportunity for an invincible strike within, he murmured. Also, a setting sun, the Emperor's Ascension banner, and the Divine Fox's descent, each shall have one. Chen Xuanyi swiftly etched the most formidable techniques he currently knew onto the portable array stone discs. Having recently ascended to the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, both his spiritual energy reserves and the potency of his techniques had dramatically surged. Even without the invincible attack unleashed daily, his full strength is beyond the capability of any cultivator at the divine transformation stage to withstand. Do you believe that the extraordinary techniques bestowed by the system, which transcend even the celestial realm, are mere illusions? As Chen Xuanyi meticulously inscribed the techniques, the spectacle left the 3 disciples present utterly astounded. They had already witnessed their master's formidable power in action. The once mighty king of the south crumbled before his assault, rendered as insignificant as an insect. The thought that such a level of attack was to be preserved within the formation stone plate was staggering, and it seemed that not just one would be prepared. If all previously seen techniques were to be unleashed simultaneously, the mere contemplation sent shivers down their spines. However, if their master were to engage personally, it seemed unnecessary to prepare such an array of formations. It was likely that she intended to send them forth into the world. Yet, considering their abilities, what would they do if unforeseen circumstances arose, leaving them unable to activate the formations? Knowing Chen Xuanyi's character, he had undoubtedly anticipated such scenarios long ago. Chapter 69. Dispatching 2 disciples from the mountain to completely deplete the master the defensive formation, it should be inscribed like this. And this one, capable of absorbing and rebounding attacks, must be included as well. Additionally, a barrier formation is essential. The enemy must not escape, especially since we aim to annihilate their clan. Chen Xuan murmured to himself as he meticulously inscribed every conceivable defensive technique he could think of. Typically, ordinary formations require only dozens of inscriptions. However, the formations drawn by Chen Xuan were intricate, each containing thousands of inscriptions, crafted with a level of detail that even the celestial realm's formations could not surpass. Remarkably, throughout this process, he exhibited no sign of difficulty. Aside from Chen Xuan, no one else could even hope to achieve such a feat as his disciples observed this scene. They were left in awe, mentally exclaiming, "What exactly is in our master's mind? How can he simultaneously manage the drawing of so many inscriptions?" The disciples could hardly fathom the depths of their master's intellect, but as they watched him create the formations, their minds were entirely consumed by admiration. There was no denying it. Their master, showcasing his extraordinary talents, was irresistibly captivating. While Chen Xuan was engaged in the formation drawing, he experienced new insights, recognizing areas for improvement, and believed that the formations he produced were indeed more powerful. Yet, his disciples felt as if they were witnessing dozens of celestial level, or even higher, formations, leaving them in a state of shock as if they had just awakened from a deep slumber. The previously annihilated Seacone clan utilized a protective formation for their entire lineage, which was merely a peak yellow level formation. To put it in perspective, the national protective formation of Danxiu was, at best, a terrestrial level array. The creations of their master, however, were capable of shaking the very foundations of an entire nation. How could this not be astonishing? Xianer, ya, I am dispatching both of you from the mountain. Utilizing this tracking formation, you will be able to locate Lu Qingshen's position. After exterminating her entire clan, remember to bring back all the resources. Once everything is completed, Chen Xuan instructed his disciples with a sense of assurance. He placed particular emphasis on a formation that contained the power of his daily invincibility, isolating it for special mention. This formation could only be utilized in the direst of circumstances, possessing tremendous destructive power, and should be handled with caution when released. Jiang Ningxuan, brimming with impatience, cradled the formation stone plates in her arms. Each of these plates contained techniques with the potential to devastate the world. The thought of unleashing them was exhilarating. For opportunities to deploy such formidable formations were rare, a privilege not afforded to many. She regarded this endeavor as a mere game. In contrast, Hu'er exhibited a much more composed demeanor. Chen Xuan had sent her along to keep a close watch on Jiang Ningxuan, ensuring she did not overstep. Nevertheless, Hu'er had matters she wished to discuss with her master. "Master, I was unable to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage last night, and I wish to seek your assistance. If you were to send 2 disciples out this time, would that not mean leaving Su Danru at home? The thought of you and Su Danru together in solitude, I cannot help but imagine the delightful circumstances that might ensue. Such a splendid opportunity to be alone with you is one that Hu'er is reluctant to let slip by." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment. Initially, he intended for Su Danru to remain at home to study alchemy. However, the newly learned Star Dan technique she possesses also has combat capabilities. Engaging in a low-level confrontation during this period of transcendence would indeed serve as excellent practice. With this in mind, Chen Xuan instructed, "In that case, let Ro accompany Xianer. Time waits for no one, so you must hasten your departure and return. Remember, safeguarding your safety is of utmost importance. Nothing supersedes your well-being." Su Danru was equally eager to test her newly acquired skills and shared her enthusiasm. Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru bowed in unison, declaring, "Disciples, heed your command." After a respectful bow, they gathered the Master SRA stone plate. Their journey was not far, and if all went smoothly, they might return by nightfall. Thus, They resolved to conclude their tasks swiftly and report back to their master. The two embraced their master briefly before turning to soar towards the mountain's edge. After some time had passed, as Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru flew a distance away, Su Danru suddenly slowed her pace. With a contemplative expression, she turned to Jiang Ningxuan and remarked, "Senior sister, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. With us gone, is it not true that only the master and remain on the mountain? They say a triangle possesses stability. Now that our trio has been separated, who will keep an eye on Huyaya? Isn't she free to do as she pleases for an entire day?" Jiang Ningxuan, elated as she held the array stone plate bestowed by their master, had been lost in her joy until now. Upon hearing Su Danru's words, she was struck with alarm. "Oh no, the master is in danger. In just one day without us, it would be ample time for her to consume our master entirely." As she spoke, her mind conjured images of that cunning vixen mocking her after having devoured their master, inciting a surge of jealousy within her. Su Danru reassured her, "We should hasten our journey. If we complete the master's task swiftly, we might even be able to interrupt them." Interrupt? What a splendid idea. Truly, junior sister Ro is resourceful. Jiang Ningxuan praised her inwardly. Excellent suggestion. With that, Jiang Ningxuan grasped Su Danru's hand, flames igniting beneath their feet as they surged forward. The two soared through the air at an astonishing speed, atop the summit of the Yunus sect. After bidding farewell to the two disciples, Chen Xuan began preparing to assist his second disciple in breaking through. As a devoted master, he found no leisure time when his disciples were in need. "Yaya, please take a seat, so I may discern the reasons behind your failed breakthrough." Chen Xuanyi addressed Huyaya. Logically, given the exceptional talent of his second disciple, achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage should have been effortless. Yet, the failure left him perplexed. Obediently, Huyaya crossed her legs, placing her foxtail beneath her, settling down gracefully. She resembled a well-behaved child, with her fox ears gently twitching atop her head. Today, she had deliberately donned black silk stockings that snugly enveloped her elongated legs, accentuating her figure. All of this was meticulously prepared for this very moment. Chapter 70. The second disciple's breakthrough and attack of desire in the realm of the demon race. Every practitioner possesses a demon stone within them, each located in a unique part of their body. Huyaya gradually revealed her demon stone before her master. Positioned at the center of her forehead, it resembled a third eye. The stone, akin to a gem, radiated a deep pink hue, crystalline and exquisite in its beauty. Typically, the demon stone remains concealed within the practitioner, its latent presence stemming from its immense significance. Not only does it serve as the reservoir of the practitioner's spiritual energy, but it is also the source of their very life, a fragile essence. Regardless of the practitioner's level, the destruction of their demon stone would lead to their demise with alarming ease. By displaying her demon stone, a demon practitioner exposes everything they are, signifying profound trust in another. Without uttering a word, Huyaya illustrated the depth of her trust in her master. Chen Xuan gazed at the revealed stone, marveling. "Its quality has matured since your childhood." He continued, "I shall assist you in refining your cultivation. Are you prepared?" With that, he extended his hand, his fingers gently pressing upon her forehead where the demon stone resided. The refinement of spiritual energy contained within the demon stone nurtures its growth. And when the stone manifests a new state, it signifies a breakthrough akin to that of the human race. Huyaya nodded, indicating her readiness. As Chen Xuan's spiritual energy permeated the stone, a warm current surged within it. Perhaps due to their deep connection, her body accepted his energy with remarkable harmony, showing no resistance. Despite her master's aid, the task of refining spiritual energy in a short span remained a strenuous endeavor. After a while, the demon stone atop her head emitted a dazzling array of colors. As the brilliance faded, the stone's hue deepened, a clear indication of successful refinement. Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his fingers and, exhaling softly, remarked with a hint of fatigue, "Well then, shall we test your strength at the nascent soul stage?" Having drawn numerous powerful formations and now aiding Huyaya in her refinement, he would have surely collapsed were it not for his exceptional talent. Yet, even he felt the toll of such substantial exertion. Huyaya, breathing lightly, sensed the surge of nascent soul strength within her, a delightful exhilaration coursing through her. This ignited an eagerness within her to test her newfound power. With her delicate hands resting on her master's shoulders, she exerted a sudden force, pushing him down. "Let us test the strength of the nascent soul," she proclaimed, her once pink pupils transforming into heart shapes as she gazed at her master. "Yaya, what is this?" Chen Xuan inquired, taken aback. She suggested that Yaya should demonstrate her prowess at the nascent soul stage, which meant unleashing two of her techniques, rather than engaging in a mere contest of strength to subdue him. Could it be that Yaya had experienced a mishap upon her recent breakthrough, leading her to succumb to the overwhelming desires characteristic of her demon lineage? Logically, that should not be the case, as the second disciple had been present throughout her advancement. If indeed the second disciple had lost control, given his current condition, it could pose a significant threat. After all, he had exhausted his invincible abilities for the day and had drained a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it uncertain whether he could stand against a second disciple at the nascent soul stage. What Chen Xuanyi was unaware of was that Yaya was not as he imagined, with her delicate, fair hands cradling her masteress face. Her lips parted slightly to reveal her sharp tiger-like fangs. "Master, there is no one else here now. You cannot resist me, so it would be best not to struggle. Simply close your eyes," she said, and without a hint of hesitation, she leaned closer. Chen Xuanyi gazed in astonishment as her exquisitely beautiful visage approached him, accompanied by the alluring fragrance unique to a fox demon, rendering him momentarily incapable of resistance. He instinctively grasped her graceful back, and aside from her softness, all he felt was a wave of disorientation. The enhanced charm of Yaya at the nascent soul stage left him unable to mount any defense. His mind was a blank slate. Thoughts of betraying Jiang Ningxuan and the inappropriate relationship with the second disciple faded from his consciousness, leaving only a sense of acquiescence. After what felt like an eternity, Yaya finally released her master. Her cheeks were flushed with an intense warmth, and her body radiated heat. She had prepared herself completely. Once she embraced her master, she found it impossible to let go. To her surprise, her master offered no resistance, exceeding her expectations. Indeed, her master, like the third junior sister, was rather reserved. Though he had never outwardly expressed it, deep down, he had long harbored feelings for her, hadn't he? Yaya smirked mischievously, her expression revealing a blend of infatuation and cunning. Chen Xuanyi vehemently protested. "Yaya, I have always regarded you as my disciple. There is absolutely no—" Before he could finish, Yaya silenced him by placing her delicate hand over his mouth. Leaning close to his ear, she exhaled her enticing fragrance and spoke in an irresistibly sultry tone. "Master need not explain. I have said before that I am willing to fulfill your desires. I do not find my alluring master objectionable at all." In her eyes, her journey of growth, from budding potential to ripened fruit, had been for the day when her master would finally partake. If her master were to take that step, it would be the greatest joy for her. With that thought in mind, her lips parted once more, this time in a more exaggerated manner, resembling the allure of a predator, and her master, in that moment, felt like the prey cradled in her arms. Chen Xuan gazed at the sharp, predatory fangs glinting in her mouth, and an unsettling thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Yaya truly intended to devour him entirely? On a physical level, observing her demeanor, it indeed felt plausible. "Xianer, Ro, would you not return to check on your master? It appears I am to be consumed." Chapter 71. The kin of Chen Xuanyi, unbeknownst to Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru, who were paying homage to Chen Zhu, events were unfolding at home. Both were racing towards the formation stone disk where Lu Qingxian was located. Meanwhile, in a certain village outside of Zhangzhou, Lu Qingxian hovered in the sky with approximately 200 members of her clan, gazing down at the settlement below. She inquired of a middle-aged man beside her, "Is this the place?" This man, named Lu Hong, was the second in command of the Lu family, possessing a cultivation level of the second stage of the transformation god realm. "Indeed, it is here. Although Chen Xuanyi has no living wife or children, he was born in this village," Lu Qingxian reflected bitterly. The current plight of her family, forced to relocate entirely, she attributed to Chen Xuanyi. Seeds of hatred took root in her heart. She yearned for vengeance, if not against Chen Xuanyi himself, then at least against those in his proximity. Despite her exhaustive searches, she could find no direct kin of Chen Xuanyi still alive, leading her to this village. Though this village might have long lost any significant blood ties to Chen Xuanyi, it remained his birthplace. Reducing it to rubble would partially assuage her deep-seated resentment. Their entire clan's relocation meant that while the people remained, the established formations, facilities, and the influence of their lineage had all vanished. In their new abode, everything would need to be rebuilt from scratch. This loss, this vendetta, she felt compelled to avenge. Turning to Lu Hong, She commanded, "Proceed. Leave no survivors. We must complete this swiftly and move on to prevent Chen Xuanyi from pursuing us." She harbored no compassion for these mortals. Even if mistakes were made, the annihilation of an entire village would suffice. To her, the common folk were no different than ants crawling upon the ground. Lu Hong nodded and began to gather his spiritual energy. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack and obliterate the village, a look of astonishment crossed his face. To his surprise, he noticed that nearly all the villagers were cultivators. It was a rarity for a village of mortals to possess even a single martial artist, yet here, an unprecedented situation unfolded where the entire populace consisted of practitioners, albeit most at the first or second stages of qi refinement. At that moment, the villagers became aware of the Lu family hovering above. A small boy scampered into a nearby house and exclaimed to an elderly man, "Village chief, village chief. There are people outside." This elder, known as the village chief, with his graying hair and benevolent countenance, was a cultivator at the third stage of qi refinement and had already sensed the overwhelming pressure from outside. He knelt before a statue, praying earnestly. Astonishingly, the statue he worshipped was not of a deity or a sovereign, but a life-size figurine of Chen Xuanyi. "May our ancestors bless us and help us avert this crisis. The ancestral spirits bless us." The village chief, bowing before the statue of Chen Xuanyi, fervently murmured his prayers. The reason their village was filled with cultivators was undoubtedly due to the blessings of Chen Xuanyi. Born in this village, he had exhausted every means to prolong his parents' lives, yet mortals are ultimately bound by their nature. He remained in the village until the passing of his parents, after which he inscribed a perpetual spirit-collecting formation, a final benevolent act for his loved ones before his departure. Nevertheless, with Chen Xuanyi's capabilities, he could have guided them to a more profound existence. Yet, in his view, exposing mortals to a broader world was not necessarily a boon. The realm of immortals was rife with deception, where life and death hung by a thread. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise in the wilderness. It was far better for them to continue living here, in their tranquil existence, which he deemed the most suitable abode. The villagers, through generations, remembered that it was thanks to Chen Xuanyi that they became cultivators. Though their levels were modest, they had at least freed themselves from ailments and the burdens of survival, finding contentment in their secluded lives. For a group of once destitute mortals to enjoy such a prosperous life, even after hundreds of years without his return, ensured that they would forever cherish Chen Xuanyi's legacy, recalling the world's greatest genius born in their midst. Thus, in every household throughout the village, his statue was revered, worshipped day and night, regarded as a deity. Now, with a formidable being from the transformation stage imposing upon them. Although the village chief was unaware of the reason for their arrival, all he could do was pay homage to Chen Xuanyi. Kneeling, he offered several profound bows before slowly rising. "Gather the practitioners from our clan. Let us ascend together to investigate. We are, after all, the descendants of the Chen family, and we have never adhered to the tradition of cowering in fear." The chief's voice resonated with conviction. Soon, a gathering of around 100 individuals formed, with the chief leading the way. Despite facing an unknown power, not a single member of the Chen family displayed any signs of retreat. "Who are you? Why do you trespass upon the land of the Chen family?" the village chief demanded, directing his question at Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow, surveying the nearly 100-strong assembly. The highest among them scarcely reached the third level of qi refinement. The audacity of such insignificant beings to question him was indeed laughable. "The Chen family? Are you acquainted with Chen Xuanyi?" Lu Qingxian, initially dismissive of engaging in dialogue with them, nonetheless restrained his disdain to confirm whether he had arrived at the correct location. Upon hearing her inquiry, the village chief surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. It seemed this group of cultivators had encountered some conflict with their ancestor and, unable to contend with him, had come to trouble his descendants instead. Yet, despite the village chief's discernment of the visitor's intentions, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation and assertively proclaimed, "The inhabitants of this land have revered our ancestor, Chen, for generations. How could they fail to recognize him?" The chief was no fool, even if he were to deny their kinship to Chen Xuanyi today. The evidence within the village was abundant, and they would still meet an untimely demise. It was far wiser to acknowledge the truth openly. Moreover, even if the visitors were unable to uncover proof, he had no intention of concealing this reality. Chen Xuanyi had bestowed his blessings upon them for many years. How could they forsake their ancestors and commit such an egregious act? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian scoffed, "Our ancestor? Humph. Today, it is you who shall perish. Allow me to inform you, your deaths today are entirely the doing of Chen Xuanyi. After you meet your end, may you descend to the netherworld and harbor your hatred for him there." Chapter 72. The Chen clan faces dire peril, disciples arrive. The reason Lu Qingxian articulated these words was to incite a profound hatred among the Chen family members towards Chen Xuanyi. She aimed to convince them that their demise was solely the fault of Chen Xuanyi, and when he eventually reunites with his kin in the netherworld, he will surely be engulfed in remorse. To be despised by one's own family is a fate far worse than death. The village chief, absorbing Lu Qingxian's rhetoric, became increasingly resolute in his convictions. It was evident that these individuals had come because of Chen Xuan. Since their vengeance was rooted in the legacy of Chen Xuan, they could not afford to remain passive. If death was inevitable, they might as well take one enemy with them. As for their animosity towards Chen Xuanyi, Chen Xuan had bestowed upon them nearly a millennium of blissful existence, allowing generations to revel in joys unknown to ordinary folk. They had been spared from ailments, endowed with extraordinary abilities, shielded from hunger, free from the oppression of neighboring villages, and untroubled by the threats of wild beasts, living out their days in peace. Even if their entire clan were to perish today, reflecting upon their past lives, they would harbor no regrets. It was all worth it. The village chief raised his wooden staff high, his voice resonating with vigor. "People of the Chen clan, we may all be facing death today. If there are those unafraid of dying, follow me to fight our foes, though our strength may be vastly inferior. If we can take down even one enemy and assist Chen Xuan in eliminating a threat, it is better than waiting here for death." Cultivators at the Qi refining stage, upon encountering a powerful being at the God transformation stage, would typically find themselves begging for mercy. However, as descendants of the Chen clan, they would rather face death than kneel before foreign adversaries. As kin of Chen Xuanyi, they could not bring shame upon him. The village chief's rallying call was met with a resounding response. Every cultivator among them raised their arms in unison. If death was unavoidable, they would rather confront it with courage. Chen Xuan had gifted them nearly 1,000 years of happiness. Now it was their turn to repay him. For the glory of Chen Xuan, long live Chen Xuan. Despite having never laid eyes on Chen Xuanyi, they were now prepared to fight and even laid down their lives for him. Even if the outcome was that this band of nearly 100 would fail to take down a single enemy, their resolve remained unshaken. Lu Qingxian observed the fervent spirit of the Chen clan and felt a twinge of astonishment. These seemingly insignificant beings did not exhibit an ounce of fear in her presence. They appeared ordinary, yet they were distinctly different from all other Qi refining cultivators she had encountered. What she did not realize was that their difference stemmed from the faith that still resided within them, the belief in the world's greatest prodigy, born in their unremarkable village. A belief that filled them with pride. Impatiently, Lu Qingxian waved her hand, urging for their swift demise to silence the ruckus. Lu Hong had already gathered his energy and, with a decisive motion, unleashed a powerful palm strike. In confronting Qi refining cultivators, he required no elaborate techniques. A mere ordinary strike, infused with overwhelming spiritual force, surged toward the Chen clan members with relentless fury. The members of the Chen family were witnessing such a terrifying assault for the first time, confronted by an overwhelming force. They found themselves unable to even move. They unleashed countless attacks in unison, attempting to thwart the encroaching palm imprint. But their efforts were as futile as a drop in the ocean against the might of a divine transformation. The village chief gazed at the approaching palm imprint, murmuring, "Is this the world beyond our village? Indeed, it is far better here." Having spent their lives in the village, the most formidable cultivator they had known was the chief himself, a mere third-tier Qi refinement practitioner. It was only upon witnessing the absolute power of the divine transformation today that they comprehended the absurdity of their own cultivation levels in its presence. In that moment, they understood why their ancestor, Chen, had chosen to keep them within the village. He was right. Only here could they enjoy a semblance of peace and prosperity. "Thank you, Ancestor Chen, for your protection. We are willing to face death," the village chief proclaimed as the palm wind drew ever closer. The other villagers, prepared to embrace their fate, echoed his words with fervor. "Thank you, Ancestor Chen, for your protection. We are willing to face death." "Thank you, Ancestor Chen, for your protection. We are willing to face death." Their rallying cries filled the air, a desperate hope that should their demise reach Ancestor Chen, he would not bear the burden of guilt. In his final moments, The village chief looked up at the sun in the sky, his silver hair billowing in the wind, as memories began to flicker in his mind like a lantern. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it seemed as though he were seeing two suns in the sky. Surely, he was not old enough to be losing his sight. Under his gaze, the second sun began to hurtle towards him, as if plummeting from the heavens. Lu Qingxian, you treacherous harlot, I have finally found you. Suddenly, the sun emitted a feminine cry. Following this, a fiery dragon surged forth from the sun, its body twisting as it struck against the palm wind. The howling heat could be felt from thousands of meters away, and the fiery dragon swiftly consumed the palm wind entirely. Su Danru had appeared in the fray, utilizing her spiritual energy to shield the Chen family members behind her, ensuring they remained unscathed. Moments later, Chen Xuan also arrived, her fists ablaze with fierce flames, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. The village chief gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure before him. He felt as though he had just escaped death, experiencing a profound sense of relief. With curiosity and reverence, he inquired, "Who are you?" Su Danru replied with clarity, "We come at the behest of our master to vanquish the Lu family." Her voice was distinct, and upon reaching Lu Qingxian's ears, it struck her with shock. "Chen Xuanyi has pursued us. This is disastrous. If he truly catches up, our clan may be annihilated." Lu Qingxian was filled with dread, immediately extending her consciousness to scan the surroundings in search of Chen Xuanyi's presence, but found not a trace. Was it a concealed aura? She whispered, her heart racing to her throat, as if she were on the brink of impending doom. The village chief of Qinjia, upon hearing Su Danru claim she had come on the orders of her revered master, was instantly filled with exuberant excitement. "May I inquire, is your esteemed master indeed Chen Zhu?" Su Danru, upon her arrival, had utilized her spiritual sense to survey her surroundings and had discovered the statue of her master enshrined within the village. It must be said, the scene was rather theatrical. Nevertheless, she could discern from this that these individuals were likely kin to her master. Upon hearing the village chief refer to her master as Chen Zhu, her conviction in this notion was further solidified. Su Danru nodded and affirmed, "Indeed." Chapter 73. Is Chen Xuanyi absent? Just the two of you? Chen Zhu has come to our rescue. Chen Zhu has arrived. Upon hearing this uplifting news, the village chief immediately conveyed it to the clansmen. Indeed, Chen Zhu would not forsake them nor allow them to meet their demise. The prospect of continuing to live and worship Chen Zhu was truly delightful. This feeling of being granted a second chance at life after surviving calamity only deepened their reverence for Chen Zhu's majesty. The clansmen, brimming with excitement, scanned their surroundings, equally eager to catch a glimpse of Chen Zhu. To them, Chen Xuanyi was akin to a deity, and the opportunity to meet such a divine presence was exhilarating. However, after searching for a considerable while, they could not find Chen Xuanyi. The village chief respectfully inquired, "May I ask where Chen Zhu is at this moment?" Su Danru shook her head and replied, "My master did not come. Instead, he sent us, his two disciples." Did not come? Lu Qingshan, not far from them, being a cultivator at the transformation stage, naturally had keen hearing. Upon hearing Su Danru's statement about Chen Xuanyi's absence, her anxious heart finally settled. However, if Chen Xuanyi himself was not present, what did it signify that he sent two disciples? Did he truly believe that two nascent soul disciples could annihilate the Lu family? What a jest! Such disdain, yet to underestimate them in this manner. The village chief was equally astonished. The disparity in cultivation levels was vast, although he could not discern Su Danru's exact prowess. She appeared to be merely in her early 20s. Could a cultivator of such youthful age possess such formidable strength? Nevertheless, he quickly realized that they were disciples of Chen Zhu, endowed with extraordinary abilities beyond ordinary comprehension. Regardless of their individual strength, they represented Chen Zhu himself. And as the village chief, he could not treat them with indifference. He hurriedly bowed in respect. "I pay my respects to the disciples of Chen Zhu." The other clansmen also bowed in unison. Seeing this display, Su Danru felt a mix of surprise and honor, hastily gesturing for them to rise. "There is no need for such formalities. We are all of the same kin." Speaking of which, today she had indeed met her master's kin. Before a human wedding, one typically meets the family. The first family she encountered might suggest she was the foremost candidate for marrying her master. Oh, what a delightful day this turned out to be. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. "Please, you may rest at a distance. We shall handle the matters that follow," Su Danru said with a smile. It was inevitable that chaos would ensue, and it would be unwise to have these people too close. To the clansmen of the Chen family, her words bore the weight of Chun Zu's decree, and they promptly retreated to a safe distance. Once her master's kin were settled, Su Danru finally took out the formation stone disc she had prepared in advance. The formation stone disc was designed for a barrier formation, capable of isolating a space spanning several dozen miles. Typically, such formations are utilized to defend against external attacks, but they can also serve as a prison. Trapped within, none shall escape. After all, it was the master's command to annihilate the entire Lu family, prompting her to immediately activate the formation. An invisible barrier swiftly enveloped the surroundings, so subtle that those ensnared within the Lu family remained blissfully unaware. Lu Qingshan even sneered. Chen Xuanyi truly dispatched only the two of you. I was pondering the inadequacy of killing Chen Xuanyi's kin for satisfaction, and here you are, just in time. It is said that Chen Xuanyi cherishes his disciples dearly. Should you perish here, I wonder how he would mourn. Lu Hong, swiftly execute them. Lu Qingshan regarded the two as if they were treasures found. To slay Chen Xuanyi's disciples? No, that would not suffice. She envisioned a fate of violation before death. Subsequently, their filthy, naked corpses would be presented before Chen Xuanyi, undoubtedly inciting his utmost revulsion, rendering him a living nightmare. Only then could her heart's resentment find solace. Faced with the power of the nascent soul stage, Lu Hong summoned forth some of his abilities. He unsheathed his sword, orchestrating a flurry of sword flowers in midair, sending a barrage of spiritual energy towards Su Danru. Standing her ground, Su Danru remained still, while Jiang Ningxuan raised a formidable fiery fist, positioning herself protectively in front of her. Despite their long separation, the memories of their past camaraderie lingered, allowing them to fight in perfect harmony. The master had sent them not only to eradicate the Lu clan, but also to hone their skills. Thus, she refrained from unleashing her master's ultimate strike right away, opting instead to exercise her abilities lightly. Having broken through to the nascent soul stage, Jiang Ningxuan experienced a remarkable leap in strength. In response to the dual-layered attack from the transformation stage, she erupted with an intensity akin to a furnace, delivering a scorching blow with her great sun flame fist. The incoming sword flowers disintegrated like droplets of water, evaporating into white mist upon mere contact with her flames. The temperature around them soared to unbearable levels, causing the younger members of the Lu family, with their limited cultivation, to faint as if their very skin had been roasted. Lu Hong had never encountered a fire practitioner of such prowess. He had assumed that even if his attack did not slay the adversary, it would at least inflict some harm. To his astonishment, he found that he could not even graze their skin. Surely, Chen Xuanyi has invested considerable resources in you, Lu Hong declared. However, relying solely on this will not suffice against a transformation stage cultivator. He prepared to unleash his strongest strike to subdue them. Raising his long sword high, a colossal sword phantom began to materialize in the sky above. The sword glimmered with a chilling brilliance, its sharp aura suffusing the air with a metallic tang of blood. The Lu family members, witnessing their cultivator display such formidable power, erupted into fervent cheers. Uncle is remarkable. Quickly vanquish them. Chen Xuanyi is truly detestable. He must be torn to shreds. Yes, once we have grown stronger, we shall return and make him wish he were never born. The members of the Lu family, from the eldest to the youngest, regard Chen Xuanyi as their sworn enemy. This is precisely why, whenever he strikes, he annihilates entire clans. To eradicate the roots of a threat, one must leave no remnants. This is the principle he has deduced. Though it may seem excessively ruthless to slay them all, lining them up and executing them one by one would surely allow some to escape. Hence, it is far more prudent to extinguish the entire lineage. Listening to the boasts of his kin, Lu Hong could not help but feel a swell of pride, a faint smile gracing his lips. With radiant enthusiasm, he raised his sword high, preparing to wield it in a display for his family, showcasing his moment of glory. Chapter 74. The capabilities of Su Danru. Let us play with this first. Just as he felt fully prepared and envisioned the moment of basking in the adulation, a sudden surge of blood and energy erupted within him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a stream of dark blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, accompanied by blood seeping from all 7 orifices. The scene was utterly shocking. The members of the Lu family were taken aback, their fierce words caught in their throats. Lu Hong, in particular, was perplexed, questioning what had befallen him. Am I poisoned? When did this happen? The symptoms were unmistakably indicative of a lethal toxin. Yet he had no recollection of ever encountering such poison. At that moment, he beheld Su Danru, her fingers enveloped in a faint purple mist of toxin, her gaze devoid of warmth. As a practitioner of alchemical arts, she possessed knowledge akin to that of a physician. Not only could she refine elixirs, but she also understood the art of healing and the nature of deadly poisons. The stellar alchemy technique endowed Su Danru with an extraordinary ability to communicate with the spatial energies around her, allowing her to surreptitiously administer poison to her adversaries without detection. This was an exceedingly sinister skill, rendering her enemies defenseless against her lethal strikes. With this newfound capability, her combat prowess surged far beyond her previous limitations, enhancing her strength 100-fold. When engaging in battles alongside other cultivators, she could unleash her stealthy toxins to their fullest potential, expertly restraining her foes. Following Lu Hong's poisoning, his internal spiritual energy became chaotic and disordered. The phantom sword manifesting above his head flickered erratically, difficult to maintain. Seizing the opportunity to strike when he was vulnerable, Jiang Ningxuan launched a powerful attack with her great sun flame fist. Fiery flames erupted from her fists, coalescing into a writhing dragon that soared through the air, roaring as it charged toward Lu Hong. Faced with an assault from a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Lu Hong, though unable to counter with ease, should at least have been capable of defense. Yet now, as he confronted Jiang Ningxuan's onslaught, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. The threat of death loomed over him like a dark cloud. Undoubtedly, in his poisoned state, he could no longer withstand a direct confrontation with Jiang Ningxuan. It would surely lead to his inevitable demise. "Help! Patriarch, save me!" Lu Hong cried out in panic, seeking assistance from Lu Qingshan. The onlookers from his clan watched in horror at this unexpected turn of events. Their esteemed cultivator of the transformation stage was utterly powerless against two adversaries at the nascent soul stage. This was an immense disgrace. Had they known Lu Hong would face such a devastating defeat, they would never have dared to utter such harsh words moments prior. "Useless fool," Lu Qingshan bellowed. Despite her dissatisfaction with Lu Hong's performance, she instinctively rushed to his aid. As a six-fold cultivator of the transformation stage, she grasped a sharp sword and thrust it forward, unleashing a piercing beam of sword light that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the fiery dragon. Two attacks collided, causing a dazzling explosion of flames in midair. Chen Xuanyi's disciple indeed possessed some remarkable skills. With just the two of you, you are far from being able to prevent our departure from Cangzhou. Lu Qingxian scolded Jiang Ningxuan and her companion hovering above. Without further delay, she unleashed her technique. The myriad swords pierced the void. In an instant, the sharp sword in her hand transformed into thousands upon thousands. The densely packed long swords nearly enveloped the entire visible sky. The might of the fifth level of the transformation god stage surged forth, casting a chilling aura over the battlefield. Even the Chen clan members hiding at a distance could feel the oppressive force emanating from the conflict, stirring a sense of unease within them. "Village chief, do you think Chen Zhu's disciple can contend with that woman?" The disparity in strength feels quite significant. The villagers, though unable to discern the realms of the combatants, sensed the overwhelming presence. The village chief, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Regardless of the outcome, all we can do is pray. However, I believe that Chen Zhu must have a backup plan." The villagers murmured in agreement. "I too believe in Chen Zhu. If it comes to it, we will fight to the death. Indeed, even if we lose, we must not allow Chen Zhu's disciple to fall into enemy hands. We can cover their retreat." Remarkably, even after witnessing the absolute power and pressure of the transformation god stage, the villagers showed no signs of retreat. With heavy gazes, they remained entirely focused on the battlefield. As Jiang Ningxuan faced Lu Qingxian's full-force attack, she surprisingly chose to abandon her resistance. The flames enveloping her fists gradually faded as she drew forth an array stone plate from her bosom. To outsiders, this scene suggested that Jiang Ningxuan had surrendered. The Lu clan members regained a fragment of confidence. "What is she holding? Did I see that correctly? An array stone plate? Ha! Could she possibly intend to use that to contend with a practitioner of the transformation god stage? She must be a fool. It seems she has already given up the fight. However, having injured Uncle Lu Hong so severely, even surrendering one tea spare her." Lu Qingxian stared at the array stone plate in Jiang Ningxuan's grasp, utterly perplexed. As a practitioner, who among them was unaware that the power of a portable array stone plate was exceedingly limited? No matter how formidable the array stone plate, It could at most kill a Foundation establishment practitioner or catch an enemy off guard for a surprise attack. Yet here she was, brazenly presenting it, intending to confront her assault head-on. The more unusual her actions became, the more unease Lu Qingxian felt, gazing at the erased stone plate in Jiang Ningxuan's hands. An instinctive sense of danger crept over her. However, how could such an inexplicable feeling stemming from her sixth sense compel her to retreat? Moreover, with so many clansmen behind her, if she were to retreat without clarity now, would she not be ridiculed by her kin for a lifetime? Playing tricks. Let me guess. Is your master already on their way here? Lu Qingxian said coldly. Based on Lu Qingshan's understanding of Chen Xuanyi, he would not underestimate his opponent by sending only 2 disciples. Thus, there exists only one possibility. Chen Xuanyi may be en route. The reason Jiang Ningxuan presented the erased stone disc was to deliberately disturb her mental state, serving as a means to stall for time. She would not be deceived by such a rudimentary ploy. Go. With a swift motion of her right hand, Lu Qingshan summoned countless swords from the air, sweeping towards Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru with an unstoppable force. Jiang Ningxuan did not linger any longer. She immediately directed her spiritual energy into the erased stone disc. Let us play with this for now, Jiang Ningxuan remarked with a smile. Chapter 75, The Twilight of the Setting Sun. Slaughter of the Lu family. Her master bestowed upon her such a multitude of treasures, making the act of combat exceedingly exhilarating. She scarcely needed to lift a finger herself. How delightful it felt to have her master by her side. Once she returned home, she must reward her master handsomely. As Jiang Ningxuan pondered this, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. With the activation of the formation stone disc in her hand, a fireball gradually expanded above her head. It grew in size, eventually eclipsing the sky like the sun itself. The technique contained within this formation stone disc was the final move of the great sun flame technique, known as setting sun. Once wielded by Chen Xuanyi, Jiang Ningxuan had only mastered the first stance of the technique, rendering her incapable of executing such a high-level maneuver. Gazing at the formidable power radiating from the setting sun, her eyes sparkled with yearning. Simultaneously, the myriad swords controlled by Lu Qingshan surged forth. However, to the astonishment of all present, those swords disintegrated into nothingness merely a few meters from the setting sun. Countless swords charged forth, only to be vaporized in midair. Regardless of Lu Qingshan's desperate attempts, her attacks could not approach the setting sun in the slightest. What level of technique is this? Earth tier? Heaven tier? Celestial tier? How is this possible? How could a celestial technique manifest here? As she beheld this unexpected spectacle, Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom how. As a cultivator in the transformation stage, she was utterly incapable of overcoming the assault contained within the formation stone disc, the might emanating from the setting sun. Infused with the power of the great path, far surpassed any technique she had ever encountered. Just as she grappled with this bewildering realization, the colossal sun suddenly surged toward her. Jiang Ningxuan offered her no chance for contemplation. Under the relentless heat of the setting sun, Lu Qingshan, positioned closest, felt her skin sear and blister. Her once beautiful complexion was utterly ravaged in that instant. Overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the setting sun, she found herself unable to flee. "No, my face. You wretched woman, cease at once," she screamed desperately at Jiang Ningxuan. For a woman, particularly one who relied on her beauty to gain favor, her appearance was of paramount importance. Although cultivators could reshape their countenance, they could never truly return to their former selves. Jiang Ningxuan had no intention of heeding her pleas. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's agonized cries, she accelerated the descent of the setting sun. This individual had previously attempted to seduce her master. She deserved a thorough lesson. In truth, while Jiang Ningxuan felt jealousy towards those who courted her master, she did not harbor hatred unless they sought to harm him. If another woman were to act in her master's interest, she would bear no ill will. Su Danru, observing the devious expression on Jiang Ningxuan's face, couldn't he help but reflect on the situation. This seems to be tinged with personal grievances. Sister, she surely won't launch a fireball at me one day, will she? It shouldn't come to that, it cannot. Lu Qingxian has been driven to the brink of death. Her thoughts now extend far beyond mere disfigurement. She yearns for survival. Gazing at the sunset looming near, Lu Qingxian ignited every ounce of her vitality. At last, after exhausting all her internal resources, she attained the ability to move beneath this overwhelming pressure. If Chen Xuanyi were to strike personally, Lu Qingxian, under this sunset, would find herself utterly incapable of escape by any means. Yet, the sunset within the formation stone disk merely represented a typical maneuver from Chen Xuanyi, who had not utilized his invincible opportunity. By sheer fortune, she gained the power to flee, darting swiftly to the side. Although she had acquired the ability to escape, the family members she shielded, including Lu Hong, were truly powerless in the face of this sunset. Patriarch, save us. Patriarch, do not abandon us. We do not wish to die. The wails of desperate pleas echoed from the ground. As they watched Lu Qingxian flee in disarray, their cries filled with despair. Yet, it seemed Lu Qingxian was oblivious, running away without a backward glance. Though her kin were significant to her, they had yet to reach the point of being more precious than her own life. While fleeing, she muttered frantically, "Let you perish, as long as I survive. The Lu family shall not face extinction. In a few hundred years, the Lu family will endure." She vanished swiftly from their sight. The Lu family members, witnessing Lu Qingxian's complete disappearance, were instantly engulfed in desolation. No one would come to their rescue now. They had been forsaken. Soon, the flames of the sunset enveloped every member of the Lu family, relentlessly raining down upon the earth. Those struck by the flames were reduced to mere vapor. The vegetation-laden ground was shattered, leaving behind a massive crater, with raging flames extending outward, turning everything to ruins. Fortunately, the barrier shield protected Chen family village from the devastation. Otherwise, they too would have been affected. While the sunset claimed the vast majority of the Lu family, a few scattered members, by sheer luck, managed to evade the onslaught. At that moment, they possessed no desire to fight. Their patriarch had led the retreat, and they too scattered in flight. Jiang Ningxuan remained unfazed, producing several more formation stone discs from her bosom. "So many! It would be a shame not to utilize them," she exclaimed. "All formation stone discs, activate, activate, activate." And this one too. She unleashed all the formation stone discs simultaneously. In an instant, a multitude of attacks surged forth, bombarding the ground in every direction. The scene was utterly astonishing, akin to an apocalyptic spectacle. A nearby Lu family member, on the verge of escape, shouted in excitement, "I made it! I am the sole heir of the Lu family. I escaped." Before he could finish his declaration, he stumbled, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, abruptly halted in place. He gazed ahead, his face filled with bewilderment, only to discover an invisible barrier before him. An isolation array? When did this come to be? Realizing the path was blocked, he swiftly veered to the side. He could not believe that in such a desolate land, there existed a barrier capable of isolating vast expanses. This array must surely be incomplete. He would soon find an exit. As he ran along the edge of the barrier, his expression gradually transformed from exhilaration at having survived a catastrophe to profound despair, for he soon realized that this isolation array had no boundaries whatsoever. Chapter 76. The Assassination of Lu Qingxian. How could I, Jiang Ningxuan, the master's disciple, be in such a position? Such an immense barrier could not have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this barrier was laid out years ago? I understand now. This is a meticulously planned extermination campaign against our Lu family that has been in the making for years. The despairing Lu family member touched the boundless barrier, his mind unraveling a grand conspiracy. In truth, Chen Xuan had long since established this barrier here, foreseeing that they would arrive today with the intention of annihilating the Chen family. Chen Xuan truly possesses remarkable cunning and strategy, just as he believed he had perceived everything. An attack descended from the heavens, landing precisely where he stood. "No!" he cried out in terror, only to be obliterated by the assault. Countless attacks rained down upon the space encased by the barrier, and after an eternity, silence gradually enveloped the area. Hovering in the heavens, Jiang Ningxuan gazed at the scene below and murmured, "With such devastation, there surely cannot be any survivors." The master had instructed her not to leave any living soul. And to be prudent, Jiang Ningxuan extended her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. Only upon confirming the absence of life could she consider her master's directive fulfilled. To her astonishment, she discovered that a faint presence still lingered. That person was none other than Lu Qingxian. She had found a secluded corner within the barrier, evading the majority of the attacks as best she could. However, she was now exceedingly weakened. Jiang Ningxuan rushed over with Su Danru. Upon arrival, they found Lu Qingxian frantically assaulting the barrier, as if desperately attempting to shatter it and flee. How can a mere barrier be so resilient? Why is this happening? Ever since encountering Chen Xuan, everything had exceeded her wildest imagination. His sudden surge of power, the inexplicable formations, and the supreme techniques wielded by his disciples, she had lost. Utterly and completely. Sensing an approaching presence behind her, Lu Qingshan slowly turned. Upon seeing Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru, she collapsed to her knees, pleading, "I beg you, show me mercy and spare my life. My family is gone, my relatives are all dead, my appearance is ruined, my vitality depleted. I have suffered enough retribution. Please. I do not wish to die. I was wrong. Truly wrong." Lu Qingshan's body was marred with shattered wounds, her attire stained with the ash of defeat. Resembling someone who had rolled in filth, she repeatedly bowed her head to Jiang Ningxuan, pleading for mercy, when she had once led others to besiege Chen Xuan's dwelling. Did she ever anticipate such a fate for herself? Jiang Ningxuan stroked her chin, contemplating with a hint of sympathy. "You are indeed quite pitiable." Su Danru, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Senior sister, you cannot be considering letting her go, can you? This simply cannot stand, absolutely not." Jiang Ningxuan snapped her fingers, and searing flames began to dance at her fingertips. I had intended to dismember you, but given your pitiable state, I shall grant you a swift demise instead." Su Danru replied, "What difference does that make? I thought my senior sister would have softened over the years. Yet here she is, as decisive as ever, a true disciple of our master, perhaps influenced by their mentor." The 9 disciples displayed a remarkable decisiveness when it came to exterminating an entire clan. Lu Qingxian, witnessing her body gradually engulfed in flames, trembled and screamed, "No, I am still so young. I have thousands of years yet to live. Chen Xuanyi, I hate you, I hate you, I hate." Before she could finish her lamentations, the flames had already reached her head. Ultimately, she was reduced to a charred corpse, and then to ashes. The fire obliterated any trace of her existence in this world. All done, the job is finished. I should collect some ashes to present to our master. With that, Jiang Ningxuan indeed picked up a handful of ashes and stored it in a vial. The storage ring, a type of magical artifact, was crafted for combat, making it exceedingly robust. Unless faced with an invincible attack from someone of the Master's caliber, it was quite challenging to destroy a storage ring. In this battle, she refrained from using her Master's invincible prowess, hence numerous storage rings remained on the battlefield, ripe for looting. Su Danru addressed Jiang Ningxuan, "Senior sister, it's time to scavenge for treasures. I wonder how many resources the Lu family possessed." Jiang Ningxuan nodded eagerly, and the two swiftly dispersed to begin collecting the remnants on the battlefield. The exhilaration of gathering treasures for their master was unparalleled. They could hardly bear to leave behind even the smallest valuable. Before long, they had amassed all the storage rings, which now resembled a mini-hill. The Lu family had relocated en masse, naturally bringing along all their valuable possessions. This time, all of it would fall into their hands. After securing the storage rings, Su Danru also retracted the isolation array. Being a portable array, it could be reused. However, other offensive arrays were not so easily salvaged. They required the original array designer to reinfuse their power for reuse. After ensuring they had fulfilled their master's instructions, Su Danru asked, "Senior sister, shall we return?" Jiang Ningxuan smiled and shook her head. "Let us wait a moment. It's not every day I get to see my family. I must leave them a lasting impression." "See family? What family?" Su Danru was utterly bewildered. Jiang Ningxuan then soared to the front of the Chen clan members, proudly thumping her chest and declaring, "The enemies have been vanquished. You are now safe." Upon hearing this, the village chief was so overwhelmed that he nearly fell to his knees. "Thank you, Fairy Xia, for your rescue," Jiang Ningxuan said, quickly using her spiritual power to assist the fallen. "Oh, we are all family here. Kneeling is unnecessary." She then took a moment to reintroduce herself. "I am Jiang Ningxuan, the wife of your esteemed ancestor, Chen Xuanyi, the one and only wife, the legitimate consort. Remember this well." Su Danru responded with a perplexed expression. "When did you become the master's wife? Such a blatant falsehood you speak." It dawned on her what Jiang Ningxuan intended. She aimed to leave a favorable impression before the master's kin. Although the family of Chun and the master's status were worlds apart, they were still family. If a wedding were to be held in the future, they would undoubtedly be present. My dear senior sister, you are truly clever in this moment. Chapter 77. Who is the true consort? The unique sculpture of Jiang Ningxuan, the village chief, upon hearing Jiang Ningxuan's words, was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, This violet-haired fairy claimed that they were disciples of Master Chen, and now it had shifted to them being wives. Chen Xuan hastily waved her hands, correcting the misunderstanding. Do not heed her fanciful words. She is merely my husband's concubine, consumed by jealousy. Su Danru exclaimed in disbelief. When did I become a concubine? Senior sister, your self-aggrandizement is one thing, but why drag me down with you? With the rivalry escalating, she refused to yield. Old man, I am Su Danru, the true consort of Master Chen. That scoundrel was deceiving you. Su Danru, equally unyielding, earnestly corrected him. Chen Xuan cast a scornful glance at Su Danru. How dare you utter such words? You have merely held hands with our master, haven't you? To claim that makes you a wife? Su Danru puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. I have embraced our master. Chen Xuan retorted. I have even kissed him. Su Danru replied. I have made the bed for our master. Chen Xuan countered. What does that amount to? I have slept in our master's bed. Su Danru gasped. What? Such a thing exists. That doesn't count. I slept there when we were children. Their quarrel had escalated to a fervent pitch, causing Chen Xuan to forget her need for discretion. I'm referring to the present, she exclaimed. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth, her expression betraying a sense of mischief. Su Danru adjusted her glasses, looking at Chen Xuan in disbelief. When did this happen? I don't believe it. It's impossible. Absolutely not. You must be daydreaming and conjuring illusions in your sleep. How could our master's first time be taken so swiftly? The eldest sister must be saying this merely to provoke her. Observing the two ladies bickering, the village chief could not help but elevate his impression of Master Chen. Such celestial beings, capable of upheaval with a mere gesture, were vying to be his wives. How formidable must Master Chen be now? With a kind smile, the village chief said, Ladies, you are both family. Let us not allow discord to mar our harmony. You have just concluded your battle and must rest. Would you like to converse at my home? We would love to hear of Master Chen's endeavors over the years. Chen Xuan and Su Danru, accustomed to their playful squabbles over their master, were not genuinely angry. Accepting the village chief's invitation, Chen Xuan followed him home, with Su Danru trailing behind, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. Did I forget something? She murmured, unable to recall what it was. Ultimately, she decided to accompany them. The village chief's home featured an ancestral hall, which was notably spacious compared to other structures in the village. Within the sanctuary, numerous ancestors of the Chen family are enshrined, with the statue of Chen Xuan reigning supreme. Upon beholding the life-sized effigy of her revered master, Chen Xuan rushed forward, her face alight with astonishment. She touched and scrutinized it, exclaiming, Wow, a statue of my master. We ought to have one of these at home. It would be so impressive. However, the likeness leaves much to be desired. Observing the statue's visage closely, she felt it fell considerably short of capturing her master's handsome features. The village chief approached and inquired, What specifically is lacking? We can make adjustments. This statue had been passed down for nearly a millennium, and the ravages of time had inevitably altered its appearance. If Chen Xuan could lend her hand to restore it, it would be most splendid, for the dignity of their ancestor was regarded as paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan proposed, Very well, I shall assist you in the modifications. No one knows my master better than I do. She had meticulously observed every detail of her master's visage, becoming intimately familiar with his every feature. It was amusing to note that she had inadvertently revealed her connection to her master to Su Danru, who had not believed her. Yet, perhaps it was for the best that her secret remained intact. Returning to the task of restoring her master's statue, she felt that none could surpass her expertise in this matter. With this thought, she began to channel her spiritual energy and meticulously carve the statue. My master's eyes, with their piercing gaze and his sword-like brows, must truly shine. The nose ought to be more prominent, and the chin must possess definition. Here, let's refine that sharpness and smooth this area. Engrossed in her work, she murmured to herself. Observing her senior sister's actions, Su Danru felt an unsettling dissonance. When had her senior sister acquired such intricate sculpting skills? Given her temperament, she would have surely drifted into slumber rather than engage in such a tedious endeavor. Could she truly accomplish this? Before long, reality provided its answer. Chen Xuan proudly patted her creation. All done. What do you think? The village chief and the surrounding villagers gazed upon this so-called masterpiece with wide eyes. Can this truly be classified as a person? Even mythical beasts are not this abstract. The nose, strikingly three-dimensional, paired with cheekbones carved at right angles, rendered the likeness exceedingly abstract. Are we to prostrate ourselves before this every day? How humiliating. Yet, despite the absurdity, Jiang Ningxian remained a disciple of the esteemed ancestor, possibly even his rightful consort, leaving them reluctant to voice their discontent. The village chief led the way with a forced smile. Ah, indeed, as expected of Chen's disciple, your work possesses a unique flair. He clapped, prompting others to join in a rather peculiar round of applause. The scene was undeniably bizarre, and even Su Danro could no longer bear to watch. Covering her face in silence, Jiang Ningxian turned to gaze at her creation, gradually realizing just how abstract her work had become. She scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I made a mistake, my apologies. The village chief shook his head, unfazed, and spoke, It's nearly afternoon. You must be hungry. Stay for a meal. My wife's culinary skills are quite commendable. Upon hearing the mention of food, Jiang Ningxuan immediately nodded. Indeed, being related to her master, they were all good-hearted individuals. What a delightful prospect to enjoy a meal. Jiang Ningxuan was evidently enchanted by the thought of dinner, having completely forgotten a rather significant matter. However, Su Danru suddenly recalled it. She quickly grasped Jiang Ningxuan's hand and exclaimed, Sister, we arrived in the morning, and now it's already afternoon. Jiang Ningxuan, puzzled, asked, So what if it's afternoon? Su Danru patted her shoulder and replied, At home, at home. Master has been alone with the alluring fox demon for most of the day. Perhaps by now, he has already been thoroughly consumed. Jiang Ningxuan. Chapter 78. Farewell to the Chen family, the master devoured upon hearing Su Danru's reminder. Jiang Ningxuan suddenly recalled the most pressing matter at hand. She was no longer able to think of food and, with determination, lifted her feet to depart. We both just remembered that we have urgent matters to attend to, so we won't linger. Next time, we shall treat you to a wedding feast. Jiang Ningxuan addressed the village chief and the Chen family members. Subsequently, she hurriedly soared towards the heavens. Su Danru offered a slight bow to the village chief before joining Jiang Ningxuan in their swift exit. The village chief, observing the fleeting figures of the two, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Indeed, the cultivators from outside were truly formidable. The two disciples of Chen Zhu had grown so powerful. One could only assume that their master, Chen Zhu, had become a being rivaling the immortals. The emergence of such an unparalleled genius from the Chen family was undoubtedly a source of immense pride for them. While the village chief was lost in contemplation, a young man from the Chen family beside him inquired, Village chief, should we replace the statue of Chen Zhu in the ancestral hall? The mere thought of having to pay respects to that statue during various ceremonies evoked an inexplicable sense of amusement. The village chief lightly tapped the young man with his wooden cane. That statue was left by the disciples of Chen Zhu. How could we possibly replace it? That would be a profound disrespect. Just find a new one and place the old one behind it. Somewhere in the skies above, Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru, having completed their master's task, flew at full speed towards their home. Meanwhile, at the peak of the Yunnu sect, a few hours prior, just as Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru had departed, Chen Xuanyi called out, Ningxuan, Danru, won't you come back and see your master? It seems I am about to be devoured. After bidding farewell to Jiang Ningxuan and her companion, Chen Xuanyi assisted Hu'er in successfully breaking through to the first level of the nascent soul stage. Hu'er then began to experiment with her newfound power using her own methods. Master, this place is not safe. Let us change locations and continue. Hu'er unfurled 2 ribbons from her waist, ensnaring her master tightly, resembling a cicada in its chrysalis. Thus, Chen Xuanyi was hoisted back to Hu'er's room. Goodness, are you a fox demon or a spider demon, to ensnare your master in such a manner? You have indeed grown stronger. Chen Xuanyi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he was soon laid upon a soft bed. As the ribbons loosened, Hu'er laid her head closely against his. Master, as you know, fox demons possess keen senses. I particularly enjoy inhaling the scent that clings to you. However, as she savored the aroma, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Wait, Master, there is the scent of another woman on you. Someone I am quite familiar with. Hu'er's demeanor turned suspicious, her face filled with alertness. This scent was unmistakably that of a woman. As the aroma gradually intensified, Chen Xuanyi inhaled deeply, yet he appeared to sense nothing. Master, it seems you have. At that moment, Hu'er realized something significant. Her master had been toppled by someone. Unbeknownst to her, upon receiving this revelation, she felt a mix of joy and melancholy. The joy stemmed from the understanding that her master was not an unyielding stone, forever out of reach. The melancholy arose from the realization that she was not the first. It was a pity that her naturally enchanting form had succumbed to others. But who could it be? Among the women who could approach her master, there were only the three of them. Su Danru had just returned and likely had not had the chance to act. If anyone were to be named, it could only be Chen Xuan, who possessed both the time and audacity. How infuriating that returning early had given her the advantage. So this was it, master. Your disciple is aware of your clandestine affair with Xuan, Hu'er remarked with a mischievous smile, her delicate hands cradling her master's face. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although it was not an irredeemable secret, being discovered by another and voluntarily confessing were two entirely different matters. It was quite difficult to avoid feeling shy. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Xuanyi would not shy away from responsibility. Yaya, you remain as astute as ever. Nothing escapes your notice. It is all my fault. I was the one who acted first, he stated earnestly. If Hu'er were to feel disdain towards them because of this, he would bear the burden alone as her master. It was not Xuan's fault. Hu'er gazed at her master and sighed in disappointment. Shaking her head, she said, Master, I am deeply disappointed in you. Indeed, I suppose I will be scorned by my disciple. As a disciple, Hu'er could hardly accept the notion of her master taking such actions against her. Would the second disciple leave him over this matter? Hu'er continued, My disappointment lies in your lack of faith in me. My devotion to you is unwavering. Even if Xuan were unwilling, with just a word from you, I would have bound her for you. How could you doubt that we are not of one heart? I am truly disheartened. Observing her master's expression of concern over her potential anger only fueled her dissatisfaction. Her master seemed oblivious to her absolute loyalty. If her master sought to be a benevolent savior of the world, she would follow him in bestowing kindness upon all. If he chose to become a world-destroying tyrant, she would accompany him in vanquishing it. No matter what her master decided, even if it meant her own demise, she would believe it to be justified. How could she ever consider leaving her master over such matters? Chen Xuanyi listened to her words, utterly astounded and profoundly moved. Could the second disciple truly tolerate even this? However, compelling others in such matters is entirely unnecessary. As Chen Xuan gazed into her slightly trembling pupils, he was profoundly moved and murmured softly. Under his attentive gaze, Hu'er smiled alluringly and earnestly said, Master, please repeat the things you have done with Xuan with me once more. Chapter 79, The Fox Spirit. Let's do it again. At this juncture, Hu'er's cheeks flushed, adorning her exquisitely beautiful visage. Though her words and actions had been rather audacious, she remained, after all, a novice, unable to suppress a profound sense of shyness. At this moment, Chen Xuanyi maintained a semblance of rationality and spoke, Yaya, I have developed an inappropriate relationship with Xuan. I do not wish to err further. Moreover, we are not yet in a Dao partner relationship. This is improper. Hu'er licked her lips, her delicate fingers clasping her master's hand, their fingers interlaced. Once more, she emitted a melodious sound. Truly, her master was remarkable. Well then, let us do it again. As she spoke, before her master could react, she cradled his head in her hands and kissed him once more. The sun was setting. In Hu'er's chamber, Chen Xuanyi reclined on the bed, one arm draped around the pink-haired fox spirit, Hu'er. On the pale pink sheets, a beautiful rose blossomed. A radiant smile of sheer happiness adorned Hu'er's face, and her heart brimmed with unparalleled contentment. As her most cherished disciple, she had finally realized her dream of being together with her master, which brought her immense satisfaction. Despite her delicate form feeling somewhat frail, she made every effort to nestle against her master's embrace. Chen Xuanyi gently stroked the soft, furry ears atop her head, the comforting sensation providing him with great solace. The fox ears of this enchanting creature were simply marvelous. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the fact that he had truly developed such a relationship with his disciple, Hu'er. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for a moment of mental lapse, this situation might never have transpired. Of course, these were merely his conjectures. Even if he had managed to endure, Hu'er would not have easily let him go. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of mutual affection. She would inevitably claim her master entirely. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, now that events had unfolded, Chen Xuanyi would not shirk his responsibilities. He vowed to uphold all obligations towards Hu'er and merely hoped that Xuan would not be upset. He certainly did not wish to witness his disciples in discord, quarreling daily, as that would truly sadden him. After all, they were all his disciples, each one holding a significant place in his heart. Yet, he mused, how did this sound so callous? However, to spare Xian'er any heartache, Chen Xuanyi believed it prudent to prepare a gift for her. Upon her return, he would fulfill one of her wishes. As Chen Xuan contemplated the affairs of his eldest disciple, he suddenly sensed an aura rapidly approaching from outside. Even from a considerable distance, he could perceive it with Xianyuan returning. However, he noticed with some puzzlement that only Jiang Ningxuan's presence was felt. Hu'er, while embracing her master, mischievously remarked, Master, Xianyuan has returned. She is bound to discover our relationship. Will you not do something about it? Chen Xuan shook his head. Having developed to this stage in our relationship, I shall take responsibility for you. Thus, I shall not conceal anything. The responsibility Chen Xuan spoke of was not mere words. He could openly declare his connection with Yao to all, regardless of the disapproving gazes from others, for he was unashamed of his actions. Concealment was not the demeanor of a true man. Yao tilted her head, puzzled, and inquired, Then why do you hide matters concerning Xianyuan from us? Chen Xuan replied, This is because Xianyuan has stated that it must not be shared with others. In truth, I have never intended to keep it a secret. Although I am indifferent to revealing our relationship, I must respect a woman's wishes. Since Xianyuan has requested discretion, I have no choice. With a skeptical glance at her master, Yao ultimately chose to trust him. It must be that Jiang Ningxuan was concerned about others discovering her master's inclination, thus opting for such secrecy. Such cunning could not possibly originate from her master. Oh, you clever senior sister. All your wits are spent on us, are they? If it weren't for her determination to win over our master today, perhaps this secret would remain undisclosed for much longer. Chapter 80. No Indecency. An Oath to the Master. Chen Xuan peered through the window and observed Jiang Ningxian's puzzled expression as she discovered the empty square outside. Where could the master and the second junior sister have gone? In no time, Jiang Ningxian began searching room by room. She first opened Su Danro's chamber. Do not move. No indecency. Jiang Ningxian exclaimed into the unoccupied room, her voice resonating so loudly that even Chen Xuanyi could hear it. Upon finding no one inside, Jiang Ningxian proceeded to open several more rooms, shouting each time she opened a door. At long last, Jiang Ningxian finally located the room where Chen Xuanyi was. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Hu'er instinctively tightened her grip on the master. She was uncertain how Jiang Ningxian would react upon seeing the two of them together. If Jiang Ningxian were truly angry, it would be imperative that she did not direct her ire towards the master. After all, the situation had arisen due to her own seductive initiative. Suddenly, Jiang Ningxian flung the door open and called into the room, Do not move. No indecency. To her surprise, she found the two within. Oh no, I am late. Clearly, the indecency has already transpired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Ningxian felt a pang of regret. Despite her haste to return, she had still arrived too late. Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly, his gaze earnest as he looked at Jiang Ningxian. Xian'er, I need to discuss something with you. What he intended to discuss was, of course, regarding Hu'er. He had no intention of concealing the truth and planned to confess his transgressions to Jiang Ningxian. Jiang Ningxian stepped forward, her face a mask of urgency as she addressed the master. Oh dear master, let us set that aside for now. Ro is on her way back. You both must tidy up quickly while I keep watch at the door. Chen Xuanyi and Hu'er exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by her words. What did she mean by keeping watch at the door? Whom was she allied with? Chen Xuanyi questioned. So, you left Ro behind and came back first? Why would you do that? Aren't you angry upon seeing us together? Jiang Ningxian leaped onto the bed, wrapping her arms tightly around both of them. How could I be? Yaya is my beloved junior sister, possessing such admirable character and beauty. If she were to fall into someone else's hands, I would feel heartbroken. Being with the master is, of course, the best scenario. However, while I bear no anger, there is surely a hint of jealousy. Let us discuss that later. In any case, it is sufficient that the three of us are aware. We must keep this a secret from Ro. Jiang Ningxian made a shushing gesture and swiftly flew to the door. Oh no, Ro is back. You both must hurry and tidy up. I am going out. With that, Jiang Ningxian exited and propped the door closed behind her. Chen Xuanyi was taken aback, not expecting this matter to conclude in such a manner. Perhaps, in this fantastical realm, it is quite commonplace for formidable cultivators to possess multiple partners. It is truly a relief that Xian'er can comprehend and accept this notion. To be honest, he is uncertain how he would cope if Jiang Ningxuan were to become angry. Fortunately, this is a world of wonder. One must express gratitude for the gifts it bestows. However, one point remains unclear. Why does Jiang Ningxuan wish for them to conceal this from Su Danru? Hu Yao, noticing the puzzled expression on her master's face, smiled and explained. The reason the senior sister keeps this from Ro is akin to how you all kept it from me. If Ro remains unaware, then our master belongs solely to the two of us. Hu Yao's implication is unmistakably evident, as if she is subtly revealing that Ro also harbors feelings for their master. Yet, Chen Xuanyi fails to grasp this notion entirely. What does any of this mean? The intricacies of women's affairs are indeed perplexing. Since they are all fellow disciples, why must they conceal things from one another? Nevertheless, as this is the wish of the disciples, Chen Xuanyi naturally acquiesces. He turned to Hu Yao and inquired, "So, Yao, what are your thoughts? Do you not intend to share this with anyone else?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yao felt that keeping it a secret from others would be quite amusing. Seizing the opportunity of others' ignorance, she could secretly cherish this forbidden romance with their master. How could she possibly refuse such a delightful prospect? Yes, our master must keep it confidential, Hu Yao exclaimed as she rose from the bed, continuing her speech as she walked. Although Chen Xuanyi did not fully understand, he respected her wishes. "Very well, I shall keep your secret," he replied. Hu Yao then picked up the garments from the table and offered them to her master. "Master, allow me to assist you in dressing." She obediently knelt beside him, her fox ears twitching adorably, resembling a devoted beast-eared maid. Chen Xuanyi, feeling no need for pretense, opened his arms and permitted his disciple to serve him. Outside the door, Su Danru arrived at the entrance. Spotting Jiang Ningxuan blocking the way, she anxiously exclaimed, "Senior sister, our master is inside. Why don't you go in? If you delay any longer, our master may be." Jiang Ningxuan felt a twinge of guilt as she touched her cheek and thought to herself, "Oh Ro, it is already too late. They have long since had their fill. You cannot go in," Jiang Ningxuan stated firmly. Su Danru's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. "Why not? Are we not on the same side? Have you been swayed by Yao?" Jiang Ningxuan forced a smile and replied, "How could that be? I care deeply for our master. I just went in to check, and our master and Yao are currently engaged in a critical breakthrough in their cultivation. We must not disturb them." She congratulated herself for having come up with such a clever excuse. Upon hearing this, Su Danru nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. That is good. By the way, senior sister, do you remember when we were children? All 9 of us disciples vowed to marry our master when we grew up, and to avoid any underhanded tactics. We agreed to compete fairly without resorting to secret schemes. Can you swear to your master that your words are all true? And what about this agreement?" Jiang Ningxuan pondered rapidly, recalling the moment when the 9 disciples stood beneath the peach blossom tree, hand in hand, boldly pledging this vow. Time truly flies. Everyone has grown up. Yet, this was not the moment for reminiscing. Ro was clearly questioning her. However, how could such a childhood verbal agreement hold any weight? But if one were to invoke a vow before their master, it was imperative to speak the truth. Jiang Ningxuan stammered, my master." Oh no, when it came to swearing by her master, she simply could not lie. The truth was on the verge of being revealed. Gratitude for the characters summoned by time. You are indeed divine. Thanks to Ba XSH for the milk tea. Acknowledgement to Hu'er Niang's Irina Avalon for the milk tea. Chapter 81. The clever Su Danru, recognizing even ashes just as the situation grew increasingly precarious, and Jiang Ningxuan found herself at a loss for words. The door behind her was suddenly thrust open. Chen Xuanyi and Hu Yao emerged, both fully dressed. Chen Xuanyi, with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, addressed Su Danru, saying, Ro, you have returned. Now that everyone is here, do share with your master what transpired during your outing." Upon seeing her master's charming smile, all of Su Danru's doubts dissipated like mist. The allure of her master's every gesture captivated her completely, causing her to forget everything else. She hurriedly approached and embraced his arm. "How wonderful! I shall brew tea for you, master, and recount the tale as we sip." Jiang Ningxuan, relieved that the moment had passed, exhaled deeply. Thank goodness master had arrived. Otherwise, continuing to act would surely have resulted in her exposure. Hu Yao walked ahead of the group, her legs adorned in black tights. Su Danru inadvertently noticed the damage on the tights and feigned casualness as she inquired, "Sister Yaya, what happened to your tights? Surely it wasn't he someone who tore them?" At her question, the 3 were taken aback, cold sweat beading on their brows. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Jiang Ningxuan hastily explained, "It must have been an anomaly during the breakthrough that caused the tear. Ha ha ha. How foolish. Who would believe such an excuse?" As expected, Su Danru looked at her incredulously. "Do you truly think I would believe that?" At that moment, Hu'er suddenly halted, her hands grasping the hem of her sheer, delicate skirt as she twirled to showcase it. "This is a new style I've been experimenting with. Do you not find it quite alluring?" It must be said, the torn area of the tights clung tightly to her voluptuous thighs, while the remainder adorned her already long legs with delicate patterns, undeniably enhancing her allure. However, rather than attributing her charm to the tights, one could argue that Hu'er's natural beauty was so exceptional that it would shine through in any attire. This time, Su Danru appeared to be swayed, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." The three sighed in relief, believing she had been convinced. Little did they know, Su Danru had not been deceived at all. Please, did they take her for a fool? To say the least, in matters of wisdom under her master's tutelage. Apart from the fourth disciple who could divine the mysteries of the universe, she was certainly a close second. How could she possibly fall for such an excuse? There was undoubtedly something amiss between them, and she resolved to investigate further at the first opportunity. As for why she did not conduct the inquiry immediately, what could possibly be more important than brewing a pot of tea for her master? The four gathered around a stone table, Su Danru's slender, fair hands skillfully maneuvering about the teapot. Her elegant gestures imbued the brewed tea with an extraordinary quality, and she poured a cup for each of them. Jiang Ningxuan took a tentative sip, her expression contorting into one of distaste. This concoction was utterly unpalatable. It was no better than sugary water. Hu'er gently covered her front with her sleeve, taking a delicate sip and displaying an expression of sheer ecstasy. Jiang Ningxuan looked at her with a puzzled gaze, unable to comprehend how she could derive such rapture from this beverage. Chen Xuanyi also sampled the tea, exclaiming in admiration, "This gentle brew surpasses even that which was prepared in my youth." Perhaps it was due to her extraordinary talent, as the tea brewed by Su Danru was as flawless as the elixir she concocted. However, only Chen Xuanyi was privy to the privilege of savoring this exquisite aroma. Su Danru nodded gracefully, responding, "Thank you for your kind words, master. It is merely my duty as a disciple." After taking another sip, Chen Xuanyi turned to Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru, saying, "Now, why don't you recount your recent experiences?" Just as Su Danru was about to speak, Jiang Ningxuan suddenly interjected. She turned to her master and inquired, "Master, how about you share your experiences during the time we were absent before we speak?" Her expression was quite comical as she posed the question. Chen Xuanyi playfully tapped her on the head, admonishing, "No interruptions. What experiences could I possibly have? It's merely spending time with Hu'er, and, well, Xianyin, you are quite mischievous." Once the interruption ceased, Su Danru began to narrate their recent adventures. Upon hearing the mention of the Chen family, Chen Xuanyi displayed a clear look of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Qingxian would manage to locate the Chen family's whereabouts, a feat not easily accomplished. When he had previously inscribed the gathering spirit array for the Chen family, he had also included a hidden formation. The hidden formation is one that cultivators seldom search for visually. They typically employ spiritual awareness for direct coverage, which proves far more efficient. However, with the presence of a hidden formation, even the most formidable cultivators would struggle to discover anything. Moreover, before departing, Chen Xuanyi had advised the Chen family to refrain from unnecessary excursions. This meant that even though he had attracted many adversaries outside, none could locate his family. The fact that Lu Qingxian was able to find them indicated that she had employed countless methods in her search, demonstrating her deep-seated animosity towards Chen Xuanyi. Such an enemy, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly pose a significant future threat. Sensing her master's concern, Jiang Ningxuan reassured him, "Do not worry, master. Not a single member of the Lu family remains. There will be no further threats." Chen Xuanyi had absolute trust in his disciples, especially with the composed Su Danru at her side, eliminating any worries of mistakes. "Very well, I believe in you both. However, even if Lu Qingxian were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxuan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she retrieved a trace of Lu Qingxian's ashes from her storage ring. "Here, master. Please see if this is indeed Lu Qingxian." Chen Xuanyi responded, "Do you not discern that I was speaking metaphorically?" "Metaphor? Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me?" Su Danru and Hu'er exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter at the scene before them. The senior sister was simply too lively. With her presence, boredom was an impossibility in this household. Chen Xuan wore a perplexed expression, wondering what was so amusing. Did not the master say that they would recognize each other even in ashes? Chen Xuan cleared his throat twice, saying, "Ahem, you have performed admirably on this task." He gently ruffled the heads of the two girls in a gesture of encouragement. Under the affectionate touch of their master, they both displayed expressions of pure delight. After laboring for so long, they had awaited this moment of affirmation from their master with great anticipation. The sense of fulfillment was overwhelming. After accepting the spoils the disciples had brought back, Chen Xuan remarked, "It is getting late, and you have all worked hard today. It would be wise to return and rest early. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer." Hu'er's enchanting physique possessed allure far beyond mere charm. The innate charm bone, in essence, was a particular form of yin body. Being in proximity to her would greatly enhance one's cultivation. Chapter 82, a play starring 3 women. A stage of chaos. This is precisely why cultivators endowed with such a unique physique are held in high esteem. After spending time with Hu'er, even someone like Chen Xuanyi, who typically requires an immense amount of spiritual energy to make a breakthrough, remarkably ascended a minor realm, reaching the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. Such an achievement is worth countless low-grade spirit stones. However, it is important to note that such a significant enhancement in cultivation does not occur every time. The reason for this extraordinary replenishment lies in the abundant accumulation of extreme yin energy within, which has not been released. Chen Xuanyi indeed requires some time to refine this newfound power. Master has departed. You all should rest early and refrain from staying up too late, Chen Xuanyi said as he made his way back to his room. The 3 disciples seated at the stone table smiled and waved at their master. They all appeared demure and charming. However, once the door closed behind their master, the smiles on their faces instantly vanished. Su Danru was the first to speak, her expression darkening. "Are you two hiding something from me? With our master present earlier, it was difficult to broach certain matters. Now that he has left, we must clarify some things." Hu'er, crossing her arms, replied nonchalantly, "You should ask our senior sister about that. I am merely a victim here. After all, during our absence, I cannot even fathom what transpired." Chen Xuan, feeling the scrutiny directed at her, quickly retorted, "How can you bring that up, Ye? You are one to talk. Our master can do as he pleases." She mimicked Hu'er's tone. "Such flattery. How can you even utter that?" Chen Xuan looked at her with disdain. Hu'er, completely unashamed, replied with a proud smile, "What of it? As long as it pleases our master, that is what matters. It was not meant for your ears." Sudanner interjected, "Enough, enough. You are straying from the topic. I have a question. Why are both of you dressed so lightly upon returning? You were not dressed like this outside. When on missions, senior sister was wrapped up as thickly as anyone, yet the moment you arrived home, you changed into sheer garments, donning both black and white stockings. Who are you dressing for? The intent is rather obvious." Chen Xuan explained, "I am a fire element cultivator. It is only natural to wear lighter clothing to dissipate heat." What a preposterous excuse. Senior sister has always had such flimsy rationales. Hu'er chuckled as she clapped her hands. "Oh dear, we are all comrades here. We understand each other's intentions. It is all for our master's gaze, after all. Ro, you truly need to enhance your dressing skills. How about I help you with your appearance? I can guarantee our master will be unable to take his eyes off you." Upon hearing this, Su Danru's beautiful eyes brightened. Over the years, she had devoted her time to alchemy, and her efforts in personal grooming had merely amounted to wearing glasses. As for why she thought of using glasses as a decorative accessory, it primarily stemmed from her childhood. During her formative years, her master often cautioned her not to get too close while reading, warning that she might need glasses when she grew up. Consequently, she developed a profound curiosity about glasses from a young age. As she matured, it was only natural for her to seek out various styles of eyewear, diligently trying them on before the mirror each day. When she heard that Sister Yaya would help her with her appearance, she was filled with excitement. In terms of femininity, she had yet to encounter any woman who surpassed Sister Yaya's grace. "Really? Then I'll leave it to you," exclaimed Su Danru with an excited smile. Hu Yaya stood up and led her to her room, while Chen Xuan gave Hu Yaya a thumbs up from behind. As expected of Sister Yaya, she managed to sort it out so effortlessly for Ro. Otherwise, if Ro kept probing with her intelligence, they would likely reveal their secrets soon. Hu Yaya reciprocated the gesture with a thumbs up. 3 women are indeed a theatrical performance. How frightening. In the late hours of the night, within Hu Yaya's room, Su Danru found herself positioned before the dressing mirror by Hu Yaya. A layer of blush was artfully applied to Su Danru's delicate visage, enhancing her already radiant complexion. Her lips glistened with a vivid red hue, and with the half-framed glasses perched on her nose, she appeared irresistibly alluring. Although her figure was not as statuesque as Yaya's, her well-proportioned silhouette was perfectly captivating. Clad in a sheer purple gown, her fair shoulders were supported only by thin straps, revealing her exquisite back. The skirt was regrettably short, and the enticing gradient of purple and white in her tights elevated her allure to new heights. On her tender feet, she wore perfectly sculpted high heels, an anachronistic choice inspired initially by Chen Xuanyi. Gazing at her reflection, Su Danru felt a flush of embarrassment. Sister Yaya, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I feel so shy. Hu Yaya patted her shoulder reassuringly. What are you shy about? The only man on the mountain is the master. Are you really worried about him? Upon hearing this, Su Danru suddenly gained confidence, straightening her beautiful back. You're right. I shouldn't be concerned about the master. It would be nice if he noticed me a little more. Realizing it was getting late, she decided not to trouble Hu Yaya any longer. Thank you, sister. It's late, so I'll head back now. As she opened the door, Su Danru waved goodbye to Hu Yaya. Hu Yaya smiled back and waved in return. Good night. Rest early, and don't do anything you shouldn't. With that, Hu Yaya hastily closed the door. Do anything I shouldn't? What could I possibly do? Su Danru pondered, returning to her own room. Once inside, she stood before the full-length mirror, admiring her outfit. The more she looked, the more she lamented. After all, she had gone to such lengths to dress up today. It would be a pity to simply go to sleep now. If only her esteemed master could see this. Under some inexplicable impulse, she slowly pushed open the door, her gaze drifting toward her master's chamber across the hall. If she were to stealthily slip in at midnight, surely no one would notice. It would be a perfect scene of a midnight emo disciple seeking solace from her master. Perhaps he would be captivated. Splendid. This is indeed the plan. With newfound vigor, Su Danru was ready to proceed. Yet, just as she was about to step toward her master's room, she suddenly recalled Hu Yaya's warning. It seemed rather disloyal to her two senior sisters. After all, they had made a pact. No one was to indulge in secretive affairs. Just as Su Danru was engulfed in guilt, she noticed the door next door creaking open. A shadow stealthily emerged from the room. Gratitude for time that does not favor the gifted milk tea. Chapter 83. A Night Raid? The emo disciple seeks solace. Su Danru focused her gaze and discerned that the figure was accompanied by a long, bushy foxtail. It was unmistakably Sister Yaya. What could she possibly be doing out of bed at this hour? As Su Danru observed, she noticed that Hu Yaya was heading directly towards their master's chamber. What a mischievous vixen. I must warn her against engaging in inappropriate actions, yet here I am, indulging in my own mischief. No, I absolutely cannot allow her to succeed. With a few stealthy cat-like steps, Hu Yaya landed silently before the master's door. Her emerald eyes scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, no one had noticed her. Her senior and junior sisters were still too inexperienced. Such a prime opportunity. How could they truly be asleep? Master, darling. My beloved, I have arrived. She placed her hand on the doorknob, ready to push the door open. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand rested atop hers. She turned her head in surprise to find Jiang Ningxuan. Senior sister? What are you doing here? Jiang Ningxuan's brow furrowed slightly, reflecting her discontent. I was about to ask you the same. But never mind. I can surmise your intentions. Her expression softened into a gentle smile as she continued. Since we both find ourselves here with the master, there is no need for rivalry. Let us enter together and serve our master. Hu Yaya readily agreed. What a splendid idea. Just as they were about to join forces to push the door open, another hand unexpectedly joined theirs. Both were startled and turned to see who it was. Jiang Ningxuan exclaimed, while Hu Yaya gasped, Ro. Su Danru glared at the two with fury simmering in her beautiful eyes. Weren't you all supposed to be asleep? I demand an explanation. Jiang Ningxuan retorted. What is there to explain? You are here as well. You've committed the same transgression. Su Danru then realized her own hypocrisy. Well, at least I had a reason for coming. Have you two considered what you would say for disturbing the master's rest at such an hour? Seeing that she could not refute Jiang Ningxuan's logic, she quickly shifted her stance. The excuse she had concocted was indeed foolproof. Jiang Ningxuan, brimming with confidence, declared, of course. My excuse is superb. The emo disciple seeks comfort from the master in the dead of night. Su Danru was taken aback. What? You two? What a coincidence. Are you stealing my inspiration? She thought, turning to Hu Yaya. And you? Hu'er scratched her head awkwardly. Mine is a bit different. I am a nighttime emotional disciple imploring the master for spiritual solace. That is practically the same. Su Danru protested. Yours merely has a few extra embellishments. In unison, Chen Xuan and Hu'er inquired, what about yours? Surely it is similar? Su Danru, feeling dejected, nodded in affirmation without denial. The three of them covered their heads with their hands, realizing the absurdity of their situation. Indeed, it is true that one cannot enter the same sect without sharing blood ties. Chen Xuan spoke up. What shall we do now? Perhaps the three of us should enter together? Su Danru shook her head repeatedly. How can that be? It would be too noisy, and I can't bring myself to do it. I propose we all endure this evening and simply get some proper rest. Chen Xuan and Hu'er, surprisingly decisive, did not contest her suggestion and nodded in agreement. Very well, it shall be as you say. With that, they both retreated to their respective rooms. Su Danru found their swift consensus somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, since matters had reached this point, she too would return. But just as she reached her room, she thought otherwise. Su Danru deftly climbed out of the window, seeking to remain unnoticed. She took a wide detour and ultimately arrived at the window of her master's chamber. As the most devoted disciple, how could she possibly give up so easily? Entering through the door would surely lead to discovery, so she opted for the window. Hee, foolish senior sister, await your regret. Su Danru placed her hand on the window ledge and peered inside, only to find her master peacefully asleep. The sight of her master in slumber was simply exquisite. Unable to contain herself, she exerted force with one hand, preparing to climb through the window. However, her hand resting on the ledge was suddenly seized by two others. Su Danru. Turning her head, she discovered it was her two senior sisters. The three of them exchanged glances, the midnight sky enveloped in silence. Aside from the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze, an awkward tension filled the air as they regarded one another. Without needing to speak, they all understood why they had converged in this spot. Each had pretended to leave, only to circle back in secret. After a moment, Chen Xuan finally broke the silence. Enough is enough. If this continues, it will never end. As the eldest sister, I must think of your well-being. Everyone should return and get a good night's sleep, Chen Xuan asserted, pulling her two junior sisters away from the spot, then snapping her fingers. A blazing inferno erupted, encircling her master's room. This flame was such that even a cultivator at the transformation stage would think twice before approaching. Let this fire be the boundary. Let us all rest early. As the eldest sister, one must possess the requisite authority. She too relinquished any improper thoughts and returned to her room to rest. Seeing their eldest sister willingly yield, Su Danru and Hu'er had no choice but to head back as well. Even if tonight was not possible, there would be tomorrow and the day after. Opportunities would surely arise. In Chen Xuanyi's room, the sleeping Chen Xuanyi was drenched in sweat, trapped in a nightmarish realm of endless lava. Why is it so hot? I need to turn on the air conditioning, she murmured in her dreams. Recalling her college days back on Blue Star, unable to resist kicking her blanket to the floor, the final wounded one has appeared. On the following morning, Chen Xuanyi stretched languidly and gradually sat up from his bed. He had no idea why he felt as though he were inhaling nothing but hot air. It was peculiar. As a cultivator, he should be impervious to ordinary temperatures, unless it was an extraordinary heat that could be felt. Never mind, he thought. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Let me step outside and see how my disciples are faring. Pushing open the door, Chen Xuanyi stepped out into the morning sun, his face radiating warmth and cheer. At once, he spotted three disciples engaged in their daily morning meditation. However, the state of these three disciples was somewhat peculiar. Each of them had their heads drooping, as if they were on the verge of dozing off. Upon noticing their master's awakening, the three disciples hastily approached to pay their respects. Chen Xuan greeted, "Good morning, master." Hu'er added, "Greetings, esteemed master." Su Danru chimed in, "Good day, master." While offering their salutations, Su Danru stifled a yawn. It was evident that after their exhaustive endeavors the previous day, they had been up nearly until dawn. As disciples, they were required to rise early for their cultivation, and in an effort to avoid arousing their master's suspicions, they had scarcely rested before getting out of bed. Although a Hu'er Niang stage cultivator could typically go for several days and nights without rest, their master's unique pedagogical approach emphasized that only through proper rest could one truly advance in their daily practice. Thus, they had cultivated the habit of sleeping each night from a young age. Chapter 84. What color of sack does the master prefer? Disturbing during bathing? Indeed, It is true that under the unique sleep technique developed by the master, they are able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to some extent while sleeping, nourishing their entire being. This is a feat unattainable by other practitioners. The master truly deserves the title of the world's foremost genius, capable of devising such a technique. Furthermore, due to their daily slumber, they have maintained an exceptional mental state without hindering their cultivation, resulting in an astonishing doubling of their progress. However, after cultivating the habit of daily rest, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to a sudden absence of sleep on one occasion, leading to inevitable drowsiness. "What is wrong with you all? Did you not rest well?" inquired Chen Xuanyi, puzzled. The three of them quickly gathered their spirits and shook their heads vigorously. They were unable to disclose that their poor sleep was due to plans of a nighttime ambush against the master. "You must ensure to rest early, especially after cultivating so late last night," she advised gently. "I shall take a bath first. You may meditate in the meantime, and I will guide your cultivation shortly." Chen Xuanyi affectionately ruffled their hair. Chen, realizing the master unexpectedly provided them with an excuse, nodded in agreement. "Ah yes, we were earnestly exchanging cultivation experiences together last night." Hu'er and Su Danru gazed at the senior sister in astonishment. "You truly lie without a script, not even hesitating." Chen Xuanyi, however, saw through the ruse, knowing their lack of sleep was not due to cultivation. The truth was evident. Among those dozing off was indeed Chen Xuan, who could never forego sleep for the sake of practice. It was clear that the three disciples had conspired the previous night, engaging in some mischief. Nonetheless, as their master, Chen Xuanyi valued their privacy. She did not possess a strong urge to control every trivial matter, respecting their personal space. She did not wish to be like a domineering parent who dismantles a child's locked door, denying them any semblance of privacy. Therefore, she refrained from probing further. As Chen Xuan observed the master preparing to bathe, she mysteriously produced a towel. "Master, what color of towel do you prefer? Shall I serve you with a pink one?" she playfully suggested, pulling the master toward the bathroom. Chen Xuanyi swiftly placed a hand on her forehead, halting her. "Enough. Bathing is something I can manage myself. Focus on your meditation. You will be the first I train." With that, she bid farewell to the three disciples and entered the indoor hot spring. Chen Xuan watched the master's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as she tightened her grip on the towel. If she was to be denied the towel for the master, perhaps next time she would simply bring a sack instead. What color of sack does the master prefer?" "It must be red. Eventually, I shall use a red sack to ensconce the master and take her to a secluded place, just the two of us." As these thoughts danced in her mind, a rather lewd smile crept across her face, which she could not conceal. Su Danru, observing her exceedingly bizarre grin, could not help but shiver, delivering a sharp slap to her back. "What are you thinking? Have you forgotten the master's admonitions?" Su Danru said sternly, pulling her back to resume their meditation and cultivation. In the indoor hot spring, Chen Xuanyi initially thought the heat of the previous night was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon awakening today, he found himself drenched in sweat. The intensity of the heat he experienced could not have arisen from mere ordinary temperatures. His senior disciple must have engaged in some peculiar antics once again. Chen Xuanyi removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined masculine physique. His muscles, carved with precision, rendered him a uniquely handsome youth even in this fantastical realm. During these past days, the spiritual energy within the indoor hot spring had accumulated significantly. Should he absorb it all, it would be sufficient for the disciples to break through multiple realms once more. Immersing himself in the warm waters, he felt his thoughts' clarity sharpen considerably. He first recalled his promise to Danxiu from some time ago. He had vowed to provide her with a response. Yet at that time, he had only been involved with Chen Xuan. Now, there was also Hu'er. He wondered if Danxiu could still accept this. Surely, he would not develop further relationships before he could respond to her, would he? Since regaining his strength, the unfolding of events had gradually surpassed his expectations. Initially, he had merely intended to gather his disciples and continue their previous lives, yet unexpectedly, they had become his wives. Although the nature of their relationships had altered, the essence remained unchanged. Those familiar disciples were still as endearing as ever. Continuing down this path seemed quite pleasant. As long as his disciples could grow safely, that would suffice. Speaking of safety, not long ago, he had caused quite the commotion, slaying the prince of South Town. Logically, the emperor of Zhangzhou should have made some response. After all, this world possesses nations and rulers, and his actions on another's territory, slaying heaven, earth, and air, would undoubtedly impact the interests of the ruling authorities. They could not remain indifferent. At the very least, they would likely send someone to summon him. Considering the passage of time, it may not be long before an envoy arrives. Chen Xuanyi mused in his mind. As for the emperor of Zhangzhou's attitude toward him, that remained uncertain. If it were hostile, he would not mind facilitating a change of emperor in Zhangzhou. Having attained invincible power, the so-called rulers appeared no different from ordinary folk in Chen Xuanyi's eyes. As for why he did not aspire to be emperor himself, it was primarily due to his lack of interest in such ambitions. His sole ambition in life is to guide his disciples to become immortals, ultimately granting them eternal life. The burdens of ruling are far too taxing on the mind. In essence, his current task is to educate his disciples while patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Of course, he has not forgotten the grudge against the malevolent true immortal who stripped him of his powers. However, the sinister being is a genuine immortal, and after defeating him, it is uncertain just how formidable they have become, perhaps even transcending the realm of immortals. Such beings no longer dwell within this ordinary fantastical world, but have ventured into new realms. Seeking revenge against the malevolent true immortal is a daunting task, as merely locating him proves exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, although his true form is absent, the influence he wields may still extend across various continents. Should the malevolent true immortal not seek him out, he shall utilize these networks of power to gradually unearth the whereabouts of that immortal. Just as Chen Xuanyi was organizing his thoughts during this rare moment of tranquility, he suddenly heard delicate, fragmented sounds emanating from outside the window of the indoor hot spring. Before he could investigate the source, a graceful figure leapt through the window. Chen Xuanyi? Even a bath is not free from interruptions. Chapter 85. The transformative state of the master and the peculiar traditions of the sect. What a nuisance it is to be interrupted even while bathing. A graceful figure clad in a diaphanous purple veil leapt in, but the force of her entrance was miscalculated, and she plunged directly into the warm spring water. Splash! Bubbles rose to the surface in a flurry. Chen Xuan, upon witnessing this, quickly reached into the water to retrieve the submerged figure. Roro? What brings you here? And why does everyone prefer to enter through the window? First, Jiang Xuan, and now Su Danru. What strange habit have these disciples adopted? Su Danru spat out a mouthful of water, scratching her head with a playful smile. Master, you mustn't misunderstand. This is a tradition of our sect. Chen Xuan misunderstood? How could he, as the master, not understand the customs of his own school? What on earth is going on? When did I ever teach you to enter through windows? Now, tell me what brings you here. Don't say it's to serve me. That is entirely unnecessary. Having female disciples attend to me while bathing would certainly invite unwarranted speculation. With her damp purple hair swept back, Su Danru's skin, smooth as jade, glistened with droplets of water, making her beauty all the more enchanting. Adjusting her half-rimmed glasses, she blushed slightly, her demeanor almost shy as she stood before her master. Of course not. I have another reason. A purpose. I was concerned you might lack a change of clothes, so I came to deliver some. She had replicated the attire and makeup advised by Hu'er the day before. The gradient purple and white stockings soaked in the water, while her wet top and skirt clung closely to her fair and supple skin, subtly revealing her alluring figure. Her bare feet, unshod and clad in uniquely colored stockings, were fully exposed to the water. This exquisite grace was laid bare before Chen Xuan's eyes. Truth be told, Chen Xuan should not and would not harbor any inappropriate feelings toward his disciples. Yet, ever since Jiang Xuan had repeatedly approached him and Hu Yaoyao had seduced him with her charms, he realized that his heart had unwittingly begun to change. He found himself drawn to the enticing form of his third disciple, developing feelings that were altogether unwarranted. He discovered that he could no longer gaze at the disciples, whose perfect figures were now laid bare before him, without a sense of turmoil. Had it not been for the kisses shared with Jiang Xuan and the intimate moments with Hu Yaoyao, he would not have entertained such thoughts. Alas, it was too late to turn back now. Acknowledging that he was treading a path from which there was no return, he resolved to exercise restraint. Su Danru could sense that her master was grappling with his emotions. She could perceive the tumult within him. Who could have anticipated that the revered master was the person she cherished most? Given that the master was exerting great restraint, she felt compelled to ensure that he faltered. She had to make him heir. Though she felt a tinge of shyness, she summoned her courage, extending her hands from the water to embrace the master's neck. How could her bashfulness compare to the importance of the master? Chen Xuan felt a soft presence drawing near. and soon he discerned that his third disciple was peering at him. A gentle touch brushed against his lips, and the fragrance of the girl enveloped him. Coupled with the unique warmth of the indoor hot spring, Chen Xuan found his mind swirling in a haze. Oh, third disciple, what am I to do in this situation? I have clearly stated that one ought not to indulge in such intimacy with men. Your innocence is compelling me to err. At that moment, Chen Xuan mistakenly believed that Su Danru had not heeded his words. Otherwise, why would she once again lean closer? His disciple was truly too naive. In the past, he could have maintained his composure and pushed her away. However, now, with the shift in his state of mind, he found himself teetering on the brink of transgression. He placed his hands on her delicate shoulders, not pushing her away but instead sliding down, one hand grasping her exquisite back, the other. The atmosphere was unusually tranquil, save for the gentle sound of water flowing in the hot spring. Su Danru was uncertain whether it was her own body heating up or the warmth of the spring. Master, my mind is turning blank. Slowly, she released her hold on him, murmuring incoherently. Her pupils involuntarily rolled back, exposing the whites of her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Xuan had reached the limits of his self-control, his voice rich with magnetism as he began, Ro, I wish. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room, shattering the moment. Chen Xuan, on the verge of a trance, suddenly regained his senses. What was he about to say? He was almost ready to utter those words to Ro. He had nearly lost himself. Outside the door, the voice of the eldest disciple rang out, urgently knocking as he called, Master, are you still not ready? I have been meditating for 10 cycles and am prepared for a grand endeavor. Master, surely, you aren't asleep? If you do not respond, I shall come in. As he spoke, the sound of the door unlocking reached Chen Xuan's ears. He couldn't help but internally scoff. How presumptuous of him to treat me as if I were a stranger, to simply enter uninvited? No. If Jiang Ningxuan were to discover him and Ro in the spring, tightly entwined, while he himself might not mind. He certainly did not wish to entangle his third disciple in a scene of turmoil among the 2 other disciples. All for the sake of the third disciple. He must make his exit swiftly. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan hastily sprang from the pool, hastily donning the new garments Su Danru had provided. Ro, I must take my leave. We shall meet shortly. As Chen Xuanyi contemplated his next move, he resolved to head towards the door. However, a sudden realization struck him. Exiting through the door would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 2 disciples. In a moment of urgency, his gaze fell upon the window through which Su Danru had just entered. Without a second thought, he placed his hand on the sill and leaped out. Something feels amiss. It appears that jumping through windows has become an unwritten tradition within our sect. Even I, as the master, have resorted to such antics. This peculiar tradition within our order seems to be expanding. Barely had Chen Xuanyi made his exit when Jiang Ningxuan burst in. The master is absent? Ro, what are you doing here? Where has the master gone? She inquired of Su Danru, who was still in the water. Su Danru cast a reproachful glance towards her senior sister. The tone and expression the master had directed at her moments ago were undeniably filled with emotion. Had Jiang Ningxuan arrived just a tad later, the master might have already voiced those sentiments. Without a moment's hesitation, should the master express a need for her, she would go to great lengths to fulfill it, harboring not a hint of doubt. Chapter 86, Daily Life of Disciples, an amusing existence although her plans had been thwarted. Su Danru felt an undeniable sense of joy within. Today, she discovered that her esteemed master harbored feelings for her, a notion she had never dared to entertain before. Though the cause of this unexpected shift in his affections remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a piece of good news. It appeared that she was merely one step away from winning his heart completely. With just one more encounter, she was certain that her master would be entirely enamored with her. In response to Jiang Ningxuan's inquiry, Su Danru replied, He left before I arrived. Jiang Ningxuan regarded her with palpable skepticism. Really? I find that hard to believe. Why is your face so flushed? She probed with suspicion, feeling a twinge of guilt. Su Danru attempted to deflect. The hot spring water was simply too warm. It's only natural to blush, isn't it? Jiang Ningxuan scrutinized Su Danru's expression as if attempting to peer into her very soul. All right, I will reluctantly take your word for it. You go ahead and wash up. I shall seek out the master, she said, departing from the indoor hot spring. Su Danru sighed in relief. After all, she had made a pact with her fellow sisters to compete fairly for their master's affection. It would be rather unseemly for them to discover that she had strayed from their agreement. Unbeknownst to her, however, this rule had long been disregarded by her sisters on numerous occasions. As Su Danru emerged from the pool, she intended to leave when she spotted her master's discarded garments. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she picked them up as if under a spell. Unsurprisingly, the clothing was imbued with the rich, intoxicating scent of her master's essence. A fragrance that felt like a divine allure to her. Clutching the garments, she inhaled deeply, reveling in the aroma. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she discreetly concealed them within her storage ring. This is a treasure indeed. No amount of spirit stones could entice me to part with it. After leaving the indoor hot spring, Chen Xuanyi carefully made his way towards the plaza. How unfortunate it was that as a master, he always had to act in secrecy from his disciples. It was rather embarrassing, to say the least. However, there was little recourse. He could hardly embrace Su Danru while addressing Jiang Ningxuan. Upon reaching the plaza, Chen Xuanyi noticed Hu'er meditating in tranquility. She was certainly more reliable than the eldest disciple, who constantly dallied about with the others. Master, where have you been? Why is your attire so disheveled? Surely you weren't engaging in some clandestine affair with Ro, only to be caught by the eldest disciple, resulting in your hasty departure? Hu'er said, moving to adjust his clothing and fasten his buttons, all the while smiling. Her matured physique exuded the qualities of a devoted partner. It must be noted that her guess was somewhat on point, though only partially correct. After Hu'er helped her master organize his garments, she tenderly cradled his face with one hand and, with her enchanting gaze, softly remarked, Master, should you ever find yourself burdened by insatiable desires, do not hesitate to seek me out. Just be sure not to bully the junior sisters. Her voice, laced with temptation, was undeniably alluring. Behind her, the long, graceful foxtail enveloped the master entirely. Wait, what are you saying? Chen Xuan was taken aback as he gazed at her in astonishment. When did he become the kind of master in his disciples' eyes who was driven by unfulfilled desires, even to the point of behaving beastly towards his innocent students? He certainly was not. He prided himself on being the most affectionate master. How could he ever mistreat his disciples? Oh, when Ro returns, shall I inquire of her? Hu'er teased with a mischievous smile. Chen Xuan frantically waved his hands. Let's not. Regardless of the circumstances that led to their earlier embrace, they had indeed shared a kiss. Such matters were far too complicated to clarify. Hu'er pressed further with a sly curiosity. Why not? Is Master feeling guilty? She leaned in closer, her lips nearly brushing against his ear. Chen Xuan could no longer withstand the pressure and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Witnessing her master's reaction, Hu'er finally relented, satisfied with having teased him. Alas, I trust my master, she thought, though she harbored doubts. There was undoubtedly something brewing between them, yet she cared not. The sight of her master blushing in shyness was enough to fill her with contentment. A bashful master, in her eyes, was utterly captivating. Honestly, if I look away for just a moment, you start teasing him. Jiang Ningxuan, after searching high and low for her master, ultimately returned to the square. Observing the master shyly ensconced by the foxtail, she immediately surmised that Hu'er had once again employed some beguiling charm. Teasing? I am merely engaging in emotional exchange with my future husband, Hu'er declared, tightening her embrace around the master upon seeing her senior sister, as if to provoke her further. Your husband? That is clearly mine. You can only play the subordinate. Jiang Ningxuan pouted, defiantly cupping the master's face in her hands. You two are suffocating our master. Su Danru, just emerging from the bathroom, hurried over and swiftly separated them. Though both were reluctant to let go, they complied for the sake of their junior sister. With all his disciples gathered, Chen Xuan prepared to commence a day of instruction. Xian'er and Yayao have both broken through to the nascent soul stage. I want you to spar with one another while I guide you in refining your techniques. Following their master's direction, Jiang Ningxuan and Hu'er took their positions opposite each other on the square. Jiang Ningxuan bowed respectfully to Hu'er. Please teach me. Cunning fox demon. Hu'er, undeterred, retorted, I graciously accept, sneaky elder sister. The air between them crackled with palpable tension, transforming what was supposed to be a routine practice into a fierce contest. Chen Xuan observed the state of the two practitioners, sensing that their sparring was perhaps intertwined with personal feelings. With a commanding voice, he initiated the match, prompting the two disciples to charge forward. Jiang Ningxuan unleashed her sunfire fist, which had proven unbeatable among practitioners of the same realm. However, when facing her junior sister, both wielding techniques of equal rank, she found it challenging to gain any significant advantage. Hu'er's myriad threads, akin to a specter, filled the arena, disrupting Jiang Ningxuan's line of sight while attacking from multiple angles. Chapter 87. guiding disciples in their cultivation and celebrating the celestial festival. At this moment, Chen Xuan, who had been entirely focused on offense, was compelled to shift to a defensive stance. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding to the other. Chen Xuanyi meticulously noted the deficiencies in their techniques as they attacked, offering guidance from below. Xian'er, when executing the Great Sun Flame Fist. Ensure that your spiritual energy is drawn from the 6 meridians. Do not act recklessly. Yiya. Remember to utilize your supple form to ensnare the enemy from all angles while releasing your moves. Furthermore, Chen Xuanyi placed his hands on his hips, observing the battle above. To his discerning eye, every seemingly flawless attack from his disciples revealed numerous flaws. Su Danru watched her senior sisters duel with envy. Although she possessed combat abilities herself, she was still far from reaching their level of prowess. After instructing the two in their sparring, Chen Xuanyi affectionately ruffled Su Danru's hair. Ro, fetch the alchemical furnace. You have diverse cultivation directions that require practice. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Danru nodded eagerly. While she could not engage in high-intensity battles like her senior sisters, she could support everyone through alchemy. Despite their frequent disputes over their master's affections, the three of them shared a united heart, always wishing the best for one another, devoid of any personal grievances. Moreover, despite their incessant bickering, when the time for decision-making arrived, they were capable of making compromises, accepting lesser roles if necessary. After all, being by their master's side was sufficient. However, until that day arrived, they were determined to vie for his attention. Ultimately, who would win his favor remained uncertain. Chen Xuanyi and Su Danru sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning an enormous starry alchemical furnace before them. He began teaching her to refine the simplest healing elixir from the starry alchemy formula, progressing to vitality elixirs, explosive elixirs, and breakthrough elixirs, one by one. Su Danru, a prodigy in alchemy second only to her master, grasped each formula with ease. However, she often found herself distracted by glimpses of Chen Xuanyi's well-defined abdomen peeking from his collar, nearly drooling in admiration. It took several reminders from him to bring her back to focus. Thus, Chen Xuanyi dedicated an entire day to instructing his 3 disciples. This was the prevailing rhythm of their time together. Days passed, and the 3 disciples had become proficient in the first movement of their respective techniques. They were now ready to attempt the second movements of their unique practices. The martial arts bestowed by the system grew increasingly powerful with each subsequent movement. The original techniques were already formidable. Their enhancement was beyond imagination. One day, as Chen Xuanyi continued to teach his disciples into the evening, Yumuyun unexpectedly arrived for a visit. Sister Yuyun, please, have a seat, Jiang Ningxuan exclaimed, waving excitedly at the approaching Yumuyun. Hello, everyone, Yumuyun greeted, gracefully landing and bowing to each person. Chen Xuanyi, seated at the stone table, poured a cup of tea for Yumuyun. Muyun, come and taste the herbal tea that I developed with my 3rd disciple. It is beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. Yi Muyun, filled with curiosity, lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Instantly, a refreshing sensation filled her mind, and the once elusive insights into her cultivation techniques became clear. This tea, capable of imparting enlightenment with a single sip, was no less precious than the rarest of treasures. Such a remarkable gift from the esteemed master was indeed generous beyond measure. In comparison, the several thousand spirit stones she had offered to the master seemed utterly insignificant. It was not enough, far from it. Perhaps she should gather all the spirit stones from the disciples of the entire sect to present to the esteemed master. Unbeknownst to Yumuyun, this so-called treasure was merely a casual concoction created by Chen Xuanyi and his 3rd disciple. Moreover, given their extraordinary talents, they had not experienced any enhancement themselves. To their surprise, the effect on Yi Muyun was remarkably profound. Muyun, have you come with a purpose today? Chen Xuanyi inquired with a gentle smile. He was genuinely pleased to be in her company, although she seldom visited him due to her duties within the sect. Upon receiving the esteemed master's reminder, Yumuyun remembered her errand. Ah, indeed. The sect is to hold the decennial celebration of immortals, and I wish to inquire if the esteemed master would like to attend. Chen Xuanyi looked curiously at his disciple beside him. Celebration of immortals? What is that? Su Danru explained. It is akin to the spring festival in the mortal realm. Even cultivators require rest, and thus celebrate. On this day, cultivators set aside their tasks to celebrate the progress made over the past decade and to share the fruits of their efforts. By the way, our master has never held a festival before, Hu Yayao interjected. How can we celebrate with only 9 members in our sect? Upon hearing the word festival, Chen Xuan instantly perked up. A festival? Are there delicious foods? Yimuyan nodded with a smile. Of course, every disciple of the Yunu sect will partake in this celebration. There will be many activities imitating folk customs, such as stalls selling goods, snacks, and pastries. It is a chance for cultivators to experience the sentiments of the mortal realm and not forget their origins. Chen Xuan excitedly patted her master's shoulder. Master, I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. A day without cultivation and filled with delicious food is simply too delightful. The eldest disciple was always so full of energy. The moment Yi Muyun spoke, Chen Xuanyi anticipated this outcome. He turned to Hu Yayao and Su Danru. What about you two? Do you wish to attend? After contemplating for a moment, Hu Yayao responded. Shopping with a beloved is something only couples in the throes of love do, isn't it? How could I possibly refuse? Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her senior sister's enthusiasm, Su Danru promptly nodded as well. Not for any other reason, but if two senior sisters were granted space to interact with their esteemed master, one can hardly imagine the consequences that might ensue. Furthermore, she yearned to embark on an outing with her revered mentor. The three disciples reached a unanimous decision, and Chen Xuanyi confirmed the outcome. Thus, it was settled. We shall partake as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Muyun's eyes sparkled with a delightful tremor. This rare opportunity to explore alongside the esteemed master had finally been seized by her. It is settled then. We shall meet at the entrance of the council hall tomorrow evening. Esteemed master, I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. With that, she hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Xuanyi, eager to return and select her attire. She must adorn herself with an exquisite makeup, one that would captivate the esteemed master's gaze. Chapter 88. The disciples' attire and the celebration of the Qinxian festival. After informing them of the Qinxian festival, Yi Muyun hurried back to prepare. Time swiftly passed, and the second evening arrived. As it was a rare occasion to venture out with their master, the three disciples meticulously adorned themselves. Even Chen Xuanyi took the unusual step of tidying his hair into a simple style. It must be said, preparing with the girls takes time. Chen Xuanyi had already enjoyed several cups of tea at the stone table by the time the disciples were ready. Chen Xuan donned a delicate sheer dress in hues of red and white, complemented by calf-length white stockings. The short dress revealed the red patterned leg ring encircling her thigh, a relic from Chen Xuanyi's arrival in this world, seamlessly integrated into his thoughts. This ensemble, paired with her naturally red hair, vividly showcased her playful and lively spirit. Wow, Master has actually dressed up. How handsome! Chen Xuan exclaimed as she trotted over to her master, her face alight with admiration. On ordinary days, Master was already extraordinarily handsome, but his slight embellishment today rendered him breathtakingly so. Particularly striking was the white robe he wore, exuding an ethereal elegance. Hu Yayao chose a predominantly white sheer dress adorned with unique decorative patterns resembling formations at the neckline, while a soft pink accentuated her waist. A long foxtail trailed behind her, tied with a large pink bow, and her fox ears were embellished with jewels. Her long, fair legs were exposed, unadorned by stockings, lending her an air of noble grace that surpassed her usual allure. Master, do I look beautiful? Hu Yayao asked, twirling playfully beside her master. At this moment, Su Danru had also completed her preparations. She wore a cream-colored top, with purple accents at the cuffs and neckline, paired with a purple skirt that fell to her calves, embroidered with lavender motifs. Beneath the skirt, she wore thin black stockings that clung to her shapely legs. Uniquely, she had adorned her eyes with oversized round glasses, unexpectedly giving her an aura of a pure and literary younger student. Master, it's getting late. Shall we depart? She suggested, feeling a touch shy as she stood before him, her appearance enhanced by her careful preparation. Chen Xuanyi rose from his seat and affectionately ruffled Su Danru's hair. You are becoming more beautiful, he remarked gently, as if he could see through her thoughts. His approval brought an immediate smile to Su Danru's face, and the same joy was mirrored in Hu Yaya and Chen Xuan. Then, he praised the remaining two disciples, acknowledging their efforts despite the long wait. However, the praise bestowed upon them was entirely sincere, for they were indeed beautiful. Although the master's compliments were rather commonplace, they resonated deeply within the hearts of the two, marking the happiest moment of their day. Let us proceed. Together with the master, they set off to attend the celestial feast. Chen Xuan leaped joyfully into the air, exuding vitality. The group ascended, heading towards the rendezvous with Yi Muyun. High above, Chen Xuanyi could already see Yi Muyun awaiting them at the entrance of the assembly hall. Clad in a pale green long dress that evoked the elegance of traditional Han attire, She cinched her slender waist with a silk ribbon, enhancing her graceful silhouette. It was evident that she had applied delicate makeup, which harmonized beautifully with her naturally fair complexion, rendering any flaws nearly imperceptible and making her beauty all the more striking. Chen Xuanyi, accompanied by his 3 disciples, gently descended before her. Yi Muyun gazed at Chen Xuanyi with excitement, instantly captivated by his appearance. Unlike his disciples, she did not have the privilege of seeing him every day. Each encounter with Chen Xuanyi lingered in her memory, cherished and savored for a long time. "Greetings, master," she addressed him, noting the presence of Jiang Ningxuan and the others beside him. The master's disciples, all of exceptional talent and beauty, appeared even more stunning after their adornment. In their presence, Yi Muyun suddenly felt rather ordinary. Did she truly deserve to walk alongside the esteemed master? "Muyun, you look exceptionally beautiful today," Chen Xuanyi remarked without hesitation after landing before her, his astonishment evident. Typically, Yi Muyun refrained from much embellishment. Her innate, cool demeanor was already quite graceful. Today, however, her appearance rivaled that of the celestial maidens. The reason for Chen Xuanyi's elevated emotional intelligence in this moment stemmed from the fact that Yi Muyun was not one of his disciples. Thus, he felt unburdened in his praise. After all, as a master, he could not continuously extol the virtues of his female disciples. Such sentiments would seem rather peculiar. Yet, with Yi Muyun, their relationship was more akin to that of friends or colleagues, allowing for a more relaxed exchange. As Yi Muyun walked alongside Chen Xuanyi, the rare compliment from the master filled her with indescribable joy. Indeed, inviting the esteemed master to partake in this celebration was her wisest decision. The assembly hall of the Unisect was the birthplace of the celestial festival, with a long road stretching before them, culminating at the foot of the mountain. By now, the disciples of the Unu sect had already gathered at the venue, some setting up stalls along the roadside, while others strolled hand in hand, selecting gifts. The atmosphere brimmed with the warmth of human camaraderie. Is it merely my illusion, or does it seem that there are more people in the sect than usual? Jiang Ningxuan pondered, observing the throngs by the roadside. Yi Muyun explained, "It is because this is a celebration held once every decade, drawing many disciples from afar back to the fold. Moreover, those disciples who have severed ties with their sects would also hasten to return today, resulting in a considerable gathering. Practicing within the Jade Maiden sect is not akin to a servitude contract. Disciples within the sect may choose to depart at will. The decision to remain within the sect for cultivation is not enforced, though it is imperative for core disciples to stay. Core disciples hold the knowledge of vital sect techniques, and their casual departure could jeopardize crucial secrets." As the crowd engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at a jewelry stall, given that the vicinity was filled with cultivators. This seemingly ordinary stall actually offered treasures of significant rank. Young ladies, in particular, often found themselves utterly defenseless against such alluring items. Chen Xuan, too, found himself pausing at the stall alongside his fellow disciples. Chapter 89. A gift for the second disciple. Hu'er Niang passed Chen Xuanyi, after a few moments of selection, discovered an exquisite hair ornament. This ornament, crafted from pink feathers, seemed to perfectly complement Hu'er Niang's coloring. "Yaya, do you like this?" he inquired, placing it atop her head while retrieving a mirror to assist her in admiring it. As Hu'er Niang gazed into the mirror, she recognized that it indeed harmonized beautifully with her attire. Among their group of disciples, each individual possessed their own unique preferences. Yet perhaps due to the shared upbringing with their master, they often found common ground in certain tastes. "I like it," she whispered softly, extending her hand to clasp her master's. With tender eyes, she looked at him, and in that moment, the surrounding bustle seemed to fade into a blur, leaving only their profound gaze locked in mutual affection. "It pleases me that you appreciate this ornament," Chen Xuanyi remarked with a smile. Hu'er Niang shook her head gently, her voice a soft murmur. "Master, you are mistaken. It is not merely the ornament I cherish." "Not just the ornament?" he pondered, perplexed, for he had gifted her only the hairpiece and nothing more. "What else is there?" "I also cherish you," Hu'er Niang declared, cradling her master's face with affection. Standing together on that street, memories began to flood Hu'er Niang's mind. She recalled their first meeting, which had also occurred during a festive occasion. In truth, Hu'er Niang's family circumstances were far superior to those of Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru. She was blessed with a loving mother and a doting father. Her mother was a fox demon, while her father was human. At that time, the demon clan had just concluded a conflict with the Sanzhou kingdom, leaving devastation in its wake, and the relationship between demons and humans had plummeted to an all-time low. Once, the streets had been teeming with demon life, but soon, they became pariahs, hunted by all. Nevertheless, she and her family managed to live secretly on the outskirts of the city, valuing their happiness above all else. Having witnessed her parents' affectionate bond since childhood, Hu'er dreamed of one day marrying a human man, believing it would grant her a life of happiness akin to her mother's. She had envisioned that such a life would persist indefinitely. However, one fateful day, an ordinary citizen, accompanied by a group of cultivators, stormed into her family's courtyard. "This is the place. This family harbors a fox spirit. She has drained the soul of my newborn child," the man cried, grief-stricken over the loss of his stillborn infant. Initially blaming his wife for the tragedy, he soon encountered Hu'er's mother, a rare beauty in such a remote area, resembling Hu'er in her exquisite grace. From that moment on, he made repeated advances, all of which were met with rejections from Hu'er's mother. Perhaps it was this that engendered his resentment, prompting him to report to the city the presence of a fox demon in the village, claiming it to be the mother of Hu'er, who had devoured the soul of his child. Regardless of the truth, such an investigation would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the life of Hu'er's mother. Yet, in reality, Hu'er's mother was indeed a fox demon. As a throng of cultivators surged into the vicinity, their demon-revealing mirrors reacted instantaneously. They encircled her home, unleashing deadly strikes with the intent to annihilate both Hu'er and her mother. Hu'er's father was merely an ordinary man, devoid of any cultivation. Faced with this harrowing scene, he could do nothing but shield the two with his body. In this critical moment, her mother clasped Hu'er's hand and placed it into her husband's grasp. "My dear, take the child and flee. I am destined for death today. She is the embodiment of our love and must not come to harm." Upon hearing these words, the father hesitated, reluctant to depart. Yet, gazing at his 8-year-old daughter, he found himself powerless to witness her demise. Ultimately, he resolved to escape with Hu'er, once a formidable cultivator. Her mother's current strength had dwindled to barely the golden core stage. As for the reasons behind her diminished power, Hu'er remained oblivious. All she knew was that her mother had been gravely injured and subsequently rescued by her father, leading to their love and her birth. Furthermore, her mother could not return to the demon province, necessitating their temporary stay here. Despite her mother's valiant efforts to fend off the assailants, she ultimately succumbed under the relentless assault of dozens. The father was not spared from the enemy's clutches. "They are human. Should we intervene?" one cultivator pondered, observing Hu'er's father fleeing with her. "She has colluded with the demon clan, becoming a traitor to humanity. She must be eradicated," declared another cultivator, promptly thrusting a sword forward. As an unarmed, ordinary man, the father was immediately pierced through the heart, meeting his demise. Once a harmonious family, only Hu'er remained. "Father, father, I am orphaned," she wept, clutching her father's lifeless body for an extended time. The two pursuing cultivators, offering no respite for her grief, prepared to strike her down. Just as they were about to unleash their attack, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped them, rendering them immobile and trembling with fear. "Is there a celestial being?" they stammered. "We merely passed through this place by chance. Please forgive us for disturbing your cultivation." Fortuitously, at that moment, Chen Xuanyi happened to be passing through the area with Jiang Ningxuan, albeit a step too late. "Begone!" Chen Xuanyi's voice resonated in their ears. Having witnessed the tragic scene of Hu'er's father's murder, he felt compelled to spare one of their lives. The two cultivators, upon hearing this, could think of nothing but fleeing in terror, abandoning their intent to slay the young girl. Chen Xuanyi and Jiang Ningxuan floated high in the sky, gazing silently at the weeping Hu'er below. After a moment, young Jiang Ningxuan spoke up. "Master, this little fox demon possesses remarkable talent. Would you not consider taking her as a disciple? By accepting a female disciple, when she matures, she could serve as your child bride." Chen Xuanyi delivered a gentle reprimand to young Jiang Ningxuan. "Where did you learn such notions? A disciple is a disciple. How could she possibly become a child bride?" Young Jiang Ningxuan pouted. "Humph, when I grow up, I shall be your child bride, and you won't be able to refuse, master." Chen Xuanyi rubbed his temples, realizing that the education of his eldest disciple was still a long journey ahead. However, on another note, he indeed wished to take this disciple under his wing. Yet, the timing was not right. She had just lost her closest kin to humanity and was bound to harbor resentment. Patience is required. Chapter 90. The Past of Hu'er. A master who fulfills fantasies. Chen Xuanyi was deeply concerned. If he were to take Hu'er under his wing and nurture her to attain unparalleled power, he feared that one day, should she reveal a bloodthirsty nature and wreak havoc upon humanity, he would become a true sinner. Thus, at that moment, Chen Xuanyi refrained from accepting her as a disciple, not even granting them a meeting. After rescuing her, he quietly departed. However, despite the absence of direct interaction, Chen Xuanyi often observed her from the shadows in the subsequent days. Hu'er concealed her form beneath ragged garments, scavenging for food in the city by day and returning to her cave for rest by night. One day, as Chen Xuanyi came to check on her, Chen Xuan, feeling somewhat jealous, crossed her arms and remarked, "Master, are you here to see her again? You have never looked at me like this. I'm feeling jealous." Chen Xuanyi pinched her rosy cheeks. "How old are you? Yet you still feel jealousy." Chen Xuan responded with a playful grimace. "Nah," Chen Xuanyi sighed. "You've certainly become bold. When you first entered my tutelage, you were so adorable and obedient. How is it that in such a short time, your true nature has emerged? Do you think accepting disciples is an easy task? First, one must assess talent. Second, one must evaluate character. And third," Chen Xuanyi began to impart wisdom. But Chen Xuan, growing impatient, interjected, "I know, master. The third is to consider looks. After all, you are the most discerning." Chen Xuanyi retorted, "Today, I must teach you a lesson." The two playfully bickered in the air until they eventually quieted down. Chen Xuan, rubbing her sore bottom, asked, "So, what do you think of this little vixen now?" Chen Xuanyi pondered momentarily. "It is time to assess her. I shall return tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave, tossing a steamed bun towards Hu'er's cave. Upon hearing the noise, Hu'er hurried to the entrance and picked up the bun. Throughout the year, she had often received such gifts. Each time she collected the food that seemed to fall from the heavens, she would look up and catch a glimpse of a man's silhouette. Countless times, she speculated in her mind that perhaps this was a divine response to her prayers. She longed for the day when she could behold him with her own eyes. The following morning, Hu'er remained unaware that her life's trajectory would change on this very day. She crawled out of her cave as usual, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and hurried towards the town. The spring festival was to be celebrated today, promising an abundance of delightful treats. She tightened her hood to obscure her tail and ears as much as possible. Survival was her primary concern, leaving no room for training. Unlike her mother, she could not rely on spiritual techniques to conceal her presence. Such reliance on clothing could only offer temporary concealment, not lasting security. As Hu'er bent down to pick up the food from the ground, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing her to hastily cover her hood. Yet, a passerby caught a glimpse of her true nature. A fox demon. A cry erupted, and in an instant, she found herself the focus of everyone's attention. Surrounded by onlookers, an array of stones and sharp objects were hurled in her direction. She realized with dread that she might be stoned to death. In pain, she curled up, clutching the bun she had salvaged the day before, taking small bites. If she was to perish, she at least wanted to be full. Even now, she could not fathom why she was targeted. She had always adored humanity. Her childhood dream was to marry a gentle human man. Yet, why did they all despise her? She had committed no wrongdoing. She merely wished to survive. She longed for her mother-esque cooking, for the days riding high on her father-esque shoulders. At that moment, her hatred for the one who reported her to the city, leading to her family's ruin, surged to the core of her being. She fantasized about tearing that person to shreds. Enough! A male voice rang out, and suddenly, the stones ceased to rain down upon her. The world fell silent. She lifted her head, her eyes widening as she beheld a resplendent figure before her, draped in a white robe, exuding an air of grandeur. This silhouette was one she had seen countless times from afar in the sky. It was the deity who had always protected her. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Xuan swept forth a wave of pressure, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. "A cultivator. He is involved with that demon. Run, report to the authorities." In no time, the area was deserted. Hu'er gazed at the man before her, seeing not merely a deity but also the embodiment of every fantasy she had ever harbored about a human partner. Powerful, handsome, and gentle, a rational form of her innermost desires. Though it was only their first encounter, merely a silhouette, she felt an overwhelming affection for this man blossom within her heart, for he alone fulfilled all her dreams. When Chen Xuan turned towards her and extended his hand to assist her, he spoke plainly, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Will you accept?" Beside her, Jiang Ningxuan patted Hu'er's back, urging, "You should agree quickly. My master has had his eye on you for nearly a year." Faced with such an offer, Hu'er found no reason to refuse. Her tail wagged in excitement, filled with hope for the future. "I am willing." Upon hearing her reply, Chen Xuan's expression suddenly grew grave. "Very well, but before that, I have a question you must answer truthfully. Do you hate humans?" The moment the words left his lips, Hu'er was taken aback. Was she to speak the truth? Yes, she harbored a deep-seated hatred. Her parents were slain by humans, and she herself had nearly met the same fate. How could she not despise them? I want that human who brought ruin to my family to die 100 times. Hu'er did not lie, she said through gritted teeth. At the moment she uttered these words, she had already envisioned the scene of her abandonment. After all, the person who claimed to take her as a disciple was also human. How could he possibly accept someone who harbors hatred for humanity? Yet, Chen Xuanyi suddenly began to applaud. "Very well," he declared. "I shall accompany you now to personally eliminate that human." If Hu'er were to say she felt no hatred, Chen Xuanyi would immediately turn and leave. A person who does not resent the one who slaughtered their entire family is not someone he could accept. Hatred, in this case, was indeed the most rational choice. The scene shifted, and Chen Xuanyi truly arrived at the place where she once lived. With a single palm strike, akin to dispatching a mere chick, he shattered the person responsible for Hu'er's tragic fate into a million pieces. As she witnessed this moment, her eyes trembled with excitement. This imagery had replayed countless times in her mind, and today it had finally come to fruition. Chen Xuanyi slowly lowered himself, crouching before her, and earnestly grasped her frail shoulders. "I have now avenged you against your most despised enemy," he said. "You may also seek retribution against those who harmed your parents. But you must not harbor hatred towards those who are not involved. Can you achieve this?" Hu'er extended her arms, tightly embracing her master. Though she detested humanity, the father she cherished was also human. This conflicted her ability to loathe humanity to its core, yet she could not entirely dispel the resentment within her heart. However, all of this began to change with the arrival of her master. She was willing to transform for this man. Tears streaming down her face, she replied, "Disciple can indeed do this." Chapter 91. In public display of affection afterward, Chen Xuanyi brought Hu'er along for cultivation. Managing just Jiang Ningxuan had already demanded considerable effort, and now she had to attend to another. Fortunately, Hu'er was predominantly quiet, unlike Jiang Ningxuan, who possessed an inexhaustible energy. Yet, for some reason, while she did not harbor a strong disdain for humanity, Hu'er exhibited a certain reluctance towards strangers, especially males, shunning physical contact and occasionally revealing a hint of cunning. Chen Xuanyi could empathize with her, for having endured so much, such behavior was not entirely unexpected. However, Hu'er was uniquely affectionate towards him, perpetually clinging to him, creating a stark contrast. This tendency of hers had persisted unchanged until now. To this day, as she gazed into her master's enchanting eyes, they brimmed with boundless affection. After all, her master was not only a deity in her heart, but also the embodiment of all her fantasies about a soulmate. It was entirely natural for her to love such a remarkable individual to this extent. Reflecting on past memories, her feelings for her master surged uncontrollably. She extended her arms, embraced her master's neck, and, rising on tiptoe, kissed him in plain sight of the crowd. Chen Xuanyi was taken aback by his second disciple's boldness, caught entirely off guard as he was enveloped in her embrace. A wave of softness washed over him, accompanied by Hu'er's distinctive, alluring fragrance. The second disciple, having been meticulously adorned, possessed an undeniable allure. Jiang Ningxuan was nearby, selecting jewelry, and upon catching sight of this scene, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, how did you two end up kissing without me noticing?" The disciples of the Yunus sect, who were perusing the market, also witnessed this moment clearly, their faces flushing with surprise. "Wow, look at our esteemed master. I have long shipped these two. They are truly a match made in heaven. I ship the esteemed master and the eldest disciple. I ship the third disciple. The bespectacled junior is forever my idol." A throng of Yunus disciples gathered around, teasing and even beginning to ship their own pairings. Though traditionally, romantic relationships between masters and disciples were generally frowned upon, the undeniable chemistry between the esteemed master and his disciples rendered such conventions obsolete. After all, the esteemed master was their most revered figure. Even if he were to engage in a romance with a disciple, it would hardly be deemed unacceptable. Moreover, If the esteemed master could embrace such a relationship, did that not open a sliver of possibility for them as disciples? Imagining a dramatic scene where the formidable esteemed master fell in love with her was exhilarating. This was indeed an open scheme. As Jiang Ningxuan observed the reactions of her fellow Yunu disciples, she suddenly recognized the brilliance of Hu'er's actions. Allowing everyone to witness her affectionate display with her master would lead them all to believe she was indeed his chosen partner. When the time comes for marriage, even if Jiang Ningxuan is the primary wife, no one would believe it. Oh, you mischievous junior sister. Su Danru blushed, fully aware of her senior sister's liberated nature. Yet she was astonished at how unabashedly bold she was. Even if you gave her 100 opportunities, she would not dare to act so openly. After a while, Hu'er finally released her hands and reluctantly parted from her master. At that moment, her body temperature had risen and her face was flushed. If they weren't still outside, she would have undoubtedly taken it to the next level. Unfortunately, now was not the time. It's my turn. Jiang Ningxuan boldly approached her master. Chen Xuanyi extended his hand to gently press against her forehead. Hold on, this isn't appropriate. Although Jiang Ningxuan seemed unconcerned, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. With so many eyes upon him, especially the youthful female disciples, it was rather difficult for him to avoid blushing. Yimuyun looked on in astonishment at the relationship between the esteemed master and his disciples, being somewhat oblivious to emotional nuances. She only now realized the nature of their bond. She sincerely wished them well, but she too harbored feelings for the esteemed master. It felt as if her heart was shattering. After Chen Xuanyi paid the vendor with spirit stones, he continued onward with the four women. Along the way, he noticed Yimuyun's unusual demeanor. She appeared somewhat lost in thought. What's wrong? Have you encountered something troubling? Chen Xuanyi slowed his pace to walk beside her, allowing the other disciples to move ahead and grant them some privacy. Yimuyun clutched the hem of her skirt and shook her head. It's nothing. How could she possibly confess her heartbreak to the esteemed master? He and his disciples were so well matched that she felt utterly outclassed. As they conversed, they arrived at a stall selling storage rings. Such items are typically quite valuable and aesthetically pleasing, making them perfect for gifts. While Chen Xuanyi was unaware of the reason behind Yimuyun's sudden despondence, he regarded her as an important friend. When a friend is sorrowful, it is only natural to offer comfort. He casually picked up a ring from the stall and placed it on Yimuyun's delicate fingers. Don't be sad. Here's a little gift for you. Chen Xuanyi flashed a rare playful smile, speaking gently. Just as he finished presenting the gift, he heard Jiang Ningxuan calling out from a distance, Master, come over here. There is something delicious. I didn't bring any spirit stones. Chen Xuanyi sighed and hurried over, leaving Yimuyun alone, gazing in delight at the ring on her hand. Although she had gifted the esteemed master countless storage rings, this particular one, given to her by him, felt uniquely special. The vendor at the stall was a well-known disciple named Qian Rongrong among the students. She gazed at the dazed sect leader, stifling a chuckle before speaking. Sect leader, do you know what it signifies that the esteemed lord has gifted you a ring? Yimuyun shook her head. Qian Rongrong continued. You may be unaware, but in the distant east, there exists a custom where a man, enamored with a woman, presents her with a ring, akin to a marriage proposal. This indicates that the esteemed lord is confessing his feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Yimuyun felt a mix of surprise and delight, her cheeks slightly flushed. Is it true? The esteemed lord likes me? Qian Rongrong added, Sect leader. Men are inherently shy creatures. The esteemed lord harbors affection for you, but is too bashful to express it. It is imperative that you take the initiative. With this newfound understanding, Yimuyun, often a bit oblivious, chose to believe without hesitation. So that's how it is. How wonderful. I must seek out the esteemed lord. With that, she swiftly departed from the spot. Nearby, another disciple turned to Qian Rongrong, puzzled, and asked, Sister Rongrong, what was the name of that distant eastern country you mentioned? Qian Rongrong waved her hand dismissively. How would I know? It's absurd to think anyone would propose with a ring in this world. I merely fabricated that. The disciple exclaimed in shock. What? Fabricated? How dare you deceive the sect leader? Qian Rongrong quickly covered her mouth. This cannot be deemed deception. Can you not see how the sect leader is smitten with the esteemed lord? Watching her make no progress, I feel anxious for her. This is merely a gentle push in the right direction. Chapter 92. Lanterns and Peculiar Dreams. Yimuyun hastened to Chen Xuanyi's side. If the esteemed elder was presenting her with a storage ring as a declaration of affection, she felt an urgent need to respond promptly. Otherwise, it might be misconstrued as a rejection. Upon arriving beside Chen Xuanyi, she noticed that he and his disciples were each holding a lantern. These lanterns, known as celebration lanterns, when ignited and released into the sky, carry one's wishes, embodying auspicious connotations. Chen Xuanyi handed Yi Muyun a celebration lantern. Let us release them together. Remember to make a wish before you do. Yi Muyun accepted the lantern, momentarily at a loss for what to wish for. She glanced at the others. She observed Jiang Ningxuan igniting her lantern, then clasping her hands in prayer, uttering, I hope my master and my fellow disciples are all healthy and happy. Also, may orange juice, watermelon juice, grape juice, and apple juice flow in the river, and may the table be adorned with almond pastries, candied treats, and lotus seed cakes. What an absurd wish. Why not to wish for something more grounded in reality? Yi Muyun shook her head, bemused by Jiang Ningxuan's aspirations. Her gaze then shifted to Hu Yeyao, who appeared grave, her brows furrowed as she earnestly prayed to the lantern. I hope it's a girl. I hope it's a girl. A girl? What girl? Is Hu Yeyao pregnant? Whose child could it be? Yi Muyun was bewildered, convinced she must have misheard. How could one be with child without marriage? That was simply implausible. Next, her attention turned to Su Danru. With a serious demeanor, Su Danru murmured to her lantern, I hope my master will one day raid my boudoir. No, that's too embarrassing. Let us make it during the day, so it's clearer. Yi Muyun was taken aback. Is this what you hoped for? How unexpected. She had thought Su Danru to be a rather proper individual. It appeared she was the most outrageous of them all. Finally, Yi Muyun looked to Chen Xuanyi. A gentle smile graced his lips as he softly expressed, I hope my disciples can transcend their tribulations and become immortals, and I wish for the happiness of everyone around me. The thought of, and I hope I can restrain myself and never act upon my other disciples, echoed silently in his mind. Hearing Chen Xuanyi's prayer, Yi Muyun couldn't help but reveal a long-lost smile of contentment. That sounded perfectly normal. Have you made your wish? Let us release them together. Chen Xuanyi turned to Yi Muyun, inquiring. At this moment, Yi Muyun finally grasped the situation, placing her hands together and praying to the lantern. I hope everyone's wishes come true, except for the orange juice flowing in the river. After making her wish, Yi Muyun nodded at Chen Xuanyi. Then, the five of them infused their lanterns with spiritual energy and cast them into the sky. The 5 lanterns ascended, each carrying their peculiar wishes into the distance. Jiang Ningxuan gestured to gaze upward, remarking to Su Danru, Ro, your lantern seems to be flying a bit lower. Su Danru remarked. What's wrong with being a little shorter? Jiang Ningxuan, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, explained, the higher the lantern flies, the greater the possibility of wishes coming true. Su Danru waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, it's merely for good luck. It doesn't matter to me. Wishing is just wishing. It's unlikely to truly come to fruition. To realize one's desires, one must rely on their own efforts. The rational Su Danru perceived such matters with remarkable clarity. She pointed towards a stall ahead and said, Master, let us continue. I see a stall selling glasses. Chen Xuan nodded, and together with the others, they proceeded onward. As they approached a crossroads, Yi Muyun suddenly grasped Chen Xuan's hand. Turning to look, he saw her pointing to a side path. Master, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Please, come over here. Chen Xuan felt a wave of curiosity, unsure why Yi Muyun sought a private conversation away from the others. However, given her insistence, he did not decline. Unbeknownst to the 3 disciples, Chen Xuan and Yi Muyun found themselves in an empty alley by the crossroads. Muyun, what is the matter? Is someone causing trouble for the sect? Chen Xuan assumed there was an external threat requiring his intervention. Yi Muyun shook her head. There is nothing of the sort. It pertains to the ring. Ever since the master vanquished the leaders of the 3 major sects, the Yunnu sect had emerged as the unrivaled strongest sect in the southern domain, and no one dared to cause disturbances. She had summoned the master to clarify that she admired his ring and accepted his confession. The ring? What issue could there possibly be? Chen Xuan inquired, utterly perplexed. Yi Muyun clasped her hands to her chest, her gaze faltering as she looked at him. Her cheeks flushed slightly, after a moment of hesitation. She mustered the courage to speak. I agree, master. Chen Xuan was even more bewildered. Agree to what? I never instructed you about anything, did I? Muyun, what does this mean? Observing the master feigning ignorance, Yi Muyun felt increasingly convinced by Qian Rongrong's words. Indeed, men were often shy creatures, typically hesitant to express their feelings. One must take the initiative. With this thought, Yi Muyun pouted her moist lips slightly, closing her beautiful eyes in anticipation. From her understanding, when a girl closes her eyes, it signifies a desire for a kiss. She felt she had made her intentions abundantly clear. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan was left utterly flabbergasted. What does that gesture mean? Am I supposed to kiss you? Although he grasped her implication, the suddenness of it all was overwhelming. How could he proceed without clarity? This felt entirely off. Yi Muyun waited for a moment, but the anticipated warmth never arrived. It seemed the master was indeed quite innocent. Failing to recognize even such an overt hint, she did not harbor any resentment towards the esteemed gentleman. Rather, she felt a profound sense of foolishness for failing to convey her thoughts clearly to him. Realizing this, she resolved to take a more proactive approach. As she reopened her eyes and directed her gaze towards the esteemed gentleman, her breath quickened, a manifestation of her nervousness. She extended her hands towards Chen Xuanyi's neck. With her elevated stature accentuated by the high-heeled shoes she wore, she did not even need to rise onto her toes. Chen Xuanyi found himself captivated by the exquisite contours of Yi Muyun's face as she leaned closer to him, enveloping him in a gentle softness and a fragrant allure. In that fleeting moment, he succumbed to a daze. Chapter 93, Misunderstanding Resolved, the awkward Yi Muyun after gaining Chen Xuanyi's trust. Yi Muyun received a tome of internal cultivation techniques from him, akin to the method of Dan Ningguang. Through diligent practice of the art bestowed upon her, Yi Muyun's prowess has surged remarkably within a short span. Possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage, she has surpassed Chen Xuanyi, who is at the foundation establishment stage, in physical strength thanks to the enhancement of the techniques. Consequently, when she embraced him tightly, Chen Xuanyi felt as if he were ensnared, unable to resist. However, as Yi Muyun was not his disciple, their relationship was devoid of any prohibitive constraints, and he did not shy away from her advances. He allowed her to kiss him. And he, in turn, grasped her fragrant shoulder, gradually trailing his hand along her exquisite back, savoring the softness and fragrance that enveloped him. After an indulgent few minutes, Chen Xuanyi finally released her. Initially, it was Yi Muyun who held him tightly, but soon her strength waned, her eyes becoming dazed and unfocused. Ultimately, it was Chen Xuanyi who cradled her beautiful form. Truth be told, had he not been preoccupied with resolving the troubles of his disciples recently, he might have succumbed to temptation. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. Yi Muyun's body felt pleasantly warm as she lay against him, breathing heavily, exuding a fragrant warmth, as if releasing heat. Surely, the esteemed one must have comprehended her feelings now. She had consented to his declaration of affection. As Chen Xuanyi held her, permitting her to recuperate, he found the recent events to be both peculiar and abrupt. Given Yi Muyun's naturally innocent demeanor, her sudden assertiveness led him to ponder whether she had been misled by someone. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Muyun, have you heard anything strange? Perhaps concerning the matter of the ring?" His question stemmed from the realization that Yi Muyun's transformation began with the ring he had gifted her. Yi Muyun lifted her head from his embrace, still somewhat disoriented. After a brief moment of reflection, she softly replied, "Indeed, I have heard a few things." She recounted the conversation she had with Qian Rongrong to Chen Xuanyi. Upon hearing her words, he was utterly astonished. In this fantastical realm, there exists no tradition of gifting rings for engagement. It was precisely because of this absence that she felt comfortable presenting the ring to Yi Muyun as a mere gift. Little did he anticipate that a prodigy like Qian Rongrong would emerge from this. With the situation having escalated to this point, he found himself at a crossroads. Should he reveal the truth to Yi Muyun? If he remained silent, he feared that she might have acted out of an obligation to him as her superior, thus leading her to embrace him. If that were the case, he would indeed become the archetype of an inappropriate and lecherous superior. It would be prudent to disclose the reality to her. Muyun, I have something important to discuss with you. I present to you a ring. Though that is not my intention, the words of Qian Rongrong are all fabrications. As Chen Xuanyi spoke, he hesitated, primarily concerned about provoking Yi Muyun. However, remaining silent would only leave her in the dark. Upon hearing this, Yi Muyun was indeed taken aback, her face a portrait of astonishment. What? She stood frozen, her eyes wide, at a loss for words. If the esteemed one did not mean it, then what was her earlier action? A fool's errand? How utterly embarrassing. She could no longer face the esteemed one. Esteemed one, I apologize. It was not my intention. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly offered her apologies to Chen Xuanyi, for she felt remorse for having kissed the esteemed one without permission. In her eyes, The esteemed one was sacred, beyond reach. What right did she have to tarnish his purity? Their statuses were worlds apart. Chen Xuanyi, upon witnessing Yi Muyun's anxious and somewhat aggrieved expression, felt an immense pang of sympathy in his heart. He reached out gently to ruffle her hair. "Do not apologize. It is not your fault. And I do not dislike you. However, a girl must kiss the one she loves. Think more of yourself. As for today's incident, I shall keep it a secret." Yi Muyun, being the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, would face scrutiny from her disciples if word of this got out. Thus, Chen Xuanyi could assist her in maintaining her dignity. Upon hearing this, Yi Muyun's heartache eased somewhat. The esteemed one was not angry. How delightful. Yet, the esteemed one was unaware that the person she adored was, in fact, him. She had indeed been considering herself. Furthermore, there was no need for concealment. If anyone within the sect dared to speak ill of her and the esteemed one, she would expel them without hesitation. After all, the esteemed one's commands and authority were absolute. Just as both were lost in their thoughts, suddenly, Jiang Ningxuan's voice echoed from a distance. "Master, Master, where have you gone? Honestly, how can you still get lost at your age?" It seemed the disciples had noticed their absence. "Let us go outside, otherwise, the disciples will grow worried," Chen Xuanyi suggested, withdrawing his hand. She straightened her attire slightly and nodded. Though the situation had unfolded differently than she had anticipated, the outcome seemed quite favorable. She had successfully kissed the esteemed one, and he appeared not to harbor any aversion towards her. This indicated that his heart was not solely devoted to Hu'er. If that were the case, how splendid. She might have a chance to become the esteemed one's partner. As for the fact that the esteemed one had a partner yet still kissed her, that was his prerogative. After all, given the esteemed one's formidable strength, a touch of infidelity was only natural. Moreover, how could the esteemed one, who was not fickle of heart, possibly turn to her? Thus, this is not a wrongdoing. She truly adores such a venerable figure. Contemplating this, she quickly matched her pace with Chen Xuanyi. To have secured a kiss from the esteemed one makes this celestial festival exceedingly worthwhile. If only it were possible, she would wish to celebrate it daily. As Jiang Ningxuan beheld her master and Yi Muyun appearing together, a look of suspicion crossed her face. "Oh, so you two are indeed together." The pair had discreetly vanished and then reappeared, and it would be hard to believe there was nothing amiss. Chen Xuanyi, feeling somewhat guilty, shook his head. "No, stop conjecturing." Jiang Ningxuan arched her body, wearing a mischievous expression, and teasingly remarked, "Well, based on my understanding of my master, such a brief time is indeed insufficient for serious matters. However, for close embraces and kisses, it is more than adequate." Chapter 94. The Fireworks of the Festival of Celebration. Daily life. The insights of the eldest disciple were remarkably accurate, almost detailing the entire process. Upon hearing this, Yi Muyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze shyly. Although she was indifferent to the fact that the esteemed master had a partner, it did not imply that the partner felt the same. If the master's disciples were to become displeased, it would certainly create complications. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She found herself rather fond of Sister Muyun. Jiang Ningxuan gazed at both the master and Yi Muyun for a moment before exhaling in relief, surprisingly refraining from further inquiry. Were it any other woman, Jiang Ningxuan might have probed deeper, but given her familiarity with Yi Muyun, the master's association with her seemed permissible. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Yi Muyun was not one of their 9 disciples. In essence, she posed no threat to her claim as the principal consort. After all, only they, the 9 disciples, accompanied the master daily. As long as the master's legitimate wife was her, she would feel utterly content. Rather than fretting over Yi Muyun, it was far more prudent to be wary of the enchanting vixen beside her. Jiang Ningxuan could discern the master's subtle inclinations, and naturally, Hu'er could as well. However, she displayed no signs of concern, not even bothering to inquire further. Hu'er approached, wrapping her arms around the master's arm. Leaning against him with a cheerful smile as she said, "Master, should such unexpected encounters arise again, do remember to invite Yaya along." At this juncture, she intentionally lowered her voice and whispered into the master's ear, "Yaya can provide cover for you, ensuring that Xin'er remains oblivious, allowing you to steal moments of leisure without worry." Chen Xuanyi responded with a bemused expression, "You truly are considerate of your master. I am exceedingly gratified. However, it is entirely unnecessary." At that moment, Su Danru was fully engrossed in adjusting her newly purchased glasses, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing conversation. The frames were black, with only half encasing the lenses, which were slightly smaller than ordinary spectacles. She approached the master, pushing her glasses up her delicate nose, and smiled. Master, do I resemble a female teacher while wearing these? Chen Xuanyi scrutinized her closely. The sheer black stockings tightly embraced her shapely legs, complemented by the half-framed glasses accentuating her lovely eyes, while her purple skirt appeared to transform into a form-fitting design. Coupled with the third disciple's unique air of seriousness and aloofness, it was less of a female teacher and more akin to a stern educator. Jiang Ningxuan interjected. Not at all. The master should speak like this, Xianer. No slacking off. You have already slept for 14 hours today. Refrain from indulging in sweets, as they are detrimental to your health. Come and practice. She mimicked Chen Xuanyi's tone with precision. Chen Xuanyi, exuding exasperation, retorted. When have I ever spoken like that? It has been far too long since I disciplined you. You have grown quite mischievous. With that, he reached out to pinch her cheek. Jiang Ningxuan swiftly sidestepped, and the two immediately began a playful chase around the room. This amusing and heartwarming scene elicited peals of laughter from Hu Yaya, Yimuyun, and Su Danru. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated, illuminating the sky and ground with a myriad of colors. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, discovering a dazzling firework display bursting forth in the air. Awestruck by this breathtaking spectacle, the crowd could not help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Ningxuan halted her hurried steps, reaching out to link her arm with her masteress. Su Danru and Hu Yaya also approached, leaning against their master. Yimuyun stood in front of Chen Xuanyi, her hands clasped before her chest, her pupils reflecting the brilliance of the fireworks. Together, they reveled in this exquisite moment. As the fireworks faded, the Qingxian festival drew to a close. To avoid disrupting their rest for the following day, the disciples of the Yunus sect gradually began to disperse, and Chen Xuanyi intended to take his disciples home. The group waved their farewells to Yimuyun. Just as they were about to leave, Yimuyun suddenly called out to Chen Xuanyi, Master, wait a moment. Chen Xuanyi turned back. What is it? Yimuyun retrieved a substantial quantity of spirit stones from her storage ring, roughly estimating it to be around 50,000. These are the low-grade spirit stones produced from the recent mines, all for your cultivation, Master. As she spoke, she tossed out a generous handful of medium-grade spirit stones. And these, Master, are also yours. She then scattered 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. These too, I'm so delighted. Each time I give spirit stones to you, I feel a profound joy, as if I am needed by you. Jiang Ningxuan, witnessing this scene, whispered to her fellow disciples. Sister Muyun has started her spirit stone giveaway again. Hu Yayao chimed in. Indeed, her generosity is remarkable. Su Danru nodded in agreement. What a wonderful sister. Yi Muyun presented all the spirit stones she had accumulated over the past days to her master. It's not enough. How can there be so little? She murmured, gazing at the mountain-like pile of spirit stones on the ground, still feeling it was insufficient. The remaining disciples of the Yunus sect nearby stared in envy at the small mountain of spirit stones, their mouths watering. Our sect leader is truly generous to Master. They marveled at the gentle and charming side of their leader. Although they eyed the hill of spirit stones with desire, none harbored jealousy towards Master. For they understood that only with Master's strength could the Yunus sect ensure its safety. Furthermore, the resources now available to them as disciples had significantly increased compared to before. Notably, in recent times, the prices of the elixirs sold by their sect had unexpectedly dropped dramatically, and their quality had improved considerably. Rumor had it that they were supplied by the renowned alchemist, Master Hua. The disciples practicing within the Yunus sect had also begun to surpass their peers from other sects in cultivation levels. All of this, undoubtedly, was attributed to Master's efforts. At this moment, it is not merely about bestowing upon the esteemed one spirit stones as plentiful as hills. Even if they were to confiscate the spirit stones in their possession, they would harbor no grievances. Chen Xuanyi accepted all the spirit stones, and along with those that Jiang Ningxuan had brought back after the annihilation of the Lu family, he believed they would suffice for his ascent to the Golden Core realm. With a smile, Chen Xuanyi expressed his gratitude, saying, This is quite ample. Thank you, Muyun. It is getting late. You should rest early. Having said this, he waved goodbye to Yi Muyun and prepared to turn away. Just as he was about to do so, Yi Muyun unexpectedly extended her delicate hand and grasped his. With utmost sincerity, she said, Esteemed one, thank you for attending the celestial festival. I had a wonderful time today. Chen Xuanyi smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. I too had a delightful experience. Upon receiving the esteemed one's response, Yi Muyun beamed with joy and waved at Chen Xuanyi. Farewell, Sister Muyun. The three disciples joined in, bidding farewell alongside Yi Muyun. Thus, Chen Xuanyi led his disciples back to the mountaintop. Chapter 95, The Amusing Third Disciple, Daily Life after bidding farewell to the esteemed master and his entourage. Yi Muyun returned to her residence alone. Once in her bedroom, she sat upon the bed, her heart inexplicably restless. She traced her fingers to her lips, savoring the lingering warmth that seemed to be the remnant of the esteemed master. His smile replayed in her mind, and as she lay upon the bed, she embraced the blankets tightly, lost in blissful recollections of moments spent with him. Atop the Jade Maiden sect, upon their return, Chen Xuanyi and his companions suddenly realized one among them was missing. Puzzled, Chen Xuanyi inquired, Where has Hu'er gone? Jiang Ningxuan shook her head in uncertainty. I don't know. It seems she disappeared halfway on the way back. She mused, could it be that she believed my words, thinking that the higher the lantern flies, the more likely dreams will materialize, and thus return to raise the lantern? Hu'er gently patted her shoulder. Come on, when did Hu'er become so naive? Meanwhile, in a certain place in midair, a figure soared upward, dragging a lantern laden with dreams, surpassing the heights of all others. Fly, fly. The dream of invading the boudoir must come true, the figure murmured. Chen Xuanyi waited in the square until Su Danru returned before he felt at ease to retire for the night. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have been unable to sleep, tormented by the disappearance of a disciple. Upon reaching the doorway of his room, he discovered that the lights within were on. Chen Xuanyi, somewhat perplexed, pushed the door open. As he entered, he found his second disciple, Hu'er, sitting beside his bed, having scattered petals across it. She was unaware of his presence, her back turned as she arranged the bedding. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuanyi felt a surge of desire. He approached her and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Master Hu'er exclaimed in surprise, only to quickly regain her composure and reveal a charming smile. When did you become so eager, Master? The first time, you always required Yao to take the initiative. With excitement sparkling in her beautiful eyes, she turned to embrace his neck, delighted by his affection. You've already stated the reason. It's not the first time, after all, Chen Xuanyi murmured, his gaze dreamy and low. Before he could act, he found Hu'er's exquisite, enchanting visage inching closer. Instantly, a soft sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a seductive fragrance. The scent emanating from Hu'er was distinct from that of his other disciples. Jiang Ningxuan exuded a youthful vibrancy reminiscent of the exuberance of first love. The delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs, or perhaps the scent of fresh grass, enveloped Su Danru's graceful form, imparting a sense of serenity. In contrast, Hu'er exuded a captivating charm interlaced with an alluring essence, which utterly captivated Chen Xuanyi. In but an instant, Chen Xuanyi's defenses were effortlessly dismantled by Hu'er. Without a trace of hesitation, he embraced her once more and bestowed upon her a kiss imbued with profound affection. As dawn broke the following day, a multitude of figures approached the periphery of the Jade Maiden sect. Each individual among them was at the divine transformation stage, with their leader being a formidable presence at the ascendant stage. As these figures neared the sect's borders, they were promptly intercepted by the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. The guarding disciples, upon recognizing the strength of the newcomers, felt a surge of tension. Should these individuals harbor ill intentions, their fate would be dire. Nonetheless, as the territory belonged to the esteemed elder, even the most formidable adversaries would not induce a display of fear from them, lest they bring shame upon their revered master. Halt. You stand at the domain of the Jade Maiden sect. Outsiders are forbidden to enter, the guarding disciple admonished. Among the group, at the forefront stood a statuesque woman, her athletic figure radiating strength. Her skin bore a subtle tan, and she appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking features that exuded confidence. Clad in gleaming silver armor that accentuated her muscular legs, the contours of her physique were elegantly defined, with her well-defined abdominal muscles highlighting a perfect curve. Draped in resplendent silver dragon armor, she emanated an air of authority. The robust woman cast a dismissive glance at the Jade Maiden disciple, her expression rife with disdain. How audacious for a mere foundational disciple to presume to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, despite her irritation, she refrained from any aggressive action, as she was bound by a directive. Clutching a golden edict, she proclaimed with conviction, I am General Dongfang Lanying, protector of the realm, bearing the sovereign's decree summoning Chen Xuanyi to the court. As she spoke, Her haughty gaze bore down upon the jade maiden disciples, her countenance filled with indignation. How could none of them kneel to receive the imperial summons? This was a blatant affront to the emperor. To stand before the sovereign's command without bowing. Are you plotting rebellion? Dongfang Lanying thundered, her pressure, emanating from the second heaven of the ascendant stage, swept over them. The empress had instructed her to show respect towards Chen Xuanyi, but she had not been commanded to extend courtesy to these insignificant beings. Defiance against the emperor warranted a lesson for these lowly creatures. Such overwhelming pressure was undoubtedly a cataclysmic blow for disciples at the foundational stage. Despite Dongfang Lanying's suppression, injuries were inevitable. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable threat, the disciple tasked with guarding the entrance showed no inclination to bow. We serve the esteemed master for a lifetime. Kneeling only before him. You, Dongfang Lanying exclaimed in indignation, unleashing her oppressive aura. Just as this pressure was about to descend upon the guarding female disciple, another powerful presence emerged, countering Dongfang Lanying's force. Chen Xuanyi, accompanied by 3 disciples, slowly entered the scene. In terms of combat prowess, Chen Xuanyi was now capable of confronting cultivators at the transformation stage. However, when facing those at the ascension stage, he would have to resort to his system abilities. Nevertheless, in the clash of auras, his profound spiritual energy allowed him to withstand the pressure for a brief period. Is this the attitude you present when I finally emerge? Go back and tell your sovereign that I shall not meet. Chapter 96. What is the emperor to me? I shall not meet him. How dare you summon me with such an attitude? Go back and tell your sovereign that I will not meet him. Chen Xuan waved his sleeves, his expression filled with indignation as he reprimanded. In the past, the emperor had not even been on equal footing with him. This equality implied that the emperor was beneath him. However, at that time, Chen Xuan had no intention of intervening in state affairs, preferring to live his own life. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would occupy the throne. The so-called Grand General showed blatant disrespect towards those in Chen Xuan's circle, which undoubtedly incited his displeasure. The Grand General should count herself fortunate that her opponent was not one of Chen Xuan's cherished disciples. Otherwise, regardless of who it was, Chen Xuan would have struck them down without hesitation. Dongfang Lanying initially believed that the disciples of the Yunnu sect were sufficiently arrogant, but she never anticipated that Chen Xuan himself would be even more audacious. To openly command her to leave in the face of the emperor's summons? She was aware of Chen Xuan's ability to subdue the king of southern Jun, but what did that matter? The empress could accomplish the same. At best, Chen Xuan was slightly stronger than the king of southern Jun, whose actual combat prowess was questionable due to his debauched lifestyle. Had the empress not prohibited her from intervening, she might very well have been able to defeat the king herself. You dare show disrespect to the emperor? You are courting death. Dongfang Lanying began, but recalled the empress's orders to approach Chen Xuan with utmost sincerity and to eliminate anyone who disrespected him without mercy. With that thought, she swallowed her words. Frustrated and unable to voice her anger, her already dark complexion deepened further. Chen Xuan inspected the condition of the few gatekeeping disciples and, seeing no injuries, finally relaxed. The female disciples looked at him with excitement, thrilled to receive such attention from the esteemed one. Their earlier efforts had been worth it, and witnessing Chen Xuan confront a powerful figure in the ascendant stage was far more awe-inspiring than mere hearsay. It was a feast for the eyes. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted back to Dongfang Lanying. Disrespect? How long had it been since this dynasty's emperor ascended the throne? In previous reigns, every old fool who had come to see me had bowed thrice and begged me not to meddle in the battle for the throne. After a period of absence, a mere emperor dares to be so arrogant? The empress of Zhangzhou had only recently taken the throne. Chen Xuan had heard of the past emperors, many of whom had sought him out for a visit. A mere emperor? How dare you refer to his majesty in such a manner? Ah, how infuriating. Today, I must fight you. At worst, I shall return and plead for forgiveness from the emperor. Dongfang Lanying, gritting her teeth in anger, drew forth her 3-meter-long Fang Tianhua halberd and charged towards Chen Xuan. The empress was her idol, the most revered figure in her heart, possessing an unmatched noble aura, profound foresight, and immense strength. She was the ultimate goal of her life. In her heart, he was a divine presence. Yet how could Chen Xuanyi so brazenly insult her? She could not concern herself with such matters. Beside Dongfang Lanying, a dozen or so god transformation followers exerted all their strength to restrain her. General, you mustn't. His Majesty has decreed that you must not disrespect Chen Xuanyi. You risk your head. Even with the efforts of the dozen god transformation cultivators, Dongfang Lanying remained uncertain whether she had regained her senses or simply could not break free, as she was indeed held back. Chen Xuanyi regarded her with disdain. She looks decent, yet behaves like a rabid dog. Xin'er, yeah, Ro, let us return to our cultivation, he declared, turning away without a backward glance, leaving Dongfang Lanying and her entourage waiting outside. Chen Xuanyi had never been interested in dealings with the emperor, and with today's incident, he was even less inclined to meet him. If the emperor dared to vent his anger upon him, he would simply eliminate the threat. Upon returning to the plaza with his disciples, Jiang Ningxuan looked at her master in astonishment and asked, "Master, are you truly not going?" That is the emperor, the ruler of a state, a being of the tribulation stage, second only to immortals. Jiang Ningxuan, having lived for just over 20 years, had never witnessed how her master faced such prominent figures. She only knew that when she stood beside her master, no one dared to challenge him. Chen Xuanyi chuckled and ruffled her hair. "What is it, Xin'er? Are you afraid?" Jiang Ningxuan proudly shook her head. "I fear not even death. How could I fear the emperor? But I do fear that you might not love me," she teased, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons as she clung to her master's arm in a playful manner. Although her master had just defied the emperor, none of the three disciples felt anxious. Hu'er immediately began meditating on the spot, while Su Danru started refining pills, completely dismissing the events that had just unfolded. After witnessing her master in action, they were confident that even if all the emperors of the 9 provinces gathered, they would be unable to contend with their master. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. "All right, enough of this. Go help Ro with her alchemy," Chen Xuanyi urged, pushing Jiang Ningxuan towards Su Danru. He then retrieved spirit stones, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and began absorbing their energy. Jiang Ningxuan inquired of Su Danru, "Ro, what pill are you trying to refine? Do you need my assistance?" Su Danru directed her to channel her spiritual energy into the star pill furnace. "Master is aiming to break through to the golden core stage, and I need to concoct a breakthrough pill for that. While I could ordinarily refine a standard golden core breakthrough pill myself, the one for Master is different. My own spiritual energy is insufficient, so I need your help." Thus, under Su Danru's guidance, the two began their alchemical work. Chen Xuanyi greedily absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, while simultaneously activating a temporary ability to double his cultivation speed. The thousands of spirit stones diminished at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, all the low-grade spirit stones had been entirely consumed by Chen Xuanyi. In the realm of possibilities, he had merely breached the first layer. This was an exorbitant consumption of spirit stones. Were it not for the prowess bestowed upon him by his third disciple, achieving even this modest breakthrough would have been a formidable challenge. Chen Xuanyi could not help but ponder whether, should he aspire to ascend to the realm of immortals, he might need to scour the entire world for spirit stones. However, despite the substantial expenditure, the potency gained was undeniably substantial. A prodigy overcoming a significant realm in combat would be formidable indeed, yet Chen Xuanyi's ability to transcend 3 realms was still insufficient. "Alas, if more is required, then let it be so," he murmured to himself, subsequently summoning a cache of mid-grade spirit stones to accumulate. In no time at all, he had completely absorbed the mid-grade spirit stones, and Chen Xuanyi finally ascended to the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, all of this transpired in mere minutes. Any cultivator seeking a breakthrough, even with sufficient internal cultivation, would find it impossible to achieve consecutive advancements. But alas, I, Chen Xuanyi, am no ordinary individual. I am the chosen one. Chapter 97. Stealthily enhancing the elixir for the master, the grudge of Dongfang Lanying. Chen Xuanyi stood by, breaking through his cultivation. Su Danru and Jiang Ningxuan assisted their master in alchemy. Holding a medicinal herb, Jiang Ningxuan, brimming with curiosity, inquired of Su Danru, "Ro, what is this herb used for? Can we add it in?" Su Danru turned to her, alarmed, and swiftly reclaimed the herb. "No, this is a restorative medicine. If it's added to the breakthrough elixir, it will provoke a significant reaction." "Oh," Jiang Ningxuan nodded, lacking understanding of the principles of herbs, merely aiding Su Danru in channeling spiritual energy. As Su Danru regarded the restorative in her hand, an epiphany struck her. Indeed, if this were to be placed in the elixir, the master would likely remain oblivious. Over time, the master might succumb to solitude and take action against me. That would surely be the most blissful outcome. However, she pondered, if too much were added at once, it could easily be detected. A little at a time, repeated over intervals, would allow for a discreet enhancement. With this thought, she took immediate action. She broke off a small portion of the herb and cast it into the alchemical furnace. Jiang Ningxuan glanced over, as if she had spotted something being thrown into the furnace. Wait, did something just fly into the furnace? She asked, perplexed. Su Danru vehemently denied it. You must have seen wrong. Nothing's there. The elixir is about to be ready. Focus. After Su Danru's reminder, a while later, a breakthrough elixir, radiating warmth, soared from the furnace. Su Danru handed it to Jiang Ningxuan. It's still warm. Quickly, take it to the master. As for why she didn't deliver it herself, Su Danru was apprehensive that her little act would be discovered by the master. Thus, it was better entrusted to her senior sister. Jiang Ningxuan accepted the elixir and presented it to their master. Master, it's time for your medicine. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi's expression darkened. In the formative years of her 9 disciples, she often regaled them with tales of the blue star, leading them to occasionally utter phrases incongruent with their world. Su Danru anxiously observed Chen Xuanyi, fearful that she might uncover her slight alteration. If discovered, it would be challenging to justify. Under her watchful gaze, Chen Xuanyi took the elixir and, without a moment's thought, swallowed it whole. How splendid! The master did not notice. Su Danru rejoiced inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xuanyi had already discerned the truth. As a master alchemist herself, and having taught Su Danru the very art of alchemy, she could easily detect any discrepancies or additional ingredients by scent alone. Seeing merely an extra restorative herb, Chen Xuanyi assumed Su Danru was experimenting with a new formula and, without hesitation, complied. Do not mistake it for merely an additional remedy. Even if it were a deadly poison, he would consume it, provided it was concocted by his disciples. How could his disciples ever wish him harm? Should they ever betray him, he would lose all purpose for living. As the elixir coursed through his body, Chen Xuan began to absorb the last of the exquisite spirit stones. The infusion of the stones, combined with the enhancement of the elixir, propelled Chen Xuan's cultivation to an astonishingly terrifying height. A ferocious whirlwind began to swirl around him as he sat in meditation, stirring the heavens and earth into a tumultuous spectacle. The sky quickly thickened with dense clouds, and the lightning, like a dragon in flight, writhed within them, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Jade Maiden sect, Dongfang Lanying paced anxiously in midair. Chen Xuan had previously declared his refusal to emerge from seclusion, which led the sect's guarding disciples to deny her entry to seek him out. What am I to do? Chen Xuan has left, and His Majesty has entrusted me with this mission. I cannot fail. If I cannot succeed in this seemingly trivial task, what worth is there in my position as a general? The more she pondered, the more frantic she became, and the more desperate she felt. The more elusive Chen Xuan appeared. Should she attempt to force her way in, these few disciples would not be able to stop her. However, such an act would surely provoke Chen Xuan's disdain, jeopardizing her mission entirely. At that moment, one of her attendants suggested, General, why not feign departure and then seek an opportunity to infiltrate the sect? With your capabilities, it is likely no one would detect your presence. Dongfang Lanying frowned at this suggestion. Am I to engage in such underhanded tactics? Absolutely not. The attendant urged respectfully, General, consider the repercussions of returning empty-handed. What would His Majesty's reaction be? The state must take precedence. Visualizing the consequences of failure, Dongfang Lanying imagined the Empress seated upon her lofty dragon throne, gazing at her with utter disdain, her high-heeled foot delivering a sharp kick to her forehead. She would then find herself kneeling, clutching the Empress's long, elegant legs, pleading for mercy. Perhaps that wouldn't be so dreadful after all. No, that won't do. How could I possibly disappoint Her Majesty? She is the person I respect most. My ideal. I must earn her esteem. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. Oh, very well. I shall proceed with this plan. Dongfang Lanying ultimately chose to relent. This Chen Xuan truly knows how to put me in a predicament. I shall remember this grievance. She muttered with a scowl, her expression filled with indignation. With her attendant in tow, she turned and departed, until she vanished from sight. With a swift pivot, she exerted force through her legs in midair, her well-defined musculature surging forth explosively, akin to an eruption. A sudden burst of air followed in her wake. No one could discern her figure. It seemed as though she merely flickered, disappearing entirely from their view. This epitomizes the formidable power of the Mahayana period, second only to the absolute prowess of an emperor. The attendant, who had proposed the idea, murmured, "Can this truly be considered infiltration?" Regardless, the goal is to successfully entice Chen Xuanyi out of seclusion. Atop the summit of the Jade Maiden sect, Niang stealthily descended beside the grand hall of Chen Xuanyi. She concealed her presence and, with her hands resting against the wall, peered cautiously toward the square. At that moment, Chen Xuanyi was on the verge of a critical breakthrough. The sky, laden with ominous clouds, crackled with flashes of lightning and thunder, as if a tempestuous tribulation were imminent. What? This celestial phenomenon is instigated by Chen Xuanyi? A breakthrough from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage can attract the heavenly tribulation? This is implausible. She had initially assumed the gathering clouds were a natural occurrence, only to realize they were provoked by a human force. Chapter 98. Breaking through the golden core stage. The gathering and unleashing of the thunder tribulation. Typically, a cultivator would encounter the emergence of thunder tribulation when transitioning from the Mahayana stage to the tribulation stage. Some exceptionally gifted practitioners may experience it during their fusion breakthrough into the Mahayana. However, how could there be thunder tribulation at the foundation establishment stage? What kind of cultivation is this? It seems rather extraordinary. Moreover, how could the formidable cultivator, Chen Xuanyi, who had subdued King Nan, only be at the foundation establishment stage? This is indeed perplexing. Niang felt overwhelmed by the influx of information, her mind nearly bursting. She abruptly shook her head, casting these thoughts aside. Her sole purpose was to escort Chen Xuanyi to the palace. Other matters were not hers to ponder. Chen Xuanyi focused intently on gathering the spiritual energy within himself, refining the energy contained within the qi into a golden core. He practiced the steps of refining qi, drawing it into his body, transforming essence into qi, and refining qi into spirit, with his qi manifesting a gaseous form. In the foundation establishment stage, the first step is to convert the spiritual energy within the qi into liquid form, followed by consolidating the foundation to enhance the body. The transformation into the golden core occurs when the qi within the body refines into a sphere of spiritual energy, commonly referred to as the golden core. The transformations within the golden core stage can vary, with the initial stages requiring the gathering of spiritual energy to manifest the core, followed by shaping it, and ultimately achieving the core's transformation. However, due to his prior breakthrough, Chen Xuanyi, upon breaking through to the golden core during the foundation establishment phase, executed all these steps with remarkable efficiency. The advantage of this approach was that his power at the first level of the golden core stage rivaled that of his own sixth level, or even beyond. The only cultivators capable of contending with him at this level were those of high-ranking void returning stage. At this moment, Chen Xuanyi also noticed the gathering thunderclouds above. Could it be thunder tribulation so soon? The last time he faced thunder tribulation was during the spirit transformation stage. He had not anticipated its arrival at this juncture. Golden core, manifest. Chen Xuanyi grunted softly, once again probing within with his divine sense, and the spiritual energy core had already emerged within his dantian. Typically, the core formed by golden core cultivators exhibits a singular color, golden, or perhaps red, blue, or other hues depending on their spiritual roots. Yet Chen Xuanyi's core was a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, a testament to the essence of the core being exquisitely refined to its utmost potential. A tremendous and formidable aura erupted from within Chen Xuanyi, sweeping outward in all directions. The thunder tribulation above the heavens did not descend. Rather, it seemed to retreat. This was merely a harbinger. The next time he attempted a significant breakthrough, the thunder tribulation would surely arrive. Niang clung to the corner, her eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before her. The pressure that burst forth during Chen Xuanyi's breakthrough was at least equivalent to that of a void returning stage cultivator. While void returning cultivators are not particularly remarkable, the fact that such power was exhibited at the golden core stage is indeed alarming. If Chen Xuanyi were to truly break through to the void returning stage, the implications would be staggering. Who goes there? Chen Xuanyi suddenly warned, directing a swift hand strike towards her location. Niang instinctively raised her hand to block. The sound of metal clashing against armor echoed. After a resounding thud, she glanced down at her forearm, only to discover a crack had formed in the armor. No way. The gleaming silver dragon armor bestowed by His Majesty is a treasure of the earth rank. She lamented internally, feeling a pang of regret over the damage. She usually hesitated to wear it, and now it was ruined. Had she known Chen Xuanyi's attack power was so formidable, she would have evaded it. Murmuring to herself, she realized she had been discovered and thus ceased her hiding, stepping out from behind the wall. Upon seeing her, Chen Xuanyi immediately deduced that she had sneaked in and chuckled. "Weren't you quite the spirited one just now? What brings you to engage in such clandestine antics?" Fuming with indignation, Dongfang Lanying gestured defensively. "What do you mean by clandestine antics? I merely entered without being noticed." The three disciples nearby could only facepalm. Was there really a difference? This general from Songzhou was unexpectedly stubborn and prideful. "Setting that aside, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. State your terms. How might you accompany me to the palace?" Dongfang Lanying crossed her arms, reluctant to comply. Having just broken through to the first level of the Golden Core stage, Chen Xuanyi was in high spirits, and upon witnessing her capitulation, he devised a plan. "It is not impossible. You have belittled and insulted my disciples. So if you offer an apology to me, I might consider it." Though he claimed to be merely considering it, he had no intention of genuinely agreeing. It would be a pity not to tease someone like Dongfang Lanying, a resolute warrior. Just as Chen Xuanyi's words fell, Dongfang Lanying surprisingly replied, "All right, now? You agree?" Chen Xuanyi was taken aback. From their brief interaction, he had discerned her proud nature. It seemed no one but the emperor could capture her attention. For someone of her character, to apologize voluntarily would be an unbearable affront. "I haven't finished speaking yet. You must also apologize to those disciples you insulted," Chen Xuanyi added. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lanying became frantic. "What? You want me to apologize to those insignificant ants?" "Absolutely not." Recognizing Chen Xuanyi's talent and strength, she had come to regard him as powerful. Bowing to a strong figure was something she could accept, but apologizing to those beneath her was out of the question. "So that is how it is." Chen Xuanyi quickly surmised her thoughts. "Then you should apologize to me first, so I can gauge your sincerity." With a mischievous smile, Chen Xuanyi spoke. Dongfang Lanying approached him, but kept her gaze toward the sky. She awkwardly bowed and, in a rapid manner, muttered, "I apologize." Chen Xuanyi barely caught her words. What did you say?" Dongfang Lanying furrowed her brows, her lips nearly pressed together in frustration. She took a moment to steady her speech. Yet, Chen Xuanyi still struggled to comprehend, growing increasingly impatient as he turned to leave. "I am weary. Xian'er, please assist your master in returning for a midday slumber." Jiang Ningxuan swiftly approached. "A disciple has arrived." Seeing Chen Xuanyi genuinely about to depart, Dongfang Lanying felt a surge of urgency and finally called out, "I apologize. I beseech you, if I fail to fulfill His Majesty's decree, I will face dire consequences." She spoke with a hint of desperation. Upon hearing her apology, Chen Xuanyi turned back, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Indeed, there is a profound sense of accomplishment in coaxing such a resolute individual to admit their fault. Chapter 99. The infuriated Dongfang Lanying. The handwritten note from the fourth disciple after receiving Dongfang Lanying's apology. Chen Xuanyi summoned the disciples responsible for guarding. In his view, the disciples deserved equal standing. Having been insulted, they too warranted an apology. Otherwise, it would be unjust. Dongfang Lanying's gaze was particularly haughty as she looked at the foundation-building disciples, almost demeaning them to insignificance. "A swarm of ants dares to provoke me," the general. Noticing her unfriendly demeanor, Chen Xuanyi stifled a yawn. "Oh, why do I feel sleepy again? Your yawn is quite timely." Fuming, Dongfang Lanying retorted, "You should be wary of my goodwill." She clenched her silver teeth as she spoke. The sound sent shivers down the spines of the guarding disciples. "If it comes to that, perhaps you should refrain from apologizing. I fear for your health if you keep this up." Dongfang Lanying extended her hand and briefly shook hands with the guarding disciples, as if to convey her apology. The disciples appeared taken aback, never having expected that one day they would receive an apology from a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. Such cultivators were like giants, capable of creating and destroying worlds. The fact that this formidable being would take the initiative to apologize was exhilarating. Their revered master managed to subdue such a powerful figure without lifting a finger. It was truly awe-inspiring. After the apology, Dongfang Lanying's eyes turned red as she turned to Chen Xuanyi and inquired, "Is that sufficient? Can we leave now?" Chen Xuanyi replied nonchalantly, Given your commendable performance, I have pondered deeply and made a decision. We shall not depart." Dongfang Lanying. Are you toying with me?" She was on the brink of collapse, her dark complexion flushed with fury. Today, even if it meant defying the empress's decree, she was determined to confront Chen Xuanyi to vent her anger. Stamping her foot on the ground, cracks resembling a spider web instantly spread across the plaza, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Chen Xuanyi immediately became alert, his right hand poised to unleash an invincible strike at any moment. He had no desire to meet any emperor. No one could compel him. This was the privilege he possessed after achieving invincibility, doing as he pleased, free and unrestrained. Yet, as his gaze remained fixed on her, he suddenly noticed something fall from within her armor, an envelope. The envelope was accompanied by a feather that Chen Xuanyi recognized all too well. It seemed to have been dislodged by Dongfang Laniang's movement just moments ago. What is that paper? Chen Xuanyi's expression turned serious as he inquired earnestly. Dongfang Laniang picked up the paper and replied, "This was entrusted to me by His Majesty. It is said to be a handwritten note left for you by your fourth disciple." What? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was taken aback, swiftly darting to her side and seizing the object with an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. Dongfang Laniang was unaware that had she chosen to confront Chen Xuan at that moment, she might have met her demise. Once Chen Xuan unleashed her invincible strike, even she would be unable to retract it. Fortunately, the fallen envelope halted the impending conflict. Dongfang Laniang, despite having witnessed grand spectacles before, was astonished by the earlier display. Chen Xuan had unleashed an immense power that made her feel as though intervening would lead to her instant downfall. "Why didn't you inform me of such a thing sooner?" Chen Xuan inquired urgently as she tore open the note. Dongfang Laniang merely scoffed. "His Majesty did mention he would show you this." "Humph. Yet I believe the imperial edict holds much greater weight than any secret letter." The three disciples of Chen Xuan felt a sense of impending doom at the general's words. "Pray tell, is there no one else in the court? They've sent such a character here?" Any reliable person would first present the secret letter to the master. Chen Xuan quickly opened the envelope, revealing a feather nestled within. In her youth, she had recounted the tales of the three kingdoms to her disciples. The fourth disciple was particularly captivated, persistently urging Chen Xuan to craft her a feather fan. Cherishing her most favored disciple, Chen Xuan had slain countless mythical beasts to procure their exquisite feathers, ultimately creating a treasure of a fan that rivaled those of the celestial realm for her to play with. The fourth disciple, endowed with an innate understanding of myriad laws and exceptional perceptiveness, displayed remarkable talent in the art of divination, seemingly knowing all that transpired in the world. The feather attached to the envelope was a remnant of the fan Chen Xuan had gifted her. With excitement, Chen Xuan grasped the envelope, savoring each word written upon it. Her three disciples gathered around, attentively observing. "Master, it has been a long time. This is Shi Yao. If my calculations are correct, you should have eradicated the Sikong clan and are now residing with Mu Yun at the Eunice sect. Sister Mu Yun is quite amiable. Although I have only met her a few times, her warmth is palpable. How is Shinner? And Yaya must have blossomed into a young lady. I wonder if you can endure. The rest is obscured. I digress. There is so much I wish to convey, and I inadvertently strayed from the topic. In any case, I am currently safe within the Zhangzhou Imperial Palace, well treated by the Empress, honored in the capacity of National Master. By the time you receive this handwritten note, I may have already departed Zhangzhou. However, I have left some items for you in the palace, so do remember to check. Recently, I performed a divination, and it seems we shall meet again soon, so let us save the rest for our reunion." In the corner of the envelope, where the delicate wings were once nestled, an additional note was inscribed. "This feather was added out of concern that my master might not recognize my handwriting and mistake it for a forgery. Surely, my master would not forget, would he? How could Chen Xuanyi forget the handwriting of his disciple? He remembers every cherished object and the minutiae of their lives etched in his heart." As he gazed upon the familiar script, a wave of longing surged within him, impossible to suppress. It is not difficult to surmise that this letter was penned shortly after Chen Xuanyi had annihilated the Sikong clan, a time when the fourth disciple had already foreseen her impending life alongside Mu Yun at the Eunice sect. However, upon reading this letter, Chen Xuanyi felt a profound confusion. If the fourth disciple was aware of his whereabouts, why did she not seek him out? Instead, she chose to journey to a more distant place. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that she was coerced by the emperor. With this perplexity weighing on his mind, Chen Xuanyi resolved to visit the imperial palace. This was not only to uncover the treasures left by his fourth disciple, but also to ascertain whether she had indeed been compelled against her will. If so, He would ensure that the reigning emperor, along with all of his kin, would meet their demise. Chapter 100. Renovating the Jade Maiden sect and departing for the imperial capital. Indeed, it is the handwriting of Shiyao. Chen Xuan took the envelope and examined it closely. Hu'er, deep in thought, remarked, "It is quite strange that our fourth junior sister knows the whereabouts of our master, yet does not seek us out. Could it be that she has been coerced by the empress and dispatched to the frontier?" Hu'er often prepared for the worst. Su Danru shook her head. Given fourth junior sister's capabilities, that seems unlikely. She is exceedingly clever. To control her would be more challenging than catching a mere mosquito. Unless, of course, she has chosen to go for some reason. But what could possibly compel her to prioritize this over seeking out our master? The three disciples speculated on the whereabouts of their fourth junior sister, yet ultimately remained at a loss. Since we cannot deduce it, we shall see for ourselves. Chen Xuanyi declared as he took to the skies. The other three disciples promptly followed suit, and without further ado, they set off. Hu'er Niang was left bewildered. "I have tried numerous methods to coax you out of seclusion, yet none succeeded. Not even the empress's edict could stir you. Yet this disciple's letter has summoned you? How fond are you of your students?" "A true doting master. Had I known this would suffice, I would not have gone to such lengths." Hu'er Niang swiftly flew towards them. "Wait, how will you know where to go without my guidance?" Chen Xuanyi raised his hand to halt her. "Hold on. You think you can just leave after trampling my floor? You must lay it properly before you return." Hu'er Niang retorted. "Are you demanding that a general lay tiles for you? Is this not a most humiliating request? Besides, I only damaged the tiles out of frustration caused by you." "Absolutely not," she resolutely declared, even though she had uttered similar words countless times today, and ultimately yielded to Chen Xuanyi's threats and enticements. At that moment, they had already soared beyond the boundaries of the Jade Maiden sect. The dozen or so attendants who had accompanied Hu'er Niang hurried over to dissuade her, saying, "General, we are on the verge of persuading Chen Xuanyi to emerge. We cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, just endure a little longer. Once we escort Chen Xuanyi to the palace, it will all be over. We implore you. Otherwise, should the empress take offense, we shall all face punishment. How about this? We will help you lay the tiles. It will be quicker." Surrounded by her attendants, Hu'er Niang found herself momentarily unable to counter their pleas. After all, if her impulsiveness caused others to suffer alongside her, she would carry the burden of guilt. "I am utterly exasperated. I should never have come to this place. That Chen is infuriating me." She fumed. "Fine. I shall lay the tiles. What more do you want?" With that, Hu'er Niang turned on her heel and walked away. The attendants let out a sigh of relief and hurried to follow her. Chen Xuanyi called out to the retreating figures, "Since there are so many of you, remember to renovate the walls and secure the mountains while you're at it." Upon hearing these words, Hu'er Niang nearly plummeted from the sky. How could they still be bringing in living beings? Accompanying Hu'er Niang were individuals of no lesser cultivation than the transformation stage. Consequently, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded atop the peak of the Yunus sect. A dozen high-ranking cultivators at the transformation stage, along with a top-tier cultivator at the ascension stage, were busily laying floor tiles for the Yunus sect. It is no exaggeration to assert that such a formidable team, if dispatched for battle, could easily annihilate several sects and stir turmoil among regional powers. Yet here they were, diligently laying tiles for Chen Xuanyi. This spectacle left Yi Muyun utterly astonished. My goodness, what kind of renovation workers have been summoned for this task? An ascension stage renovator, no less? However, with such esteemed personnel at hand, she might as well oversee the work. "Hey, lay the tiles properly. You're cracking them," she admonished. "And over there, the mountainside you just shook. Remember to mend it with spiritual energy. This indoor hot spring could use a reconstruction. It would help gather more spiritual energy." As she directed the work, she waved at Chen Xuanyi, signaling that he could leave this to her. Chen Xuanyi smiled and nodded. With Yi Muyun at home, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Thus, with the assistance of this group, the Yunus sect underwent an extensive renovation, even reinforcing the entire mountainside. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanyi led his disciples to the imperial capital. The imperial capital of the Danxiu kingdom lies at the northernmost part of Danxiu. The two closest continents to Danxiu are the northern demon continent and the western artifact continent. The artifact continent is renowned for its trade, craftsmanship, and uniquely developed technology. Presently, many items that are commonplace in the fantasy world but do not conform to its natural products originate from the artifact continent. Of course, Many inventive inspirations were once derived from Chen Xuanyi. However, mere ideas are insufficient. Actual creation relies on the technological foundation of the nation. This is why Chen Xuanyi's concepts could only be realized in the artifact continent. Due to its trade-centric focus, the rulers of the artifact continent seldom initiate wars, which has left the Danxiu kingdom relatively unprepared for potential threats from them. The Danxiu kingdom deliberately situated its imperial capital in the northern part of Danxiu to maintain a vigilant watch over the borders against possible invasions from the demon race. In recent years, the Dragon Emperor of the Demon Continent has ascended to the throne, yet he is still young. And the internal political landscape among the demon race is chaotic, making it challenging to stabilize domestic affairs, let alone wage external wars. Furthermore, with the Danxiu Empress intent on alleviating tensions between the two nations, a brief period of peace has ensued. However, the longevity of this peace remains uncertain. Master, I'm tired. Carry me. In the sky above, Jiang Ningxuan clung to her master's arm, playfully asking. They had journeyed from the southernmost part of the Danxiu kingdom to its northern reaches, a considerable distance. Although Chen Xuanyi had already acquired the ability to fly and could outpace his disciples, he lacked a mount to guide them. Relying solely on his own flight proved to be somewhat monotonous. It seems that the idea of seeking a steed should be prioritized soon, Chen Xuan pondered. Faced with Jiang Ningxuan's playful antics, Chen Xuan resolutely declined. After all, they were adults. Was there no sense of modesty? No way. Jiang Ningxuan persisted in her entreaties to her master. Master, I desire it. I truly wish for it. Please, just for a moment, let me ride on your back. Master. Hu'er and Sudanra could not help but cover their ears. It was utterly nauseating. A few hours later, in the sky above the imperial capital, four figures slowly approached the city. Leading the group was Chen Xuan. He descended with his disciples at the city gate. Jiang Ningxuan leaped down from her master's back, stretched lazily, and felt utterly exhilarated. Wow, that was so comfortable. I can hardly believe I was carried here. Chapter 101. Blocking the path during the fusion stage, forcing me to enter personally? Master sister, are you not the least bit shy about being so clingy to our master? Hu'er gazed at the master sister with a hint of envy. She too longed to perch upon their master's shoulders, playfully teasing them to elicit a smile. Jiang Ningxuan, feigning indifference, remarked, Oh, how is it that I can discern a perfect score of envy in your fox-like eyes? But alas, with a physique as hefty as yours, our master cannot bear your weight. As she spoke, she cast a teasing glance at Hu'er's figure. Sudanra could not help but retort, Are you mocking her? Or are you paying her a compliment? Chen Xuan clapped his hands, signaling for silence. All right. Let us proceed into the city. The mere thought of the fourth disciple potentially being within the palace filled Chen Xuan with immense anticipation. He pondered what the fourth disciple might have grown into. He recalled how, as a child, the fourth disciple had a mane of white hair. Even their eyelashes were white. Their forehead was fair and plump, their large, watery eyes twinkling with mischief. While the first disciple was the most rambunctious in their youth, their antics were always traceable. They acted without much thought. In contrast, the fourth disciple's capers often left Chen Xuan utterly bewildered, sometimes even oblivious to their mischief. The memories of the fourth disciple's childhood antics were quite exhausting for Chen Xuan, and he wondered if they had become any more subdued with age. Lost in reminiscence, Chen Xuan took a step forward, making his way into the city. The towering walls of the imperial capital rose nearly 30 meters high, appearing as a colossal dragon coiled majestically from below. In the realm of cultivation, even ordinary city walls struggled to provide adequate defense. The existence of these walls was due to their role as the focal point of formation arrays. Once a great battle commenced, the formations embedded within the walls would activate, enveloping the entire city. The imperial city's walls were fortified to the extent that they could withstand assaults from cultivators at the tribulation stage without sustaining damage. Just as Chen Xuan was about to step through the city gate, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura of malice. This murderous intent surged from within the gate, and he saw a double-edged blade hurtling toward him with a fierce whistle. The force emanating from the blade was at least that of a cultivator at the fusion stage. Without a moment to spare, Chen Xuan gathered his spiritual energy and unleashed the great sun flame fist against the incoming weapon. The two forces collided midair, sending the double-edged blade crashing to the ground. It was evident that the assailant had not exerted their full strength. Otherwise, Chen Xuan's strike, which could easily handle a cultivator at the void return stage, would have necessitated his utmost effort against someone at the fusion stage. Who dares to attack me without provocation? Chen Xuan shouted toward the city. Soon, a figure emerged from within, swiftly retrieving the fallen double-edged blade. It was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin, clad in heavy armor akin to Dongfang Lanying, his gaze stern and resolute. He raised his double-edged blade and pointed it at Chen Xuanyi, shouting furiously, "I am the defender of the capital, Dongfang Xiaohua. You must be Chen Xuanyi. In Cangzhou, without the emperor's permission, you dare to cultivate your own power and monopolize the spiritual minds without paying tribute. Each of these offenses is enough to condemn you for treason. A traitor like you shall not be permitted to enter the city." He had been waiting here since dawn, intending to intercept Chen Xuanyi. The actions of Chen Xuanyi undoubtedly infringe upon the sovereignty of this nation. As for the so-called high respect, the only ruler of Cangzhou should be the empress. Whether Chen Xuanyi is as formidable as the rumors suggest could only be confirmed through battle. The tribute that Dongfang Xiaohua referred to likely pertains to several spiritual mind veins developed by the Yunus sect. Previously, although these veins were exploited by sects, a portion of the yield was required to be surrendered to the empress. Ever since Chen Xuanyi defeated the other sect leaders, and these veins fell under the control of the Yunus sect, all produced spiritual minerals have been claimed by him, leaving nothing for the court. Though the mines under the Yunus sect do not encompass the entire southern region of Cangzhou, their share remains astonishingly significant. Given that spiritual mines are the most vital resource for cultivators, such monopolization by Chen Xuanyi is indeed intolerable for any nation. Yet, what concern is it of his? If you have the capability, come and challenge me. Your emperor summoned me to the battlefield, yet now bars me from entry. What does this signify? Are you compelling me to fight my way in? Chen Xuanyi coldly inquired, his gaze piercing, as if he were earnestly contemplating the matter. Had it not been for the whereabouts of his fourth disciple, he would not have come here under any circumstance. However, now, even if they wished him to leave, he would not budge. He must breach this palace today. Dongfang Xiaohua shouted at Chen Xuanyi, "This matter concerns not his majesty, but is solely my doing." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi contemplated his thoughts. If the empress had not commanded him to act thus, then Dongfang Xiaohua was likely akin to Dongfang Lanying, a loyal subordinate to the empress. Interestingly, their names were quite similar, and their appearances bore a striking resemblance. They could very well be siblings. With this thought, Chen Xuanyi found himself intrigued by the current empress. What manner of person could inspire such unwavering loyalty among her subordinates? Of course, it could not be ruled out that the empress had sent someone to demonstrate her might and assert her authority. Chen Xuanyi, prepare to face me. Dongfang Xiaohua's body surged forward like a cannonball. Witnessing this, Chen Xuanyi's brows furrowed. Confronting him with his current strength would indeed pose a challenge. Must he resort to an invincible strike? As Chen Xuanyi's right hand began to gather the essence of the setting sun, just as he prepared to infuse today's invincible strike with its power, a sudden feminine voice echoed from above, "Halt! Have you lost your mind?" As the sound reverberated, an attack simultaneously emerged, intercepting in front of Chen Xuanyi. Suddenly, Dongfang Lanying, clad in a resplendent silver dragon armor, descended rapidly, shielding Chen Xuanyi from harm. It was only then that Chen Xuanyi withdrew his offensive move. Dongfang Lanying approached her brother, Dongfang Xiaohua, and with a swift leap, delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Have you lost your senses? You dare obstruct someone summoned by his majesty? Do you have any idea the lengths I went to in persuading Chen Xuanyi to come out? I practically plastered an entire square with bricks for him. If my foolish brother inadvertently drives Chen Xuanyi away, I simply cannot fathom how I would manage to coax him out again. I have no desire to toil in laborious tasks." Dongfang Xiaohua, a towering man standing 2 meters tall, found himself struck by his sister's leap, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Chapter 102. The fierce siblings arrive in the imperial city, even displaying a visage of grievance. As if having committed a grave error, she stood awkwardly in place, devoid of the earlier spirited demeanor she had shown in front of Chen Xuanyi. Yet, Chen Xuanyi, he had deliberately conspired against the throne. Dongfang Lanying delivered another slap atop her brother's head. "I understand this, but ultimately, the decision rests with His Majesty, does it not? Your current actions blatantly contravene the imperial decree. Is that not tantamount to treason?" After speaking, seemingly unsatisfied, she administered several more slaps to her brother's head. Dongfang Xiaohua had lost count of how many slaps he had endured, his head nearly swollen from the blows. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of protest. I was wrong, sister." He even offered an apology. Chen Xuanyi, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. Has Dongfang Lanying always been so fierce with her own brother? Jiang Ningxuan instinctively rubbed her own head. Have these siblings always been this formidable? Moreover, this sister is exceedingly domineering. She embraced her companions, Huyaya and Su Danru. You two are wonderful. You have never laid a hand on me, your senior sister. Su Danru wore a grim expression. If you dare to betray, I am not without my own means of punishment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxuan involuntarily shivered. Meanwhile, after reprimanding her brother, Dongfang Lanying turned to Chen Xuanyi and said indignantly, I have completed the floor tiles, repaired the mountain, and even constructed 2 new cultivation facilities within the sect. Are you satisfied now? Chen Xuanyi nodded in approval. You are so kind to me that I feel almost guilty for taking advantage of you. Dongfang Lanying furrowed her brow, stamping her foot in frustration. You are aware that you are taking advantage of me. I have conceded, but do not misinterpret my actions. I do this not for you, but to fulfill His Majesty's wishes. Hurry, let us enter the city, she urged, giving Chen Xuanyi a push from behind. He must not be allowed to reconsider. Once they entered the city, it would not be so simple for Chen Xuanyi to flee. With the crisis averted, Chen Xuanyi did not linger, following Dongfang Lanying into the city, with the 3 disciples closely trailing behind. Upon entering, a scene of bustling activity greeted them. Since the ascension of the Empress of Zhangzhou, there had been no declarations of war, and trade with foreign nations had flourished, leading to enhanced governance within the imperial capital. Even on the streets, one could observe practitioners of the demon race moving about. Such a sight was unimaginable in the past. Huyaya instinctively grasped her master's hand. Witnessing this scene, she felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling past events. If only such a scene had existed back then, perhaps her parents would not have perished. Chen Xuanyi seemed to sense her sentiments and tightened his grip on her hand, offering solace. Oh, look at the delicious food. No sooner had they entered the city than Jiang Ningxuan's attention was captured by the delectable offerings along the street. Huyaya was equally drawn to the stalls selling delicacies from the demon race. Satanru also began to select glasses from Qizhou at the stall. Seeing the line come to a halt, Dongfang Lanying cast a somewhat pleading glance at Chen Xuanyi, as if to convey, let us move swiftly. We cannot afford any disturbances before entering the palace. However, Chen Xuanyi, ever the indulgent mentor to his disciples, merely shrugged his shoulders in response before retrieving some spirit stones to accompany his students in making their purchases. The delectable treats bought by Jiang Ningxuan were barely tasted by him before being relinquished to his master. In no time, Chen Xuanyi's hands were brimming with various items. The group appeared less like courtiers preparing to meet the emperor and more like carefree adventurers reveling in the delights of the capital. The imperial city sprawled extensively, encompassing a significant portion of the nation's economic prosperity. Should they continue to meander like this, they would scarcely complete their explorations in a single day. Observing the situation, Dongfang Lanying felt compelled not to abandon Chen Xuanyi and the others outside, thus reluctantly assuming the role of a guide. After all, if any mischief were to arise under her watch in the imperial city, she would bear the responsibility. Lan, how hot it must be for you in that armor. Come, try on this outfit, Jiang Ningxuan urged, pulling her into a clothing store. A look of resistance was etched across Dongfang Lanying's face. No, I am not suited for such attire. Though she protested vocally, her heart was quite the opposite. Eventually, she found herself drawn into the clothing store, emerging in a short skirt and top. The skirt revealed her well-toned, sun-kissed legs, which bore no excess flesh, with muscular lines sculpting a distinctive silhouette. The white top, when lifted slightly, unveiled the defined contours of her abdominal muscles, exuding a healthy allure. Huyaya, observing her in the new ensemble, was taken aback by her unexpected beauty. Oh, a stunning beauty with a sun-kissed complexion. Master, do you fancy this style? She leaned her head on Chen Xuanyi's shoulder, speaking in a voice brimming with allure. Before Chen Xuanyi could offer his opinion, Dongfang Lanying unexpectedly felt a rush of shyness, hastily retreating to change back into her armor. Turning to Chen Xuanyi with a huff, she exclaimed, "Pervert, what are you staring at?" With that, she stormed out of the shop, despite her outward anger, as she reflected on her appearance in the lovely attire. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Occasionally dressing up felt rather delightful. It was just unfortunate that Chen Xuanyi had to witness it. That brought her no small amount of discontent. Though he was exceptionally handsome, the predicament he had put her in left her with no fondness towards him. After their visit to the clothing store, the disciples led Dongfang Lanying through numerous other shops. As they passed a store selling men's robes, several disciples paused to select garments for their master. Jiang Ningxuan suggested. Master, red would suit you splendidly, especially with an exposed abdomen, like this. As she spoke, she presented her master with a red top that revealed both his abs and chest, reminiscent of attire from a demon tribe. Satanru shook her head, opting instead for a purple robe that showcased his elegance. Yours is too revealing. The purple is far more appealing. Jiang Ningxuan retorted, red is better. Satanru insisted, no, purple. The two individuals engaged in a heated argument ultimately turned to Hu'er, the most fashionable among them, for judgment, cradling her face in a somewhat infatuated manner. Hu'er remarked, in my opinion, not wearing anything is best. Jiang Ningxuan. Sudanru. What kind of fashion is this? Hu'er is being utterly unreliable at such a moment. Yet, if one truly were to go without attire, it might not be so bad, haha. Jiang Ningxuan and Su Danru offered no rebuttal, as the three disciples seemed to reach an exceedingly peculiar consensus. Dongfang Lanying, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered. Are you disciples truly acquainted through proper channels? Why does it seem that your relationship is somewhat ambiguous and lacking in decorum? Perhaps you should seek your teacher's opinion on the matter? Chen Xuanyi, blushing, felt a tinge of embarrassment himself. For you to suggest that I be unclothed is quite audacious. Chapter 103. Chen Xuanyi, you scoundrel, mind your own business. After a careful selection by three disciples, Chen Xuanyi donned a pristine white robe, elegantly attired for the occasion. Naturally, he could not appear bare. Following their visit to the clothing store, the group ventured into various other shops, sampling the myriad entertainment options that the imperial city had to offer. Ultimately, they dined on the street while enjoying a storytelling performance. The storyteller, with great fervor, proclaimed, "Today, I shall recount the tale of the Supreme Being battling the true demons and immortals." In a seemingly ordinary valley, an extraordinary genius emerged, breaking through to the golden core at the tender age of 10, achieving the transformation at 20, returning to the void by 100, and attaining the great ascendance at 1,000. Alas, the Supreme Being's remarkable physique caught the attention of the immortals, leading to an epic confrontation that raged across the heavens for 100 days and nights, casting the world into chaos. The outcome of this monumental battle was, as Chen Xuanyi listened intently to the storyteller's animated narration, he could easily surmise the ending even without hearing it. The Supreme Being had faced defeat. The alteration of both his name and that of the true demon was merely embellishment by the storyteller. Mortals believe that to avoid collateral damage, the Supreme Being soared to the highest point of the heavens to confront his foes. For 100 days, the sun was obscured, and people thought the apocalypse had descended upon the world. After the 100 days, the sky cleared, yet the details of the battle remained a mystery, known only by its victor and vanquished. The once mighty Supreme Being vanished without a trace. The consciousness of the immortals was vast enough to envelop the entire fantastical realm. To them, this world might seem akin to a prison. As long as Chen Xuanyi resided in this world, he could never evade the pursuit of the immortals. The true demon was aware that Chen Xuanyi had survived and would inevitably come to seek him out. However, the true demon himself bore grave injuries from the conflict and required an indeterminate amount of time to recuperate. Chen Xuanyi was not an immortal, having not breached that barrier. He could not ascend to the celestial realm, leaving him no choice but to await the inevitable with patience. The group indulged in some light drinking at a restaurant, and with a rosy complexion, Jiang Ningxuan leaned against her master. "Oh dear, I may have had a bit too much," she murmured, nestling against him, clutching his robe and inhaling its fragrance, embodying the demeanor of one intoxicated. Chen Xuanyi wrapped his arms around her, gently ruffling her hair. This scene did not escape the notice of Dongfang Lanying, who, with an air of righteousness, sprang from her seat. "Chen Xuanyi, what are you doing?" "Taking advantage of your inebriated disciple. You scoundrel." Before she could finish, Jiang Ningxuan shot her a fierce glare, silently mouthing several go-away gestures. "Scram! Can't you see I'm pretending to be drunk?" "Dongfang Lanying, don't ruin my moment." Jiang Ningxuan cursed inwardly. Dongfang Lanying, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression. What is going on? Wasn't I just trying to defend Jiang Ningxuan? Why was she being scolded? She felt like a fool in this absurd situation. Meanwhile, Hu'er and Su Danru couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the unfolding drama. As the wine was consumed, dusk approached. The group exited the establishment, preparing to enter the imperial palace. Jiang Ningxuan stretched lazily and exhaled a fragrant breath tinged with the essence of alcohol, remarking, "What a delightful time we've had. I wonder how our fourth junior sister is faring." Let us seek her out, master. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, and the group made their way towards the palace within the imperial capital. The palace walls were even more magnificent than those of the outer perimeter, resplendent in pure gold. And Chen Xuan discerned that they were imbued with intricate formations. Their defensive strength was significantly heightened, likely reaching the high tier of earth grade. The complexity of crafting such formations surpassed that of other treasures. An earth grade formation was a pinnacle achievement in the contemporary world. Yet, to Chen Xuan, even the most formidable formations appeared as fragile as paper. However, upon examining the patterns of the formations on the city walls, he recognized familiar designs, his own innovative method of diagramming formations. Only he and his direct disciples possessed this knowledge. It seems our fourth disciple truly has been here and even contributed to fortifying the formations. Indeed, although there are still some flaws, it is a marked improvement from her earlier days. Chen Xuan surveyed the intricate patterns with a sense of pride. It was evident that his fourth disciple had matured significantly, all thanks to his guidance. As they arrived at the palace gates, Chen Xuan noticed a red carpet laid out before the main entrance. Eunuchs, clad in their formal attire, stood on either side, their heads bowed as if awaiting something. Approaching the entrance, the chief eunuch promptly came forward. "I have the honor of meeting your excellency." Before Chen Xuan could respond, Dongfang Lanying gestured dismissively, signaling the eunuch to keep his distance. "I will attend to him. You may go inform his majesty." Though she did not express it overtly, her disdain for the eunuchs was palpable. In her eyes, they were neither man nor woman, but rather peculiar creatures. As a practitioner of martial arts, she revered those who exuded a robust masculinity. In this regard, Chen Xuan was exemplary, possessing striking features while embodying the vitality expected of a man. He had truly captured her admiration. Their time together had been joyous, and Chen Xuan's disciples were lively and amiable, making for a delightful companionship, typically surrounded by few female comrades in the military. This rare occasion for leisure had brought her immense joy. Since Chen Xuan had made her day fulfilling, she felt inclined to confide in him. "I must share something with you. Although His Majesty holds you in high esteem, there are still many in the palace who harbor discontent towards you. The first reason is your clandestine cultivation of influence. Fools like my brother may view you with hostility, and I, too, share this sentiment. The second reason is your involvement in the death of the Prince of Southern Pacification. While His Majesty has purged the overt remnants of the princess power, some may still linger, and one can never be certain which court official may seek your demise. Please, do take care of your safety. Oh, and there is one more thing that piques my curiosity. Chen Xuanyi, why are you only at the Golden Core stage? I cannot comprehend how you could possibly defeat the King of the South, who is at the Ascension stage." She questioned Chen Xuanyi from the depths of her soul. Had she not witnessed his breakthrough, she would have surely believed he was concealing his true realm. Most others shared this sentiment. Yet, Chen Xuanyi had indeed, right before her eyes, transitioned from the Foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. It was utterly absurd. Chen Xuanyi was somewhat surprised when Dongfang Lanying cautioned him to be careful. Logically, given how severely he had wronged her, she should harbor resentment towards him. However, after spending an entire day together, it seemed she had forgotten all her grievances. This individual possessed an exceedingly rare trait of not holding grudges. Chapter 104. Entering the court to meet the emperor, yet not bowing. Such a carefree demeanor, especially for a young lady, is truly intriguing. However, despite the admiration, Chen Xuanyi had yet to reach a level of trust in her. When she inquired about his hidden strengths, such confidential matters were not something he would disclose. With a smile, Chen Xuanyi replied, "That is naturally due to my exceptional talent. The mere Southern King pales in comparison to my foundation-building strength." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lanying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even if you are a genius capable of defeating foes across two major realms, to think you could challenge those of the Great Ascension stage is absurd. If such were possible, why would we even strive to cultivate as immortals? Truly laughable. If you refuse to speak, then so be it. Don't treat me like a child, she expressed with dissatisfaction. As they passed through the grand gates of the imperial palace, they were greeted by a magnificent hall. The sun was just beginning to set, casting a warm golden hue upon the gilded tiles, causing the entire hall to shimmer with resplendent light. The grandeur of the hall commanded attention, symbolizing supreme authority. "Come on. The emperor and the ministers must be waiting for you in the hall," Dongfang Lanying urged. Chen Xuanyi, puzzled, responded, "Is it customary to hold court at such a late hour? Shouldn't they rest first?" Dongfang Lanying scoffed, "As cultivators, what need have we for sleep? Besides, there are urgent matters at hand. They are waiting for you, so let us hurry." Heeding her words, Chen Xuanyi was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of his fourth disciple and thus followed her into the hall. Inside the hall, discontent murmurs filled the air. "Why hasn't he arrived yet? We have been waiting all day. I heard he has been frolicking with his disciples in the capital, disregarding even the emperor's summons. How audacious!" The ministers and generals, visibly displeased, continued to voice their grievances. After a while, Danxiu Niang stepped through the main entrance. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty," she declared, kneeling reverently before the innermost part of the hall. With her entrance, the ministers finally seemed to awaken from their stupor. "He has arrived. I shall see just how audacious Chen Xuanyi truly is." The generals murmured, their competitive spirits ignited. Having never witnessed Chen Xuanyi in action, mere rumors were insufficient to earn their belief. At that moment, all gazes converged on the entrance as the reigning sovereign. The Empress of Danxiu gestured to Danxiu Niang, signaling her return was welcomed. Dressed in a dark golden imperial robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, her expression was one of regal aloofness, her fair skin radiating a delicate sheen. With her high-heeled shoes elevating her stature, one leg casually draped over the other, her demeanor appeared somewhat relaxed. "Where is Chen Xuanyi?" The Empress, noticing his absence, furrowed her brow, her cold voice tinged with a hint of urgency. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Xuanyi's figure appeared at the main entrance. Chen Xuanyi strode purposefully into the grand hall. He exuded an air of confidence, his steps casual, as if he were merely ambling about his own abode rather than within a royal palace. His gaze swept across the hall, seemingly in search of someone, entirely indifferent to the curious stares of others. His fourth disciple had mentioned in a letter that she might not currently be in the palace. Since there was a possibility, there remained a chance that she had not departed. The mere thought that his fourth disciple might be amidst the throng stirred a sense of excitement within Chen Xuanyi. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of her. It appeared she was indeed absent. The absence of his fourth disciple left him somewhat disheartened. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. Chen Xuanyi, accompanied by his three disciples, approached the inner depths of the hall to observe the reigning emperor closely. The Empress, in turn, scrutinized him with equal intensity. "What a woman of such poise and grace!" exclaimed Jiang Ningxuan, her admiration escaping her lips. Perhaps it was the influence of a few drinks or her casual disregard for the solemnity of the palace, but her words slipped out unabashedly. Although her comment was devoid of any malicious intent, it ignited a flurry of outrage among the assembled ministers. How dare she presume to comment on the royal visage? They gasped. Such audacity to enter without kneeling. What a breach of decorum. The hall was filled not only with civil officials, but also with martial generals and cultivators. The warriors cast glances at Chen Xuanyi that seemed to threaten his very existence. Were it not for Danxiu Niang's intervention, a brawl might have ensued within the court. "Chen Xuanyi, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Danxiu Niang thought to herself. "If this continues, I might just want to strike you." "Silence," the Empress commanded, and the hall fell immediately into silence. Truth be told, she was not angered by Jiang Ningxuan's remark. On the contrary, she felt a peculiar delight. In this palace, no one had ever commented on her appearance, nor had anyone offered her compliments. Even when she occasionally took the effort to adorn herself and sought the opinions of her attendants, their praise felt hollow and insincere. Hearing Jiang Ningxuan's genuine admiration today brought her genuine joy. After all, every woman cherishes beauty. However, such thoughts were ill-suited for the court and had to remain concealed. After exchanging glances with Chen Xuanyi, the Empress spoke first. "Many years ago, I heard tales of your exploits and developed a deep admiration for you, eagerly anticipating the day we might meet. Since ascending the throne, I have often thought of you. Today, I gathered the courage to summon you to the palace. I hope you have found joy in the imperial capital despite my shortcomings." As they met for the first time, the Empress had matters to discuss with Chen Xuanyi. Yet she felt compelled to engage in pleasantries first. Nonetheless, her words bore sincerity. She truly had longed to meet the world's foremost genius. But her previous status had precluded any opportunity to encounter him. Now, it is indeed thanks to the esteemed national advisor that I am granted this audience. Were it not for the imperial decorum, I would have eagerly ventured beyond the city gates to extend my welcome. Unable to do so, I have patiently awaited his arrival within this grand hall for an entire day. My words to Chen Xuanyi were laced with honorifics unbecoming of an emperor, reflecting the profound respect I have for him. While Chen Xuanyi remains unaware of the Empress's other thoughts, he is at least content with her demeanor. It would be ideal if they could engage in a fruitful dialogue. However, should he perceive himself as her subject, it may necessitate a confrontation to ascertain the whereabouts of my fourth disciple. Let us forego idle chatter. My primary purpose in this audience is to inquire about the location of my fourth disciple. Where is she now? Chapter 105. He seeks to usurp the throne. The legacy of the fourth disciple Chen Xuanyi posed a question to the empress, his gaze unwavering. When the subject of the fourth disciple arose, an unusual expression crossed the empress's face, as if she bore a sense of indebtedness towards her. She had been dispatched to the demon state. The demon state? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi's brow furrowed deeply. That realm is one where the strong devour the weak, the powerful remain dominant, although it is governed by a ruler. Its internal dynamics resemble a tribal system of mutual restraint and cohabitation. While the fourth disciple is undoubtedly astute and well-versed in the art of formations, venturing into such a tumultuous environment is fraught with peril. Moreover, the demon state and the Tsang state have a history of conflict, and lingering animosities between the two nations would surely heighten hostilities upon encountering a representative from Tsang state. The more Chen Xuanyi pondered, the more incensed he became. How could this woman dare to thrust her disciple into the jaws of danger? Was it you who compelled her to go? His voice brimmed with fury, and an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the grand hall, instilling fear in the civil officials and causing the military leaders to tremble. This audacity to exude such power before the empress was a blatant provocation. He seeks to commit regicide. The generals of the Eastern Xia kingdom could no longer contain themselves, erupting in furious shouts. In an instant, dozens drew their weapons, directing their fury at Chen Xuanyi. The general wielding dual blades once again swung his weapons towards Chen Xuanyi. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Xuanyi realized that the time for confrontation had indeed arrived. "Brother, stand down," Eastern Niang urged, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, Chen Xuanyi's arrogance left her hesitant to intervene. At that critical moment, the empress's imperious voice rang out, commanding, "Cease at once." Each word she uttered, imbued with absolute authority, resonated with an unyielding force. A shockwave erupted, casting all the generals charging at Chen Xuanyi from the hall. At this juncture, the empress could no longer remain seated. She rose gracefully from her throne and approached Chen Xuanyi, her tone softening with a hint of regret. "I should have anticipated this. There is no further discourse to be had here. Let us retire to another location. I shall disclose everything regarding the fourth disciple to you." After addressing Chen Xuanyi, she turned and commanded the courtiers within the hall, "You may all disperse." With a wave of her sleeve, she signaled for their departure. The ministers, bewildered, exchanged glances. Significant matters remained unresolved, yet the empress sought to dismiss the court, a departure from her usual demeanor. However, faced with her decree, they complied reluctantly. The scene shifted as the empress escorted Chen Xuanyi and his three disciples into a chamber. The room, adorned as a bedroom, featured walls embellished with numerous ink-wash paintings and calligraphy. On a heavy wooden table, unfinished brushwork lay, the characters imbued with spirit and grace, flowing as effortlessly as a gentle stream. "This place is," Chen Xuanyi murmured, gazing at the familiar artworks. The empress admired the paintings hanging on the walls, seemingly entranced. This was the residence of Shuyao. Her calligraphy is regarded as the finest in the world. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and she began to address the matter at hand. "The reason I have brought you here is to clarify the purpose of Shuyao's mission to the demon state. Approximately a month ago, on the coastline facing the demon state, monstrous beasts emerged from the sea, and despite my repeated attempts to dispatch troops to eliminate them, all efforts returned fruitless. According to Dongfang Laniang's assessment, these beasts possess the strength equivalent to the tribulation transcendent stage." Upon hearing this, Huyaya expressed her astonishment. Monstrous beasts of the tribulation transcendent stage? Does that not imply their strength is nearly on par with that of celestial beings? The physical prowess and efficiency of spiritual energy accumulation in these beasts far surpass that of human cultivators. The emergence of a beast at the Great Ascension stage already poses a grave threat to the world, warranting a state of first-level preparedness. However, the appearance of a tribulation transcendence beast could very well overwhelm the entire nation's might. At this juncture, the empress's expression betrayed her deep concern. She continued, "Indeed. Yet fortunately, the national master Shuyao had foreseen this predicament. She calculated every route the monstrous beast would take and preemptively laid down formations to delay its approach to the imperial capital. However, merely restraining the beast is not a fundamental solution. Shiryao has set up formations in the long spine mountain range to confine the beast's movements and diminish its power. Subsequently, I shall personally intervene to subdue it, with the encounter scheduled for tomorrow. Following her establishment of the formations, Shiryao departed for the demon state under the pretense of investigating the origins of the beast. I have another request that I dare not make lightly. To confront the tribulation transcendence beast, we require the presence of more formidable warriors. I wish to invite you to assist us, and I assure you that a substantial reward shall follow. Upon finishing her words, she gazed at Chen Xuanyi with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. The prospect of having a strong ally like Chen Xuanyi would undoubtedly ease the challenge of dealing with the monstrous threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuanyi firmly declined. This realm belongs to the emperor, and unless the monstrous beasts pose a direct threat to his dominion, he sees no reason to intervene, even if the beasts wreak havoc across the nation. Moreover, his fourth disciple is currently in the demon state, and he wishes to hasten there to ensure her safety. Why should he involve himself in this tumultuous affair? I respect your perspective, the empress replied, but here, take this. Shiryao mentioned she would like you to see it. Although the empress concealed her disappointment, she did not press the matter further. Should she provoke Chen Xuanyi's displeasure, she would then have to contend with both the monstrous beasts and his ire, a predicament she wished to avoid. As a ruler, she possessed the foresight to navigate such complexities. The empress handed over the item left for Chen Xuanyi by Hu'er Niang. She recalled Shiryao's words about delivering this to her master, suggesting that within it lay the potential to resolve the monstrous calamity and stabilize the nation's peril. The empress was also curious about the contents concealed within this item. Chen Xuanyi accepted it, revealing a stone disc inscribed with formations. Upon a brief examination, he discovered it to be a recording formation capable of preserving the creator's image, accessible solely by him. The thought of his fourth disciple's image being contained within stirred a sense of excitement within him. I wonder how much the four disciples have grown over the years. I am truly filled with anticipation. Master, please open it and take a look. Jiang Mingxuan urged eagerly. Chen Xuanyi did not delay any longer and infused his spiritual power into the array stone disc. A spectral image, woven from spiritual energy, gradually materialized within the room. Standing before everyone. Chapter 106. The fourth disciple's image, a multifaceted plan of attack. In this image, the individual is adorned in a delicate white gauze dress, embellished with poetic decorations. The upper half features exquisite mountain and water embroidery, rendered with remarkable detail. The hem of the skirt reaches mid-thigh, and on her slender, elongated legs, she wears black and white gradient stockings that cling closely to her form. The stockings are further adorned with elegant calligraphy, creating a unique and breathtaking ensemble. Filmed within the confines of a room, she remains barefoot, her beautiful jade-like feet, encased in the black fabric, unabashedly exposed to the air. The fourth disciple possesses a captivating beauty marked by intelligence, her features both refined and three-dimensional, with skin that is fair and delicate. Her hair, a pure white, cascades down to her waist, and even her long, curled eyelashes share this pristine hue. Uniquely, her pure white irises are bordered by a ring of black, forming a striking division with the sclera, which prevents her gaze from appearing vacant and instead enhances her wise allure. In the image, she bows her head to smooth out the wrinkles in her stockings, her movements conveying a hint of nervousness. Dressed thus, surely Master would appreciate it. After all, it has been so long since our last meeting, and I truly wish to leave a favorable impression on Master. Honestly, if it weren't for Master, I would feel rather embarrassed to share this. She murmurs softly, seemingly unaware that her voice has been entirely captured by the formation stone disc. Once she has adjusted her stockings, she runs her fingers through her hair and gazes at the formation stone disc before her. All right, let us begin, she utters, then waves her hand towards the front, lifting one leg in the air while donning a playful smile. Ah, Master, it's been ages since we last met. Have you missed me? Do you feel a spark of affection for the current me? Ideally not, since it's just an image, and even if you do feel something, you cannot touch me. Well, if you truly cannot resist, perhaps you could give Yaya a little squeeze. She should be by your side now, right? Chen Xuanyi instinctively glances at Hu Yaya beside him. He cannot help but acknowledge the accuracy of the fourth disciple's prediction. Indeed, Hu Yaya is currently at his side. But what does she mean by give a squeeze? He knows the fourth disciple enjoys reading, but he remains oblivious to the book she has perused over the past decade. Hu Yaya smiles gently, leaning affectionately towards Master. Master, your disciple is always ready, she states, clearing his throat a couple of times. Chen Xuanyi hints that there are others present. Yet, Hu'er remains undeterred, still holding onto Master's arm as they both watch the image left by the fourth disciple. The fourth disciple continues in the recording, I'm just teasing, Master, please don't take it seriously. The reason I left this image is that I have important matters to discuss with you. You are likely aware of the calamity involving the tribulation stage demon beast. I have consulted the oracle for you. After resolving the demon threat, there will be an opportunity awaiting you, perhaps more than one. As for the nature of this opportunity, it may very well pertain to something you have recently been lacking. If only a decade ago, my disciple had possessed the divinatory prowess she holds now. At this thought, a flicker of remorse crossed her countenance, seemingly stemming from her inability to foresee the outcome of her master's fateful clash with the malevolent celestial being, which ultimately led to her master's dire fate. Although Chen Xuanyi also possessed the art of divination, a practitioner cannot read their own fortune. Thus, no matter how formidable his abilities, he remained oblivious to his own destiny. The same applied when he divined for his disciples. Perhaps his deep concern for them made him exceedingly anxious during such readings, resulting in frequent failures. Furthermore, Chen Xuanyi preferred not to anticipate the future, reserving his talents primarily for the guidance of his fourth disciple and seldom utilizing this ability otherwise. A decade prior, his fourth disciple was still in her youth. Despite her exceptional gifts, she could hardly unveil auguries of world-altering significance. Perhaps for this reason, she had since devoted herself to her training with fervor, seeking to atone for the guilt that lingered within her heart. In the fleeting moment captured in the image, the fourth disciple, having experienced a brief moment of melancholy, quickly regained her composure. I shall strive harder in my cultivation. In any case, please do visit that tribulation period beast. As for my safety, Master need not worry. There is no one in this world who can ensnare me. Even in peril, I can retreat unscathed. The recording time is nearly up. Though I have much more to convey, it is best saved for our next meeting. Farewell, Master. She waved goodbye, then promptly sank onto the bed behind her. With a deep exhale, she began to remove the stockings from her legs. Finally done. It seems I am indeed ill-suited for such alluring attire. Once the stockings were off, she prepared to untie the short skirt at her waist. I shall change my clothes as well. These beautiful garments are best reserved for my first time with Master. Her delicate fingers found the silk ribbon of her skirt, deftly toying with it, and it appeared poised to come undone. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of something. The erased stone plate was flickering. It seemed she had forgotten to turn it off. Oh no, I forgot. The fourth disciple hastily paused her actions and dashed toward the erased stone plate, her lovely visage filling the entire frame. One could even see the adorable panic in her expression. What should I do? I worked so hard to record this. It would be such a shame to delete it. I shall set it so only Master can unlock it. Consider it a little gift for her. The sound and image abruptly ceased at this moment. Within the modest confines of the room, 5 individuals remained enveloped in profound silence. Eventually, it was the Empress who broke the stillness with a cool remark. I never imagined the National Master possessed such a side. Quite charming, indeed. This is a stark contrast to the wise Hu'er I have come to know, who epitomizes intelligence and seems capable of deciphering the very laws of the universe. How could she, so meticulously organized, forget to turn off the image of the formation stone? Is this truly a person? No. If it were the National Master, it would suggest another possibility. The first possibility is that the National Master misses her mentor so dearly that her nerves got the better of her. The second possibility, however, perhaps the entire image, from beginning to end, is merely a component of the National Master's scheme. The objective? The Empress glanced over at Chen Xuanyi, standing not far from her side. It must be for him. A person as astute as Hu'er Niang could not possibly make such a rudimentary mistake. Therefore, it is undoubtedly the second possibility. Chapter 107. The moment Chen Xuanyi takes action, a profound change occurs to her astonishment. This individual shares a remarkable connection with her disciples. To garner the affection of a beauty as ethereal as the National Master, this man must possess undisclosed strengths. Contemplating this, the Empress found her curiosity towards Chen Xuanyi intensifying. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples remained silent after viewing the footage of Hu'er Niang. It's been a while since I last saw junior sister. She has grown even more adorable. Jiang Ningxuan remarked with a playful smile. Hu'er Niang scrutinized the formation stone plate in her hands. She had not anticipated that this lock, which could only be opened by their master, was set up in such a manner. I must preserve this embarrassing video to tease junior sister later. A slightly mischievous expression crossed her face. Sudan returned to their master and inquired about their next course of action. Master, shall we proceed to Yaozhou? Or shall we heed junior sister's advice and address the tribulation period beasts? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi fell into deep contemplation. In truth, he valued the safety of his fourth disciple more than any opportunity. At this juncture, a mere chance might not significantly enhance his prowess. However, since the fourth disciple had insisted he accompany her, it was likely that she had meticulously planned everything in advance. Should he choose not to go, he might inadvertently disrupt her plans. The Empress had been observing Chen Xuanyi intently and discerned the turmoil within his heart. She promptly approached him, her cool voice whispering in his ear, "There is something I have yet to thank you for. The matter concerning the King of the South was resolved thanks to your assistance, and I am profoundly grateful. Ordinarily, I would reward you with a gift, but it is inappropriate for other ministers to be privy to this. Hence, any reward seems unattainable. However, if you assist me in vanquishing the beasts, I could justifiably present you with 20,000 top-tier spirit stones as a reward. What say you?" Noticing Chen Xuanyi's wavering resolve, she seized the moment to press her advantage. 20,000 top-tier spirit stones equate to 2 million lower-tier stones, and given their higher purity, their true value in cultivation far exceeds that of mere 2 million. Such a substantial sum in Chen Xuanyi's possession would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement across several minor realms. One must admit, the Emperor is indeed regal, and her generosity is commendable. Additionally, Chen Xuanyi sensed that the spirit stones in the Empress's possession were likely far more abundant than she let on. If only a little more could be revealed. 30,000. Anything less simply 1T sufficed. Chen Xuanyi firmly resolved to accept the offer, voicing his counter. Yet, before he could finish, the Empress, seemingly concerned he might retract his intention, swiftly agreed. "It's a deal. I shall hold to my word. We depart tomorrow, so ensure you rest well tonight." A rare, subtle smile graced the Empress's lips before she swiftly exited the room, vanishing without a trace. Chen Xuanyi, oh no, I undersold myself. Once again, the abundance of spiritual stones possessed by the Empress has been underestimated. Ah, you Empress, have you exhausted all your cultivation to flee at this moment? As a man, one must possess a certain sense of responsibility, since the price has been settled. Chen Xuanyi cannot renege on the agreement. Thus, he shall meditate and cultivate right here. I am indeed curious about the opportunities that my fourth disciple has calculated for me. Chen Xuanyi mused, with a hint of anticipation for the events of tomorrow. He had no intention of resting and directly seated himself cross-legged on the ground to meditate. Observing this, the three disciples also settled down in a similar manner beside their master. However, it was not long before Jiang Ningxuan collapsed onto the bed of Hu'er Niang, falling into a deep slumber. Outside the room, as the Empress stepped out, a joyful smile graced her face. To have secured the assistance of a being capable of effortlessly subduing the Southern King for merely 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones, she considered this a tremendous bargain. It was hard to fathom that Chen Xuanyi, perhaps lacking a proper understanding of his own strength, had truly agreed to such terms. In truth, her assumptions were indeed accurate. Chen Xuanyi, when aiding others, only regarded personal connections. Profit had never been a compelling reason for him to act. Even his consent to combat the demonic beast stemmed solely from his fourth disciple's influence. Thus, spiritual stones were merely a trivial matter in his eyes. In high spirits, the Empress walked forward, but after taking only a few steps, a figure clad in black appeared beside her. "Your Majesty, there is a grave matter at hand." The Empress's delicate brows furrowed, her expression darkening. "Speak," the shadowy figure whispered. "The three major feudal lords, who had originally consented to join the hunt tomorrow, have just declined for various reasons. Following the demise of the Southern King, the territory still retained the three major lords, all possessing considerable power. However, prior to this, there had been no overt signs of rebellion akin to that of the Southern King. They had dutifully maintained their lands. Now, facing the tribulation-level demonic beasts, it was crucial to enlist these powerful lords to enhance their chances of victory. Yet, the sudden refusal of all of them raised suspicion within the Empress. "What reasons do they provide?" she inquired coldly, her expression darkening further. Her features, already marked by a natural aloofness, now resembled a frozen crimson rose, exuding a chilling elegance that was utterly unapproachable. The cloaked figure replied, "The Lord of the West claims there are rebellious forces within his domain. The Lord of the North speaks of an invasion from the local demon territory, and the Lord of the East has not responded at all. Upon receiving this news, the Empress felt an overwhelming headache. These individuals, who hoarded resources while complicating matters for the kingdom, filled her with an intense loathing. In comparison, Chen Xuanyi appeared exceptionally virtuous. Although he had monopolized the majority of the spiritual ore production in the south since the southern king's demise, even without him, a portion of these ores would have eventually found their way into the Lord's hands. Now that the southern king was dead, the spiritual ores under her control had not diminished, but rather increased. Moreover, the best part was that Chen Xuanyi had no interest in meddling in politics at all. Where can one find such exceptional individuals? If only the feudal lords could be as reliable as Chen Xuanyi. She felt a profound gratitude towards him. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Will the hunt for the monstrous beasts proceed tomorrow? The shadowy figure in black spoke, his features obscured by a deep hood. The Empress inhaled deeply. She had only retained the formation for slaying the beasts at the Longji mountain range. Should it be lost, such a rare opportunity would vanish. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not surrender, she declared with a solemn expression. The excuses of these feudal lords for their absence were patently absurd. It was rather convenient that a rebellion arose at this moment, and that the need to fend off the northern demonic state coincided with it. Even more outrageous was the direct refusal of the eastern town king to respond. Such actions are undeniably an affront to the throne. Chapter 108. The troubling Empress and the popular Chen Xuanyi, or perhaps it could be said that they had already prepared themselves to become adversaries. After all, deceiving the sovereign is tantamount to treason. Although the Empress possessed the strength of the tribulation stage, she could not guarantee that her own power would suffice to vanquish the equally formidable beast of the same level. Initially, with the assistance of the feudal lords, her position would have been more secure. But now, it was uncertain whether the feudal lords would aid her. They might even conspire against her instead. The situation was exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, there remained Chen Xuanyi to support her. Yet she was unaware of the true extent of Chen Xuanyi's strength and how significant an impact he could have. Ultimately, she had to rely on her own abilities. The Empress pondered this, her anxiety for the impending battle mounting. Should she fail, the foundation she had painstakingly built in Danxiu over the years would be lost, an outcome she could not fathom accepting. In addition to her worries, a profound anger simmered within her. The feudal lords had existed since her ascension to the throne. All along, they had exerted some effort to deter potential external invasions. However, as time passed and their influence deepened, the power of the feudal lords had grown increasingly uncontrollable. If the calamity could be averted tomorrow, her first course of action would be to eliminate these lords entirely, even at the cost of some sacrifices, even if it would weaken the nation's strength. She deemed it necessary. As the Empress spent a restless night, Chen Xuanyi experienced an unusually tranquil evening. To him, no matter how formidable the beasts might be, they were all the same, truly a manifestation of equality among all beings. The following morning, as the hour grew late, Chen Xuanyi concluded his meditation and rose to approach the bed of his fourth disciple. Jiang Ningxuan lay upon it, nestled in soft bedding, her mouth slightly ajar, with a hint of drool escaping. Even in slumber, her features radiated vitality, her exquisite visage resembled fine porcelain, her skin fair and glistening, delicate to the touch. Chen Xuanyi placed his hand on her shoulder, intending to rouse her gently. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Despite his unwavering confidence, he was about to confront a beast of the tribulation stage, an encounter of a magnitude unlike any previous battle. In the unlikely event that something went awry, the residual effects of the skirmish could potentially harm his disciple. For one still at the nascent soul stage, such repercussions could prove fatal. It would be wiser not to awaken her. Her safety outweighed all else. It would be best if he handled the matter of the beast on his own. As he resolved to withdraw his hand and depart alone, Jiang Ningxuan seemed to sense his presence, suddenly awakening and grasping his arm. Caught off guard, Chen Xuanyi was pulled down onto the bed. Oh, I thought that after Master broke through to the Golden Core stage, my strength would no longer compare to yours. Oh, I see now. It appears that my esteemed master unexpectedly offered no resistance. Jiang Ningxuan, nestled in bed, embraced her master tightly, whispering softly into his ear. A gentle, fragrant breeze caressed Chen Xuanyi's ear, sending delightful shivers through his body. Shinner, what is this? Were you merely pretending to be asleep? Chen Xuanyi exclaimed in astonishment. Based on his understanding of his eldest disciple, if she were truly asleep, she would remain undisturbed unless the world were to end. She revealed a mischievous expression and laughed, saying, "Hee hee, I had initially intended to test whether my master would engage in any amusing antics while I slumbered. To be honest, I feel somewhat disappointed. Disappointed, my foot. I had merely hesitated over whether to awaken my eldest disciple. However, it is still early. Resting in bed for a while without doing anything will not be detrimental. Let us take a moment to rest. With this thought, Chen Xuanyi responded accordingly. Chapter 109. The misunderstanding in the quarters of the fourth disciple. Chen Xuanyi adjusted his attire and reclined upon the bed. Jiang Mingxian wore a radiant smile, burying her head deeply into her master's embrace. Truly, being together with her master was the most blissful experience in the world. It was unexpected that her master was indeed undergoing a gradual transformation. As the two reveled in this moment of tranquility, a sudden commotion arose outside the door. Why is it always me who has to call Chen Xuanyi? The voice of Dongfang Lanning complained from a short distance away, due to her naturally loud voice. The two disciples meditating in the room were abruptly disturbed and ceased their practice. Hu'er slowly opened her eyes, instinctively shaking her fluffy ears, and then sniffed the air. What is that scent? She turned her head and noticed that both her master and senior sister were not meditating at this moment. Are you not cultivating? At first glance, she thought her master and senior sister were merely resting on the bed. However, she quickly detected that their expressions were not quite right. While her master's demeanor was relatively normal, her senior sister's expression radiated an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As if she were on the brink of ascension. Something is amiss. Your state is not right. Let you take a whiff. Upon sensing something unusual, Hu'er, full of disbelief, leaned in closer, attempting to discern the faint aroma through her senses. At this moment, Su Dan-ro also ceased her meditation, her face reflecting equal astonishment. It can't be. Did something happen between my master and senior sister while I was meditating? Perhaps a kiss or something. If that were the case, she felt as if her heart might shatter. Grasping her master's shoulders, Su Dan-ro's gaze swept over him as if searching for a telltale sign, such as a strand of red hair. Just then, the footsteps of Dongfang Lanning grew increasingly nearer. Chen Xuanyi, sensing the impending arrival, hastily gestured for them to cease their actions. Wait, let me explain before she enters. It may lead to misunderstandings. However, Hu'er did not register his words. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. Dongfang Lanning, visibly displeased, set her gaze upon the scene within, exclaiming, "Hey, Chen Xuanyi, it's time to go. If we delay any further, you. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Chen Xuanyi surrounded by beautiful disciples, nearly causing her to lose her composure. The words that hung on her lips faltered, stammering out, "Why yes, I am sorry. I need to check on my family. I'll leave now." At that moment, Dongfang Lanning felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her mind racing with confusion over her own erratic speech, as she hastily slammed the door shut behind her. Subsequently, she pressed her entire body against the door, her right hand resting upon her chest, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuanyi helplessly covered his head. Well, it seems a misunderstanding has indeed occurred. Regardless, it was time to attend to serious matters. Chen Xuanyi could not afford any further delays. After all, if the entire hunt were to be hindered due to his own actions, it would spell trouble. He hastily concocted an excuse to placate his disciples for the time being. Then, Chen Xuanyi swiftly straightened his attire, pushed open the door, and sought the figure of Dongfang Lanning. He found her standing in the corner, murmuring to herself. It appeared that Chen Xuanyi and his disciples shared such a relationship. Having heard that formidable cultivators often possessed peculiar quirks, it was somewhat understandable. Moreover, it seemed that the initiative was predominantly taken by the disciples. However, with the emperor summoning him to set forth, what was to be done now? Surely, he could not interrupt their activities. Alas, it was exasperating. Why must these troublesome matters always fall upon me? Observing her dejected expression, Chen Xuanyi couldn't help but stifle a smile. This individual certainly had a vivid imagination. Yet, encountering such a misunderstanding must have been quite a predicament for her. Chapter 110. Are you leaving so soon? The relationship between disciples is truly remarkable. Chen Xuan approached the troubled Dongfang Lanning with purposeful strides. Deep in contemplation, she only became aware of his presence when he drew near. "Hey, how did you get out? Is it really that soon?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident upon seeing him. Chen Xian's lips twitched at her words. "You are tarnishing my reputation. Be cautious, or one day, you may witness my true strength." Wait a moment. When did I develop such a flustered mindset? It must be the events of this period that have influenced me. I need to regain my composure. What am I even thinking? Let us depart quickly. The Empress and the others should be waiting. With a cool demeanor, Dongfang Lanying replied, "Oh, it's of no consequence to me what you all do. Rest assured, I won't disclose anything to anyone." With that, she turned and waved her hand, signaling Chen Xuan to follow. Just as he was about to take flight alongside her, 3 disciples suddenly caught up. Jiang Ningxuan, both anxious and reluctant, asked, "Master, are you not taking us this time?" Chen Xuan stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair. "The adversaries we face this time are too formidable for you. Leave this to me." Sadanru gazed at her master with a hint of longing. "But we have witnessed your prowess. Surely, you will be fine." "Dear disciple, I do not wish to be separated from you, even for a moment," Chen Xuan replied, extending his hand to caress her smooth, violet hair. The glossy strands, combined with her innocent expression while being petted, made it difficult for him to resist. "Even so, I worry about unforeseen circumstances. I cannot bear to see you suffer even the slightest harm." He then reached out one last time to gently stroke the fluffy ears of his second disciple. Hu'er reached out, touching her master's hand softly, and said, "I'll pass, master. I am not a child anymore. You need not worry. I will take good care of everyone." As the eldest among the 9 disciples, Hu'er was nearly 25, but perhaps due to her well-developed figure and unique mature aura, she often exuded the charm of an older sister. At times, she even gave off the vibe of a devoted wife, which made Chen Xuan feel a profound sense of understanding. Even at this moment of parting, she gracefully took on the responsibility of looking after the others. However, Jiang Ningxuan, upon hearing Hu'er's words, was visibly displeased and interjected, "Wait a minute, I am the senior sister. Don't steal my thunder, you scoundrel." Hu'er chuckled warmly, teasingly responding, "Oh, who was it just a moment ago, reluctant to see master leave and seeking a pat on the head? That is hardly the role of an elder sister." Jiang Ningxuan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at this. "This is a perfectly normal need. Regardless of what you say, I am forever the senior sister." Hu'er smiled gently, mimicking her master's mannerism as she affectionately patted Jiang Ningxuan's head. My dear senior sister. Be good when master returns. Do not cause any trouble." She spoke in a voice that was both tender and mature, as if she were caring for a child. Hearing this, Jiang Ningxuan's face flushed even more intensely. "What kind of tone is that? Why do I feel as though I am being treated like a child? How utterly embarrassing. Please stop," she exclaimed bashfully, stamping her foot. Chen Xuan, observing the delightful interaction among his disciples, couldn't help but internally marvel at their camaraderie. With the 3 disciples keeping each other company, they would surely not feel bored. He felt reassured that he could leave for a while. "I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will be safe." He waved goodbye to his disciples, who reciprocated with gestures of farewell, although they all knew of their master's formidable strength. As they watched him depart, even Hu'er couldn't mask a hint of concern etched upon her face. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Chen Xuan promptly joined the front of the hunting team under the guidance of Dongfang Lanying. This hunting party comprised roughly 30 individuals, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of the transformation realm, with the majority being around the void return realm. Furthermore, with the presence of Dongfang Lanying in the Great Ascension stage and several cultivators in the integration stage, such as Dongfang Shaohua, this team represented a significant portion of the nation's elite. The reason for mobilizing national resources to hunt demon beasts with such a small contingent might stem from the belief that those below the 5th stage of the transformation realm would be of little use. Nonetheless, despite their limited numbers, this team's lethality was sufficient to rival that of entire nations. The mere appearance of such a formidable group at any nation's border would undoubtedly instill sleepless nights of worry in its ruler. Naturally, the empress of an entire nation would not rely solely on her own flight. A resplendent golden-winged roc had been soaring in the skies above for quite some time. This majestic creature, possessing the strength of the integration stage, was akin to a divine beast. With its enormous wings spread wide, it seemed capable of eclipsing the sun. And upon its back rested an entire small palace. From a distance, it resembled a mobile floating island. A truly grand spectacle that even made Chen Xuan feel a twinge of envy. Traveling with such a mount is indeed convenient. Chen Xuan descended onto the back of the golden-winged roc alongside Dongfang Lanying. The empress had been anxiously awaiting his arrival at the entrance of the small palace. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, she promptly waved her sleeves, signaling the roc to take flight. After completing this, she approached Chen Xuan with a somewhat professional monarch smile. "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Did you encounter any issues before coming?" she inquired with evident concern. Although she displayed a somewhat professional smile, This scene was enough to astonish onlookers. For the Empress, even this semblance of a smile was rarely seen in her daily life. She resembled a noble and resplendent rose, her haughty demeanor leaving no room for any thoughts of disrespect. Moreover, few could ever earn her favor or affirmation. Her smile towards Chen Xuan was a result of the current extraordinary circumstances. Originally, under her command, and with the assistance of 3 feudal kings, Chen Xuanyi's presence was merely an added assurance for the hunt. Yet now, as they prepared to pursue a tribulation-level beast, the absence of the 3 feudal kings rendered Chen Xuanyi's support exceedingly vital. He had transformed from a relatively insignificant safeguard into the embodiment of the Empress's most profound hopes.